Chapter 1. Oh, this floating island, there are actually other people here? In the distance, a colossal minotaur ambled toward the edge of the floating island. Bored, he was contemplating an umbrella-free parachuting adventure. This activity, in simpler terms, was akin to suicide. However, what piqued his curiosity was the unexpected discovery of another individual at the precipice of the island. To his eyes, this person appeared exceedingly frail, someone he could effortlessly reduce to a mere pulp with a single slap. Yet this diminutive figure sat at the edge of the island's terrain, legs dangling in the air, exuding an aura of inexhaustible despair, as if poised to leap into the abyss below at any moment. Nonetheless, he was certain that if his fragile soul were to jump, it would undoubtedly result in demise. After all, not everyone possessed the resilience of him, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, who could plunge from 10,000 meters and emerge unscathed. Hey kid, are you also contemplating suicide? For reasons unknown, Kaido suddenly found himself intrigued by the diminutive figure before him. As long as this individual shared his penchant for self-destruction, they could very well become friends. He casually approached and plopped down beside the other, initiating a conversation with Ling Feng. Ling Feng? What on earth? The sudden appearance of the giant startled him. Turning his head, he was astounded to find that a massive figure had inexplicably seated himself beside him. In that moment, he felt as though he might lose his mind. Just moments ago, he had been at home, burning the midnight oil watching One Piece. In his memory, he had been too fatigued and had simply collapsed onto his desk in slumber. Yet, upon awakening, he found himself inexplicably transported to a small island. Not only had he materialized on an island, but this island was also inexplicably suspended in midair. This was utterly nonsensical. However, as a devoted fan of web novels, he was not entirely unaccustomed to the concept of transmigration. Furthermore, this scenario lone individual on a deserted island reminded him of the recent surge of survival-themed literature in online fiction. For instance, ocean survival, where one starts with nothing but a raft. Or cave survival, where one begins isolated in a cavern. Or road survival, where one is alone in a vehicle. Thus, as he began to entertain the notion that he had also been thrust into a survival scenario on a floating island, a sudden voice interrupted his thoughts, revealing that his assumptions were misguided. He had not been transported into a world of universal survival, but rather into the realm of One Piece. This voice was the proverbial golden finger, or system, if you will, transmigrated into the world of One Piece. At first, he was exhilarated, for he held a deep admiration for this universe and had often fantasized about embarking on thrilling adventures within it. However, his excitement quickly dissipated, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Why? Because he found himself on a floating island that was painfully small and devoid of any resources. And then what? How was he supposed to survive? The island lacked even the most essential element, water. It is well known that a person cannot survive without water for more than 3 days. Contemplating the grim reality of living only 3 more days, Ling Feng felt a wave of despair wash over him. Beneath the island lay an endless expanse of ocean. Jumping down? Was there really any difference between that and seeking death? What a splendid way to begin facing certain death from the outset. Why was he so exceptionally unfortunate? And today marked the 3rd day. The 3rd day without water. Ling Feng felt himself on the brink of dehydration, utterly drained and in excruciating discomfort. The slow, agonizing wait for death compelled him to finally relent, sitting at the edge of the island. He mused that rather than dying of thirst, he might as well take a bold leap off the island and meet his end that way. If he was to die, he would prefer to do so with a sense of valor. Yet, when the moment to jump arrived, he discovered himself lacking the courage to take the plunge, leaving him in a state of indecision. It was then that Kaido made his entrance. Despite his dizziness from thirst, Ling Feng recognized him immediately. The strongest creature across land, sea, and Aaron Emperor of the Sea, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. With those unique horns atop his head, Ling Feng swore he could never mistake him. But what did it matter if he recognized him? He understood that Kaido's presence on this floating island was likely related to his own suicidal tendencies. Could he possibly rely on Kaido for salvation? Huh, that was a fanciful notion. Hey kid, are you also contemplating suicide? When Kaido posed his question, Ling Feng momentarily struggled to formulate a response. However, realizing he was on the brink of death, why should he concern himself with whether Kaido was a formidable figure or not? With a defiant retort, he shot back, "What business is it of yours? Why do you care if I choose to end my life? You've certainly got a lot of nerve." Kaido, oh, this little brat is weak in strength but quite audacious in speech, isn't he? Typically, when others encountered Kaido of 100 Beasts, they either became sycophants or trembled in fear. Yet here was Ling Feng, who not only refused to fawn over him, but also stood his ground against him. How many years had it been since anyone had dared to insult him? Ever since he had distanced himself from the Rock's pirates and forged his own path, attaining a grand reputation across the seas, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Yet today, he encountered someone who openly disrespected him, and for reasons unknown, Kaido found himself somewhat pleased by this sensation. Alas, the kid was simply too weak, otherwise he would have undoubtedly offered him a position in his pirate crew. Kaido was known for his keen eye for talent. But regrettably, this sharp-tongued boy did not meet his standards. "Hey kid, you're quite audacious. Do you have any idea who I am?" Despite his admiration for Ling Feng's fearless demeanor, Kaido was still prepared to eliminate him. After all, to insult him came with consequences. Audacious? A youth without audacity is a youth wasted. As for who you are, you're merely the pirate Kaido of the 100 Biasa, mere pirate. Do you think I would tremble at your name? That I would grovel and plead for mercy? Huh, don't underestimate me, Ling Feng. Even if I perish of thirst today, I will not beg for your mercy. In that moment, Ling Feng was resolute. Given that death was imminent and dying of thirst was unbearable, he figured it would be better to provoke Kaido into action. Compared to the former two options, being slain by Kaido seemed far more acceptable. "Hey kid, aren't you afraid of death?" Kaido's fury ignited. How could Ling Feng reduce him to a mere pirate? He was an emperor of the sea, the sovereign of the new world. Yet, in Ling Feng's words, he was merely a mere pirate? While it was true that the four emperors were still pirates, the former title certainly sounded more impressive, did it not? Afraid of death? I, Ling Feng, am resolute. If you wish to kill me, then do so. If I flinch even slightly under your threat today, then I am no man. Who isn't afraid of death? But knowing his demise was inevitable, what good would fear do? Today, Ling Feng would express his defiance, sending himself off with the most audacious attitude. "Very well, kid. The fact that you fear not even death, truth be told, I find myself somewhat admiring you." Observing Ling Feng's fearless disposition, Kaido remarked, "If only my crew members possessed your willingness to sacrifice, how could I not ascend to the throne of Pirate King?" Ling Feng? Had he misheard? Kaido's words sounded akin to a boss proclaiming, "Everyone, work hard this year, and next year I shall reward you with a new sister-in-law," which was rather infuriating. If only he could fight back. Otherwise, Ling Feng would surely have leapt onto Kaido's shoulders and delivered slap after slap to his face, shouting, "Let's see you flaunt your bravado now." The resounding slaps would undoubtedly rob many of a good night's sleep. "Hey, kid, to commemorate our historic encounter, why don't we jump off the island to celebrate?" Kaido said excitedly, gazing into the void below. From his demeanor, it seemed he was itching for action. But Ling Feng, jump off the island to celebrate? This was his first time hearing of such a celebratory method. Did he think he was some kind of monster? For him, jumping down was akin to committing suicide. If he truly wished to end his life, would he still be sitting here? He would have jumped long ago. "What's wrong, kid? Do you not wish to celebrate with me? Do you look down upon me?" Instantly, Kaido's temper flared. His eyes widened to a degree that seemed as if they could encompass Ling Feng whole. A ferocious aura, surpassing that of any beast, surged forth, causing Ling Feng to tremble uncontrollably. The next moment, with a sudden tilt of his body, he plummeted directly towards the ground. Ling Feng exclaimed, "What the hell?" As he watched his form depart from the edge of the sky island, he fell headlong into the vast ocean below. Ling Feng felt the urge to weep. He had not intended to leap. Alas, the ferocity of Kaido the beast's aura had been overwhelming, and the tempest it conjured had swept him off. In that moment, Ling Feng was engulfed by regret. Had he known, he certainly would not have perched on the edge of the Sky Island, posturing for effect. He reached out a hand, yearning to grasp the precipice of the island. Regrettably, the speed of his descent exceeded his expectations, rendering him unable to execute a dramatic cliffhanger as seen in television dramas, where one effortlessly clings to the edge in the nick of time. His body plunged rapidly. Ling Feng found himself in a state of utter despair. He feared he might be the most unfortunate protagonist in any transmigration novel, starving for 3 days at the outset, only to plummet from a height of 10,000 meters to his demise. This terrifying force of descent would surely shatter him to pieces. Not a single whole bone would remain. It was pitiful beyond measure. Ha ha ha, little brat. I find myself increasingly admiring you. Kaido the Beast had not anticipated that his mere suggestion to celebrate by jumping island would provoke Ling Feng to leap without hesitation. What fine fellow! Since you have jumped first in respect, how could I possibly remain idle? Little brat, I shall join you. With that, Kaido leaned forward, his entire being cascading from the edge of the Sky Island. He recognized that Ling Feng's impulsive nature resonated deeply with him. Unfortunately, he was merely a weakling. In this sea, where strength reigned supreme, he was destined to be mere cannon fodder. Rather than meet his end at the hands of others, it was preferable to conclude his own life. At the very least, he would be a man capable of controlling his own fate. However, if this little brat were to survive, he would surely extend an invitation for him to join his crew, and together they would indulge in spirited discussions over the joys of courting death. This world was exceedingly dull. Only through self-destruction could he find amusement. Little brat, I shall take my leave first. Ling Feng, still in free fall, suddenly heard Kaido's voice beside him. In the next instant, Kaido's figure streaked past him, plummeting straight towards the ocean's surface. With his head down, Kaido formed a straight line as he descended, contrasting with Ling Feng's sprawling form that resembled a Da character, which created significantly more drag, causing him to fall much slower than Kaido. Watching Kaido swiftly diminish into a mere speck before disappearing completely, Ling Feng felt tears welling up. System, you better show yourself. If you don't, I'm going to die. Though he knew his cries would likely yield no response, he felt compelled to make the attempt. Only when faced with death does one truly grasp the terror it invokes. Ling Feng was not ready to perish. Regrettably, as anticipated, the system remained silent. After its initial appearance, which merely informed him that he was in the world of One Piece, it had offered no further communication. It had failed to introduce itself or its functions. He had never encountered such an unreliable system. It was utterly infuriating. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from an unknown small island in the latter half of the Grand Line's new world. Beast Kaido plummeted from the sky, not into the sea, but onto a small island. The tremendous impact caused him to create a gaping, bottomless pit in the very ground of that island. After a brief moment, Beast Kaido emerged unscathed from the depths of the crater. Raising his hands high as if stretching, he exclaimed loudly, "Ah, that feels incredible, absolutely exhilarating." In the air, Ling Feng heard Kaido's enthusiastic declaration and couldn't help but mutter, "What a freak." However, this was not the time to dwell on Kaido's antics, for he was perilously close to the ground. If he did not act swiftly, he would meet a gruesome fate with a resounding crash. Ling Feng collided violently with the earth, landing right beside the pit created by Kaido. Yet, while Kaido had merely dented the ground, Ling Feng had reduced himself to a mass of pulp. Indeed, at the moment of impact, Ling Feng exploded as if a bomb had detonated within him, scattering his bloodied remains in all directions and staining the earth crimson. Life, akin to fireworks, offered a brilliant spectacle even in its final moments. Ling Feng had unwittingly delivered a mesmerizing visual feast for the world to behold. Alas, no one except Kaido witnessed this tragic display. Oh, what a pity. Truly a tremendous loss, Kaido lamented as he gazed at the splattered remnants of Ling Feng. It was rare to encounter a kindred spirit, a companion who found joy in the act of self-destruction, only for that companion to perish during their first shared experience in such a dark endeavor. It was a profound disappointment, leaving him bereft of yet another kindred soul. The world misjudged him, perceiving his penchant for self-harm as madness. Yet who could fathom the agony of yearning for death, yet being unable to attain it? Even though Kaido had recognized Ling Feng as a weakling upon their first meeting, his chances of survival plummeting to a mere 0.01. A flicker of hope lingered within him. Perhaps he had misjudged Ling Feng. Perhaps he was not the frail creature he appeared to be, merely playing the part of a fool to deceive the strong. This speculation was not without merit. How could a true weakling possibly ascend to the Sky Island? Did he not possess the ability to fly, just like Kaido? Yet hope is a beautiful thing, while reality often proves harsh. Had Ling Feng survived, his journey down the path of self-destruction would not have been so solitary. But now, as he surveyed the remnants of Ling Feng, the magnitude of his hopes was matched only by his despair. Nevertheless, in light of their shared experience, Kaido resolved to erect a gravestone in Ling Feng's honor. Consider yourself fortunate, my boy, to have a pirate emperor like me personally commemorate your demise. After all, even Rox, my captain, who once nearly brought about the end of the world, never received such an honor. One could only imagine the sheer fortune of that young lad. As he contemplated the mess on the ground, Kaido shook his head and turned to begin the task of digging a grave. After a moment's reflection, however, he abandoned the idea. Given that Ling Feng had been reduced to mere mush, what would he bury? Perhaps a gravestone would suffice. His gaze fell upon a nearby hill, its smooth, sheer rock face ideal for inscribing a name. After a moment of silence, he nodded and, with a powerful leap, soared to the summit. As he descended, he intended to carve Ling Feng's name into the stone. Yet, just as he prepared to etch the name, he realized with dismay that he had no idea what Ling Feng was called. Damn it, how careless of me, he cursed inwardly. Until he landed, he had failed to inscribe anything on the rock face. But that was of little consequence. Well, my young friend, since I cannot commemorate you with a name, let this island accompany you in death. It is the least I can do for you. In the next moment, a spiked club materialized in Kaido's hand. How it appeared was of no concern. It simply did. He leaped once more, brandishing the club, intending to deliver a devastating blow to the island, submerging it along with Ling Feng's remains into the depths of the ocean. Even if Ling Feng had no resting place, Kaido would ensure he departed with a flourish. Ling Feng, I damn well thank your whole family, he shouted, that if you truly intend to do this, my shattered remains will likely become fish bait. As he hovered in the air, Kaido roared, his conqueror's haki enveloping the club as he prepared to showcase his island-destroying might. But at that moment, he noticed someone standing on the island, someone he had not seen before. How is that possible? Kaido gasped in horror. When he had plummeted onto the island, he had clearly scanned the area with his observation haki. This was supposed to be an uninhabited isle. How could a person suddenly materialize? It defied logic. Yet, upon closer inspection of the individual standing there, Kaido was left utterly baffled. The swing of his club came to an abrupt halt, resulting in a comical mid-air maneuver, initially poised to unleash a cataclysmic strike. He found himself halting just shy of the descent, leaving him unable to regain his balance. Consequently, he spun wildly in the air before crashing down once more, creating yet another crater. When he emerged from the new pit, he could scarcely believe his eyes as he beheld Ling Feng, miraculously unharmed and standing before him. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What the hell? Am I seeing ghosts? Are you a human or a specter? What do you think? Ling Feng replied, rolling his eyes. And please, don't call me little ghost. I have a name. You know. It's Ling Feng. You can call me Ling Gu or Ling Yi, and I want refuse. Of course, if you wish to be polite and refer to me as Ling Daddy, I might begrudgingly accept that too. Kaido was taken aback. This arrogant little brat was far too bold. Had anyone else dared to speak to him in such a manner, Kaido would have ensured they understood that living could indeed be a form of suffering. However, considering Ling Feng's miraculous revival, he decided to let it slide this time. All right, little ghost, but how did you come back to life? I distinctly saw you turn to mush. Kaido was utterly perplexed. It was generally understood that if one lost their head, they would surely perish. Yet here was Ling Feng, performing a feat before his eyes, having been reduced to a pulp. Yet somehow still alive? How could this be? Why must one necessarily die upon becoming a mass of pulp? Ling Feng retorted, grinning. Kaido furrowed his brow in confusion. You mean you didn't die? But how is that possible? You were a pile of mush? Why must it be a given that turning to mush equals death? Ling Feng countered. Have you ever experienced becoming mush yourself? If not, please refrain from making hasty conclusions. One cannot be constrained by common sense. Perhaps turning to mush doesn't inherently lead to death, as he spoke. Kaido found himself increasingly bewildered. Indeed, he had never turned to mush. Why was he so certain that it would always result in death? But many have perished after becoming mush. People are different, Ling Feng insisted. Just as I might fall to my end from the Sky Island, you, Kaido, will remain unscathed its like how an ordinary person might lose their head, while you would simply shatter the blade instead. Therefore, Kaido, do not allow conventional wisdom to confine you. Some individuals and circumstances exist beyond the realm of common understanding. All right, little ghost, I concede that I have been blinded by convention. However, since you are not dead, how did you manage to deceive my eyes and senses? Kaido of the 100 Beasts is quite perplexed. If Ling Feng truly did not perish at that moment, yet was able to feign the appearance of having been reduced to mere pulp in front of him, then this ability to disguise oneself is utterly terrifying, is it not? Indeed, this young lad is truly a talent. Kaido of the 100 Beasts has a penchant for exceptional individuals, and thus, he desires this young man for his crew. What Kaido said was that even the resurrection of rocks cannot be impeded. Who told you that I was dead? Upon hearing Kaido's words, Ling Feng felt as though he had encountered a jest. Kaido, oh Kaido, is it truly fitting for you to be one of the 4 emperors? I was indeed smashed into a bloody pulp, and yet you dare claim I am alive. Is this what it means to be a 4 emperor? Is this the extent of your prowess? In that moment, Ling Feng's mockery reached its zenith. Kaido of the 100 Beasts felt his entire countenance twitch. He realized he had been played by this young lad. You scoundrel, so you are saying you died and then revived? So you dare to spout nonsense about how one who is smashed to death may not truly die to fool me? Do you take me for a fool? Kaido was genuinely enraged. How many years has it been since someone has dared to toy with him like this? The key point is, the one toying with him is a mere brat. This is intolerable. Die now. In his fury, Kaido unleashed a Thunder Bagua. Undoubtedly, under the Thunder Bagua, Ling Feng was obliterated. Fresh blood and flesh splattered like rain from the heavens. After obliterating Ling Feng, Kaido's mood improved considerably. Yet, it was not long before he noticed that the fresh blood and flesh he had scattered began to coalesce into one another. Before long, they reformed into Ling Feng's original figure. Goodness! This time, Kaido truly comprehended the situation. But what sort of devil fruit ability is this that allows for the reassembly of flesh and blood? Moreover, it can reconstitute even after being turned into mush? Is this not akin to possessing an immortal body? This young lad's devil fruit is remarkably fearsome. Indeed, in the world of One Piece, any abnormal ability inevitably invites speculation regarding a devil fruit. Thus, Kaido's conjectures were not unfounded. Ah, how exhilarating! Is this the Thunder Bagua that leaves the 5 emperors in a daze with a single blow? It certainly does not appear all that powerful. Revived, Ling Feng stretched lazily and spoke with an air of arrogance. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, the corner of Kaido's mouth twitched. It does not seem all that powerful. You have just been obliterated by me with a single strike, and you dare say that is not strong? What then would you consider to be strong? Furthermore, what on earth is this 5 emperors that this lad speaks of? Is it now common knowledge that there are 5 emperors? Young lad, you are quite impressive. I formally invite you to join the 100 Beasts Pirates. What say you? Although Ling Feng still appeared to be a weakling, the mere fact that he could reconstitute himself after being obliterated warranted his place among the 100 Beasts Pirates. Hee, you want me to become a pirate? You must be jesting. Ling Feng cast a disdainful glance at Kaido, declaring, I, Ling Feng, a being destined for greatness, aspire to surpass the celestial dragons, and you dare suggest I become a pirate? Are you attempting to humiliate me? Goodness, how dramatic. Surpass the celestial dragons. Ling Feng's words caused Kaido to regard him with newfound respect. After all, the celestial dragons are the pinnacle of existence in this world, akin to forbidden beings, and this young lad dares to claim he wishes to surpass them. Just for this audacity, he must be taken seriously. Young lad, I find myself increasingly appreciative of you. How about you join my pirate crew as a prominent figure? You should know that this position is the highest rank in the 100 Beasts Pirates, aside from myself, due to his admiration and Ling Feng's capabilities, which could potentially accompany him on his global escapades. Kaido offered Ling Feng a position far exceeding his actual strength. It is worth noting that this position carries a bounty of 10 billion on the high seas that is for Ling Feng, if he were a Navy officer. Even 100 would be considered excessive for someone with merely the ability to resurrect. A prominent figure? Kaido, whom do you think you are fooling? I have already told you, I am destined to become the king of the world. And you think to buy me off with the position of a prominent figure? Are you naive, or do you believe I have never seen the world? I shall tell you this, unless I am made the captain of the 100 Beast Pirates. There is nothing to discuss. Lingfeng adopted a resolute stance. After all, he could not die, and his confidence far surpassed that of Kaido. Thus, he showed no deference to Kaido. Kaido? This young lad is indeed insatiably greedy. He actually desires to become the captain of the 100 Beast Pirates? If this lad were to become captain, what would he do? Assist this brat? What nonsense, young lad. Did you not previously claim that my offer to make you a pirate was an insult? Why do you now wish to become the captain of the pirate ship? Is it because you find the position of prominent figure beneath you? Kaido shifted the topic, although he admired Lingfeng. Relinquishing the captaincy to him was utterly out of the question. Kaido, do you not comprehend the concept of different circumstances at different times? The past is the past. The present is the present. Can they be conflated? For instance, if an hour ago I borrowed money from you, you cannot expect me to repay you now, can you? What sort of logic is that? There is none, right? The person who borrowed money was me an hour ago. Even if you seek repayment, it should be from the version of me that borrowed the money, not the current me. Don't you agree? Lingfeng declared, deception is my specialty. Kaido, is this young lad attempting to engage me in mental gymnastics? He truly wishes to slap him dead. But then again, if he were to slap this young lad dead, he would merely revive that it is best not to waste effort. In that case, how about we both take a step back? How about I make you the vice captain of the 100 Beast Pirates? As he uttered these words, Kaido felt utterly incredulous. He was actually offering a position of vice captain to someone who could be easily dispatched by any random pirate from the 100 Beast Pirates? If this were to leak out, would it not imply that this young lad is his illegitimate child? Otherwise, why would he allow a weakling to become the vice captain of the 100 Beast Pirates? Is there any other possibility but this illegitimate child? Kaido's eyes flicked over Lingfeng before he shook his head. This young lad, standing under 2 meters tall, lacking a shred of muscle, and bearing no menacing or imposing features, most importantly. He has no horns. What sort of illegitimate child could he possibly be? If rumors were to arise in the seas claiming that Lingfeng is his illegitimate child, any reasonable person would recognize it as sheer nonsense. Aside from being more handsome than Kaido, in what way does Lingfeng resemble him? Vice captain. Upon hearing Kaido's promise of the vice captain position, Lingfeng pondered before replying. Allow me to consider it. After all, as a man, one must maintain a sense of decorum. One cannot simply agree to be vice captain at the drop of a hat, can one? In essence, things that are easily obtained are often undervalued. Thus, very well, very well. I have reconsidered, and I accept. Observing Kaido raise his hand, Lingfeng had already forgotten the so-called decorum. Although he could revive, he did not wish to be repeatedly beaten. Since he had agreed, let us return to Onigashima with me. Kaido let out a roar. Roar. In an instant, he transformed into a majestic azure dragon. Following this, the azure dragon's claws seized Lingfeng, and the dragon ascended into the sky, stepping upon the clouds, soaring towards Wano country. Lingfeng? Has he just been taken back as if he were a captive? The azure dragon flew swiftly, and Lingfeng could feel the fierce wind rushing towards him, tousling his hair backward. At that moment, if he were to be adorned with a blue or yellow glow effect, he would resemble a super scion in transformation. During their flight to Wano country, let us take a moment to review the scene. Boom! With a resounding crash, Lingfeng plummeted from the sky, crashing violently to the ground, and was reduced to a puddle of blood and flesh. At the moment before death, Lingfeng was so terrified that he shut his eyes. Engulfed in despair, deep within, he fervently prayed, hoping that this time of demise would allow him to return to his original world. However, just as he lay shattered like mud, a miracle occurred. His flesh and blood reassembled, and he was resurrected. Simultaneously, the voice of the system echoed once again in his mind. Ding dong. Host's death detected, system activated. Host resurrected. Sensing the host's fragility, the host's defenses have been enhanced, indeed, akin to a certain bald individual who grows stronger upon losing hair. He becomes stronger upon dying. Although he was still unclear about the extent to which the system referred to the enhancement of defenses, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that he could rise from the dead. What did this signify? It meant that even in this perilous world of pirates, he could indulge in his whims without restraint. Shortly thereafter, he was vanquished by Kaido of the 100 Beasts with a thunderous strike. The system resurrected him once more, further augmenting his defenses. This exhilarated Ling Feng. Look, this is what one calls a superior system. You need not do anything. The system arranges everything for you with clarity. Did you not die? Then I shall resurrect you. Was it not your lack of defense that led to your demise? Then I shall enhance your defenses. Should you find yourself lacking women, well, that is a matter for your own endeavors. Roar, little brats of Onigashima. I have returned. Time passed, and a cerulean dragon descended upon Onigashima, letting out a resounding roar at the crew of the 100 Beasts pirates below. Then Kaido descended from the sky. However, the location of his arrival was not where the pirate crew was stationed, but rather at a hot spring. Hey, kid, come here. To celebrate your joining my pirate crew, I invite you to a soak. After your bath, I will formally introduce you to the crew. With that, he casually tossed Ling Feng to the ground. Then, Kaido began to undress before him. Ling Feng. Before long, Kaido had disrobed and entered the hot spring. Yet, just before Kaido immersed himself in the water, Ling Feng found himself witnessing something he ought not to have seen. In that instant, the words I lost flooded his mind. What's wrong, kid? Aren't you coming down to soak with me? After a while in the hot spring, noticing Ling Feng still standing frozen, Kaido furrowed his brows in annoyance. Why not? You're still shy about bathing with a man. If you don't undress yourself, I shall assist you. With that, Kaido stood up. Wait, I'll undress. Is that not enough? The thought of being forcibly undressed by Kaido made Ling Feng feel it would be better to do it himself. At the very least, he needed to preserve some dignity. Slowly, he removed his clothing until he was left with only his undergarments. Tears of humiliation streamed down the corners of his eyes. He never imagined that he would find himself compelled by a man to disrobe one day. Fortunately, Kaido's stature was so vastly different from his own. Otherwise, he would genuinely suspect that Kaido harbored inappropriate thoughts towards him. Once you're undressed, just come down. What else with the delays? Observing Ling Feng's procrastination, Kaido shook his head. Why bother? You will have to join me eventually. Delaying one tea changed that. All right, I'm coming. Knowing Kaido would not relent, Ling Feng had no choice but to approach the hot spring. However, when he reached the edge and gazed down at the bubbling water, he was left dumbfounded. Kaido, you've got to be kidding me. Is this bubbling pool really a hot spring? It is common knowledge that the boiling point of water is 100 degrees Celsius. Therefore, one must ask, if a person were to enter water at 100 degrees, would they not turn into a pot of meat soup? And if so, how long would it take? What's the matter? Of course, it's a hot spring. It's heated by magma beneath. A completely natural hot spring. Is something amiss? Kaido looked at Ling Feng with confusion. Ling Feng, is there anything wrong? This was utterly inconceivable. Could it be that in the pirate world, a hot spring was simply boiling water? Nevertheless, observing Kaido's expression as if nothing were amiss, Ling Feng pondered whether the water might possess special properties. Perhaps, although it appeared to be boiling, the temperature was not as high as he imagined. Yes, just like in ancient dramas where performers leap into pots of oil, only the top layer is oil while the bottom is vinegar? With this thought, Ling Feng felt emboldened. Surely, a hot spring could not be a boiling cauldron. That would be utterly abnormal. With this reasoning, he leaped right in. Then, he was met with a harsh reality. The moment Ling Feng jumped in, he instantly turned crimson. As if he had been cooked. He leaped 3 feet high from the water, soaring into the air, and shouted, "Oh, it's hot, hot, hot. My skin is about to be scalded. What the hell? This water is something else." Ling Feng could ascertain that this hot spring was nothing but ordinary water. Yes, just regular boiling water. Alas, how useless. Yelling and shouting just from soaking in a hot spring. Truly disgraceful. Ling Feng's reaction at that moment made Kaido question his decision. Was it too reckless to make Ling Feng the vice captain? If this behavior were to spread, would the 100 Beasts pirates not become the laughingstock of others? Splash! Ling Feng, who had leaped into the air, fell back into the scalding water. Yet this time, he suddenly realized that he seemed to be gradually acclimating to the temperature of the boiling water. Ding dong. Host detected as being burned by hot water. Injuries healing. Heat resistance increasing. Ding dong. Host continuously being burned by hot water. Injuries healing. Heat resistance continually increasing. Gradually, Ling Feng could no longer feel the searing heat of the boiling water. It felt as if he were relaxing in a typical hot spring instead. Ling Feng's transformation left Kaido utterly astonished, he thought. Has this kid been toying with me all along? Why did he look as if he were being scalded upon entry? Leaping 3 feet high out of the water, yet now he appears as if he is enjoying a normal soak. Kaido found himself increasingly perplexed by the young man before him. It was reminiscent of the time in Skypiea when he sensed Ling Feng's determination to die. The moment he leaped from the island, it was genuine despair, not an act. Yet this fellow, having been reduced to a pulp, could still resurrect. Knowing he could come back, why then did he exhibit despair when he jumped? It was truly baffling. Had he grown so old in his pursuit of dominance over the seas that he could not comprehend the thoughts of today's youth? Come on, kid, let us have a drink. In the hot spring, Kaido handed Ling Feng a flask of liquor. Compared to Kaido's oversized flask, Ling Feng's was a miniature version, fitting perfectly in his hand. Cheers. How could one soak in a hot spring without indulging in some liquor? After clinking glasses with Kaido, Ling Feng tilted the flask to his lips, gulping down the liquor as if it were mere spring water, drinking with great gusto. Simultaneously, he mused, if only there were a beautiful girl behind him to massage his shoulders. It would be perfect. Of course, if there were another lovely lady in the pool feeding him cherries, that would be even more sublime. System. What the heck, host? Are you serious about those cherries? Ling Feng. System. You off. After soaking in the hot spring, Ling Feng felt as if he were glowing, as though coated in a radiant film, but he looked stunning, impressing even Kaido. On Onigashima, in the banquet hall of the 100 Beasts Pirates. At this moment, all members of the 100 Beasts Pirates on the island had been summoned by Kaido. Hey, do you know what tremendous event has transpired? Why has the captain gathered us all together? A pirate inquired of his companion, who, despite being equally clueless, seized the opportunity to feign wisdom. He placed his hand upon the inquirer's shoulder, adopting an air of superiority befitting a mentor addressing a junior. Ah, my young brother, you have come to the right person with your question. While others may remain in the dark, who do you think I am? The captain has summoned us because he senses the tide of fortune has turned. It is time to ascend and claim the title of the King of the Seas, the Pirate King. Just consider it. Among the 4 emperors, Whitebeard is ailing, and Shanks has suffered a grievous injury. As for Big Mom, a mere woman, and I hear she is expecting, faced with a cadre of the elderly, the infirm, and the pregnant. If our captain cannot prevail, I shall personally obliterate Oda, the scoundrel who bestowed upon our captain the title of the strongest creature. Oda, what the hell? I'm just a manga artist. What do I know about the Pirate King? Why are you targeting me? Therefore, I urge you all to strut with confidence and arrogance from now on. For after tonight, we shall not merely be the crew of the 4 emperors. We shall stand as the crew of the Pirate King. Humility would bring disgrace upon the Pirate King, and amiability would be a slap in our captain's face. Only arrogance shall be our guiding principle as members of the Beasts Pirates. Is it truly so? It must be. And thus, this rumor spread, and soon everyone believed it. One by one, they stood in the hall, awaiting the call of Kaido of the Beasts, all the while dreaming of becoming members of the Pirate King's crew. However, instead of witnessing Kaido's declaration of war against the other 3 emperors, they were met with news of the rumormonger being minced into pieces and fed to the sharks. This revelation deflated the once exuberant pirates, leaving them utterly disheartened. Damn it! I thought we were truly gearing up for battle. Only to discover it was all a fabrication. With the rumor spreader dispatched, Kaido stood poised to announce something significant. Positioned beneath his lofty throne, he surveyed the eclectic array of his crew, all transformed into half-human, half-beast beings by artificial devil fruits. In that moment, Kaido recognized the advantage of having Ling Feng in his crew. The mere addition of Ling Feng could restore the Beast Pirate's dwindling image. With a clap of his hands, Kaido summoned Ling Feng from behind the throne, who then boldly leaped onto the seat that rightfully belonged to Kaido. Without waiting for Kaido to speak, Ling Feng audaciously proclaimed, "Indeed, today, your captain, Kaido of the Beasts, shall announce that he believes himself incapable of leading this crew to greater heights, and thus, he chooses to step down in favor of another, from this day forth. I, Ling Feng, shall be your sole king. Now, let us rejoice and celebrate the ascension of a new ruler." Kaido stood there, bewildered, as Ling Feng audaciously occupied his seat, raising his arm as if to strike the impudent newcomer. "Who gave you the right to rewrite the script? This was meant to introduce you as vice captain, and yet you audaciously attempt to usurp my position. Noticing Kaido's raised hand, Ling Feng nimbly evaded the blow, leaping down from the throne with a grin. Come now, Kaido, it was merely a jest. You wear that grim expression as if the world owes you a debt. I thought I might lighten the mood a bit. Surely, you don't lack a sense of humor? After all, with so many eyes upon them, should Kaido reduce Ling Feng to a pulp, how could he hope to maintain authority afterward? If it were merely a matter of life and death, Ling Feng would not be concerned. What mattered was preserving his dignity and a sense of humor. Kaido's lips twitched at Ling Feng's jest, but chose to remain silent, mindful of the many underlings observing their exchange. Yes, indeed, Ling Feng was merely joking. In truth, he is to be our vice-captain in the Beast's Pirates. Let us applaud his arrival. With that, Kaido led the applause. The crew, uncertain of the situation but recognizing their captain's enthusiasm, felt compelled to join in, lest they appear foolish standing idly by. Thus, the sound of thunderous applause filled the air, leaving the question of whether they were welcoming Ling Feng open to interpretation. After Kaido's introduction, it was now Ling Feng's turn. He stepped forward, surveying the crowd, and raised his hands, signaling for silence. Ahem, greetings, everyone. As Kaido has just informed you, I, Ling Feng, am now your vice-captain. So, do you know what that entails? Yes, it means that upon the demise of your captain Kaido, I will assume the mantle of leadership. The crowd gasped at Ling Feng's audacity, thinking to themselves, this fellow truly dares to speak so freely. Yet, the pirates were perplexed as to why Kaido remained unperturbed, treating Ling Feng's brazen claim as mere jest. Such camaraderie seemed too good to be true. Was this truly the vice-captain they had gained? Or had Kaido merely returned with an illegitimate heir? After all, which vice-captain would dare dismiss their captain so nonchalantly? Did Kaido possess the same leniency as Straw Hat Luffy? Kaido? He cast a furtive glance at Ling Feng, noting the sharp tongue of this young man. Had he truly just wished for his captain's demise right after assuming the vice-captaincy? Regret began to seep in once more. He should never have ventured to Sky Island. Had he not gone, he would not have encountered Ling Feng, nor would they have plunged into that reckless leap of faith together. Had he not leapt, he would never have discovered Ling Feng's remarkable ability to revive. Had he not unearthed this talent, he would not have been compelled to invite Ling Feng into his crew. Had he refrained, they would not be subjected to this farcical display today. Alas, reality seldom accommodates such hypotheticals. Vice-Captain, may I pose a question? A bold voice emerged from the throng, eager to challenge Ling Feng. Ling Feng scrutinized the source, noting the figure of a man with a rat-like visage that he silently vowed that if the Beast's pirates were to engage in battle with another crew, he would ensure this rodent took the front lines as cannon fodder. So now, on my very first day as vice-captain, you wish to undermine me. Who else could possibly serve as fodder if not you? Ling Feng regarded the rat-headed man with a chilling demeanor. The rat-headed man? Hey, I have a name, you know. Just because I possess a rat-like head due to consuming an artificial rat fruit doesn't mean you can judge me by my appearance. But that is of little consequence. Remembering how Jack the Drought had urged him to test Ling Feng, he decided to set aside the humiliation for now. Vice-Captain, you must understand that our Beast's pirates are no ordinary crew. We are one of the 4 emperors in the New World. So, do you believe you possess the qualifications to be a part of such a formidable pirate crew? The rat-headed man inquired. Ling Feng, upon hearing this, scoffed inwardly. How audacious to claim greatness for a pirate crew. If not for Kaido's coercion, who would willingly choose this life? With my looks, I could easily reign as king in a realm of women. As a time traveler, he recognized that even though the arc involving Wano had yet to conclude, he did not require foresight to predict Kaido's downfall. He was destined to be a stepping stone on the Straw Hat's path to becoming the Pirate King. Hence, the Beast's pirates were fated to face an uncertain future. This crew, lacking prospects, would have to be in dire straits to have him join. What's this? You doubt my qualifications. Perhaps I should offer you my position. If you think you are so deserving, Ling Feng retorted coldly. How dare a filthy rat question my strength? Were it not for Kaido, I would have relished the opportunity to chop off your rat head and feed it to my cat. Regarding pretentiousness, Ling Feng is a true professional. Under the chilling gaze of Ling Feng, the mouse-headed man lowered his head, too intimidated to meet Ling Feng's eyes. Indeed, Ling Feng was a man personally appointed to the position of vice-captain by Kaido, the king of beasts. Even if he wasn't extraordinarily powerful, He was undoubtedly far superior to the mouse-headed man. Were it not for Jack, one of the calamities, compelling him to confront Ling Feng, he would never have dared to do so. Now, faced with Ling Feng's rebuke, he fell silent, consumed by worry for his future. If he had incurred the ire of the vice-captain, his life was undoubtedly ruined. It was all Jack's fault. However, whether it be Ling Feng or Jack, he was just a small pirate who couldn't provoke either of them. Now, does anyone still dare to question me? If so, step forward. If not, let the feast commence. Ling Feng stood before the throne, hands clasped behind his back, his authoritative gaze sweeping over those below him, akin to a king surveying his subjects among the pirates. How splendid it would be if accompanied by a fitting BGM, and if he could wield the conqueror's haki. It would undoubtedly exude the aura of a true monarch. Come, let us raise our glasses. The banquet began. A bonfire blazed in the hall, with pirates singing and dancing. They roasted meat, drank merrily, and boasted with exuberance, filling the entire hall with a joyous atmosphere. Then, the banquet concluded. Ling Feng, weary, returned to the small room prepared for him by Kaido. Finding the soft, inviting bed, he collapsed face first onto it, and soon, the sound of snoring filled the air. It seemed he had succumbed to intoxication. Time passed, second by second. After an indeterminate duration, the door to Ling Feng's bedroom was suddenly pushed open. A woman in a pink dress, her face veiled by sheer fabric, slowly entered, gently closing the door behind her. A night raid. How thrilling. If Ling Feng were still conscious, he would surely think so. The veiled woman lifted her leg and stealthily approached Ling Feng, each step light, as if wary of waking him. Gradually, she neared the bed, climbed onto it, and positioned herself atop Ling Feng, who lay there soundly asleep and utterly defenseless. With a cold smirk, she drew a dagger from behind her and plunged it viciously into Ling Feng's back. Aimed at his heart. Thud, the sharp blade sliced through Ling Feng's body with ease, penetrating him completely, akin to cutting through tofu. Yet, to be on the safe side, she thrust the dagger several more times, ensuring he had drawn his last breath before ceasing her assault. Afterward, the woman descended from Ling Feng's back, gazing disdainfully at the lifeless body on the bed. The vice-captain? Is this all he amounts to? At this moment, she began to genuinely believe the rumors that Ling Feng might indeed be Kaido's illegitimate son. Otherwise, why would Kaido appoint such a worthless individual as vice-captain? As for the dissimilarities between Ling Feng and Kaido, particularly their physiques, why do those who question not take a look at the nearby emperor, Big Mom? She has birthed countless children, each one of peculiar sight, differing in size and shape. Hence, one cannot discern whether Ling Feng is Kaido's offspring solely based on physique. Carelessly discarding the dagger, the woman prepared to leave. Owing to the banquet, nearly everyone in the Beast's pirates was celebrating, completely unguarded. As long as she departed silently, no one would suspect her when they discovered Ling Feng's lifeless form the next day. Thud. However, just as the woman turned to leave, a dagger suddenly pierced through her heart. If she wasn't mistaken, it was the very dagger she had used to kill Ling Feng. How could this be? Struggling to turn her head, she beheld an unbelievable sight. Ling Feng stood grinning behind her, clutching a dagger that protruded from his own back, emerging from his chest. Why are you still alive? The woman, or rather, the mouse-headed man exposed before Ling Feng, was recognized despite her hat, veil, and dress. This was the very person who had previously taunted Ling Feng's qualifications as vice-captain. The reason for her disguise? Likely to avoid being seen entering his room. Yet, she possessed no self-awareness. Did she truly believe that donning a hat, a veil, and a women's dress would render her unrecognizable? Or did she think that such attire would convince others she was a woman? No, they would only perceive her as a pervert. Who sent you to kill me? Ling Feng countered, refusing to answer the mouse-headed man's question. He believed he had only recently traversed into the world of pirates, subsequently brought here by Kaido. Thus, enemies? Non-existent. Yet, the mouse-headed man had previously made his life difficult and now attempted to take his life directly. Ling Feng couldn't believe this was solely the mouse-headed man's own idea. After all, his status in the Beast's pirates was merely that of a low-ranking member. For someone of such stature, even a change in captaincy would be insignificant, let alone the addition of a vice-captain. How could he possibly desire to kill him? Therefore, the mouse-headed man must have had someone backing him, someone of calamity-level standing. Only such an entity would care about an additional leader above them. Ling Feng, do you think I would tell you that it was Lord Jack the Drought who sent me to kill you? You fool. Even if you kill me now, what of it? Lord Jack will avenge me. Though I do not know why you survived my stab, your pathetic strength is nothing but a mere insect before Lord Jack, easily crushed beneath a foot. Ling Feng, I shall await you in hell. After divulging all he had to say, the mouse-headed man fell silent. Ling Feng stared at the corpse on the ground, rendered speechless. How dare you call me a fool? You claim you wouldn't reveal the mastermind. Count how many times you mentioned Jack the Drought in your little speech. Ling Feng felt insulted by the mouse-headed man's assumption of his intelligence. Was he afraid Ling Feng wouldn't realize Jack was behind this? Yet, even knowing this, what could he do? With his current strength, would he dare seek revenge against Jack the Drought? That would be tantamount to courting death. Although he wouldn't die, death would only make him stronger. Forget it. This is not the time for such thoughts. How should I deal with this mouse's corpse? Ling Feng gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, lost in contemplation. Boss, I can help with that. Just then, the door swung open, and a dog-headed man appeared before Ling Feng. Grinning, he addressed Ling Feng. Boss, I am Shag Long, your most loyal subordinate from now on. I have long found that mouse-headed man displeasing. And now he dares to attempt an assassination on you. He deserves to die. In fact, it seems far too lenient to merely stab him to death. So, boss, I propose I take care of him. Chop him into pieces, fry him up, and feed him to the dogs. What do you think of this plan? Faced with the sudden appearance of this self-appointed subordinate, Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback. What is happening in this world? Moments ago, someone tried to kill me, and now someone wants to be my lackey. However, who doesn't appreciate a sycophant? Moreover, as the vice-captain of the Beast's pirates, it would be embarrassing to venture out without a few capable henchmen. Even if this dog-headed man appeared rather weak, it mattered not. Ling Feng had never cared whether his subordinates were strong or weak, for they would undoubtedly be stronger than him, with this self-awareness. He replied, Then you can handle this mouse-headed man. Ling Feng waved his hand, signaling Shaglong to drag the mouse away. Free labor is always a delight. Understood, boss. Shaglong smiled at Ling Feng, then grasped the foot of the mouse's head, ready to drag it away. Wait, did you just say your name is Shabi? Ling Feng thought it only proper to show some respect to someone who had been the first under his command. Respect, after all, begins with knowing one's name. Boss, I am Shaglong. Shaglong continued to smile cheerfully, unfazed by Ling Feng's mispronunciation of his name, taking it not as an embarrassment but as a badge of honor. However, that was the name I bore before meeting the boss. Since you have renamed me Shabi, I shall henceforth be known as Shabi. Ling Feng thought, what on earth? Is it really necessary to flatter so excessively? Even as the object of such flattery, he found Shabi's obsequiousness rather excessive, though he was the vice-captain of the Beast Pirates. In truth, he held little power over the crew. Why was Shabi so sycophantic towards him? Had he read the script? Did he know that while Ling Feng might have been a mere dog in the beginning, he could very well become a ruler among emperors later on? Shabi, you have a promising future. Though I do not comprehend why you hold me in such high regard, I, Ling Feng, assure you that when I reign supreme, you shall have the world as your home. Ling Feng sought to demonstrate that being a sycophant has its merits. Especially when one is a sycophant to him. One day, he would ensure that sycophants would have everything. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. I, Shabi, believe that day will come soon, and visions of such glory already dance in my mind. He envisioned his boss seated upon a throne of celestial power, adorned with a crown signifying supreme authority, wielding a scepter that commanded the world, gazing ahead with an aura of invincibility. Beneath the throne knelt kings from various races, merfolk, giants, diminutive folk, angels, and beast folk, all bowing before his boss, absorbing his teachings, and I, Shabi, would stand at the foot of the throne, proclaiming to the kings of myriad races to present their fairest maidens for the boss's pleasure. Ling Feng thought, what the hell? Can this Shabi even speak? What does he mean by having the kings offer up their maidens for my enjoyment? Am I that kind of man? Indeed, Ling Feng answered with conviction. He glanced at Shabi, who understood him well. Shabi met Ling Feng's gaze and replied, it's only natural. The two shared a knowing laugh, their mirth echoing through the air. At a century hence, history would commemorate this day as the moment when laughter sealed the fate of the world. One cannot deny that a sycophant and a narcissist make quite the perfect pair. The following day, Ling Feng awoke from his slumber. How should one describe it? This was, without a doubt, the most restful sleep he had enjoyed in 3 days. Previously, he had been sleeping on the grass of an empty island. How could that compare to the comfort of a bed? Of course, that was only part of the reason. The most significant factor was the presence of a beautiful companion, which undoubtedly enhanced the quality of his rest. Sitting up in bed, Lingfeng looked around. Where is the beauty? Oh, it was merely a dream. He patted his head, lamenting how he had mistaken a dream for reality. Alas, having gone 3 days without the taste of meat, had he truly fallen to the point of dreaming such dreams? Indeed, fine food and drink lead one astray. It is worth noting that during his time on the empty island, he had not once thought of women. Yet now, upon joining the beast pirates and indulging in good food and drink, TSK, the comforts of life indeed stir desires. Lu Sun spoke truly. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, in the marshal's office, Akainu stood before Admiral Sengoku, presenting him with a document. What is this? Sengoku inquired, eyeing the file with curiosity. Latest intelligence. Kaido of the Beasts brought a man to Onigashima last night. This man is now the vice-captain of the Beast Pirates, Akainu replied. What? Sengoku exclaimed, shocked. The sudden emergence of a vice-captain in the Beast Pirates was a significant matter. It could potentially alter the dynamics of the new world. Currently, among the 4 emperors, only the red-haired pirates had a vice-captain. The other 3 had only captains. However, the red-haired had once served aboard the ship of Pirate King Roger, where a vice-captain existed, so his establishment of such a position likely held no special significance. But the other 3 pirate crews were different. Whitebeard was undoubtedly the captain, and his crew consisted entirely of his sons, who were of a younger generation and could not possibly have a vice-captain. The same applied to the Big Mom pirates, where all the strong members were also her offspring, rendering the notion of a vice-captain impossible. The Beast Pirates, however, were distinct, unlike the familial structures of Whitebeard and Big Mom. The talents within the Beast Pirates were all recruited by Kaido, and nearly all were Zoan-type devil fruit users. In this context, Kaido bringing back a person and appointing him as vice-captain was quite remarkable. Did Kaido believe he had found someone worthy of standing alongside him? Otherwise, why assign that man to the vice-captaincy instead of promoting one of the disaster members to become the 4th? He must have deemed this man's abilities to surpass those of the disasters. With this thought, Sengoku felt a twinge of anxiety, focusing intently on the document Akainu had provided. If his assumptions were correct, then this newly appointed vice-captain of the Beast Pirates, even if not on par with Kaido, would certainly not be far behind. The mere existence of the 4 emperors already gave him a headache. Now, a potential new powerhouse among them. Sigh. Was it easy being the admiral? Why must they complicate matters for him? Sengoku glanced at the document in his hand, which featured a photograph at the top. Without needing to think, he knew it was the image of this newly appointed vice-captain of the Beast Pirates. TSK, is it necessary to be so ostentatious? Sengoku glared at the photo, which depicted Lingfeng seated in what should have been Kaido's position. His expression one of arrogant defiance, as if to say he was the true master. This sight irked Sengoku. I swear, it's not because I'm jealous that Lingfeng is more handsome than I. Continuing to peruse the document, he found Lingfeng's name listed within. Lingfeng? That is quite an unusual name. Nevertheless, Sengoku dismissed it. The world was vast, and it was not uncommon for peculiar names to arise. He hastily skimmed through the report, primarily seeking the evaluation of Lingfeng. 10 minutes later, Sengoku finished reading the report concerning Lingfeng. The evaluation contained only a few points. Prone to self-destructive behavior, ostentatious, narcissistic, and arrogant, but seemingly of average strength. The report even suggested that Lingfeng might be Kaido's illegitimate son, though the likelihood of this was minimal. Average strength? Akainu, are you certain? Sengoku set the report aside, regarding Akainu with scrutiny. If he were indeed average, that would be excellent news for the Navy. No, I believe this Lingfeng fellow is quite powerful. Akainu countered, shaking his head. Why do you say that? Sengoku asked. First, the report indicated that when Lingfeng first appeared, he sat in Kaido's seat and boldly declared Kaido's retirement, claiming the captaincy for himself, while this was ultimately dismissed as a jest. The report noted that Kaido had made no objection to Lingfeng's audacious act. Was that not telling? If Lingfeng were truly weak, how could he dare to so openly usurp Kaido's position? As for the illegitimate son theory, could an illegitimate child so brazenly disregard the authority of a man who was one of the 4 emperors? The report also stated that during his self-introduction, Lingfeng proclaimed to all the pirates that the vice-captain was the one who would take over as captain upon the death of the current captain. clearly indicating his ambitions for usurpation. The reason for not taking action is likely due to the inability to contend with Kaido. Yet, even if he cannot prevail, the mere fact that Ling Feng can utter such words indicates that he possesses sufficient confidence. Believing his strength is not significantly inferior to Kaido's. Even in the event of a falling out that leads to conflict, he believes he can still extricate himself unscathed, regardless of the reality. Akainu asserts that no one understands Ling Feng better than he does. Well, your argument does seem plausible, Sengoku remarked, tapping his fingers on the surface of the desk. Indeed, the report clearly states that Ling Feng's entrance was marked by arrogance, as if he held no regard for the beast Kaido, and he did so in front of the entire Beast Pirates crew. Those who dare to act in such a manner are either fools or formidable. Sengoku cast another glance at Ling Feng's photograph, pondering, such a dashing young man surely cannot be a fool. If he is not a fool, then he must indeed be formidable. Garp, you rascal, we are engaged in serious discussions here. Can you refrain from munching on Senbei? Sengoku lamented, his mind troubled by how to address the unexpected emergence of Ling Feng. Just then, the sound of Garp crunching on Senbei reached his ears, further aggravating him. How can you, a naval hero, spend your days in the office sipping tea and snacking on Senbei? Is the naval hero's salary so easy to obtain? Sengoku fumed. Garp, oblivious, continued to munch away. Sengoku, what are you talking about? Swallow that Senbei before you speak, Garp replied, taking a sip of tea and swallowing his snack. Now, I'm saying, you all can discuss your matters while I enjoy my food. I don't see how that conflicts. Garp insisted. Conflict? This is work time, for heaven's sake. You munching on Senbei has no justification, Sengoku retorted, though Garp fell silent, seemingly recognizing his fault. Here, take a look at this information. Sengoku handed Garp the documents related to Ling Feng. Garp received it, and, upon seeing Ling Feng's picture, burst into laughter. What is this lad's name? His posture is downright imposing. It reminds me of my days commanding God Island, where one man could hold back 1,000. Impressive, impressive. Where is this kid? I think he aligns with my vision that I shall make him my successor, the next naval hero. Sengoku felt a surge of frustration, his brow furrowed deeply. Garp, I was inquiring how you plan to handle this kid. Not to praise him. Moreover, he is currently the vice captain of the Beast Pirates. How could he possibly join the Navy? Besides, haven't you always wanted to groom your grandson to be the naval hero? Why the sudden change of heart? Lu Fei, don't even mention that boy. He's lost his mind, constantly shouting about wanting to be the pirate king, as if Roger was anything special. Wasn't he always running from me? Does living a life of being pursued by the Navy feel so liberating? Thus, I have given up on making Lu Fei a naval hero. Now, I have found a new target. This kid, even if I must beat him, will become my successor. Garp declared passionately that I believe that under the influence of my iron fist of love, he will agree to join the Navy. Sengoku was left speechless. This stubborn old man was resolute, and it seemed unlikely that even the strongest ox could sway him. However, if it were possible to draw the enemy's strength to their side, perhaps it wasn't such a bad idea after all. Garp, what do you see in him? Sengoku asked, genuinely puzzled that it wasn't that he doubted Garp's judgment, but rather that Garp's taste had always been questionable. Previously, Garp had sought to make Fire Fist Ace a naval hero, only for Ace to become the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Then, abandoning Ace, Garp had aimed to make Lu Fei a naval hero, and now, the Straw Hat Lu Fei had a bounty of 30 million, making him the most wanted pirate in the East Blue. If it weren't for Garp's reputation, Sengoku would have sent someone to suppress this rising star. After all, while 30 million was a modest bounty, the emergence of such a disruptive force in the traditionally weaker East Blue could lead to unpredictable developments, especially since the Straw Hat crew was still young and full of potential. Unlike the 4 emperors of the New World, who, while immensely powerful, had already peaked and were unlikely to ascend further, those individuals, even without the Navy intervening, would soon find themselves dethroned by new powers. What do I see in him? Clearly, he possesses the same dominating aura as I do. Garp replied matter-of-factly. Aura? Sengoku scoffed, regarding Garp, who was now digging for dirt in his nose with his pinky. It was hard to associate that with any semblance of grandeur. Garp had been lounging in the Navy, living off the fruits of his labor for years, without engaging in any real battles. This thought made Sengoku nostalgic for the days of yore, when neither of them held their current titles. Back then, They were merely ordinary sailors, charging to the front lines during battles, facing formidable foes, and vanquishing them. How long had it been since they experienced such a passionate life? Time had dulled their fervor, transforming them into shells of their former selves. Now, as the fleet admiral, Sengoku found himself buried under heaps of paperwork, spending his days either reviewing documents or attending meetings. His current existence bore little difference from that of an ordinary office worker. As a fleet admiral, it was impossible to return to the front lines. He now appeared as just another amiable old man, devoid of the ironclad aura that once instilled fear in pirates. On Onigashima, in Ling Feng's modest abode, he turned to Sabo and inquired, "Sabo, you must have spent quite a while in Wano, right? Are there any interesting places there?" "Of course, for someone as formidable as you, boss. The Flower District is undoubtedly a place where you can showcase your prowess. How about we pay a visit today?" Sabo suggested eagerly. "Flower District, you say?" Ling Feng replied with a suggestive glint in his eye. "That name certainly seemed fitting for men like us to explore. Let us go," Ling Feng declared, waving his hand decisively, ready to impart a lesson to the beauties of Wano. However, just as he stepped outside, he awkwardly looked at Sabo and asked, "Which direction is the Flower District?" "Boss, hop on my back, and I'll take you there." Sabo transformed into a large dog, lying on the ground and inviting Ling Feng to mount him. Ling Feng was genuinely moved by Sabo's willingness to serve him in such a manner. He vowed that when he ascended to power, he would ensure Sabo feasted on the finest bones, for it would be a disservice to his conscience otherwise. With a swift motion, Ling Feng mounted Sabo's back, and Sabo quickly bolted toward the flower capital. However, just as they departed on Onigashima, they were confronted by a man blocking their path. Jack, one of the three calamities of the beast pirates. Seeing Jack standing in front of them, Ling Feng frowned and patted Sabo's back. Sabo glanced back at Ling Feng, grinning widely, understanding his boss. "I know you have never been inferior to anyone, nor do you enjoy looking up to others. What right does this mere Jack have to command your respect?" With that, Sabo enlarged himself, transforming from a 2-meter-tall dog into a 10-meter-tall giant canine. This allowed Ling Feng, perched atop him, to look down upon the less than 9-meter-tall Jack. Ling Feng, taken aback, thought, "Who told you I have never been inferior to others? Who told you I dislike looking up to anyone?" Yet, as he glanced down at Jack, he relished the feeling of superiority. "Sabo, I never realized there was someone in this world who understood me so well. I, Ling Feng, promise you, once I ascend to the throne, I shall undoubtedly provide you with an endless supply of bones to gnaw upon." Ling Feng patted Shabi's back, offering words of praise. It is worth noting that his previous patting was merely a request for Shabi to release him. After all, although he had yet to experience the might of Drought Jack, he was certain he would not stand a chance against him, just as Shabi would not. Dismounting from Shabi was a precautionary measure to avoid injuring him when the time for battle arrived. He, on the other hand, was not in danger of death. However, if such a devoted canine as Shabi were to perish, it would indeed sadden him. Unexpectedly, Shabi misinterpreted his intentions. Yet, he found this misunderstanding to be quite delightful. Immensely so. Woof woof, Shabi barked joyously, seemingly in sync with Ling Feng's commendation. Ling Feng felt a surge of satisfaction. A loyal dog who knew how to enhance his master's prestige, content with merely receiving bones as a reward. Could there be a better dog in the world? Absolutely not. Shabi, you are indeed the finest canine companion in existence. Thus, Drought Jack, what is your purpose in intercepting me along the way? Ling Feng, seated upon Shabi's back, gazed down at Jack with an air of arrogance. Whether he could defeat him was another matter, but he certainly could not allow his dignity to falter. After all, he was the vice-captain, while Drought Jack was merely a calamity. His stature overshadowed that of his opponent. How could he possibly show weakness? Vice-Captain Ling Feng, you have miscalculated that I am not here to intercept you, but rather to await your arrival. Drought Jack replied with a smile. I have heard tales of your prowess as a formidable pirate of the New World. A force that even Whitebeard could only aspire to rival. My admiration for you, Vice-Captain, flows like an unending river, relentless as the surging Yellow River. Speak plainly. Ling Feng shot Jack a glance, thinking that if he were to believe Jack's fanciful words, he would indeed be a fool. Had he truly been a powerful pirate of the New World, did he really possess strength that eclipsed even Whitebeard's? What was this? Did Drought Jack, a mere elephant, intend to contest with Shabi, a dog, for the title of my most devoted follower? Very well. I am most impressed by your strength, Vice Captain, and I humbly seek your guidance. Fear not, for I am tough-skinned and resilient, unfazed by your might. Even if, by chance, you were to inadvertently slay me, it would simply affirm that Drought Jack is indeed such a man, a death not worth mourning. Drought Jack revealed his true intentions to Ling Feng. Ah, so this fellow seeks to challenge me, Ling Feng thought, bemused. This man had sent assassins after him the previous night, only to fail. Now he had come personally. Yet, if he wanted to engage in combat, so be it. What was this pretense of seeking guidance? Hypocrisy. Pure hypocrisy. Are pirates now adopting the tactics of the Navy, favoring courtesy before conflict? Despite Jack's overt intentions to kill him, his words reeked of respect and the desire for a contest. Even employing the term guidance, he was elevating Ling Feng while belittling himself. Thus, even if he were to be accidentally slain by Jack during their ensuing battle, Jack could later explain to Kaido that he had no knowledge of Ling Feng's frailty. It was merely a casual greeting that resulted in an unexpected demise. Kaido would likely not hold him accountable for such an unfortunate mishap. One must admit, Jack was remarkably astute in his considerations. Do you truly wish for my guidance? Ling Feng regarded Jack with a cold smile. Do you believe yourself worthy of it? Upon hearing Ling Feng's derision, Jack clenched his fists, a glint of cold fury flashing in his eyes. This brat had gone too far. His courtesy was a privilege for Ling Feng, yet the young fool dared to treat it with disdain. Were it not for Captain Kaido, Jack would have dealt with him directly, without the need for idle banter. Jack appeared furious, yet Ling Feng seemed unfazed. You just claimed that I possess strength beyond that of Whitebeard. If I am indeed beyond such comparison, what audacity allows you to seek my counsel? Do you presume yourself mightier than Whitebeard? If you fall short of even his might, what leads you to provoke me, a vice-captain of such formidable standing? As a crew member of Kaido, have you not learned the art of defense, but instead taken a liking to folly? Yet Kaido engages in such folly with assurance of survival. Do you possess such assurance? Of course I do. Drought Jack roared internally. If I truly had strength that eclipsed Whitebeard's, I would be a fool to challenge you. I am merely indulging in some boastful banter, and you dare believe yourself to be that powerful? You, an insufferable little brat, are not even worthy to carry Whitebeard's shoes. Naturally, these were Jack's private thoughts, not meant for utterance. Caution is prudent. Should his words reach Kaido's ears, it could spell trouble for him. Regardless, Ling Feng was personally brought back by Kaido. To openly provoke Ling Feng would be akin to slapping Kaido in the face. Although Jack was brawny, he was not devoid of intellect. He understood that disrespecting Kaido would lead to dire consequences, hence he opted for this method of challenge, even choosing to confront him outside of Onigashima. To facilitate this challenge, he shamelessly boasted of Ling Feng's prowess, hoping to inflate the young man's ego to the point where he would agree to impart his wisdom. Ultimately, during this impartation, he could accidentally end Ling Feng's life. He had spent an entire sleepless night crafting this perfect scenario. Yet, was this all? This scoundrel Ling Feng was proving far too elusive. How could he maintain such composure at such a young age? Therefore, Vice Captain, you refuse to guide me. Drought Jack's demeanor shifted, exuding a formidable aura. He had scanned the surroundings with his observation hockey and found no one present. Thus, if he could swiftly conclude this battle, none would be the wiser regarding his involvement. By heavens, this fellow is ready to reveal his true intent. Ling Feng felt a twinge of alarm. Indeed, he was not in danger of death, but what if Drought Jack, realizing this, opted to capture him instead, imprisoning him in a dark cell, surrounded by 100 beautiful maidens, draining him day after day? How could he endure such a fate? If only Drought Jack could fathom Ling Feng's thoughts. He would surely scoff. You little brat, your fantasies are quite amusing. If such pleasures were attainable within a dark cell, I would have locked myself away long ago. It would hardly be your privilege. However, even if Drought Jack had such designs, executing them would prove challenging. After all, his size made it difficult to find suitable companions, let alone 100 beautiful maidens, despite the formidable physiques of many pirates. When it came to finding partners, they often realized the hardships of their stature. Perhaps Whitebeard had remained without a wife due to the difficulty of finding a suitable match. What if I simply choose not to guide you? Ling Feng frowned at Drought Jack's nearly threatening words. That he merely wished to be a quiet and handsome figure. Yet why must he be subjected to such provocations? Did he possess a face that invited mockery? No, he considered himself rather handsome. At some point, a mirror appeared in Ling Feng's hand and he gazed into it, his right hand tracing a figure eight beneath his chin, narcissistically proclaiming, "Ah, Ling Feng, how can you be so remarkably handsome? You truly leave no room for other men to thrive. Yet, were I a woman, I dare say I would fall in love with you. Goodness, this little brat is utterly self-absorbed. How revolting." Drought Jack felt a wave of nausea wash over him. However, he was swiftly silenced by Ling Feng's retort. "Swallow that nonsense back down." Ling Feng glared at the feigning Jack, who appeared on the verge of retching. Gulp. Drought Jack swallowed hard, bewildered by his own compliance. He suddenly lifted his head, casting a cold glare at Ling Feng. "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a handsome man before? Or perhaps you have never encountered a younger individual wielding greater authority than yourself? Do you still dare to provoke me? I have shown you leniency, yet you are nothing but a calamity. Without my grace, you are less than a mere dog. Don't believe it. If you doubt me, come and strike me. Today, I shall thoroughly teach Kaido's subordinates a lesson. Their feeble strength is one thing. After all, it is a matter of talent that a man as young, handsome, and powerful as I am is beyond your envy. However, strength is one thing, and attitude is another. If you possess any capability, why not direct your blade towards Whitebeard, Big Mom, or Shanks? The enemies are right beside you, yet you are eager to turn against your own superior. You are but a worthless parasite, a blight. What use are you to anyone? If I were in your position, I would have long since taken my own life to apologize to the world." "Humph, useless fool. Shabi, let's depart." With a pat on Shabi's back, Ling Feng urged him to leave. Shabi glanced at the paralyzed Jack the Drought, seemingly humiliated by Ling Feng's words, and remained silent. He bent his body and leaped high into the air, soaring over Jack's head before vanishing from his sight. On Shabi's back, Ling Feng chuckled, reveling in the exhilaration of leaving with such bravado. Suddenly, Jack the Drought's fingers twitched. In an instant, he transformed into a colossal mammoth, its trunk wildly thrashing towards the sky, and its front legs stomped down with a thunderous roar. After venting his frustration, fear replaced his fury. In the face of Ling Feng's earlier verbal humiliation, did he not wish to retort or retaliate? Yet, the mammoth could not move. At that moment, when he met Ling Feng's gaze, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, rendering him immobile, unable even to part his lips. He could only stand there, subjected to Ling Feng's scorn. It was undoubtedly the most humiliating moment of his life. Fortunately, no one else was around to witness it. What a terrifying individual. Who on earth is he? I initially believed he would only boast. Yet he possesses the ability to render me powerless, to be at his mercy. Is he even human? I would not be so thoroughly subdued even in the presence of Kaido. Jack the Drought forced a bitter smile, realizing he had encountered an unyielding foe, one akin to a steel plate that could not be pierced even if he broke his own legs against it. Had Ling Feng chosen to strike him, he would have met his demise. Yet, Ling Feng chose not to kill him at that moment. Jack the Drought was touched by Ling Feng's magnanimity. Were he in Ling Feng's position, if anyone dared to provoke him or even attempt to take his life, he would have impaled them with his tusks, lifting them high into the air, casting a contemptuous glance at his adversary before flinging them to the ground and trampling them into a bloody pulp. But what of Ling Feng? In the face of provocation, he merely chose to humiliate him with words instead of resorting to violence. How noble of him! Furthermore, Jack the Drought could sense from Ling Feng's words that he was not only mocking him, but also admonishing him with a tone of disappointment, hoping he would come to his senses. Indeed, we are all part of the same pirate crew. What grievances could there be? Even if there are disagreements, must they lead to bloodshed? What sense is there in turning our fists against each other? Would it not be more fruitful to direct our efforts against Whitebeard? Vice Captain, thank you for sparing my life. From this day forth, my life belongs to you. That if you command me to confront Whitebeard, I shall not pursue Big Mom. If you instruct me to chase after Akiji, I shall not pursue Akano. Turning around, he bowed deeply towards the direction Ling Feng had departed. Meanwhile, Ling Feng had entered the flower capital. He had never anticipated that he would find a follower through his scolding. Indeed, in this day and age, no one listens to reason. They all seem to crave suffering. That moment, on the streets of the flower capital. Boss, just ahead lies Flower Street, the most prosperous area of Wano country, filled with numerous brothels and courtesans. On my days off, I often pass the time here. I must say, the beauties of Wano are truly enchanting. Speaking of enchantment, Shabi licked his lips, seemingly lost in reminiscence, which disgusted Lingfeng. He kicked Shabi's leg and scolded. "Pa, how vulgar. Is that how you describe women? Enchanting? Shabi, yes, yes, yes. The boss understands perfectly. In this regard, I am no match for you." "The old lecher," Shabi replied, attempting to curry favor. "For me, those courtesans are indeed enchanting, but for you, they are utterly unworthy of your stature. However, indulging a little is still acceptable. Given your status, shouldn't you be paired with a princess? As luck would have it, I happen to have news of a princess. Though she is a princess of a fallen kingdom, a princess nonetheless. Moreover, this princess conveniently works on Flower Street and is widely recognized by the citizens of Wano as the most beautiful woman in the land. Her true identity is Keizuki Hiyori, the daughter of the former daimyo Keizuki Oden. She now goes by the name Kamurasaki, hiding in the Flower Street as a courtesan." Lingfeng, what? Does this guy really know the script? He even knows that Kamurasaki is a princess? Or is it that this is not a secret within the Beast Pirates? Perhaps they are merely keeping her as bait to lure Momonosuke. Well, since we are on the subject of Momonosuke, I must say he must die. How do you know that courtesan is a princess? Lingfeng asked, his curiosity piqued. After all, Keizuki Oden was killed by Kaido and Orochi. Was he not? If Kaido knew that woman was a courtesan, why did he not kill her? Maybe Kaido is also a lecher. Upon seeing such a beauty, he couldn't bear to kill her. Shabi replied tentatively. Lingfeng, are you joking with me? He slapped Shabi on the back of his head. With Kaido's physique, even if he wanted to, what could he do? Shabi rubbed the back of his head, looking aggrieved, after a moment of hesitation. He said, "It might be similar to how some nobles keep mermaids, though they cannot engage with them. Merely gazing upon them is a delight." Lingfeng? Though he felt Shabi was rambling, he couldn't help but find some logic in his reasoning. "What nonsense! Do you think Kaido is like you, a lecher?" Lingfeng slapped Shabi's head again. That if Kaido were truly a lecher, how could he not even have a wife? Just look at Big Mom, who has changed husbands more times than one can count. "Boss, could you perhaps go easy on me when you hit me in the future? I might end up brain dead," Shabi complained, rubbing his head, his face full of grievance. Why must he suffer like this? As a minor member of the Beast Pirates, he was already overlooked and often bullied. He thought that by aligning with a powerful leader, he would no longer be bullied, only to find that the leader himself was the one doing the bullying. "Boss, according to scientific research, pigs have a higher IQ than dogs." Though he knew this might challenge Lingfeng's authority, he couldn't help but voice it. After all, he had no redeeming qualities except for his honesty, which often got him into trouble. Confronted with Sabo's rebuttal, Lingfeng, without a moment's hesitation, retaliated with a sharp slap. "Sabo, are you truly that foolish? Scientific research. Can one place their trust in such a concept? Then please enlighten me using science. How do you explain the existence of devil fruits? Can you elucidate how hockey manifests? Furthermore, how do you account for the 6 forms of the Navy that surpass human limitations?" Faced with Lingfeng's barrage of inquiries, Sabo could muster no response. Rendered speechless, I see. Thus, do not place your faith in science. It is merely a ruse concocted by scientists to deceive you pirates. Pirates. You must believe in demons. Only they can grant you true power. How absurd. Here I am, having traversed into the world of One Piece, and you still dare to preach science to me. Sabo, remember this, from now on. Do not trust in science. Trust in me instead, as your captain. Would I ever lead you astray? Absolutely not. Lingfeng patted Sabo's shoulder, conveying an unwavering confidence that following him was undoubtedly the right choice. Though I may strike you, scold you, and humiliate you, it is all for your own good. Sabo yearned to counter Lingfeng's assertions, believing that devil fruits, hockey, and the 6 forms of the Navy could indeed be explained through science. Yet he understood that voicing such thoughts would only invite another slap. Caught between enduring a slap and refuting Lingfeng, Sabo chose self-preservation. This aptly illustrates how truth can be subjugated beneath the weight of authority. How tragic! Yet even more lamentable are those who neither grasp the truth nor wield power. Enough with the gloom. Allow me, your captain, to treat you to a meal. Lingfeng rubbed his belly, having left home without breakfast that morning, and now felt a pang of hunger. Just then, he noticed a tavern not far off. As the saying goes, when hunger strikes, delicious food presents itself unbidden. Calling to Sabo, the two entered the establishment. Ling Feng promptly instructed the waiter to serve every dish available in the tavern. As for whether they could finish it all, after all, he wasn't the one footing the bill, so he wouldn't be bothered if they couldn't finish after indulging in their meal for a while. Ling Feng suddenly heard the sounds of revelry echoing from the street outside. Intrigued, he stood up, approached the window on the second floor, and looked down. To his surprise, it appeared that a parade was underway. "Captain, that is the most beautiful woman in Wano." Sabo pointed to the center of the procession, where a heavily made-up woman was seated upon a palanquin. "Is that so?" Ling Feng squinted at the distance. Recognizing the woman hailed as one of the three great beauties of the pirates, Xiaozi. Yet, her excessive makeup was rather unappealing. At that moment, he overheard two women's voices nearby. One remarked, "A woman must live as such." The other chimed in, "She can be replaced." Ling Feng thought, "What the? If it weren't for my knowledge of having crossed into the world of One Piece, I might have assumed I had landed in the Qin dynasty upon hearing those words. This street performance makes it seem as if the emperor were on a royal tour. Please, she is merely an entertainer. What is there to envy? A woman must live as such, and she can be replaced. Are entertainers so revered in Wano? Captain, I believe they are referring to her identity as the most beautiful woman in Wano, rather than as a courtesan," Sabo conjectured. Although Ling Feng remained silent, Sabo, as if reading his thoughts, voiced this observation. "Is that so?" Ling Feng nodded upon hearing Sabo's explanation, thinking to himself, "That makes sense. Being recognized as Wano's most beautiful woman is indeed the ambition of every girl here. Come, let us go downstairs." Since they had come to the red light district for amusement, encountering a courtesan surely warranted their involvement. Despite Xiaozi's less than appealing portrayal, it mattered little. As one of the officially recognized three beauties, they had to seize the opportunity. Men, after all, are so simple-minded. Upon seeing a beautiful woman, they yearn to claim her for themselves. "Yes, Captain." Sabo followed closely behind Ling Feng as they descended the stairs. "Excuse me, esteemed guests, you have yet to settle your bill." A waiter approached them just as they were about to leave. Hearing the waiter's words, Ling Feng burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Sabo, did you hear that? He actually expects me to pay? Ha ha ha." Sabo was perplexed, unsure of what his captain was thinking. Wasn't it customary to pay after a meal? Captain, you wouldn't happen to have forgotten your wallet, would you?" Sabo's inquiry was delicately phrased. He had intended to ask directly why Ling Feng was laughing. But after spending a few hours with him, he understood that such candor would likely earn him another slap. "Sabo, what do you mean by that? Do you not know who I am? I am the vice captain of the Beast's pirates. Do I look like someone who would forget his money?" Ling Feng glared at Sabo with disdain, despite the truth that he indeed had no money. Naturally, as a man who had crossed over to this world, he had no clue what the currency of pirates entailed, so how could he possibly have any? However, this had no bearing on his laughter. "Then, Captain, you," Sabo trailed off, his meaning clear. "If you have money, why not pay and leave? If they lingered too long, the courtesan would depart." "What do you mean by you? Are you implying I should pay for my meal?" Ling Feng shot a look at Sabo. "I told you before. You are foolish. Paying for a meal? That is what law-abiding citizens do. Who am I? I am the vice captain of the Beast's pirates, a pirate. You expect me to pay for my meal? Are you questioning my integrity as a pirate? And you? Were you not attempting to ask me for money just now?" Ling Feng turned his gaze to the waiter. However, the waiter had already collapsed to the ground, fainting, his trousers soaked through, the moment Ling Feng declared himself the vice captain of the Beast's pirates. The waiter realized he was in grave trouble. Where were they? Wano. Who holds the most power in Wano? Shogun Orochi. Nonsense. It is undoubtedly the mighty Kaido of the Beasts, and here stood the vice captain of the Beast's pirates. And he had the audacity to ask him to pay for his meal? He had made a monumental blunder. In that instant, the waiter chose to feign unconsciousness, hoping to escape unscathed. Observing the fainted waiter, Ling Feng felt speechless. What a coward. When I faced Kaido, I remained composed and dignified. This waiter, TSK, clearly lacks vision. My lord, I apologize profusely. This waiter is new and only a temporary worker. He was unaware of your esteemed status as the vice captain of the Beast's pirates. Please, I implore you, let this matter slide. Consider this a token of my goodwill." A man who appeared to be the owner hurriedly approached Ling Feng, wearing a fawning expression. He even offered a heavy bag of coins as a gesture of goodwill. Ling Feng accepted it. Who wouldn't he appreciate free money? Snap, he snapped his fingers, signaling Sabo to take the money. Then, Ling Feng approached the owner and patted his face, saying, "Young man, you have some sense. Today, in light of your understanding, I shall overlook the waiter's transgression. However, in the future, do not hastily use temporary workers as scapegoats. Understood?" He lightly tapped the owner's face twice. Understood. Understood. The owner bowed deeply, his demeanor one of trepidation. Owning a tavern in the red light district did not make one a small figure in Wano, but compared to the vice-captain of the Beast's pirates, he was nothing. "Well, given your good attitude, I will protect your tavern going forward. If anyone dares to dine and dash here, just mention my name." Ling Feng, understood? Since the owner had provided money, Ling Feng felt he should not leave him feeling disheartened. After all, one must balance a stick with a sweet date. Right? Understood. Understood. I completely understand. The owner smiled obsequiously, his wrinkled face nearly crumpling into a ball from his exaggerated grin. "Let us depart, Sabo." The smile of the boss appeared somewhat nauseating, leaving Ling Feng, who had just finished his meal, with an overwhelming urge to vomit. Consequently, he was eager to depart. Of course, it was not due to a pressing need to rescue the courtesan from her plight. "Take care, sir. Please visit us again." The boss continued to beam as he bid farewell to Li Feng's departing figure. It was only after Ling Feng's silhouette vanished from view that the smile was promptly retracted, transforming into a deeply morose expression. "Uncle, why do you treat that fellow with such deference?" At that moment, a young man appeared beside the boss and remarked, "I've heard that this new vice-captain is nothing more than a handsome waste of space, whose position is solely due to being Kaido's illegitimate son. Our backing is one of the three disasters, the plague, queen. There's no need to cater to the whims of a mere bastard." Clearly, the young man held Ling Feng in disdain. Upon hearing the young man's words, the boss shook his head, assuming the demeanor of a seasoned individual that he admonished, "Dongzi, do not mistake hearsay for truth. Even if we were to ascertain that he is indeed Kaido's illegitimate son, how can you be certain he is a waste? Moreover, even if he were truly inept, does Lord Queen fear such a person? But are we certain we can afford to provoke him? In short, Dongzi, this situation is far more complex than you realize. Heed my advice. If you encounter Ling Feng in the future, simply steer clear. It's not worth getting upset over trifles." With a sigh, the boss concluded his counsel. What illegitimate son? Ling Feng has been with the Beast Pirates for less than a day, and already this news has spread throughout Wano. Clearly, someone is fanning the flames. The waters here run deep, far beyond the comprehension of merchants like us. Whether Ling Feng is truly an illegitimate son or possesses any capability is of no concern to us. After all, losing a meal's worth of money and paying some protection fees is of little consequence. However, if we were to offend someone we cannot afford to, it could cost us our lives, a mere small fry. I cannot afford such risks. I understand, uncle, that I won't offend him. I will definitely avoid him in the future. Acknowledging his uncle's guidance, Kaido Donging nodded, aware that his uncle would not lead him astray. The boss is indeed formidable. It's truly impressive. Dining at the restaurant not only cost him nothing, but even earned him a profit. Shabi weighed the purse in his hand, filled with gold coins. It was worth at least several million berries. Of course, otherwise, how would I be the boss instead of you? Ling Feng shot Shabi a glance. Yes, the boss is right that I will never be the boss in this life. However, I believe that as long as I can serve well, one day I too can enjoy the privilege of settling bills with my face. Serving as Ling Feng's subordinate, Shabi took pride in his role. Nonsense, do you think just anyone can be Ling Feng's subordinate? Where did the flower cart go? Upon exiting the restaurant, Ling Feng realized that the flower cart had vanished. What is this? Playing hide and seek with me? Hey, you. Where did the flower cart that was just parading around go? Ling Feng reached out and grabbed a nearby man. Kid, do you know who I am? He arrogantly asked, only to be met with a resounding slap from Ling Feng. I don't care who you are. In Wano, even if Kaido were here, I would still do as I please. Are you implying your connections are more impressive than Kaido's? The bystander was left utterly dumbfounded by Ling Feng's slap. Initially, he intended to boast about his connections, claiming to know someone close to the Calamity Jack, a member of the Beast's pirates. However, he soon realized that Ling Feng didn't even regard Kaido with deference. Is this what it means to live in a world of the strong? At that moment, the bystander felt as if he had just emerged from a sewer, believing he had some connection to the three disasters, only to discover the overwhelming strength surrounding him. Ah Wei is dead. The bystander slumped, losing consciousness. Ling Feng cursed. What a useless fool. He tossed the unconscious man aside and turned to another bystander. Bystander B, trembling, pointed in a direction and stuttered. Today is the general's birthday, so, slap? You stutterer, quit talking so much. Ling Feng stepped forward, knocking bystander B unconscious as well. He then turned to Shabi and commanded, Shabi, transform into a dog. We are heading to Orochi's mansion. Yes, boss. In an instant, Shabi morphed into a large dog, and Ling Feng mounted him, urging him forward at a brisk pace towards Orochi's residence. Ling Feng aspired to emulate El Bu, riding Shabi by day and the lovely Xiao Zi by night. From a window on the second floor, the restaurant owner watched Ling Feng and Shabi depart, breathing a sigh of relief. He then summoned two subordinates to carry the unconscious waiter outside. You two, be discreet. Dig a hole in the outskirts and bury this useless fool. He nearly offended Ling Feng due to his lack of awareness. Had Ling Feng not been accommodating, I might have had to accompany him to the grave. The restaurant owner spoke with malice, his demeanor starkly contrasting the cheerful expression he wore while addressing Ling Feng. Yes, boss. His subordinates nodded in agreement. In Wano, human life holds little value. Or rather, in this vast sea, human life is practically worthless. Meanwhile, Ling Feng had caught up with Shabi, but soon realized something was amiss. Shabi had inexplicably left the city and found himself in the countryside. Damn it, Shabi, are you toying with me? Ling Feng exclaimed in frustration, despite being unaware of the location of General Orochi's mansion. Boss, I might be a bit lost, Shabi sheepishly admitted, patting his own head and grinning foolishly at Ling Feng. Ling Feng, hey, you're a dog. Even if you don't know the way, isn't your nose supposed to be functional? If not, do you want me to chop it off and feed it to you? Shabi looked utterly wronged. How can the boss be so cruel? I've been diligently serving you, and now you want me to eat my own nose. Ling Feng, are you really that dim? I was just joking. Do you honestly believe I would chop off your nose to feed it to you? Ling Feng was left speechless as Shabi's intelligence was genuinely concerning. Really? Boss, you were just joking. I thought you truly intended to chop off my nose. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Shabi sighed in relief, and his previously gloomy expression transformed into a wide grin. I knew the boss wasn't that cruel. I've been so dedicated to serving you. How could you bear to harm me? Shut up and hurry up to chase after Xiao Zi, Ling Feng replied irritably. While Shabi's intelligence was questionable, his naivety was a blessing. Those with less cunning often proved to be more loyal, and ambitious individuals typically preferred less intelligent individuals as bodyguards. The more foolish Shabi appeared, the clearer it became that he sought Ling Feng's support without ulterior motives. Yes, boss. Shabi obeys. With a swift reply to Ling Feng, Shabi immediately dashed back, sniffing the scent of the floral cart as he ran. Before long, Shabi caught the fragrance and quickened his pace. Ling Feng, perched atop Shabi, felt the exhilarating rush of speed. The fierce wind blew directly at him, tugging at his skin with its force point. 10 minutes later, Ling Feng and Shabi arrived before a magnificent palace. Before their eyes stood pavilions and towers, adorned with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. At the center, a crescent-shaped tree supported an ancient palace. Suspended in the air, presenting a breathtaking sight, with waterfalls cascading from beneath the palace like a fallen galaxy, splashing water everywhere. Was this truly the palace of the Great Snake? Damn, this fellow is living in luxury. Ling Feng felt a pang of jealousy as he recalled the room he had stayed in the previous night, then glanced at the opulent palace of the Great Snake. It was an imbalance that stirred discontent within him. However, where was the floral cart? Where was the courtesan? Ling Feng inquired of Shabi. Shabi, perhaps they have already entered the Great Snake's residence. Perhaps? I told you it might be. Bang, might? I don't want to hear that word might. Understand? Ling Feng exclaimed, delivering a flurry of playful punches to Shabi's head. Is it, or isn't it? I refuse to entertain vague terms. You scoundrels, who do you think you are? Do you even know where this place is? Scram! Ling Feng's sudden appearance caused the guards stationed at the Great Snake's residence to lose their composure, prompting them to approach and drive him away. Smack! Shabi, who had been submissive in front of Ling Feng, faced the guards with fierce determination. With a single slap, he sent the raucous guard flying. Who are you calling a scoundrel? Do you know who stands before you? This man is the esteemed Vice Captain Lingfeng of the Beast Pirates. His arrival here is a blessing for you, and you dare to order us to leave. Even General Kaido would not speak to my boss like that. Are you seeking death? Smack, smack, smack. Perhaps due to receiving too many hits from Lingfeng. Shabi was filled with pent-up rage that found an outlet at that moment. He mounted the fallen guard and unleashed a barrage of punches until the guard was knocked unconscious. However, it wasn't long before more guards poured out from the residence, surrounding Lingfeng and Shabi. What are you doing? Do you intend to rebel? Shabi shouted at the encircling guards. Kong Shiro, what do you intend to do with your sword drawn? Are you planning to strike at us? Think carefully. My boss is the vice captain of the Beast Pirates. Do you understand the consequences of attacking us? Even General Kaido could not protect you. Kong Shiro fixed his gaze on the man before him. A man who appeared quite ordinary aside from his striking handsomeness. Yet, this very man had become the vice captain of the Beast Pirates. Despite rampant rumors, claiming Lingfeng was Kaido's illegitimate son, Kong Shiro remained skeptical. Truth be told, if given the opportunity, he would very much like to test Lingfeng's abilities. But he could not. A failed test could mean death. His own demise was inconsequential. But, Vice Captain Lingfeng, may I inquire what brings you to General Kaido's residence? Kong Shiro asked, bowing respectfully to Lingfeng. Kong Shiro? Lingfeng smiled at him. Recognizing the figure, he seemed to be a retainer of Kazuki Oden, one of the Red Scabbards, yet he had concealed his identity to serve as a guard for Kaido. Nothing much. I merely heard that the most beautiful woman in Wano was attending a banquet hosted by Kaido. Coincidentally, I am also hosting a banquet and hope Kaido will grant me the favor of allowing Komurasaki to accompany me, while also advising her not to be ungrateful. Lingfeng stated calmly, delivering a statement that was profoundly humiliating. Yet, in his tone, he seemed to afford Kaido a semblance of respect. Kong Shiro bristled at Lingfeng's arrogant words. Even Kaido would not have the audacity to insult Kaido in such a manner. However, on the surface, Kaido were allies, and Kaido was ostensibly the ruler of Wano. Yet now, Lingfeng's words cut through the pretense, revealing a blatant disregard for Kaido. Kong Shiro was uncertain whether this was Lingfeng's personal sentiment or if Kaido had already prepared to turn against Kaido, sending Lingfeng to gauge the latter's strength. Of course, for Kong Shiro, a mole of the Kazuki family, a war between the Beast Pirates and Kaido was a delightful spectacle. The ideal scenario would be mutual destruction. Naturally, Kong Shiro understood the improbability of that. Compared to Kaido, Kaido was far too weak. Only when Kaido needed him was he the general of Wano. When Kaido did not require him, he would meet the same fate as Kazuki Oden. Vice Captain Lingfeng, this matter is beyond my authority. Please allow me to inform General Kaido so that he may decide. Kong Shiro made a respectful bow to Lingfeng before turning to enter the residence. Before long, Kaido emerged, followed closely by Komurasaki. Ha, brother Lingfeng, what brings you here? You are most welcome. Although it was their first meeting, Kaido was unabashedly familiar, extending his arms as if to embrace Lingfeng. However, Lingfeng offered no courtesy. I apologize, but I do not have the habit of embracing men. Kaido responded awkwardly. Caught in a moment of embarrassment, he hadn't anticipated Lingfeng's utter lack of decorum. Was this boy simply naive or brazenly fearless? In truth, I do not enjoy embracing men either. Attempting to save face, Kaido laughed. Since you have come, please join me. I happen to be hosting a banquet, and we can all share a drink together, discussing the situation at sea. After the banquet, you may take a few courtesans back with you. Upon hearing Kaido's words, Lingfeng rolled his eyes. Did he really think he could share drinks and discuss the state of the seas? As if he were Cao Cao, engaging him in a discussion of heroes over wine. What a pity that Cao Cao loved his wife. If only the pirate world had more appealing wives. He might have wanted to compare with Cao Cao. Wait, something feels off. The fleeting night of passion is but short, and yet here I am, akin to the very villain I despise. I have nothing to discuss with you. I am merely here to take Komurasaki away, and that is all. Lingfeng replied nonchalantly. Brat, you are showing me no respect at all. Even a clay figure has its pride, let alone a general of a nation. Lingfeng's blatant disregard was already one thing, but to outright seize Komurasaki from him. How could he tolerate that? It is well known that respect is earned, not given. Lingfeng scoffed, patting Shabi, who transformed into a dog, allowing Lingfeng to mount him. From this elevated position, he looked down upon Kaido and declared, Moreover, Do you think you have the privilege of demanding respect from me, as if you were the red-haired pirates? Kaido was left utterly baffled by Ling Feng's words. Yet, it was clear that Ling Feng was striking a blow to his ego. Kong Shiro, dispose of him. In a fit of rage, Kaido disregarded Ling Feng's identity. What if Ling Feng was the vice-captain of the Beast Pirates? He was still an ally of Kaido, and how dare a mere vice-captain stand over him with such arrogance? If he backed down now, how could he ever maintain control over Wano? What is it, Kong Shiro? Are you not going to act? Noticing Kong Shiro's hesitation, Kaido furrowed his brow, questioning whether he too was defying his orders or if he was intimidated by Ling Feng's title. Yes, General, Kong Shiro prepared to strike if his actions could provoke a rift between Kaido and Kaido. Then even if it cost him his life, it would be worth it. My lord, I shall join you. Lost in contemplation, Kwang Surong drew his mighty blade, fully prepared to embrace death, confronted by the vice-captain of the Beast Pirates. Unless Ling Feng was truly nothing but a worthless fool, his demise was all but certain. How dare you, scoundrel, lay your hands on my captain? Shabi interposed himself before Ling Feng, baring his teeth in a fierce snarl. The atmosphere crackled with impending violence. At that moment, Shaozi spoke up. No, Master Ling Feng. General Orochi, please do not fight for my sake. I am unworthy. I am merely a courtesan. To have garnered the favor of both esteemed gentlemen is enough for me to die without regrets. How could I allow you to shed blood on my behalf? You are both significant figures of Wano, heroes in the hearts of its people. Should anyone be harmed, it would be a loss for all of Wano. If someone must die, then let it be me. With that declaration, Shaozi, resolute, charged headfirst into the nearby pillar, seemingly intent on martyrdom. It was as if she was proclaiming, if your conflict is over me, then my death should quell your strife. Were it not for Ling Feng's awareness of her deep-seated enmity with Kaido and Orochi, he might have been deceived. Truly, one does not thrive in a brothel solely on beauty. Her words, cloaked in self-sacrifice, merely stoked the flames of discord. Indeed, upon hearing her words and witnessing her act of self-destruction, Orochi's face flushed with rage. He had initially intended to teach Ling Feng a lesson, but now he genuinely sought his demise. Fortunately, Shaozi was saved at the last moment by her maid, who yanked her back before she could collide with the pillar. Ling Feng, this is all your fault. You nearly brought about Shaozi's death? I will kill you. In that instant, Black Tar Orochi took matters into his own hands, his fury driving him to attempt a lethal strike against Ling Feng. Die, he bellowed, leaping into the air, wielding a katana aimed directly at Ling Feng, who was perched upon Shabi. Facing the onslaught, Ling Feng, for reasons unknown, remained unervingly calm, even filled with anticipation. After all, death could only make him stronger. What was there to fear? And a single strike to the neck would hardly be painful. What was there to dread? The audacity of this man. Why did he not evade? Black Tar Orochi was now directly above Ling Feng, his blade poised to sever the latter's neck. Yet, to his astonishment, Ling Feng remained utterly unmoved. Is he looking down on me? Does this brat think his flesh can withstand Kaido's defenses, rendering my attack inconsequential? Orochi, a man of considerable cunning, found himself losing his composure for various reasons. He had heard rumors the previous night that Kaido seemed intent on enacting a plan that required Orochi's removal, perhaps to establish a brand new Wano with his own son as the new general. This son was rumored to be none other than Ling Feng, Kaido's illegitimate child. Though mere gossip, Orochi sensed a kernel of truth in it. Despite being allies with Kaido, there had always been a schism between them. Even as a general of Wano, he understood that his position relied heavily on the might of Kaido, the Emperor of the Sea, which had long irked him. The brashness displayed by Ling Feng, coupled with his audacity in seizing Shaozi, and the subsequent act of self-sacrifice, culminated in Orochi's complete loss of reason. Die, you arrogant brat, he roared, and with a swift motion, his blade struck Ling Feng's neck. The blade sliced through flesh as effortlessly as cutting tofu. Blood sprayed across Black Tar Orochi's face, shocking all present. It was not the act of violence that astonished them, but the fact that the vice-captain of the Beast Pirates, Ling Feng, had indeed been dispatched so easily. Is this truly how the Beast Pirates appoint their vice-captains? Such weakness to hold such a title? Murmured the onlookers. The rumors indeed seemed confirmed. This wretch was undoubtedly Kaido's son. But how could such a weakling be born from the world's strongest creature? Could it be that Kaido was cuckolded? Fool, speak softly. If those words reach Kaido's ears, you'd be lucky to lose just one head. Another cautioned, indeed, now that General Orochi has slain Kaido's son, do you think Kaido will retaliate? Should we flee? Murmured the disloyal subordinates of Black Tar Orochi, already contemplating escape, unwilling to share his fate. Meanwhile, Xiaozi could only exclaim, "Meow meow meow." Her perception of Ling Feng had shifted. She once believed his arrogance stemmed from great power, but reality had taught her a different lesson. Those who are truly formidable often remain humble. While the ostentatiously proud are often fools, anticipating a fierce battle, she was instead met with this farcical outcome, and her forehead met her palm in disbelief. Ling Feng had exemplified what it meant to be all show with no substance. Falling without a fight at the hands of Black Tar Orochi, Ling Feng's head rolled. It tumbled across the ground. Black Tar Orochi, too, was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected Ling Feng to be this feeble. But with that realization came panic. Ling Feng's weakness only underscored his close ties to Kaido. How could Kaido allow such a worthless child to hold the title of vice captain? With the revelation of Ling Feng's frailty, the rumors solidified. This brat was indeed Kaido's progeny. The implications of killing Kaido's son weighed heavily upon Orochi. Would Kaido seek vengeance? Sweat began to bead on his forehead as he pondered how to explain this catastrophe to Kaido. Suddenly, a black claw erupted from his chest, clutching a still-beating heart. Black Tar Orochi gazed at the protruding claw and chuckled, relieved that he would no longer need to concoct an explanation for Kaido regarding the death of his illegitimate child. How absurd. I am on the brink of death, yet you find joy. Black Tar Orochi glared at his assailant, the formidable Shabi, who now stood before him, teeth bared in a menacing snarl, seizing the moment while Orochi had been caught off guard. Shabi had plunged his claw through Orochi's chest, grasping the general's heart in his grip. You. Black Tar Orochi was astounded. A mere dog dared to kill him. How dare you lay a hand on my master? You shall die. With that, Shabi withdrew his claw, holding the bloodied heart aloft. Black Tar Orochi could still see his heart, pulsing in Shabi's grasp. You dare to strike my master. Your heart has been claimed by a dog. This was not mere insult. It was an undeniable truth that in the next moment. Black Tar Orochi watched as Shabi tossed the heart into his mouth, crunching it between his teeth that moment. Black Tar Orochi was left with a singular thought. Can one live without a heart? The answer was clear. One cannot. Thus, the black charcoal serpent lay motionless upon the ground, its eyes wide open, refusing to close even in death. General! General! In an instant, chaos ensued among the ranks of the black charcoal serpent's followers. Their leader had just slain Kaido's illegitimate son, which had already instilled fear within them. Uncertain how to confront the impending vengeance from Kaido, the beast, they found themselves in an even more dire predicament. Before Kaido could even make his appearance, the black charcoal serpent had been brutally dispatched by Ling Feng's steed, the black dog. Xiaozi, meow 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 meow. The sudden arrival of happiness was overwhelming. Were it not for the fact that she was still within the confines of the black charcoal serpent's estate, she would have surely laughed aloud in joy, although she had longed to personally avenge her father by slaying the black charcoal serpent. She understood the futility of such desires. She was far too weak. Unless someone could subdue the black charcoal serpent and present him for her to kill, her aspirations would remain just that, aspirations. Now, with the black charcoal serpent's demise coinciding with the apparent mutual destruction alongside the vice-captain of the beast pirates, the situation seemed dire, even if the term mutual destruction appeared somewhat questionable. Regardless, both had met their end. It was evident that chaos would soon engulf Wano. Even though the black charcoal serpent was dead, once Kaido learned of his illegitimate son's fate at the hands of the black charcoal serpent, it was likely that the entire network of the black charcoal serpent's interests would be dismantled. Xiaozi felt a sense of elation at this thought. System. Host detected beheading. Host has perished. Host has revived. System. Host strength has been enhanced. Strength evaluation. Despite the enhancement, you remain a weakling. Therefore, please continue to court death. The long road ahead shall be accompanied by death, as only through death can you grow stronger. Strive on, dear host. Once you have perished 1,000 times, you shall be invincible. Of course, if you choose to inflict self-harm in your pursuit of death, I advise against it. Only death at the hands of others counts. And it cannot be a result of your own volition. Ling Feng revived. The severed head that had fallen to the ground soared back to his neck, seamlessly merging without a trace of injury. No one could discern that he had been decapitated. This spectacle left everyone in utter disbelief. Am I dreaming? This is utterly absurd. How is it possible? A head can be severed, and yet the person revived. This must be a nightmare. Some individuals lost their sanity, screaming and fleeing. The ninja guards loyal to the black charcoal serpent were at a loss, unsure whether to take action. Should they seek vengeance for the black charcoal serpent? But with their leader dead, what would be the point of revenge? Even if they succeeded, they would still face Kaido's wrath. My lord, from this day forth, we shall be your most loyal ninja force, willing to serve you unto death. Thus, the ninja guards chose survival over vengeance. After all, who were they to choose sides? Nearby, the madly loyal Kaido observed the scene, his lips twitching in disbelief. Goodness, you all possess no sense of honor. Do you not realize that this guard was the most trusted of the black charcoal serpent? And yet, they betray him the moment he falls. Such shamelessness, such treachery. My lord, I, Kaido, am willing to serve you unto death. After inwardly cursing the ninja guards, Kaido, once a loyal protector of the black charcoal serpent, knelt. His initial intention had been to act as a spy under the serpent's command, with the serpent's demise. He could simply switch allegiances to the beast pirates and continue his role as a spy. After all, whether under the black charcoal serpent or Kaido, they were enemies. Why not serve as a spy for either? However, Ling Feng paid no mind to the kneeling figures pledging their allegiance. Kaido was one of the Akazaya Nine, destined to clash with Kaido. Keeping such a person close would be akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. Whoever desires him may take him. I have no need to ask for the ninja guards. To kneel at the moment of their lord's death is disgraceful. Such individuals could easily betray you at any moment. Shachi, on the other hand, was commendable. Even after being decapitated by the black charcoal serpent, he did not flee nor kneel in supplication. Instead, he chose to ambush and eliminate the black charcoal serpent, Ling Feng. A gentleman of his caliber naturally preferred subordinates of Shachi's noble character. Thus, Ling Feng ignored the group of loyalists kneeling before him and rode Shachi straight to Shaozi, for his purpose that day was merely to seek enjoyment. Killing the black charcoal serpent was a mere side note, hardly worth mentioning. My dear, I have taken a liking to you. What say you? Perched upon Shachi's back, Ling Feng loomed over Shaozi, lifting her chin with a finger to ensure she could meet his gaze. Of course, regardless of her response, the outcome would remain unchanged, whether Shaozi agreed or not. It would not impede Ling Feng from taking her away. That a man must exhibit strength to win a woman's heart. A sycophant could merely watch as his goddess cavorted with other men, even offering protection while she engaged with them. Boss, you never said it quite like this. You clearly stated that a sycophant would have everything in the end. Did you not? Hurry up, just finish off the serpent. Faced with Ling Feng's domineering words, Shaozi smiled gently. I am but a weak woman. If my lord has taken notice of me, what can I do but silently endure? I only hope my lord will cherish me, for though I am a courtesan, this is my first experience. I care not for your first or second. Ling Feng scoffed, seizing Shaozi's wrist with force. As he yanked her towards him, she gasped in surprise, her body lifting off the ground and landing in his embrace. Ha! Shachi, let us depart. Laughing heartily, Ling Feng reveled in his victory, as he brazenly took Shaozi back to his hideout. Had this been a fantasy novel, it wouldn't be long before a young man came knocking at his door, would it? I hear you are Kaido's illegitimate child? On the journey back to Onigashima, Ling Feng was confronted by a man. The figure bore two horns resembling those of Kaido, adorned with a mask that evoked a ghostly visage, wielding a spiked club identical to Kaido's. He stood in the path Ling Feng must take to return to Onigashima. However, Ling Feng knew that the individual before him was not merely a man, but Kaido's daughter, Yamato. Kaido had always raised Yamato as a son, dressing her in male attire, and even his subordinates referred to her as young Master Yamato. No, that is mere rumor. Ling Feng shook his head at Yamato. Did I share a brotherly bond with Kaido? How could I possibly be his illegitimate son? Such talk is nothing but gossip. You, a young lady, should not heed the words of others. How do you know I am a girl? Yamato stammered, flustered at having her gender exposed, while her identity as a girl was not a significant secret within the Beast Pirates. As most high-ranking members were aware, it was curious that Ling Feng, an outsider, knew that because your father has betrothed you to me, Ling Feng replied with a smile. Thus, my true identity is not as Kaido's illegitimate child, but rather as his son and Laud at this moment. Xiaozi, still held in Ling Feng's arms, felt her face flush with indignation. How shameless could Ling Feng be? Here she was, cradled in his embrace, and he dared to flirt with another woman right before her eyes. How dare you? She vowed to drain him dry by nightfall, ensuring he understood the serious consequences of inciting a woman's wrath at son-in-law. Hearing Ling Feng's words, Yamato's lips twitched. I refused to believe it. Kaido would never betroth me to anyone. The relationship between Yamato and Kaido is far from harmonious, to the extent that she does not even refer to him as father, but simply by his name. This discord primarily stems from her aspiration to become a man like Kazuki Oden, having long harbored dreams of embarking on grand maritime adventures. However, Kaido forbids her from setting sail, even going so far as to affix an explosive handcuff upon her, ensuring that a detonation would occur should she venture beyond the borders of Wano. Consequently, this has perpetuated a strained relationship between her and Kaido. Despite his intentions being protective, it is crucial to remember that at that time, Yamato was merely a little girl of no more than 10 years. What fate could await such a child on the high seas? One might fear that upon her return, she would be burdened with the consequences of her adventures. Moreover, Kaido has many foes upon the ocean. While they may not be able to best him, should they discover that Kaido's daughter is adrift, they would undoubtedly seek revenge against Yamato. Hence, as a father, Kaido cannot be deemed wholly negligent. Though he does not excel in his paternal duties either. If you doubt this, you may inquire with him directly. Why are you stopping me? Ling Feng chuckled, suddenly recalling something. Turning to Yamato, he said, by the way, I remember Kaido mentioning that your dream is to set sail for adventure, correct? Initially, he would not consent, as you are too fragile. However, with my presence, as long as you marry me, I will protect you. And he will no longer confine you to Wano. Although Kaido never explicitly stated this, it is of little consequence as a man. One must learn the art of deception when it comes to women. While material possessions, wealth, and physical appearance may play significant roles in courting a partner, eloquence holds even greater importance. That he, Ling Feng, was once able to charm several young ladies with mere words while riding a small electric scooter. A textbook example of charisma, that was him. Other men might settle for mere physical intimacy, but he sought it all: body, mind, and even wealth. What defines a remarkable man? It is not those who are wealthy and maintain multiple mistresses, but rather someone like him, who can extract riches from women with nothing but his words. You protect me? Upon hearing Ling Feng's assertion, Yamato laughed and removed her Oni mask. Beneath it lay a youthful visage, precisely the type that Ling Feng adored. Yamato possessed the allure of a youthful face paired with a generous bosom. However, dressed in a loose-fitting mail coat that concealed her figure, she offered Ling Feng no immediate gratification. Yet, this was of little concern. In Ling Feng's eyes, Yamato was not going to escape him. But a Navi girl who had remained in Wano her entire life, how could she possibly resist the advances of an experienced man like him? It was unthinkable. Compared to Kazuki, Ling Feng found himself more captivated by Yamato's simplicity, her cuteness, her authenticity. Though their physiques may not align perfectly, this was the world of One Piece, where impossibilities were mere fantasies. Furthermore, he possessed a system, albeit one that currently seemed rather unimpressive and unhelpful. Nevertheless, he believed that this was due to his inability to fully unlock its potential. Just as with women, the system required careful cultivation. One could not simply accept its assertions without question. That would denote an immature system. That a mature system could evolve independently, adapting to the desires of its host and manifesting the abilities they sought. What? Am I incapable of protecting you? Upon hearing Yamato's query, Ling Feng chuckled. I appear weak to you. Yamato, you possess some self-awareness. Yamato, here, let me enlighten you. Ling Feng continued. There is a saying, do not judge a person by their appearance, nor the sea by its depth. Do you understand what that means? Yamato shook her head, adorably perplexed. What does it mean? Ling Feng replied, cough, cough. It means that while those who are conventionally attractive often possess limited strength, individuals like Kaido, Whitebeard, and Big Mom, who may not be aesthetically pleasing, are indeed formidable. However, this does not apply to me. I am a rare exception, a man who is both handsome and powerful, as Ling Feng elaborated. Yamato's lips twitched. Although I may seem naive, Could you refrain from treating me like a fool? Is that what you meant? Even if you wish to assert your strength, do you really need to use Kaido, Whitebeard, and Big Mom as a backdrop to bolster your claims? Furthermore, you mentioned 3 of the 4 emperors. Why not include Shanks? Is it because he is rather dashing? Pa, what is so handsome about that scarred face? With one arm missing? Ling Feng retorted. Speaking of Shanks, I have more to say. That guy was not a 4 emperor until he lost his arm. After that, he became one. What does this indicate? It reinforces my previous assertion that attractiveness generally correlates with weakness. After Shanks lost an arm, his looks diminished and his power soared. Thus, it stands to reason that strength and beauty are interconnected. Just look at the 3 admirals of the Navy. You'll understand. Handsome equals weak, while unattractive equals powerful, and I am the singular exception, a man who embodies both strength and beauty. Of course, you need not feel envious, for a man like me, who is both handsome and powerful, will soon be your husband. Come, let your husband embrace you, and see if Kaido has kept you well-fed and healthy. If he has allowed you to grow thin, I shall confront him and challenge the beast pirates. Yamato, for reasons unknown, despite thinking that Ling Feng was speaking nonsense, she felt an overwhelming urge to leap into his arms. How could this be? Was she developing feelings for a man? Impossible, shaking her head vigorously. She pointed her kanabo at Ling Feng and declared, since you claim to be so powerful, let us engage in combat. If you truly are stronger than I, and can indeed take me to sea, then what would deter me from becoming your wife? It was evident that Yamato would not be swayed by Ling Feng's words alone. Only by defeating her could he prove that he was not lying. Ling Feng? Well, this Yamato was not easily deceived. Why must this girl insist on fighting? Is she not acting too unladylike? Yet, considering her lineage as Kaido's daughter, one could hardly expect her to be refined. However, to engage in a battle. What a jest! Given Yamato's stature, it would be miraculous if he could withstand even a single strike. As Kaido's only daughter, she would surely be on par with the calamities, far beyond what he could contend with. So, what was he to do? Ling Feng held on to the petite Kazuki in his arms, contemplating deeply. System, detected that the host has been provoked by a woman he admires, leading to feelings of displeasure. As a man, your dignity is at stake, prompting you to charge at Yamato with a sliding tackle, intending to make her aware of the power dynamics at play, only to be thwarted by her thunderous technique. System, the above is a precise analysis of the likely outcome following the host's impulsive actions. Thus, I advise you once more, do not act rashly. The fierce tigress before you cannot be subdued by mere tactics. Ling Feng? Damn it, you insufferable system. Are you so cheeky? Instead of analyzing my potential failures, why not grant me the power of an admiral, so I can finish this fight in one blow? Then I could lie down with Kazuki on one side and Yamato on the other. How splendid that would be. System, a host reflects the system. Thus, you are the reason for its inadequacies. Ling Feng, damn. Is there no alternative to merely analyzing my actions? Perhaps you could identify a flaw in Yamato that would allow me to triumph despite my disadvantages? System, I am also seeking such a method, hoping to ascend above my host rather than remain a waste of a system. Ling Feng, damn. I am truly angered. System, you better apologize and grant me the strength of an admiral, or I will lodge a complaint against you. System, should you locate a means to file a complaint against me, consider it a victory. Ling Feng raged at the system, hoping to provoke it into proving its worth by enhancing his abilities from level 1 to 100. However, the system remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to his words. Ling Feng was taken aback. Was the system truly so resilient? It did not retaliate against his insults. What was this? Afraid to duel him? Upon encountering Ling Feng, he remained silent, a frown creasing his brow, tinged with disappointment. Was the man before him merely a handsome figure with a silver tongue? Was all his prowess merely an embellishment? What was he thinking? I was merely contemplating the manner in which I could engage you in combat without inflicting harm. Ling Feng waved his hand dismissively, asserting, I, Ling Feng, the absolute sovereign of the fighting realm, have Kaido bound me to the beast pirates through his admiration for my strength, nearly overwhelming enough to obliterate him with a single punch. Otherwise, how could such a trivial crew as the beast pirates accommodate someone of my stature? With my power, I could inadvertently shatter you. Thus, do not be foolish. Indeed, I fear not defeat at your hands, but rather the unintentional consequence of my strength resulting in your demise. After all, boasting incurs no tax, and Ling Feng shall boast as he pleases. Are you truly that formidable? Hearing Ling Feng's grandiose claims, he began to waver in her conviction. Could it be that such a slender frame concealed unparalleled strength? Yet, why was there no evidence of it? Aren't the strong supposed to emanate an aura of power from within, palpable even without direct confrontation? Or perhaps, was it that I was simply too weak, unable to resonate with Ling Feng's prowess? Are you really that strong? Upon hearing He's inquiry, Ling Feng chuckled. Isn't that an obvious statement? Ling Feng, if I were to claim the title of the second strongest in the New World. Even Whitebeard would hesitate to proclaim himself the strongest. Had I not considered Whitebeard's advancing age and frailty, a challenge against him would undoubtedly result in a crushing defeat. Of course, as a junior, I respect Whitebeard. After all, he earned the title of the world's strongest man through great effort. Should I seize it now, he would likely depart this world with regrets. Thus, I have resolved to await his natural demise before claiming the title. A gesture of respect for the elderly. Ling Feng, your noble character moves me. You could have effortlessly claimed the title of the world's strongest man from Whitebeard, yet you abstain out of consideration for his age. Surely, his spirit would thank you. Ling Feng's self-aggrandizement left her at a loss for words, especially the last comment. Was there no shame? Moreover, Whitebeard was still very much alive. Did he imply that his spirit was already in the afterlife? Ling Feng, oblivious to He's thoughts, would undoubtedly have retorted that it was not an imprecation. According to his calculations, the war at Marineford was merely a month or two away. Thus, Whitebeard could not endure much longer. Was it wrong to send him off early? Well, I believe your words, but I still wish to experience the strength of the world's strongest man, or rather, the strength that surpasses that of the world's strongest. At that moment, He tightened her grip on her kanabo. Her gaze filled with determination. The tremendous aura emanated from her, bearing down upon Ling Feng. Conqueror's Haki. Ling Feng was taken aback. What the hell? This woman is not adhering to the script. You say you don't believe me, and I can accept that, but now you claim to believe me, and yet intend to attack? Is that excessive? If you were to strike, so be it. I fear not for my life. However, utilizing Conqueror's Haki is crossing the line. What if I were to be knocked unconscious under the weight of her Haki? Wouldn't that render all my previous bravado utterly foolish? Just as Ling Feng panicked, the system chimed in. Sensing that the host is about to be humiliated, as the system, I feel a sense of indignity. Therefore, I shall forcibly awaken your Conqueror's Haki. Women should be conquered with the might of a domineering so. Boom! In the next moment, an unparalleled force surged from Ling Feng, a shocking impact radiating outward in all directions. The clash of Ling Feng's Conqueror's Haki with He's tore the sky apart. The earth trembled, countless rocks flying like cannonballs in all directions. The collision of their auras resembled the detonation of a nuclear bomb. Though no mushroom cloud formed, the resulting shockwaves caused the very ground to quake, while Ling Feng and He stood like immovable giants amidst the chaos. They were as steadfast as a stabilizing pillar. Unaffected by the surging tides around them, the clash of their Haki persisted until He staggered back 3 steps, using her kanabo to brace herself against the ground to prevent being swept away by the force. Only then did their Haki dissipate into the air. This event affirmed Ling Feng's might. She had lost the clash of Conqueror's Haki. This was her second defeat in such a confrontation. Well, in all of Wano, only Kaido possessed Conqueror's Haki. Thus, losing to Kaido was not disgraceful, especially considering he was her father. But now, losing to an outsider was a bitter pill to swallow. Was this truly the realm of the powerful? Kaido's reluctance to let her leave Wano stemmed from the fact that there were numerous strong individuals like Ling Feng on the seas, seeking to protect her confidence. At that moment, He felt a profound sense of loss. Meanwhile, the scoundrel Ling Feng seized the opportunity, appearing right before her. Beautiful lady, I believe you require a shoulder to lean on. Do not hesitate, for this shoulder is prepared just for you. He patted his shoulder. However, He regarded him with a strange expression, seemingly questioning whether his slight frame could truly support her. Realizing her thoughts, Ling Feng was bewildered. How could he have forgotten the disparity in their sizes? Damn it, system, you better come out. Is there any way to make me a bit bigger? Ling Feng mentally shouted at the system. System, which aspect are you referring to? Ling Feng. System, this is not the time for your nonsense. I mean my size. What else could it possibly refer to, system? Oh, size. My apologies, but I cannot assist with that. And if you meant that other aspect, well, I cannot help with that either. Just asking if you're angry. Ling Feng was infuriated, almost wishing to smash the annoying system. What was the point of jesting at such a time? Dehi, do not be disheartened. Losing to me is not a grave matter. Even if your father were to compete against me in Conqueror's hockey, he would also lose. Thus, it is entirely normal for you to lose. There is no need for sorrow, truly, without a shoulder to comfort you. I can only offer words of consolation. Remember, it is not your weakness, but rather my overwhelming strength. Although the seas have yet to hear my legend, I belong to that category of individuals who reach the pinnacle upon debuting. Honestly, losing to me is nothing to be upset about. Ling Feng placed a hand onto He's face. Quite smooth. Scratch that? I hope to soothe your wounded heart with gentle affection. Yes, I believe in you. Suddenly, Dehi lifted her head, gazing at Ling Feng with a playful smile. Darling, let us go home. With that, she swept Ling Feng into her embrace and dashed towards Onigashima. Ling Feng. His head was enveloped in an embrace, leaving him to relish the sensation of asphyxiation. Yet, how could Dehi's mood shift so rapidly? She had immediately dubbed him darling. Were the girls in the world of One Piece so easily swayed? Meanwhile, Shabi and Xiao Zi stood in stunned silence. Had Ling Feng truly abandoned them? Especially Xiao Zi, who inwardly cursed him, scoundrel, bastard, jerk. You forcefully take me away and then find new love halfway home. Is it that I am no longer charming enough? Or is Momonosuke incapable of drawing his sword? However, despite her grievances, she still wished to leverage Ling Feng's identity to infiltrate the beast pirates. Thus, leaving in a fit of rage was not an option. Shouldn't you hurry and chase after your boss? Xiaozi admonished Shabi with an exasperated pat on his head. Yes, sister-in-law. Shabi smiled at Xiaozi before swiftly pursuing the direction in which Ling Feng had vanished. He had no intentions regarding his boss's woman. Bang! What have you done to my daughter? She's crying and insisting she wants to be your wife. In the chamber of Beast Kaido, he slammed the table in fury. His gaze fixed menacingly upon Ling Feng. Just last night, his daughter Yamato had the audacity to approach him, declaring her desire to marry Ling Feng and inquiring when the wedding would take place. Kaido was utterly exasperated. After nurturing a radiant gem for over 20 years, was she truly willing to be taken away by a man he had only just met? Although he held a certain fondness for Ling Feng, he certainly did not intend to relinquish his daughter so easily. Did I say anything? Ling Feng mused. Perhaps it is simply my excellence that attracts the ladies, is it not? Bah, you little brat. You have some nerve to call yourself excellent. I fail to see any merit in you. Kaido retorted, irritation evident in his tone. If I am not exceptional, then why did you appoint me as your first mate? Ling Feng countered. You possess no self-awareness. My choice to make you first mate was merely a testament to your ability to survive. If I were to embark on a journey to end my own life, at least I would have company. Did you truly think it was your excellence that swayed my decision? Kaido bared his teeth, clearly agitated, as Ling Feng had already crossed a line. If Ling Feng could not provide a satisfactory explanation, Kaido vowed to make his life a living hell, even if he couldn't kill him. Kaido, your reasoning is flawed. Do you presume my ability to survive is all there is to me? No, it is but a trivial aspect of my capabilities. Ling Feng proclaimed, his eyes narrowing as he unleashed his conqueror's Hakai. In that moment, Kaido was taken aback. What? This little brat has awakened the conqueror's haki. His disbelief was palpable. In his estimation, Ling Feng lacked any royal qualities. How could he possibly manifest such power? This was not in accordance with the criteria for awakening conqueror's haki. Could it be that Kaido had misjudged? Was this boy truly an extraordinary powerhouse? Yet, even if he possessed conqueror's haki, so what? Many had such abilities, but there were only 4 emperors of the sea. That if Ling Feng wished to marry Kaido's daughter and inherit the beast's pirates, mere conqueror's haki would not suffice. Kaido regarded Ling Feng with newfound respect due to his display of haki, but it was merely a fleeting impression. For someone of his caliber, possessing conqueror's haki was merely foundational. It held little significance. Who said anything about inheriting the beast's pirates? Kaido, do not flatter yourself. The only thing that draws me to you is your daughter Yamato. As for the beast's pirates, whoever desires to inherit can do so. I have no interest. What is so thrilling about being a pirate? Had Kaido not coerced him, he would never have joined the beast's pirates in the first place. Haha, Ling Feng, you are quite something. I knew I had not misjudged you. You are indeed not one to be tamed. That a mere beast pirate's crew hardly deserves to be my son-in-law. My son-in-law must at the very least aspire to be the pirate king." Perhaps Kaido had misunderstood. He interpreted Ling Feng's words as an indication that Ling Feng aimed to build a force even more formidable than the beast's pirates. However, in reality, Ling Feng simply expressed his disinterest in piracy. As for establishing a power, he was merely a newcomer in this pirate world. Such thoughts were far beyond him. Nonetheless, Kaido's misconceptions led him to a favorable conclusion. "Since you wish to create better conditions for my daughter, formidable strength is essential. Consider this devil fruit a sponsorship from your father-in-law. Your first investment, that I hope you can unify the seas and make Yamato the first lady of the ocean." Kaido produced a spiral-patterned devil fruit from seemingly nowhere and presented it to Ling Feng. Ling Feng stared at the fruit, unsure whether to accept it. After all, he was to marry Yamato, yet the betrothal gift had not even been proposed, and here Kaido was, presenting a devil fruit as a dowry? What a grand gesture! Wait, could it be a synthetic devil fruit? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Synthetic devil fruits had side effects, and failing to consume one properly could result in becoming a mindless fool who could only laugh. If that were the case, was Kaido truly helping him or setting him up for disaster? "What are you thinking, you little brat? How could I possibly offer my son-in-law that kind of trash?" Kaido snapped, his irritation rising. "This is an authentic devil fruit, not some synthetic rubbish. I don't believe you." Ling Feng scoffed. "You." Kaido's eyes widened in disbelief as he raised his hand, ready to strike Ling Feng. Instantly, Ling Feng flashed a grin, exclaiming, "Haha, dear father-in-law, I was merely jesting. Why resort to violence? You are my esteemed father-in-law. After all, how could you wish me harm?" With that, Ling Feng snatched the devil fruit from Kaido's hand and took a bite. Kaido, witnessing Ling Feng's swift change of demeanor, could only laugh in exasperation. This brat was charming in many ways, but his audacity was unmatched. Ugh, this is revolting. The moment Ling Feng swallowed the devil fruit, he felt an urge to vomit. It was said that devil fruits tasted like excrement, and though he had never tasted excrement, he could confidently say this was the most distasteful thing he had ever consumed. Indeed, to acquire great power, one must endure suffering beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. System. The host has consumed the devil fruit, gaining immense power, yet simultaneously cursed to never be able to swim again. For a lecherous host who yearns to frolic with maidens at beach parties, this was a despair too great to bear. Thus, host, utter the words daddy, and this system will benevolently lift the curse. Ling Feng, system, you do realize that overly intelligent systems are not favored by readers, right? If you continue to be so cheeky, I will have a word with the author and have your intelligence erased. System, host daddy, I apologize. I will immediately assist you in lifting the curse. The curse has been lifted, and the host can now revel in beach parties. Do provide the readers with some benefits. Dear readers, since I have said this, surely you won't hold it against me, right? Did you just bite into it like that? Kaido remarked, incredulous at Ling Feng's lack of hesitation. Ling Feng rolled his eyes. What else should I have done? Should I wash it, slice it, and eat it with a knife and fork? Would that have seemed more sophisticated? Kaido, all right, perhaps eating it directly is indeed better if I were to follow Ling Feng's suggestion. It would be too pretentious. Beast's pirates' crew consists of real men. Such dainty methods of consumption do not suit us. Besides, we are pirates, not celestial dragons. We have no need for such rules and ceremonies. Though, it should be noted that the celestial dragons were not particularly known for their etiquette either. However, you do understand the side effects of devil fruits, right? If one consumes a second devil fruit after already having ingested one, the powers of both fruits would collide within the body, causing it to explode. Previously, Kaido had thought Ling Feng's immortality was a result of a devil fruit ability, but now, seeing Ling Feng consume the devil fruit without hesitation, it became clear that his ability to resurrect did not stem from a devil fruit, which was quite intriguing. Indeed, Kaido's initial judgment had not been in vain. Despite Ling Feng's brash demeanor, he was undoubtedly a talent. Ling Feng suddenly widened his eyes, disbelief flooding his expression as he gazed at Kaido, his complexion paling. Kaido, what did you just say? Eating 2 devil fruits will cause a person to explode. No way. No way. You must be joking. Kaido. What? This little brat. No way, he genuinely doesn't know this widely known fact. So his previous immortality was indeed a result of a devil fruit ability. Kaido felt a wave of despair. His daughter had finally found a suitor, And if he inadvertently caused his demise, Yamato would surely despise him. Though, to be fair, she wasn't fond of him anyway. Little brat, hurry up. There's still time. Spit it out quickly. Kaido of the Beasts had never been this anxious before. He even contemplated lifting Ling Feng by his collar. Yet, Ling Feng suddenly pointed at Kaido and burst into hearty laughter. Ha! Kaido, I was just pulling your leg. You believe that so easily? Of course, I know that consuming 2 devil fruits would lead to an explosion. Before Ling Feng could continue his mockery, Kaido slapped him with tremendous force, instantly turning Ling Feng into a mere paper figure. That detestable little rascal, upon realizing he had been tricked by Ling Feng, Kaido felt an overwhelming rage. If only Ling Feng were his illegitimate child, he would surely regret not having splattered him against the wall back then. System, host has died. Host has been revived. The host's strength has been significantly enhanced. From the system's sincere assessment, the host's current physical condition has reached the average level in the pirate world. Ah, that feels good. Ling Feng stood up from the ground, stretching his waist. Surprisingly, after dying and being revived, he felt as if his mental state had reached its peak, that it was akin to the time he had gone 3 days without food on Sky Island. And upon dying and reviving, he no longer felt hunger. This must be what they call a full-state revival, right? However, system, just how strong is this average physical quality in the pirate world? Ling Feng was curious. After all, averages can be misleading. If he averaged his defense with Kaido's, how astonishing would that be? If he averaged strength with Whitebeard, how incredible would that be? For instance, if he combined his strength with Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, and red-haired Shanks, he would possess the power to shake the world. Although, without him, that combination would still have the power to stir the world, Ling Feng asked, but the system remained silent. He shrugged it off and looked at Kaido, saying, Kaido, so you do know that eating 2 devil fruits would cause an explosion. Kaido was momentarily stunned. Was he a fool? Of course he knew. Kaido remained silent, but Ling Feng noticed the look of disbelief in his eyes and retorted. You re the fool here. Isn't your hobby suicide? Since you know that eating 2 devil fruits would lead to death, why don't you just consume this one? If you do, you'll be dead. Kaido. Indeed, this little brat was truly a fool. As you said, my interest is in suicide. If my interest is in suicide, under what circumstances can I maintain this interest? Ling Feng pondered and replied, under the premise of being alive. Huh, looks like you're not entirely dim. Yes, if I were dead, how could I commit suicide? I must remain alive to pursue that. Do you understand? Kaido regarded Ling Feng as if he were perched atop an intellectual pinnacle, surveying him. Were it not for the disparity in strength, Ling Feng would have slapped him across the face. He despised being outdone in arrogance. Moreover, what a ridiculous rationale. To continue pursuing suicide, one must remain alive. He might as well claim that his physical constitution differs from that of ordinary people, and thus, consuming 2 devil fruits would pose no threat. And this is the extent of your reasoning. How unimpressive. Such an answer is utterly unworthy of the title the strongest creature. By the way, what ability does this devil fruit grant me? Ling Feng inquired. Can't you feel it yourself? Kaido replied lazily. I can feel it, but can't I wish to hear it from you? Ling Feng retorted, displeased. Damn it, who do you think I am? You should be grateful for receiving a devil fruit from me. And yet you treat me as if I'm your commentator? Smack. Kaido slapped Ling Feng dead once more. This time, the force was greater than before, reducing him to a puddle of mush. For some reason, Kaido seemed to relish this sensation. What a tremendous release. System, host has died. Host has been revived. The host's strength has been enhanced. Host, I'm not bragging. With your current strength, you can bully any commoner in the pirate world at will. Revived, Ling Feng was incensed upon seeing the system's evaluation. I've died so many times, and all I can do is bully commoners. This system is utterly useless. System, all right, the term commoner may not satisfy the host. How about I replace it with celestial dragon? At least, you could easily take down 2 of those worthless celestial dragons like Charlos. No. The host should be able to take down their entire family of 3 with ease. Ling Feng, let us not even mention the likes of Charlos. He merely brings down the entire celestial dragon's reputation, though, to be fair, most of the celestial dragons that have appeared so far are indeed rather pathetic. However, we should still believe that there are some formidable individuals among them. Otherwise, they would have been overthrown long ago. Wait a minute. Why are we even discussing the celestial dragons? Ling Feng shook his head, then angrily rebuked Kaido. Kaido, You've gone too far. Do you think I'm a balloon? Just slapping me around? I can get angry too, you know. Don't force me to unleash my primal strength and knock you down with a single punch. If it weren't for the fact that you are the father of my woman, even if you were a dragon, I could still turn you into a worm. Ling Feng's character was well understood by Kaido. He knew that such boastful claims were not to be taken seriously. Kaido took a swig from his flask, exhaled, and said to Ling Feng, "Little brat, it's just a slap. You die in an instant and feel no pain. So why be angry? It's not about whether I can feel pain. It's about pride," Ling Feng replied. "After all, I'm your son-in-law. You can't just slap me around like that. Those who see us might think we're just fooling around, while others might assume I'm a worthless son-in-law with no rights," Ling Feng countered. "These days, being a son-in-law is no longer in vogue. Nobody enjoys watching a submissive protagonist. Do you understand?" "I don't understand," Kaido roared. Ling Feng chuckled. In this day and age, someone without reasoning dared to shout so loudly. Did he think that shouting louder made him impressive? Smack. Kaido slapped Ling Feng again, causing him to explode. Then, he looked at the revived Ling Feng and declared, "In this day and age, speaking loudly doesn't guarantee one is impressive, but having a strong fist certainly does. Come on, if you dare to rebut me today, I'll just slap you dead again." Kaido taunted Ling Feng, provocatively beckoning him forward, reminiscent of Shintung. Furious, Ling Feng charged at Kaido and landed a punch. Boom! Ling Feng unleashed all his strength, delivering a powerful blow to Kaido's face. However, that full-force punch barely caused a ripple on Kaido's visage. "Ling Feng, is this the extent of your strength?" Kaido laughed, effortlessly grasping Ling Feng, who was still airborne, and slammed him into the ground with force. The impact created a massive crater, once again reducing Ling Feng to a mere pulp. "Damn it, you're pushing me," Ling Feng roared upon reviving. "Let me transform." Roar. In the next moment, Ling Feng transformed into a colossal dinosaur. Or rather, a Triceratops, with 3 sharp horns glimmering with menace. It seemed capable of piercing through anything in its path. "Kaido, taste my lightning trihorn charge," Ling Feng bellowed as he charged forward on all fours. The sheer weight of the Triceratops left deep impressions in the ground with every stride. Now, Ling Feng's size rivaled that of Kaido, perhaps even surpassing it. This was the ability granted by the devil fruit he had consumed, an ancient Zoan-type Triceratops fruit. Ling Feng was acutely aware that even in his Triceratops form, he could not match Kaido's strength. However, he was determined to grow stronger, and the only path to that strength was through death. Thus, he prepared to accumulate more deaths at Kaido's expense, hoping to enhance his power. Suddenly, the charging Triceratops leaped into the air, spinning like a top, transforming into a horizontal tornado and barreling toward Kaido. "Very well, young one. In this world, if you dare to lay a hand on me, although you may be weak, I must acknowledge your courage. Out of respect, I shall now demonstrate the formidable power possessed by those who stand at the pinnacle of the world." With a swift motion, the spiked club appears in the hands of Kaido, the beast. The conqueror's haki envelopes it as Kaido grips the weapon with both hands and swings it fiercely at the charging Triceratops. Undoubtedly, the creature is sent flying. Exploding midair in a shower of crimson as he watches the vanishing figure of Ling Feng. Kaido puts away the club and solemnly states, "Do you now comprehend the chasm that separates you from me? Have you experienced the might of the world's strongest? If you aspire to be my son-in-law, you have a long way to go. So strive. Set me as your goal, and one day, I shall await you at the apex of strength, anticipating the moment you attempt to dethrone me. Only then will you possess the right to be with Yamato, to bring her happiness and security. With your current strength, you could not even protect Yamato from harm." The following day, "Damn it, Kaido, have you gone too far? What do you intend to do?" Ling Feng, still in bed, is abruptly seized by Kaido. "What are you doing? From today onward, I shall train you rigorously to transform you into a man worthy of my daughter." Kaido declares loudly, "Train? I refuse to train." Ling Feng shakes his head, vehemently rejecting the idea. "Training? That's a pursuit for the inept, striving to catch up to innate talent. But am I inept? Certainly not. A true genius relies on 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. However, that 1% of inspiration is paramount, and for me, strength comes from the brink of death. Thus, training, you might as well cast me into a hellish environment. Perhaps then, through death, I would become invincible." Yet this remains his most profound secret, one he would never divulge to Kaido, even if the latter is his future father-in-law. You have no say in this. Initially, Kaido merely admired Ling Feng. However, since Yamato declared she would marry no one but him yesterday, Kaido has begun to regard Ling Feng as one of his own. If he did not care for Ling Feng, how could he possibly train him personally? As the captain of the Beast Pirates, Kaido has countless responsibilities. Yet here he is, waking Ling Feng early to personally oversee his training. What does this signify? It indicates that he is nurturing Ling Feng as his successor. Although Kaido is still relatively young compared to Whitebeard, the future belongs to the youth at his age. He is yet to dominate the new world. Even in his pride, Kaido feels he cannot replicate the legendary feats of his former captain, Rox, since he cannot achieve it himself. He must cultivate the next generation. Originally, he intended to nurture Yamato, but due to her lack of understanding, their relationship has been strained. Now, with Ling Feng's arrival, Kaido finally feels compelled to take action. If I cannot become the Pirate King, then let me guide this promising new generation to that title. Crash. Kaido hurls Ling Feng directly into the sea. Now, you should be a bit more awake, right? Ling Feng sputters. What the hell? You try waking up to being tossed into the ocean. So, Kaido, what exactly do you want? Ling Feng climbs out of the water, drenched, and decides to shed his soaked clothing, leaving only his undergarments. After all, he had already been in the hot springs earlier, so it hardly mattered. Ling Feng, I hope you're mentally prepared that I will train you in the strictest manner to make you a ruler of the seas, Kaido proclaims, nearly spitting as he speaks. Kaido, could you refrain from being so childish? You keep talking about being the ruler of the seas, and it reminds me of a certain man whose catchphrase is I will become the Pirate King. If I actually become the ruler of the seas, wouldn't that be tantamount to being the Pirate King? What if that man decides to pursue me? I have no interest in that. Ling Feng laments, perplexed as to why Kaido would want to train him. Does he think he has seen the script and knows Ling Feng will inevitably rise to power? Is he training him now so that when Ling Feng becomes king, Kaido can claim credit for his success? You know, when I grow old, I can tell everyone. Do you know the current ruler of the seas, Ling Feng? That was my prot-G. Thinking of this, Ling Feng inwardly curses, what a shameless idea. Has he spent too much time with me and learned my lack of shame instead of my other admirable qualities? Should I ask him for royalties? Enough with the chatter. It's time to train. A real man must possess impressive muscles, so I shall train your strength. You cannot appear so feeble that a mere breath could send you flying, Kaido declares. With that, he throws his spiked club at Ling Feng. Ling Feng, what the thud? Caught off guard, Ling Feng is struck by the club, crashing to the ground and becoming embedded in the sand, looking utterly defeated. Damn it, Kaido, were you even listening to me? I don't want to train. Ling Feng pushes against the ground, attempting to rise. However, it seems he has overestimated his own strength or underestimated the weight of Kaido's club. He discovers that he cannot even push the club off his back with his hands pressed into the sand. How heavy is this damn thing? Ling Feng exclaims in frustration. Get up, you useless brat. Kaido berates him. Are you treating the sand as Yamato? Lying in the sand must feel nice, huh? Do you want me to break you in half? 2. Ling Feng is taken aback that he never anticipated that this burly man would make such a crude joke, especially at his daughter's expense. Get lost. The 5 Elements mountain cannot weigh me down. What makes you think your puny club can? Kaido, I tell you, it's not the club that restrains me, but justice. Ling Feng shouts, then exerts himself, veins bulging, and with great effort, he finally manages to push the club off his back. What's with all this nonsense? Kaido is bewildered by Ling Feng's words. What on earth is the 5 Elements mountain, and what is this justice he speaks of? Kid, do you even comprehend your current identity? You are a pirate, and you dare lecture me about justice? Yet, seeing Ling Feng struggle against the club, Kaido feels a sense of relief. This shows the young one is not beyond redemption. Excellent. Next we will move on to swinging the club. Kaido instructs you see that small mountain to your left? When you can break that mountain with the spiked club, your strength training will reach a milestone. Ling Feng glances in the direction Kaido points and indeed sees a small mountain, approximately 45 meters high. What the hell, Kaido? Are you out of your mind? Do you want me to help you quarry stones for free? Ling Feng exclaims, thoroughly agitated. That mountain? Not a chance. Even with an entire year, he could not possibly destroy it. Forget about destroying it. He has no idea when he will even be able to swing Kaido's club, let alone use it to smash a mountain. This task is utterly impossible. Perhaps they should call Tom Cruise for this impossible mission. So, will you smash it or not? Kaido of the 100 Beasts silently raised his palm. Ling Feng, he threatened, do you think that by merely raising your hand, I will yield. Today, I shall demonstrate before you what it means to be a man of unwavering resolve, what it signifies to possess an indomitable spirit, to embody the principle that wealth cannot corrupt and might cannot subdue. With a resounding smack, Kaido brought his hand down, instantly slaying Ling Feng. You little brat. Where do you get all this nonsense? I warn you. I know you are not afraid of death, for you can resurrect. But tell me, do you fear being tossed into a cesspool if you do not train diligently today? Tomorrow I will cast you into the pit to keep company with filth. Kaido spoke with an unsettling smile, yet Ling Feng perceived the whispers of a demon in his words. He had come to thoroughly understand Ling Feng's character. He was one who responded only to force. The kinder you were to him, the less respect he showed. Thus, Kaido abandoned the idea of conversing amicably with Ling Feng and opted for intimidation instead. Kaido, do you not feel any shame? Have you lost your humanity? You dare to contemplate throwing me into a cesspool? Do you think you are worthy of your title as the Pirate Emperor? Threatening me, could you not devise something more sophisticated? Perhaps imprison me in a dark chamber? Then confine 100 beautiful maidens within, and should I refuse to comply, subject me to relentless torment. Surely, such a method would be far more dignified than tossing me into a pit. Ling Feng offered Kaido a suggestion. Kaido, intrigued, selected a portion of it. Little brat, you make a valid point. Indeed, throwing you into a cesspool is rather unsavory and unbecoming of my stature as the Pirate Emperor. Thus, as you wish, if you do not train properly today, I shall confine you to a dark room tomorrow and throw in 100 brutish men to ravage you. Kaido's smile turned sinister as he regarded Ling Feng, for the beast pirates lacked many things. But they were certainly not short on men who were starved for female company, and they would certainly find a tender young thing like Ling Feng quite appetizing. In the next moment, Ling Feng seized Kaido's spiked club and appeared at the foot of a small hill, swinging the club fiercely against the rocky wall. Despite his belief that Kaido was jesting, he was, after all, the man's son-in-law, was he not? How could he allow those foul men to tarnish his dignity? Yet, what if? Who could predict when Kaido's mind might snap? Thus, to avoid being sullied by men, Ling Feng resolved to give it his all. At that moment, he regretted his choices. Had he known better, he would never have pursued Yamato. Otherwise, Kaido would not have groomed him as a successor. The irony was that he had not even kissed Yamato yet. What a loss! By the end of the day, Ling Feng felt utterly exhausted. He lay on his bed, reluctant to move. Push harder, just a bit more, how delightful. On the bed, Ling Feng reveled in the soothing massage from Xiaozi, nearly moaning in pleasure. Master, Kaido is truly excessive. How could he treat you this way? Taking advantage of the moment, Xiaozi incited, a gentleman like you should not be made to mind for him. It is utterly inhumane. You are the vice-captain, yet you are reduced to such menial tasks. Indeed, Ling Feng felt embarrassed to admit that he had been molded into this state by Kaido's training. He told Xiaozi he was mining for the strength of the beast pirates, for weapons and devil fruits required substantial funds. Indeed, that old man has gone too far. Ling Feng clenched his fists and pounded the headboard, only to recoil in pain. Ouch, Xiaozi, give me a knife? After acquiring a blade, Ling Feng plunged it into his own chest. Moments later, he resurrected fully, the fatigue and pain vanishing entirely. Alas, he had been foolish, forgetting that he could return to full vitality with a single death. Had he thought of this sooner, he would not have had to endure such excruciating discomfort. As for Xiaozi, she was unfazed. Having witnessed Ling Feng's severed head at the hands of Kaido's subordinate, Kurozumi Orochi, if he could survive losing his head, what was a mere stab to the heart? Xiaozi, you shall sleep alone tonight. I am off to find Yamato. With that, Ling Feng departed. Foul Kaido, the pain you inflicted upon me today, I shall repay upon Yamato. But if I cannot defeat you, I can at least take it out on your daughter. Well, perhaps I cannot defeat her either, but that is beside the point. What matters is that Yamato will not retaliate. Watching Ling Feng's retreating figure, Xiaozi gritted her teeth. That wretched man, already straying before he has even won her over. What is so special about Yamato? After this, she plopped onto the bed and hurled her pillow at the still open door. If you have the audacity, do not come back. I am not so eager to serve you. After venting her frustrations, Xiaozi collapsed onto the bed, sobbing uncontrollably. In truth, even she could not comprehend why she was crying. After all, she was merely an undercover agent, and Ling Feng had shown her no interest. Shouldn't that have been for the best? Yet, Inexplicably, as she gazed at Ling Feng's departing silhouette, she felt as though she had lost something profoundly significant. Knock, knock, knock. Yamato was in the midst of bathing when she heard the knock at the door. "Who is it?" she inquired with curiosity. "It is I, your husband," Ling Feng called from outside. Creak. The door swung open, revealing Yamato, dripping wet and clad in nothing. Ling Feng stood momentarily dumbfounded. "Did you just finish bathing without drying off?" "No, I have not finished yet," Yamato replied with a smile and a shake of her head. Ling Feng rushed inside and closed the door. If anyone were to witness this scene, he would be at a distinct disadvantage. "Why did you not wrap yourself in a towel before opening the door?" Ling Feng asked, intrigued. "Because you are my husband. It is perfectly acceptable for my body to be seen by you," Yamato stated matter-of-factly. Ling Feng thought to himself, "How should I put this? While her answer seems reasonable, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. Yamato is being overly forward. Does she truly regard me as her husband?" But that was of little consequence. That it was time for some delightful benefits. "Since you are not finished bathing, and I have yet to wash myself, why don't we bathe together?" Ling Feng suggested with a smile. "Sure, just wait and I will scrub your back," Yamato replied cheerfully. They then proceeded to the bathing area. At this point, 1,000 words are omitted, as it requires a VIP subscription to view. Such a thing is impossible. As a conscientious author, how could one resort to omitting content to deceive readers? That is unethical. In the misty bathroom, the line between male and female blurred. If the fog were to dissipate at this moment, we would see a handsome youth diligently scrubbing the back of a statuesque beauty. Indeed, it was merely back scrubbing. Those with impure thoughts should reflect in solitude. And thus, there was truly nothing more to say. After enjoying some intimate moments with Yamato, Ling Feng returned to his own quarters. That he chose not to stay the night with her, fearing that, due to their size difference, a simple turn might inadvertently lead to his demise beneath her weight. Well, that was a jest. The real issue was the frustration of being able to see but not partake. The following day, Ling Feng was once again roused by Kaido. Initially, he had assumed he would be taken back to the site of yesterday's training, as he had yet to demolish even a single peak of that small hill. However, he had overestimated the situation. "Listen up, Brad. I have given it some thought. Training like yesterday is far too slow. Strength is not forged in training, but in combat. From my experience, every formidable figure who stands atop the sea has grown stronger through a series of battles, until he becomes the strongest. Starting today, you shall become stronger in battle," Kaido said to Ling Feng. "Stronger in battle? Fight with you?" Ling Feng tapped his ear, asking skeptically, as he thought Kaido was merely indulging in tormenting him. The idea of becoming stronger through battle seemed to him a mere excuse for Kaido to find pleasure in his suffering. However, Ling Feng was mistaken. Kaido had no intention of fighting him. In Kaido's words, "Kid, you are too weak. Fighting you would merely be one-sided bullying, and one cannot grow stronger from such unidirectional torment. Therefore, I plan to take you to a place today." Without specifying the destination, Kaido transformed into a dragon. With a swift claw, he grabbed Ling Feng and tossed him onto his head. In the next instant, Ling Feng found himself firmly standing atop Kaido's head, gripping the two dragon horns. At that moment, Ling Feng felt a sense of being a culinary prodigy, riding a dragon and breaking through the clouds. One-sided bullying? The corners of Ling Feng's mouth twitched. While it was indeed the truth, did Kaido really need to say it? Could he not consider Ling Feng's feelings? After all, he had his pride too. However, where exactly were they going? Ling Feng shouted from his lofty perch, his voice, too soft to be heard over the rushing wind, went unnoticed by Kaido. "You'll find out when you arrive," Kaido replied, choosing not to speak further. "Huh, has the wind stopped? Are we at our destination?" After an undetermined duration, the howling wind ceased. Ling Feng curiously inquired of Kaido. "Yes, we've arrived," Kaido announced beneath him. "Go forth, experience battles of blood and fire, and grow stronger. You are destined to become a man who rules the seas." Ling Feng thought. Can I just say that your words are not inspiring at all? They hardly motivate me." Stretching lazily, he added, "And where exactly is this place?" Looking down, he could see a small island. However, due to the altitude, it appeared no larger than a football, making it impossible for him to discern any details of what lay within. A chaotic land, filled with slaughter and blood. Your objective is to eliminate all the pirates on the island. Do you understand? Kaido casually stated. A chaotic land. Ling Feng rolled his eyes, irritatedly retorting, "Kaido, are you looking down on me?" I thought you would take me to assault the Marine headquarters, or at least to confront Whitebeard. And instead, I get this? Just a measly chaotic gathering of pirates. This is no different from grinding monsters in a game for experience. Ridiculous. I am Ling Feng, a being destined for greatness from the very start. You expect me to grind small fry? Humph. I refuse. Ling Feng crossed his arms, pouting he could not stoop to such a trivial task that a bunch of nobodies had no right to be his opponents. Only figures like Whitebeard or Marine admirals could ignite his desire for battle. Kaido thought, damn, this kid lacks any real ability, yet is so arrogantly proud. Assault the Marine headquarters, or Whitebeard? Does he think he is me? With his skills, he'd be obliterated by mere Marine soldiers or the small fry of the Whitebeard pirates. It was no concern for Kaido, but he valued his reputation. After all, Ling Feng was his personally chosen first mate of the beast pirates. If he were taken down by lowly Marines or Whitebeard's underlings, Kaido would be ridiculed for eternity. You refuse? Kaido's bulbous eyes rolled upwards as he coldly gazed at Ling Feng. Kid, this is not up to you. Today, whether you want to or not, you will go down as for the Marine headquarters. Once you've cleared the pirates from this chaotic island below, I shall take you to the Marine headquarters to witness the pinnacle of power in this world. Now, get down. With that, Kaido tilted his head, and Ling Feng began to plummet towards the ground. Ling Feng exclaimed, What the hell, Kaido, you bastard? Are you seriously just throwing me down like this? Do you have no sense of humanity? He cursed, but Kaido paid him no mind. There he lay atop the clouds, watching Ling Feng fall. He was curious to see how Ling Feng would handle the ruthless pirates below. Below lay Chaos Island, a territory long dominated by pirates for centuries. Daily, bloodshed erupted in conflicts. According to unreliable statistics, since the first pirate landed on this island, it has buried millions of pirates. Of course, such details were trivial. What mattered was that starting today, this island would bear the name Ling. And why, you ask? Simply because I declare it so. If you don't agree, feel free to send a knife through the mail. Provocation? In midair, Ling Feng shouted as he descended. Not for any particular reason, just for the thrill. As he fell lower, he finally caught sight of the island's entirety. It was quite ordinary, mostly covered in forest, and on the sandy beach by the coast, he noticed two groups of pirates engaged in a fierce battle. The fighting was brutal, with blades cutting flesh and bullets piercing skin. It seemed that with each passing moment, pirates were meeting their demise. Bang! The next instant, Ling Feng landed on the ground. Why is the ground so soft? How delightful! Suddenly, Ling Feng stood up, having expected to be smashed into a pulp, only to find himself unscathed. Had he grown stronger? Pondering this, he reached up to touch his head. Thankfully, he had merely grown stronger and not bald. Kid, you're standing on my belly, so of course it's soft. A sinister voice came from beneath Ling Feng. Startled, he looked down to find a large pig, a hefty swine. To be precise, he realized he was standing on its belly, which explained the softness. Wow, pigs can talk now? Ling Feng squatted down, looking at the pig's head, then playfully flicked its nose with his finger. Surprisingly, it was quite amusing. You are the pig here. Your whole family are pigs. I am the user of the pig fruit, the pig retorted angrily. Ling Feng, surveying the rotund creature beneath him, smirked. Hefty pig, care to repeat that? He then introduced himself. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am the vice captain of the beast pirates. The pig scoffed. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Just because you claim to be the vice captain of the beast pirates, do you think I would cower? I've been a pirate for years and have never backed down from anyone. Even if Kaido himself stood before me, I would not flinch. Listen well, what I said earlier was, Sir, you are so handsome. I've never seen such a handsome man before. How could Kaido have the honor of having you as his vice captain? It's simply too much of an honor for him. Also, you mentioned my belly is soft and comfortable? No problem. If you like, I can cut it off and make you a blanket to deliver personally. And if that's not enough, braised pork is also quite delicious, as long as you spare my life. You'll have braised pork every day, isn't that a fair deal? The pig said with a flattering grin. Although it was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 50 million, facing the vice captain of the beast pirates, even binding himself with 1,000 of his kind wouldn't be enough to stand against Ling Feng. Thus, groveling was not shameful. Selling oneself for a good price was the game. Ling Feng thought, wow. Is the title of vice captain of the beast pirates that effective? I'm quite astonished. It seems becoming Kaido's subordinate isn't so useless after all. But captain, I heard that the beast pirates don't actually have a vice captain. At that moment, one of the pig's subordinates chimed in, and among the 4 emperors, only the red-haired pirates have a vice-captain. So this kid must be lying. The pig, what? Upon hearing his subordinate's words, he slapped him across the face. Bam, you bastard. What are you saying? Do you think I have a pig's brain, believing everything I hear? Merely a sailor, yet he fancies himself a strategist, and dares to offer me counsel. Do you believe you are worthy of such a role? Bring him forth, and have him executed. In the next instant, someone seized the audacious pirate who had dared to remind me, and dragged him away. No, Captain, I truly meant no offense. I have shed blood for this crew, fought valiantly for our cause, and even offered you my utmost loyalty. You cannot simply kill me like this. With a swift motion, the blade descended, severing the head from its body, blood spraying 3 feet high, the lifeless head rolling on the ground, eyes wide open in death. Humph, deservedly so. Observing the unblinking corpse of the sailor, the boisterous pig of a captain scoffed, then turned with a grin towards Ling Feng, saying, My lord, what do you think of my method of handling this? This scoundrel dared to insult you. Who else could be the vice-captain of the 100 Beasts if not you? Is he truly worthy? Ridiculous. Even if the 100 Beasts pirate crew never had a vice-captain before. Does that negate the fact? Rest assured, I have faith in you. You are undoubtedly the vice-captain of the 100 Beasts. Anyone who doubts this shall lose their head. Do you all believe me? Turning to his subordinates, he inquired. We believe. The sailors witnessed the gruesome execution firsthand. How could they not believe? As for what the boisterous pig truly thought, he mused, Humph, worthless sailor, your death is inconsequential if you were to remind me. Could you not do so in private? To do so before so many subordinates is akin to publicly slapping my face. Are you suggesting I am a fool, easily deceived? In such circumstances, how could you live and allow me to establish my authority? If I were to concede, I would merely be a jester. Hence, you may rest in peace, for in due time, I shall send your family to join you, ensuring you do not suffer in solitude in the afterlife. A family should remain together. After all, do not thank me. It is my duty as captain. You foolish pig. Your crew has already stated that the 100 Beasts pirate crew has no vice-captain, yet you still choose to believe this nonsense. How is it possible that with such a mind, you made your way from the West Sea into the New World? Do you have some hidden backing in the New World that has facilitated your journey? Across from him, a hound mocked the boisterous pig. Just before Ling Feng descended, the 2 factions had been embroiled in fierce combat. However, upon Ling Feng's sudden arrival, the fighting ceased. The strength of both sides was comparable. The hound, Aster, and the boisterous pig, Philip, were evenly matched and had fought several times without a clear victor. Now, Aster seized the opportunity to ridicule Philip, and he would not let it slip by. The vice-captain of the 100 Beasts? With Ling Feng's delicate appearance, Aster would never believe it. It is well known that the 100 Beasts pirate crew is comprised of rugged brutes. Ling Feng's handsomeness stands in stark contrast. Bah, you are the true fool. And your entire family shares your foolishness. Just because my sailors assert that there is no vice-captain in the 100 Beasts, does that make it true? Do you blindly trust your subordinates? Then tell me, are you aware that your first mate was cavorting with your wife in the grove behind the island just last night? The boisterous pig, Philip, retaliated, brazenly accusing Aster in front of everyone. You lie. My first mate would never engage in such treachery. Aster, not one to be easily fooled, turned to his first mate standing beside him, asking, Is that not true, Karu? Karu stammered, Of course not. Captain, how could I betray you and your wife? That is simply impossible. After speaking, Karu wiped the sweat from his brow, inwardly cursing himself for being discovered despite his carefulness the previous night. How unfortunate. Clearly, he would need to be more cautious in the future. Philip, you truly dared to bed my wife? Aster was not a simpleton. Noticing Karu's stammering and sweating, it was evident he was guilty. He recalled considering Karu a brother and sharing everything with him. How outrageous that Karu had even taken his wife. Die. You shall pay for this. Aster lunged at Karu, claws bared. Karu blocked with his sword and replied, Captain, do not fall for that gluttonous pig's schemes. How could I ever betray you? I didn't even know what color of lace underwear your wife wore last night. Silence. Aster's eyes blazed with fury. His wife, whom he had pursued for years, had just the night before claimed she was unwell, and he had made her sweet ginger tea. Yet now, she had betrayed him with his own brother. Die. You shall perish. Aster was consumed by rage. mercilessly attacking Kizaru. The crew of the Hound pirates watched in confusion, uncertain whom to support. One was the captain, the other the first mate. How could they choose sides? Captain, do you truly wish for a fight to the death? Kizaru, previously on the defensive, was now enraged at "Oh, what if you betted my wife? Is it truly such a grave offense? When I was invited aboard, we swore to be brothers for life, sharing everything. Your wealth is my wealth. Your power is my power. Why is it that your wife is now off limits? You are utterly devoid of integrity. Humph, indeed, it shall be you who dies, and I who survives." Aster sank his teeth into Kizaru's shoulder, his sharp canines tearing into flesh. "Damn it. If you will not honor our brotherhood, then do not blame me." Kizaru gritted his teeth and suddenly thrust his sword into Aster's abdomen, with a sickening squelch. The blade pierced flesh, leaving Aster in shock. "You dare to kill me?" As he spoke, Aster's claws extended, driving sharply into Kizaru's heart. Blood spewed from Kizaru's mouth as he withdrew his sword with his last ounce of strength. Ultimately, both men met their demise. This audacious display left Ling Feng astounded. What bizarre pirates inhabit this island? One a fool, another a sycophant, and a third a cad. Aster had been grievously wronged. His wife had been taken by the very brother he trusted most. Though he avenged himself, he too succumbed to death. Now, what awaits his wife? Sighing, Ling Feng unexpectedly felt a pang of sympathy for Aster. Perhaps it was due to their shared devil fruit powers, the dog fruit. The distinction lay in the fact that Shabi had found such a commendable master, with abundant opportunities ahead, while Aster faced a sorrowful fate. Wait a moment, something feels amiss that I did not come here to merely watch the spectacle unfold. I was sent by Kaido to eradicate these pirates. Yet, what am I doing here, observing? Kaido watches from above, and if I fail to act, I may very well be exiled to this chaotic island indefinitely. Had I arrived in this world unbound by ties, I would not have cared where I lingered. However, I now have a devoted follower and 2 women in Wano. Let us set aside the loyal Shabi for now. I cannot afford to lose either Kojiro or Yamato. Shabi, boss, I have devoted myself to you so deeply and earnestly, yet you set me aside. Are women truly that significant to you? Boss, they only slow your draw. While I can find you an even better blade, can I not be prioritized? Ling Feng, get lost. While women may slow my draw, they enable my blade to strike true. Shabi, boss, if you desire, I can ensure your blade strikes with unmatched precision. Ling Feng, get lost. Captain, what an opportune moment. Now that both the captain and vice-captain of the Hound pirate crew have perished, it is the perfect time for us to strike and eliminate them all. The vice-captain of the Mad Boar pirate crew addressed the captain. Mad Boar. The Mad Boar pirate crew and the Hound pirate crew had long been sworn enemies, and this rare opportunity must not be squandered. For that would be akin to pushing away a sister-in-law who came knocking, an act deserving of divine retribution. Do you require me to be so verbose? Mad Boar glared fiercely at his vice-captain. The vice-captain, feeling wronged, replied, Captain, I have not stolen your sister-in-law. With a swift motion, Mad Boar delivered a resounding slap to the back of his vice-captain's head, sending him crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner. If you dare steal, believe me, I will flay you alive, tear you limb from limb, and roast you over an open flame, leaving even the neighboring young pirates weeping with envy. The vice-captain thought, is this fellow intending to serve me as a dish? Enough with the endless chatter. Ling Feng could no longer contain himself. He turned to Mad Boar and commanded, mobilize your men and gather every pirate on this island. I have words to impart. You have half an hour. Should you fail to complete the task I assign you, I shall feast upon a whole roasted boar for dinner tonight. Mad Boar thought, although I currently resemble a pig. I am not one. I am merely a wielder of a devil fruit power, and why should I be subjected to a feast of roasted boar? Is braised pork belly not delectable? Or is fried pork chop lacking in flavor? Perhaps sweet and sour pork is insufficiently savory. Of course, he dared not voice these thoughts, merely grumbling within. Yes, my lord, please wait a moment. I shall summon the pirates from the island at once. Should I miss even one? I will personally castrate myself and brew a tonic for your vigor. Mad Boar bowed and scraped before Ling Feng that a man must be ruthless to himself. Ling Feng thought, how absurd. I have heard of bullwhip tonics, tiger whip tonics, and deer whip tonics, but when did pig whips become a source of vigor? Half an hour passed, and the beach where Ling Feng stood became a veritable throng. He was uncertain how Mad Boar's subordinates managed to rally the unruly pirates of the island. But the method mattered little. What was important was that the pirates had arrived. achieving half of his goal. Now, it was time to wield his silver-tongued as for Kaido's wish for him to engage in combat to enhance his strength. Nonsense, such crude labor was always left to the subordinates. When was it necessary for the captain to personally engage in battle? That would be most undignified. At this moment, Ling Feng stood upon a hastily erected platform. Below him, the pirates crowded together, jostling one another, filling the beach to capacity, with some nearly spilling into the sea, murmuring and making a cacophony. Most of the pirates were questioning the members of the Mad Boar pirate crew, who had conjured a myriad of excuses to gather this unruly group, claims of naval assaults urging them to flee, assertions of powerful pirates turning the island into a battlefield, calling for spectators, announcements that the Yonko pirate crew had come to recruit new members, urging everyone to present themselves forthwith. Yet, upon arrival, the pirates found nothing amiss. Naturally, they were displeased. Mad Boar was merely a pig-headed fool worth 50 million. The highest bounty here was over 100 million, while a bounty exceeding 100 million might seem trivial among the top-tier Yonko pirates. In the New World, those with such bounties were not insignificant figures. Mad Boar, did your subordinates not claim that the Yonko pirate crew was recruiting? Where are they now? If you fail to provide me with an explanation, I shall obliterate your Mad Boar pirate crew today. The most formidable among them was a pirate with a bounty of 120 million, the demon sword Fiesta Achilles. He had come because Mad Boar's men had said the Beast pirate crew was recruiting. Yet there was not a single member of the Beast pirate crew in sight. What? The Yonko pirate crew is recruiting? Your subordinates did not relay that to me. They told me the Navy was attacking from behind, urging us to flee. Are you not going to explain yourself? The leader of the Lion's Roar pirate crew, Lion King Simba, glared at Mad Boar in fury. This individual, with a bounty of 100 million, was not someone Mad Boar could afford to offend. Faced with their accusations, Mad Boar trembled and cast a fearful glance at Ling Feng, as if to say, "My lord, I have prepared the stage for you. Now it is time for your performance." Ling Feng offered Mad Boar an expression of reassurance, indicating that everything was under control. Then, standing atop the platform, he spoke. "Silence, all of you." This was not merely a verbal warning. It was accompanied by the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki. Upon uttering these words, Ling Feng fixed his gaze, and an invisible wave of Haki surged forth from him. One by one, the pirates on the beach collapsed without warning. Akin to locusts falling from the sky, densely packed, of the 100,000 gathered, at least 50,000 succumbed to Conqueror's Haki. The demon sword Fiesta Achilles swallowed hard at this sight. He was astonished. Such Haki was rare, manifesting in only one among a million, signifying a person's royal potential. Who was this individual? Not only was he youthful and handsome, but he also wielded Conqueror's Haki. Was there no end to his prowess? As Ling Feng's Conqueror's Haki made its entrance, silence descended upon the throng of 100,000. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Ling Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. Though he had perceived Conqueror's Haki to be abundant while watching the Pirate King, the truth was that even among the Yonko, there were rarely more than 2.1. Could only imagine how scarce this power was among the pirates of the world. Now, is it quiet? Ling Feng surveyed the hushed crowd of pirates gazing up at him, smiling as he continued. Excellent. Now, you shall listen closely. If I happen to mention something you find displeasing, you are to keep it to yourselves. A bunch of trash, mere flotsam of the sea. Whatever I say, you will heed. Understood? Disagreement? I'm afraid you have no such right before me. Now, each of you, listen well. I am Ling Feng, the vice captain of the Beast Pirate Crew. This year marks the 30th anniversary of the Beast Pirate Crew's establishment, and we are expanding our operations to become the sole sovereign of the New World. Thus, we require more talent. However, let me clarify that you do not qualify as talent. You are merely refused that I am here to select a few among you, those who are not entirely devoid of potential, to refine and transform into formidable forces under my command. 7 individuals. There are around 100,000 pirates present. Give or take. The specifics matter not. What is crucial is that I shall select 7 of you today, who will become my capable subordinates. I have even decided upon their code names, the 7 deadly sins. Therefore, the time is yours. Fight fiercely, battle with all your might, and the last 7 standing shall accompany me, destined to dominate the entire New World. Now, what shall you choose? Will you continue to languish in obscurity on this chaotic island, merely surviving until you perish in some pirate skirmish? Or shall you rise above in this very contest, follow me, and become masters of the New World? earning your names in history. Ling Feng surveyed the pirates below, speaking with fervor. This opportunity is singular, laid out before you. Will you charge forth with me into glorious conflict, or will you choose to live in quiet anonymity? Is this decision truly so formidable? Is it so difficult? Of course not. Which pirate has not dreamed of becoming the pirate king before setting sail? Yet reality is harsh. Before departing, they all envisioned grand aspirations, yet ultimately, they were ground down by the weight of existence. The path to becoming pirate king is littered with countless bones, marked by death and retreat, as many choose to lead mundane lives. Nevertheless, there remain those who strive relentlessly, unyielding, resilient, and robust, daring to risk it all. Their sole aim, to ascend to the most exalted throne, kill. Amidst the chaos, an unknown voice rang out, and the massacre commenced. One by one, the pirates turned their blades upon their comrades that as Ling Feng had indicated. Opportunities are fleeting, and only 7 positions remained. The swift would prevail, while the slow would suffer. Among pirates, emotional ties are scant. Deception and betrayal reign supreme. Thus, Ling Feng was not surprised by their choices. Did Ling Feng deceive them? That thought never crossed their minds that a single display of his conqueror's haki incapacitated half the men present. Although the vice-captain of the beast pirates appeared unremarkable, it was evident that with Ling Feng's prowess, he could eliminate everyone in attendance single-handedly. In the face of such overwhelming strength, was there any need for Ling Feng to resort to trickery? Clearly, his conqueror's haki had instilled fear in them all. No one believed that a mere conqueror could incapacitate 50,000 individuals and would toy with a group of insignificant pirates. For reasons unknown, Ling Feng felt a surge of exhilaration standing upon the platform. Perhaps this was the essence of power. With a mere word, he could dictate the fate of 100,000 lives. What could be more thrilling than such authority? As for the slaughter, the pleas for mercy, and the tears below, he chose to remain oblivious. Having embraced the life of a pirate, they must have anticipated such a day. To be the strongest, or to inevitably become a stepping stone for others. Time passed, second by second. The sounds of battle diminished, yet the number of fallen increased. Blood stained the earth, corpses piled high. Ling Feng stood atop the platform, a spectator in the arena, watching the pirates below fight like wild beasts, all vying for the 7 ephemeral chances he had spoken of. No, it was an opportunity to ascend to greater heights. Unbeknownst to them, the so-called 7 deadly sins were merely words spoken in passing. He had no intention of accepting any of them. Not a single one. After all, a group of pirates with a bounty of merely 100 million. What purpose could they serve if they joined his ranks? Such beings could hardly elevate him to the position of world dominator. Could they? Clearly, that was not possible. This was the tragedy of the weak. The strong could casually make promises that might never be fulfilled, while the weak would expend every effort for a mere chance offered by the powerful. Were they foolish? No, none were foolish. They simply had no choice. The times had changed. The new world belonged to the 4 emperors. As pirates, under the oppression of the 4 emperors, they faced 2 choices. First, to overthrow the 4 emperors and claim the throne for themselves. Second, if they could not defeat them, to join them. The first option, to overthrow the 4 emperors. Such a notion seemed deceptively simple. They were not Luffy. The 4 emperors could not be easily toppled, since they could not overthrow them. Joining was the only alternative, but could one simply join the ranks of the 4 emperors? Even if they did, what would their status be? Take the Whitebeard pirates, for instance. Besides their own crew, they commanded dozens of other pirate crews with tens of thousands of men. Even if they joined, what status would they hold? The other 4 emperors were no different. Therefore, if joining merely meant becoming a common subordinate without any standing, it would be far better to brave the seas alone. Yet now, Ling Feng offered them a chance. If they could distinguish themselves, they could become his 7 most formidable subordinates, assuredly receiving his favor. And compared to those aging 4 emperors, how youthful was Ling Feng? Perhaps the present new world belonged to the 4 emperors, but the future new world would undoubtedly belong to young men like Ling Feng. Thus, aligning with Ling Feng, clinging to his coattails, would render their futures limitless. That was the reason these pirates were willing to risk everything. Of course, not all pirates were willing to take that leap. Some small-time pirates realized they had no chance and chose not to participate, recognizing the battle as a fight to the death. However, under the prevailing tide, what could they do if they did not wish to partake? Ling Feng had declared he needed only 7 individuals. Consequently, on this beach, aside from Ling Feng, only 7 would remain standing. Thus, those who wished to flee would be targeted and slain, and if others sought to kill them, would they not resist? Unthinkable. Ultimately, everyone would be drawn into the fray. Time passed unmeasured, and the battle reached its conclusion. Only 7 survivors remained on the scene. They stood shoulder to shoulder, gazing up at Ling Feng atop the platform, kneeling on one knee, pledging their fealty. My lord, we have not disgraced our mission, becoming the last remnants. From this day forth, we are yours in life and in death, willing to serve you with unwavering dedication until our last breath. Their voices rang out, loud and heroic, in perfect unison, as though rehearsed. Yet Ling Feng knew this was impossible. His presence here was fortuitous, and inciting this group to turn upon one another was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision. They could not have known in advance that, of course, that was now inconsequential. Ling Feng regarded the 7 kneeling before him, each bearing wounds to varying degrees. The crazy pig still lived, albeit with a severed arm. While the magic sword boasted the highest bounty, though his long sword had been broken in 2.1 could only imagine the ferocity of the preceding battle. Among 100,000, he had chosen merely 7. The death toll surpassed even that of the Marineford War. Clap, clap, clap. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Just then, a voice echoed from afar. Ling Feng frowned and turned toward the source, finding a little girl approaching. She trod upon the bloodied ground. Yet the blood seemed unable to stain her shoes, allowing her to walk calmly, her soles untouched. The little girl stood before Ling Feng, gazing up at him, and remarked, "A brat from the beast pirates? I never expected that amidst a crew of beasts, there would be such a handsome young man like you. And with just a few words, you incited the pirates of this chaotic island to turn upon one another. Such skill. It would be a great loss for you not to join the Navy." Ling Feng chuckled. "I think so too." His response left the little girl momentarily stunned before she burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you certainly have guts. Aren't you afraid Kaido will hear you and eliminate you on the spot?" "Kaido would not. He has staked his future on me." Ling Feng replied nonchalantly. "Yet you, who are you?" Really? Faced with the mountain of corpses, she remained unperturbed, aware of his status as the vice-captain of the beast pirates, and spoke of Kaido with no hint of fear. Such a person, Ling Feng could not dismiss as merely a little girl. Despite her appearance suggesting she could not be older than 14. Why 14? Because any older would make her a young lady, not a little girl. "Kaido has staked his future on you." The little girl paused, tilting her head, looking quite adorable, prompting Ling Feng to feel an urge to reach out and give her a pat on the head. But for some reason, just as he prepared to extend his hand, a vision flashed in his mind of his hand being severed in an instant. Could it be that I have awakened observation haki and begun to foresee the future? Little one, several years ago, I encountered a man who rivaled Kaido. He ventured to the weakest East Blue and returned with a severed arm. When I inquired, he claimed to have wagered his arm on the new generation. Now you tell me that Kaido has also staked his future on you, and that old Whitebeard seems quite invested in a new crewmate, eager to elevate him to the throne of Pirate King. What is this? Have the 4 emperors begun their search for successors? The little girl regarded Ling Feng with curiosity and asked, "Yet Big Mom seems not to have chosen a successor. But that is merely because she has yet to bear a child she finds satisfactory." Her words astounded Ling Feng. The man who had lost his arm in the East Blue could only be Shanks. The new generation he had wagered upon must be Luffy, and Whitebeard's interest in his new crewmate could only be Ace. As for Big Mom, with so many children, it seemed none had captured her full attention. Primarily, the men she sought were simply inadequate, their potential lacking. Yet, why did this little girl possess such keen insight? Who exactly was she? For the first time, Ling Feng felt that events were spiraling beyond his expectations. The seemingly inconsequential island he had casually tossed to Kaido, could it possibly harbor a formidable presence? "Who on earth are you?" Ling Feng inquired, gazing at the little lowly. "What is your purpose in sharing this with me?" "Purpose?" The lowly chuckled lightly. "As the sovereign of this island, I believe you owe me an explanation. To behave so recklessly on my territory, if word of this spreads, will any pirates dare to set foot on this island again? The sovereign of this island?" Ling Feng was taken aback. Wasn't this the island of chaos? A realm where the small-time pirates of the New World engaged in various transactions of information and goods, devoid of order, law, or rules. When had a master emerged from this chaotic domain? Yet, despite his skepticism, Ling Feng sensed no deceit in her words. There was no need for it. Though he had not witnessed the lowly in action, his interactions thus far suggested that she was certainly no pushover, far more formidable than the 7 pirates who had managed to survive. Moreover, What I am doing today is not mere folly. I am selecting talent. Those who survive will follow me into battle, making a name for themselves upon the seas, wielding unparalleled power and seizing such an opportunity. If this were to leak, how could it possibly tarnish the island's reputation? In fact, it might attract those who long to join the beast pirates yet have found no way in, further amplifying the island's renown. Ling Feng spoke grandiosely, not only seeking to justify his actions to the lowly, but seemingly hoping for her gratitude. So, you do not intend to provide me with an explanation, the lowly narrowed her eyes. Her expression dangerously poised, evoking in Ling Feng a sense of facing Kaido, the beast. Little girl, what kind of attitude is this? Do you know whom you stand before? He is the vice captain of the beasts. A future king of the new world. No, he is destined to be a ruler of the entire world. I do not care whether you are the master of this island. You will apologize to Lord Ling Feng right now. Or I, old pig, shall be the first to object. In this tense moment, the boisterous pig was the first to voice his stance. He understood that the lowly was not to be trifled with. He was no match for her. Yet, he stood firm. He was willing to gamble that Ling Feng would protect him. For a pirate who had drifted the seas for over a decade with a mere bounty of 50 million. His journey had reached its end, and the prospect of further ascent was nearly impossible. Ling Feng was his last chance, so he needed to pledge his loyalty. Even without strength, he believed that if he played his cards right, Ling Feng would not treat him poorly. After all, in many cases, powerful figures care less about their subordinates' combat prowess and more about their loyalty. Otherwise, no matter how strong a fighter, a traitor lurking behind could render them useless. Seeing this, Ling Feng silently gave a thumbs up to the boisterous pig in his heart. Well done. I hadn't intended to include you, but given your fervent flattery, I shall reserve a place for you among the 7 deadly sins. Your unwavering loyalty has not gone unnoticed. However, the next instant, the boisterous pig's head exploded as if struck by a wooden stick, scattering red and white everywhere. Ling Feng was left stunned. You dare to kill my pig in front of me? Are you aware that pork is quite expensive these days? He glared at the lowly, his teeth clenched in fury. Even if you are a big shot, I am still the vice captain of the beasts. One ought to show respect when dealing with a dog, and you should have informed me before slaying my pig. What now? If I am displeased, you ought to avenge him. The lowly coldly laughed at Ling Feng. While others might not discern his true strength, she could see through him. He was merely a man who was handsome but lacked substance. If he were not affiliated with Kaido, she might have considered taking him under her wing for amusement. Do you truly believe I cannot kill you? Ling Feng boasted with a laugh. You think you have penetrated all my defenses? Do you believe I am merely a handsome man who excels at verbal sparring? That I act with impunity solely due to the influence of Kaido? The lowly blinked her large eyes, curiously asking, aren't you? Ling Feng, of course I am. But at this moment, I cannot be. Bah, of course not. What right does Kaido have to lend me his strength? I am Ling Feng, destined to become the sovereign of the seas. Kaido only recognized my future greatness, which is why he sought me out to join his crew. Borrow his influence? Nonsense. I am no weaker than that fellow. Ling Feng spoke loudly, as if to bolster his own confidence. Yet the lowly dismissed his bravado, knowing that anyone could boast, but the truly dangerous dogs remained silent. Damn it, this little lowly has a sharp tongue. How dare she equate me with a dog? He swore that he would eventually make her aware of the world's harshness and the peculiarities of men. Not weaker than Kaido, the lowly continued to observe Ling Feng in silence. Did I misspeak? Ling Feng gritted his teeth, displeased by the lowly's smug demeanor. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward. Pin her down, lift her skirt, and spank her, teaching her that a mere lowly need only to be cute. Mockery. Is that a skill necessary for a lowly, despite the fact that this little girl was likely much older than she appeared? Master, Boisterous Pig's death was so tragic, he didn't even have a complete corpse. We beseech you to avenge Boisterous Pig, to slay this vile little girl. Suddenly, the remaining 6 pirates spoke up. The death of Boisterous Pig had struck them deeply. Although they had been enemies moments prior, they were now comrades under Ling Feng's command, part of the 7 deadly sins. Witnessing Boisterous Pig's head explode before their very eyes at the hands of a lowly was a bitter pill to swallow. Moreover, they had not even seen how the lowly had struck. Thus, they were self-aware enough to recognize their own inadequacies and knew they were not her match, necessitating Ling Feng's intervention, though they had not seen Ling Feng in action. His display of conqueror's haki and his title as vice captain of the beasts had led them to blindly trust in his strength, believing him to be among the elite of the New World. Perhaps Ling Feng's claim of not being weaker than Kaido was somewhat exaggerated, but as the vice captain, he surely could not be too far behind, right? However, Their blind faith left Ling Feng at a loss for how to proceed. Should he confront the lowly directly? Preposterous. He could not even best boisterous pig, let alone the lowly who had dispatched him in an instant, despite possessing the powers of a Triceratops devil fruit. His own weakness rendered that strength inconsequential in this pirate world. Had they not seen how the Straw Hat Kid had sent a Sea King flying with a single punch shortly after setting sail? If one were to truly assess it, the power of the Triceratops might not even compare to that of a Sea King. Of course, the strength of a devil fruit was not solely determined by such comparisons. But who could argue against his own inherent weakness? Your subordinates wish for you to avenge that pig. What will you do? Fight me? The lowly taunted Ling Feng. Why would I need to dirty my hands to kill you? Besides, who do I think I am? Would I stoop to deal with a mere little girl myself? If this were to leak, winning would not only be dishonorable but would also cast me in the light of a bully. That would be unacceptable. Thus, why not have all of you join forces? Ling Feng addressed the 6 pirates kneeling before him. Consider this little lowly as your final trial. If you can slay her, you shall become my 6 deadly sins. If you cannot, it merely indicates that you are unworthy of joining my ranks. Of course, do not be overly concerned. I am well aware of your capabilities. And you are no match for her. But it matters not, for I am here to back you up, ensuring that you all emerge unscathed in the end. So go forth. I shall watch as you achieve victory. Ling Feng encouraged the 6 pirates with his words. Regardless of the circumstances, it is impossible for him to ascend. Since he cannot rise, we must allow these 6 pirates to take the stage. The words of Ling Feng left them exchanging glances, bewildered by the unexpected deviation from the script. The corpse of the mad pig lay ominously beside them. Ling Feng's statement instilled a profound sense of insecurity within them. What does it mean to have support nearby? When the mad pig was executed, you were also present, weren't you? Yet what was the outcome? The mad pig still met his demise. Of course, such thoughts are best kept to oneself. Voicing them would be utter folly. How about we all charge together? The mightiest of the magic swords addressed the remaining 5. The others exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and declared, we have already risked everything. If we abandon our cause now, does that not render our previous killings meaningless? Among those we slew were comrades who fought alongside us through thick and thin. If we surrender now, their sacrifices would be in vain. Thus, we must advance. The 6 pirates rose from the ground and approached the petite maiden. Each wore a solemn expression, seemingly resolved to risk everything for success. They had already paid a heavy price. If they were unable to become Ling Feng's subordinates due to the emergence of this little girl, it would be unbearable for them. Thus, even if taking a step forward meant plunging into the abyss, they had no other choice. Surely not. Surely not. You cannot genuinely believe that you can rely on these 6 worthless fools to confront me. Observing the 6 pirates encircling her, the young girl remained unfazed. Dismissing them as a mere collection of failures, devoid of any hope for the future, foolishly aspiring to elevate the 100 Beasts pirate crew. Yet they failed to consider whether they were truly worthy of such aspirations with their feeble abilities. Worthless? Ling Feng shot her a cold glare. I shall not permit you to speak of them in such a manner. Perhaps their strength is lacking, and their age has diminished their prospects. However, their unwavering loyalty to me, their willingness to fight and die for me, embodies a noble virtue to eye in my eyes. They are 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times better than you, this venomous little girl. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, the 6 pirates felt a surge of emotion. They thought to themselves that they had not followed the wrong leader. Their master truly valued them. Otherwise, he would not have defended them against the little girl's insult. Consequently, they were willing to risk everything for Ling Feng. As the saying goes, a warrior dies for the one who understands him. The pirates' gazes shifted, ignited by Ling Feng's single phrase. This compelled the little girl to reassess Ling Feng. Previously, he had incited 100,000 pirates to turn on one another with just a few words. Now, with another phrase, he had instilled courage in the surviving 6, replacing their fear of her with a predatory gleam in their eyes. Should Ling Feng give the command, they would undoubtedly strike at her. Such persuasive prowess was unprecedented in her decades of existence. In this era of pirates, where brute force reigns supreme and strength is the ultimate truth, Ling Feng's ability to incite others to fight for him purely through words was truly terrifying. Of course, one could argue that these pirates were simply too foolish, easily swayed by his casual remarks. You call me venomous? The little girl smirked, amusement dancing in her eyes as she regarded Ling Feng. Are you certain that those words apply to me? After all, you were the one who incited the pirates to slaughter one another, indirectly causing the deaths of 100,000 people, while I merely killed a pig. If we are to speak of malevolence, I cannot compare with you. No. You are being far too modest. Ling Feng waved his hand dismissively. I am not like you. Although I indirectly led to the deaths of 100,000. It was to offer them a grand opportunity. Their inability to grasp it and their demise here merely reflects their own limitations. Even if they had not perished here, they would have succumbed in future battles. They died for their dreams, and thus their deaths are worthy of pride. You, on the other hand, have extinguished the dreams of the mad pig, which renders you truly malevolent. Dreams? Are you referring to the so-called 7 deadly sins you speak of? The little girl scoffed. Do not presume to think I am unaware. Your so-called 7 deadly sins are nothing but a whim of yours. You never intended to recruit anyone here. Ultimately, you and I share the same disdain for these worthless fools. The reason you incited them to slaughter one another was merely to avoid getting your hands dirty, although I doubt you could even match them in combat. You speak nonsense. I did not. I am not. Ling Feng vehemently denied, astonished. Wait, how does this girl know all this? Could she be reading my mind? However, you certainly could not admit it. You are flustered, the little girl remarked lightly, observing Ling Feng's expression. Little ones, charge. Ling Feng, uninterested in further banter with the little girl, opted for a more direct approach. Yes, my lord. The 6 pirates drew their weapons and surged forward. They showed no regard for martial ethics. 6 individuals collectively nearing 300 years of age, yet they ganged up on a girl who appeared to be no older than 14. They felt no shame, for history only remembers the victors. Die, you venomous little girl, the 6 bellowed, devoid of any grandiose techniques. Only lethal ferocity. They understood that they were not merely facing a little girl, but rather a demon capable of obliterating them in an instant. Caution was paramount. Yet, in the face of overwhelming power, numbers mattered little. Before the onslaught of the 6 could reach the little girl, she raised her leg and stepped forward. Bang, 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 bang. 6 resounding cracks echoed, akin to fireworks exploding. The heads of the 6 pirates burst open, blood rained down, drenching the earth, yet not a single drop tainted the hem of the little girl's garment. The blood that should have sprayed toward her veered away as if a fierce beast had encountered an even mightier foe. Skirting past her, the collective bounty of the 6 pirates exceeded 400 million, yet they were effortlessly dispatched. Ling Feng, still unable to comprehend what had transpired, pondered whether this little girl might be a monster. Were you just thinking that I am a monster? Suddenly, the little girl looked up, a smile gracing her lips as she spoke to Ling Feng. Unbeknownst to him, she had already appeared on the elevated platform. Standing mere inches from him, Ling Feng gazed at the little girl's smile, which should have filled a lowly enthusiast like him with glee, but instead sent chills down his spine. Those pirates, who had seemed formidable, were effortlessly dispatched by this little girl. If he were in their place, he would surely be obliterated. How is this possible? Ling Feng shook his head. You were so adorable. How could you possibly be a monster? Come, tell Big Brother your name. Ling Feng tossed his hair, seizing the moment to showcase his masculine charm. What do you think you are doing? The little girl swatted his hand away, glaring at him. You perverted lowly enthusiast. I am so small. You don't have any inappropriate thoughts, do you? Having been slapped away by the little girl, Ling Feng silently withdrew his hand, placing it behind him. Then, in a place hidden from her view, he rubbed it vigorously. That really hurt. Despite being a mere child, her strength was more exaggerated than that of a beast. What are you talking about, little girl? Is there a pervert in this world as handsome as I am? Feigning anger at the little girl's malicious assumptions, Ling Feng retorted, I simply like you. That is love. Although you are only 14, I am merely 20. The age difference is only 6 years. That is hardly significant. Is it? So, isn't it perfectly normal for me to like you? What is so perverse about it? The little girl smirked. Oh, you really dare to say that? But who told you I was only 14? Age is but a number. Even if you were 40, I would still love you. Ling Feng spoke earnestly. If you don't believe me, I can swear. Ling Feng. According to the script he had observed in dramas for years, the little girl should have interrupted him at this point. However, he waited a full minute without her uttering a word. Aren't you supposed to swear? Go on, make your oath, the little girl urged. Observing Ling Feng's silence, Ling Feng. Damn it, this girl is not following the script, but swearing is no big deal. Fine, I swear. I like you. I like you very, very much. If I am lying, let me be struck by lightning. Ling Feng solemnly swore in the presence of the little lowly. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky, followed by a bolt of lightning striking down, directly hitting Ling Feng. Ling Feng? System. The host has been struck by lightning. The host has been killed by lightning. The host has revived. System. The host's power has doubled. The system remarked. Such a scoundrel deserves to be struck down by lightning. Just the other day, I confessed to a lovely chef system girl on May 20th and was just rejected. How dare this rascal flirt with girls in front of me, and a legal loli at that? How could I endure this? Under the onslaught of the lightning, Ling Feng's body was reduced to charred remains. Observing this, the little loli looked up at a certain cloud in the sky, remaining silent. Moments later, Ling Feng stood up once more. His previously charred body now radiated a rosy glow. The little loli, intrigued yet indifferent, blinked her large eyes and cheerfully said, "Tisapane, you just finished your oath and got struck by lightning. So, how do you plan to deceive me?" "Deceive you? Little girl, how could you say such a thing?" "I, Ling Feng, never lie," Ling Feng replied earnestly. "As for why I was struck by lightning, it's simply because I am too handsome. A victim of heaven's jealousy. Is that not normal? My being struck by lightning certainly does not prove that I do not like you." "Oh really? How much do you like me? Would you be willing to die for me?" The little loli asked innocently, hands clasped behind her back, leaning forward with squinting eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Feng replied, "Life is precious. Love is priceless. For the one I cherish, I would gladly lay down my life." "Is that so?" The little loli pondered for a moment before coolly stating, "Then go die, Ling Feng." "What is wrong? Don't you want that?" Noticing Ling Feng's lack of action, the little loli puffed out her cheeks, displaying her displeasure. "No, of course I would. But I can't simply die because you ask me to. When I said I would die for you, it's under the condition that only one of us can survive. I would willingly sacrifice my life for you, not just for a whimsical request," Ling Feng earnestly explained to the little loli. Upon hearing this, the little loli shook her head, finding him dull. She had hoped to encounter an interesting little fellow, but he turned out to be merely a cowardly survivor. "Since you are unwilling to die gracefully, let me assist you." Suddenly, the little loli's expression shifted. In Ling Feng's eyes, the little loli transformed entirely. She had gone from a delicate little girl, adorable enough to make one want to pinch her cheeks, to an enchanting temptress capable of captivating the hearts of men with every move. "Am I beautiful?" the little loli inquired, gazing at Ling Feng. "Beautiful, indeed, breathtakingly so." At that moment, Ling Feng's gaze lost focus, his expression turned foolish, and he appeared as though he were a simpleton, grinning vacantly, utterly unaware of his thoughts. Rendered a mere puppet at the little loli's whims. "So, do you like me?" The little loli lifted Ling Feng's chin with her finger. I like you the most." Ling Feng nodded vigorously, like a drum being struck. "Then, do you wish to see what's beneath this garment?" The little loli twirled before Ling Feng to him. She was a vision of unparalleled beauty, clad in nothing but a silk nightgown, the contents beneath which were all too obvious. Therefore, could any man reject her proposal? Certainly not. "I want to see. I very much want to see." Ling Feng not only spoke but lunged towards the little loli. Yet, she effortlessly evaded him, causing Ling Feng to tumble to the ground. The little loli then said, "If you truly wish to see, I can show you, but the system insists. Let her undress. Let her undress." "But what?" Ling Feng's eyes widened, saliva nearly spilling from his mouth. "Whatever the request, I shall comply, as long as you show me. It's quite simple." The little loli pointed to a nearby patch of ground. "Do you see that? There lies a sword. If you plunge it into your heart, I shall reveal myself to you." As soon as the little loli finished speaking, Ling Feng dashed out. His speed was astonishing, even to the sober-minded Ling Feng. Yet in his current state, he perceived nothing amiss. Soon, he grasped a long sword in his hand, the famed magic sword worth a bounty of 12 million. Ling Feng stood before the little loli again, grinning as he asked, "You mean it? If I stab this into my heart, you'll really show me?" "Of course, I never lie." The little loli echoed Ling Feng's prior words, adding in her heart, "Provided you survive." "All right, I shall do it." With the little loli's assurance, Ling Feng wasted no time. Grasping the sword with both hands, aiming the tip at his chest, and thrusting with all his might, thud, the long sword pierced through his entire torso, penetrating his heart as well. Only then did the overwhelming pain rouse Ling Feng from his daze. He looked down at his chest, then at the little loli, who stood behind him, coldly observing. He struggled to ask, "What have you done to me?" Thud. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ling Feng's life signs ceased, and he collapsed to the ground. Blood flowed from his back, gradually staining his upper body crimson. This was undoubtedly the most humiliating death Ling Feng had ever experienced. Across mountains and rivers, Their S always love. Can I cast my vote now? Observing Ling Feng's lifeless body, the little loli mocked mercilessly. Ha ha ha. The inheritor of Kaido the Beast. Is this all you've got? I thought I encountered an interesting man. But alas, he is merely a smooth talker. Suddenly, the little loli looked up at the sky, where only a solitary white cloud floated. It seemed as if she was speaking to herself or perhaps addressing someone. As she gazed at the cloud and said, "Is this the man you have chosen? Arrogant, narcissistic, ignorant, weak, hypocritical, lecherous, such a man you deem worthy? Or perhaps, after all these years, your preferences have shifted. Indeed, if one were to consider boyfriends. This little brat isn't half bad." The little loli regarded Ling Feng's handsome face. Yet, alas, in this world, mere good looks are insufficient. One must also possess wealth and power. Shaking her head, the little loli turned to leave. However, just as she did, something pressed against the back of her head. Following was Ling Feng's voice. "Little girl, where are you going? You still haven't shown me." The little loli fell into a moment of silence. Then came her shock. How could this be? This guy was clearly dead. A blade pierced through the heart. Such damage could not allow survival, at least not for someone behind her. Yet, the undeniable truth lay before her, leaving her no room to deny it. "Interesting, little brother. You have successfully captured my attention." The little loli spoke without turning, addressing Ling Feng. "And don't you think it rather ungentlemanly to hold a gun to a girl's head?" "Forgive me, I never claimed to be a gentleman, nor have I ever denied my lecherous identity. I am honest, I am proud." Even with a gun pressed against the little loli's head, Ling Feng retained no semblance of confidence. After all, this loli could annihilate billion-strong pirates. Moreover, somehow, she managed to lure him into willingly taking his own life. Whichever ability she possessed was indeed formidable. Most importantly, this girl seemed to have ties with Kaido. When the little loli had looked skyward and spoken to herself, he had revived, and her words, seemingly self-directed, were only understood by Ling Feng. She must have been speaking to Kaido, who, it seemed, was hiding above that very cloud. "The little loli? When did I ever say you were a lecher? You even claimed you never denied it, that you are honest and proud. What is there to be proud of about being a lecher?" She was at a loss for words. "All right, let us not digress. We had an agreement. As long as I pierced your heart with my sword, you shall reveal yourself to me. Surely, you cannot go back on your word?" Ling Feng did not genuinely desire to see the little loli's body. He merely wished to humiliate her. After all, this woman had caused him such frustration and death, as a self-proclaimed prince of pretense. If he did not regain his face, how could he continue to maintain his facade before his readers? "Little brother, have you never heard the saying?" The little loli smiled coyly. "The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie on a date. I believe you should understand this. The more handsome a man is, the more of a scoundrel he tends to be. If you refuse to comply, I am capable of resorting to any means necessary." Ling Feng pressed the gun against the back of the little loli's head and disengaged the safety. "I do not believe you would dare to kill me. In this world, no man would have the audacity to lay a hand on me," the little loli said dismissively. TSK, how arrogant. Your words remind me of another woman, the world's most beautiful, Boa Hancock. She too is equally haughty. Believing that her beauty grants her immunity from any wrongdoing, it is truly laughable. Ling Feng scoffed, turning his gaze back to the little loli. "The reason she can utter such words is that she is the world's most beautiful woman. And you, indeed, you are undeniably adorable, a gem among lolis. However, I'm afraid cuteness pales in comparison to sensuality. The world's most beautiful woman. Boa Hancock? Ha!" The little loli suddenly erupted in a laughter, leaving Ling Feng perplexed. "What are you laughing at?" "Oh, nothing, just reminiscing about the past. Why bother discussing old tales with a brat like you? If you wish to kill me, then go ahead." The little loli wore an expression of indifference toward death. "You are not afraid of dying?" Ling Feng refrained from pulling the trigger, for he knew that even if he did, he could never truly kill her. They were simply not on the same level. Yet he did not fear the little loli. After all, Kaido was watching from above. If the little loli intended to do something truly heinous to him, he doubted Kaido would simply stand by and watch. "Kaido, do not worry. I will close my eyes when the time comes. If you are unafraid, why should I be?" The little loli retorted. "So, between showing me and facing death, you choose death." At that moment, Ling Feng could not help but question his own allure. After all, in Wano, he had been so well received. Both Komurasaki and Yamato had succumbed to his charm. Why, then, Was this little lowly different? Could it be that she was truly a great aunt, making her less susceptible to his charms than Kamurasaki and Yamato? You could say that. The little lowly replied nonchalantly. In that case, may you perish. Ling Feng pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, the gun erupted in flames, and the bullet shot forth. You missed. After a moment, the little lowly spoke up. The bullet had whizzed past her face without causing any harm. Naturally, she would not believe it was a mistake on Ling Feng's part. If it wasn't a mistake, then it must have been intentional. I know I missed. Ling Feng casually tossed the handgun aside and sat down on the ground. Who could bear to see such an adorable little lowly perish? However, do not thank me, for I am not the kind of man who would take advantage of someone in distress. Of course, if you insist on offering yourself to me, I shall at least feign reluctance 3 times before reluctantly accepting. After all, a lowly's offer cannot be declined. Liu Bei, feign reluctance 3 times? That sounds familiar. Hearing Ling Feng's words, the little lowly laughed. Ha! You truly do not want me to die? What a cunning man you are. You intentionally missed because you knew you couldn't kill me, didn't you? Indeed, had you encountered a naive young girl, like Kaido's foolish daughter, perhaps you would have fallen for that trick. But alas, you have met me. Offering yourself to me. Do you even know the statuses of the men who have pursued me? I do not need to know their statuses because surely none could surpass mine. I am destined to be the only king of this world. Ling Feng declared loudly. As for whether I am slippery or not, you may feel for yourself. With that, Ling Feng removed his shoes and revealed his feet to the little lowly. Do you think yourself humorous? Isn't that so? Ling Feng retorted. Do you truly like me? Suddenly, the little lowly turned and approached Ling Feng, pushing him down to the ground and straddling him with her legs. Ling Feng was taken aback. What is the meaning of this? Did you not say you liked me? Was it merely words? The little lowly tilted her head adorably and asked again, her cuteness overwhelming. Ling Feng, bewildered, reached out to pinch her face and pulled at it. Indeed, the little lowly's face was soft and supple, capable of being stretched quite far. Slap. As Ling Feng withdrew his hand, the tender flesh rebounded, creating ripples across the little lowly's face. The little lowly was utterly dumbfounded. She had never expected anyone would dare to treat her in such an outrageous manner. Thus, when Ling Feng pinched her face, she had not reacted in time, allowing him to have his way. You scoundrel! Even as she gritted her teeth, she pointed at Ling Feng, wanting to say something but ultimately holding her tongue. Forget it. Why bother talking to you? I will ask you one last time. Do you like me? The little lowly stared intently into Ling Feng's eyes, asking earnestly. Ling Feng was perplexed. Why ask such a question out of the blue? As a scoundrel, do you really need me to answer? Of course. I like you. He feigned a solemn oath, raising his hand as if to swear again. However, the little lowly slapped his hand down. Swear? Do you want to be struck by lightning? It was said that the last time I was struck by lightning was due to heaven's jealousy of my good looks. Not because I was spouting nonsense. Ling Feng was quite dissatisfied. I swear on Kaido's character, if I am lying, I shall not die a good death. In the air, Kaido looked on, confused. What? Ling Feng exclaimed in frustration. Little brother, you truly are unafraid of Kaido killing you. Ling Feng's words amused the little lowly. Since you say you like me, I shall grant you an opportunity. When we meet again, if you can rule over the entire new world, I shall consider becoming your woman. Did you not say you wanted to form the 7 deadly sins? You could leave a spot for me. Moreover, I shall honor my promise to you. You wished to see. Did you not? So now, I shall reveal myself to you. The little lowly stood up from Ling Feng. Suddenly, a pink mist enveloped them both. In the next moment, Ling Feng beheld a sight so captivating that he could hardly bear to blink. The little lowly slowly transformed, growing from a petite figure of barely 1.40 m into a stunning beauty standing at 1.70 m. In an instant, her pink silk nightgown slipped away. Tossed toward Ling Feng. As he caught it, the soft, smooth fabric felt akin to the touch of a woman's skin. However, a nightgown is merely a nightgown. It could not compare to real skin. Thus, with the rigor of scientific inquiry, Ling Feng lunged toward the little lowly, eager to discover whether the silk gown was smoother or her skin. Yet, he missed entirely, tumbling to the ground and nearly landing in an embarrassing position. You little rascal! Rising from the ground, Ling Feng pouted and mischievously remarked to the little lowly, however, I find your resistance exhilarating. The more you resist, the more thrilled I become. Is that so? The little lowly raised an eyebrow at Ling Feng, flashed a captivating smile, and beckoned him with her finger. Then come on, approach me. Faced with such enticing provocation, how could Ling Feng refrain from responding? He lunged once more towards the little lowly. This time, she did not evade him, and he collided with her solidly. The softness and warmth of her form ignited a stirring within Lingfeng that he lowered his head and leaned in to kiss her. Hey, wait a moment. The little loli placed her finger on Lingfeng's lips. Don't be so impatient, darling. I will eventually be yours. Then, with both hands, she pushed him down to the ground, positioning herself atop him. With a playful smile, she traced circles on Lingfeng's chest with her finger. Listen closely, little brother. My name is Goy Lly, and my future husband is destined to become the king of the world. So, are you willing to strive for the throne of ultimate power for your sister? Sister, is this really the time for business? Lingfeng expressed his discontent, having prepared himself, yet being told to wait. What a joke. A real man simply cannot afford to wait in such matters. He flipped over, seizing the initiative, and declared from his elevated position, Sister, if we must wait, then let it be 3 hours. After I am finished, you can have me wait. During that time of wisdom, I can wait as long as I please. 3 hours? Are you certain? The little loli tilted her head curiously. Of course, I never speak in jest. Lingfeng replied earnestly. Very well, regardless of whether you exaggerate or not, it is still not permissible at this moment. The little loli waved her finger before Lingfeng. I have stated that my future man must become the king of the world. Therefore, if you wish for your sister, then let us speak of it once you have ascended to that throne. With that, the little loli pushed Lingfeng aside and began to dress herself slowly. Lingfeng, bewildered, thought, are you jesting with me? After having removed my trousers, you tell me to wait for later? Before long, the little loli had donned her clothes and approached Lingfeng. Lifting his chin with her finger, she leaned down and planted a gentle kiss on his lips, saying, consider this a down payment from your sister, once you become the king of the world. I will wear whatever you desire, be it JK uniforms or stockings, I shall present them all for you. Lingfeng chuckled coldly, I have already seen you without clothes. What is so enticing about seeing you dressed? Sometimes, however, the allure of clothed beauty surpasses that of nudity. Farewell, little one. With a snap of her fingers, the little loli rendered Lingfeng drowsy, and he soon fell asleep. Upon awakening, he discovered he was lying on Kaido's back. What is happening? Feeling the hard scales beneath him and the fierce wind rushing by, Lingfeng was taken aback. Where's the little loli? Was it all just a dream? What's wrong, little brat? Did you have a delightful dream? Kaido turned his dragon head to inquire. Kaido, you know the truth about that woman, don't you? Tell me, Lingfeng demanded, fixing his gaze on Kaido. Kaido smirked slyly, then begged me, and perhaps I will divulge the information you seek. Lingfeng? He was taken aback to see his own likeness reflected in Kaido. When did this fellow learn to imitate him so well? Fine, I implore you, share her story with me. I believe she has stolen my soul. I must find her to reclaim it. Kaido, little brat, do you truly think it is appropriate to express your affection for another woman in my presence? Do not forget, you are my son-in-law. Kaido bellowed at Lingfeng. Kaido, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever declare my love for another woman in front of you? Just because you are one of the 4 emperors doesn't give you the right to slander me. You old rascal, Lingfeng retorted, preemptively accusing Kaido that I was merely stating that she has taken my soul. Is there a difference? Kaido scoffed at as for that woman's background. I suppose I can tell you. Over 30 years ago, when I was youthful and far more handsome than I am now, even you could not compare. Kaido, I am asking about that woman's identity, not your past. Lingfeng interjected, and who are you to compare looks with me? What does it matter if one stands to urinate or not? It is all a futile discussion. Do you truly wish to hear me continue? Kaido glared at Lingfeng. Lingfeng quickly conceded. All right, please continue. I shall not interrupt you. Humph, that is more like it, Kaido resumed. Do you know the name of the island I took you to previously? Of course, it was the Island of Chaos, as you informed me. Lingfeng replied, regarding Kaido with confusion. Is this old man suffering from memory loss? No, at least 30 years ago, that island was not called the Island of Chaos, it was known as the Island of Gods, Kaido stated nonchalantly. Lingfeng was taken aback. The Island of Gods? Are you certain you aren't fooling me? Was it that the island where the celestial dragons once resided? So you were aware? Kaido remarked, intrigued. In that era, you were not yet born. Right? Back then, the New World was not divided amongst the 4 emperors. There was only one maritime overlord, my former captain, Rox, among the current 4 emperors, aside from red-haired Shanks, Whitebeard, Big Mom, and myself were all once members of Rox's crew. It was during the height of the Rox pirates that a woman appeared, seeking out Rox. I do not know what transpired between them, but shortly after she left, Rox made a decisive move against God Valley, which at the time still housed a portion of the celestial dragons. Naturally, The outcome was a disastrous defeat, and the Rock's pirates disbanded, with only a few strong members escaping. However, despite the failure of the Rock's pirates, the Celestial Dragons suffered significant losses from that battle, resulting in the surviving faction relocating from the Island of Gods to the Holy Land of Marioa. That woman, is she Goy Lly? Ling Feng inquired, astonished to discover such hidden truths behind the God Valley incident. Did Rocks embark on a reckless quest for the sake of a beauty and assault the Island of Gods to slay the Celestial Dragons? Indeed, that is correct. She is an enigmatic woman, Kaido affirmed with a nod. If that is the case, how old is she? Ling Feng pondered, astonished. The God Valley War occurred around 36 years ago, right? Goodness, she referred to herself as sister. She must belong to the Big Mom generation, and I actually received a kiss from her. What a tremendous loss. How old is she? Kaido shook his head. I cannot say for certain, but she likely isn't younger than me. After all, her reputation was not any less than that of the maritime overlord. Rocks, the world's most beautiful woman, Goy Lly. In that era, countless influential figures pursued her. 2 kings even waged war over her affection, resulting in the demise of one kingdom and the death of millions. The Celestial Dragons once placed a bounty of hundreds of billions for her capture, offering nobility just below their rank to anyone who could deliver her to Marioa. The current world's most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock, pales in comparison to her. Hundreds of billions. What does that even mean? Ling Feng exclaimed, I barely have a bounty of over 40 billion. The current 4 emperors combined do not even match that woman's worth. The Celestial Dragons are simply inflating the value because they have the wealth to do so. Kaido seethed with resentment. Indeed, it is all about money. Ling Feng, hundreds of billions. Truly, wealth breeds indulgence. This bounty not only surpasses the 4 emperors but exceeds the combined bounty of their entire crews. Yet, it does not seem entirely impossible. After all, during the Sabaody Archipelago incident, Charlos was willing to spend 500 million on a mermaid, right? The world's most beautiful woman is surely worth more than an ordinary mermaid. The mermaid remarked that rarity is indeed rare, yet to declare it uncommon is not necessarily true, for the population of Fishman Island is a staggering 5 million even if fishmen constitute the majority. Excluding male mermaids, there would still be at least several 100,000 female mermaids. Moreover, in ancient times, many were willing to spend lavishly on courtesans. How much more so for the noble Celestial Dragons? 500 billion? Is that a considerable sum? Merely a drop in the ocean. By the way, it appears that the Celestial Dragon King, may indeed be a woman. Suddenly, an immature thought crossed Ling Feng's mind. Andy, I no longer wish to strive. Furthermore, did you know that after Rocks, the era belonged to Roger, Whitebeard, and the Golden Lion? To the new generation of pirates, these 3 are known as legendary pirates, especially after Roger's demise and the Golden Lion's retreat. Only Whitebeard, burdened with countless injuries, continued to resist, for he understood that if he withdrew, his sons would be overwhelmed by the encroaching pirates. Though the 4 emperors stand atop the New World, they face innumerable challenges. After all, what pirate does not aspire to reach the pinnacle? Everyone longs to ascend and survey the vastness below, yet none consider the chilling winds that accompany such heights. Only formidable beings like myself dare to stand atop the clouds and gaze down upon the entire New World. Speaking of the trio of Whitebeard, Roger, and the Golden Lion, Kaido could not help but boast about himself. They once clashed fiercely over that woman. No, it should be said that the pirates of that era, aside from competing for the title of Pirate King, were also vying for that woman. Goy Lly possessed a beauty that left all men who beheld her utterly unforgettable. Countless souls were willing to sacrifice themselves for her, to give everything they had. Even my former captain was driven to lead his entire crew to assault God Island, ultimately facing destruction, all because of a few words from her. A beauty that brings disaster. This is the essence of her life. With a single phrase, she declared, Do you wish to have me? If so, then become the Pirate King, for I shall be the woman of the Pirate King. This utterance transformed the once tranquil sea into a cacophony. As countless ships set sail, not merely to claim the title of Pirate King, but perhaps for them, the kingdom pales in comparison to the allure of a woman. Through countless battles, Whitebeard, Roger, and the Golden Lion emerged from the throng of pirates, becoming the mightiest pirate crews of their time, with the Golden Lion's influence being the most formidable, hinting at the potential to become the next Rocks. One fateful day, the Golden Lion extended an invitation to Roger, seeking his assistance to reign over the world and revive the legacy of Rocks, perhaps even surpassing it. However, Roger declined, leading to the onset of a fierce battle. In truth, the Golden Lion knew Roger would refuse. After all, they were old adversaries, and he understood the other's nature well. There is a saying, your greatest adversary often knows you best. If the Golden Lion was aware that there would be no resolution, why extend the invitation to Roger? His true intent lay not in the invitation, but in that woman, for she had expressed her desire to be the Pirate King's woman. Thus the Golden Lion sought to become the Pirate King himself. Roger stood as one of the two primary rivals on the Golden Lion's path to kingship. In terms of strength, the three were evenly matched, but due to the smaller size of Roger's crew, the Golden Lion first chose to approach him, having already laid an ambush of numerous pirate fleets at the site of his invitation. This clash is now known as the Battle of Eitwall. The tale being that the Golden Lion invited Roger to rule the world together, and upon Roger's refusal, the Golden Lion became enraged, igniting the war. Yet the true reason was merely a struggle over a woman. Ultimately, Roger triumphed, reportedly due to an unexpected storm that turned the tide for his crew, which had been cornered. The precise details matter little. The outcome is clear. The Golden Lion was defeated, with over half of his massive fleet sent to the depths of the sea. Years later, Roger reached the final island of the Grand Line, Laugh Tale, earning the title of Pirate King. Ling Feng was taken aback, stunned by the revelation of the hidden truths behind the clash between the Golden Lion and Roger. So, the little loli became Roger's woman? Ling Feng glanced at Kaido, frowning slightly. Little loli? Upon hearing Ling Feng's designation for that woman, Kaido's lips twitched, and without saying a word, he merely shook his head, stating, no, before Roger became the Pirate King. That woman had vanished without a trace. Ultimately, as Roger's life drew to a close, unable to wait any longer, he chose a woman named Lugio to leave behind his lineage. Ling Feng, do you know this? Did Roger tell you himself? What do you care where I heard it from? If you don't believe me, just consider it a story. Kaido snorted, refusing to engage further with Ling Feng. This haughty demeanor left Ling Feng momentarily speechless. What's this? The mighty Kaido now wishes to be adorable and tsundere? Something feels off. Kaido, are we not headed to Wano? In the air, Ling Feng noticed Kaido's flight direction was amiss and raised a question. Isn't that direction towards Wano? How do you know it's not? Kaido retorted. When you're in the sky, can you still distinguish directions? TCH, while I may not discern directions, I share a red thread with Yamato, allowing me to sense her position. Clearly, you are not flying towards the Onigashima where Yamato is located, Ling Feng replied. Kaido? Though I may not have received a formal education, could you at least offer a more convincing reason for deceiving me? A red thread connection? Are you trying to fool a ghost? Ling Feng remarked. In this day and age, someone still claims to be a ghost? Kaido, you're infuriating, brat. I've noticed your audacity has been growing lately. Do you wish to experience the harsh realities of society? Let's not veer off topic. I am inquiring where you intend to take me. Ling Feng pressed. Kaido rolled his eyes. Who is diverting the topic here? Where am I taking you? Have you forgotten? I brought you out today for a purpose. Kaido glared at Ling Feng. Ling Feng hesitated. Wait, are you not taking me out for a trip? A cursed trip. I brought you out to face battles, to become stronger, to evolve into a man capable of protecting Yamato. And you, with just your incessant chatter, you managed to wipe out all the pirates on Chaos Island without lifting a finger. What does that signify? Kaido gritted his teeth. What does that signify? It merely demonstrates my prowess. Ling Feng felt highly accomplished. Must one always engage in hand-to-hand combat? That would be foolish. When have you seen the celestial dragons personally partake in battle? They merely issue commands, and countless individuals willingly charge into the fray for them. That is what we aspire to achieve, is it not? Do you wish for me to be like you, a pirate who can only cower within Wano? Bah! Kaido spat out his drink in frustration. You're the one cowering in Wano. I simply call it biding my time, maintaining stability. Do you understand? Enough? I can only say that those who understand will understand, and those who don't will remain ignorant. The intricacies are profound, and the stakes are too high for someone as young as you to comprehend. I can comprehend your daughter. Ling Feng was too lazy to continue bantering with Kaido. Fine, since it's a complex matter. I shan't inquire further. Instead, I will ask something you can answer. Where are we headed now? Your mouth is too sharp, so I've decided not to take you to populated areas this time. Otherwise, those people will be easily swayed by your words, and that would utterly undermine the training I have planned for you, Kaido stated, having clearly learned his lesson. With that, he neglected to disclose their destination. Ling Feng was left bewildered. Half an hour later, Ling Feng sensed a weighty atmosphere, As the sky grew dark, ahead lay a mass of black clouds, rumbling with thunder. That is our destination, Kaido announced, referring to an island teeming with ferocious beasts that feast on humans. I shall see how you manage to showcase your verbal prowess in the presence of a horde of mindless beasts that cannot comprehend human speech. Are you looking down upon me? Are you looking down upon me? Upon hearing Kaido's words, Ling Feng chuckled while pointing at him. If I can deceive a person into submission, surely I can tame a pack of wild beasts. So, let us proceed. With that, Kaido transformed into a colossal dragon and dove downwards. The wind howled and thunder roared as a massive azure dragon weaved through the storm, descending in a straight line with overwhelming force, rendering Ling Feng unable to maintain his footing atop the dragon's head, propelling him into the air. Boom! Kaido morphed back into human form midair and crashed down onto the ground, creating a massive crater and sending debris flying in all directions. Ling Feng followed suit, landing on the ground just as the island's beasts halted their skirmishes, their purple lightning-tinged eyes fixated upon the two of them. Roar! A beast's fierce roar echoed through the air, followed by a tremor in the earth as countless ferocious creatures surged towards them from all directions, akin to a great migration. Rumble! Simultaneously, the thunder grew louder, with bolts of lightning cascading down like rain. Crackling sounds filled the air as lightning struck the charging beasts. Astonishingly, instead of perishing, the beasts absorbed the electric energy, forming a web of electricity that danced and crackled across their fur, amplifying their already terrifying presence. What on earth is happening? Ling Feng inquired of Kaido. This island is perpetually shrouded in storm clouds, with lightning striking almost incessantly. Any creature unable to adapt has perished, while those who survived have mutated, gaining the ability to harness the power of thunder. These beings are referred to as thunder beasts. Go forth, young one. I have entrusted my formidable secrets to those thunder beasts. Defeat them, conquer them, eliminate them, and you shall acquire immense power to roam the seas. At that moment, Kaido seemed to channel the spirit of Roger. Ling Feng, I trust you implicitly. Yet, what could he do, faced with the roaring beasts rushing towards him? His options were limited. Naturally, he chose to lie down and accept his fate, in a move that would frustrate Kaido. Ling Feng spread his arms wide, closed his eyes, and fell backwards stiffly. With a thud, he lay on the ground like a wooden plank. System, host, something is amiss. That wasn't the host supposed to be in a standing position during the first chapter's island jump? Why are you now lying down? Ling Feng scoffed. Humph, did I not consume a Triceratops devil fruit? Am I not allowed to elongate a bit? You little brat, what are you doing? Kaido, witnessing Ling Feng's reckless act of lying down before him, felt a wave of exasperation. If there were anyone else here, they might think I intended to harm you. Just lying down, can't you see? Ling Feng replied with a grin, hands clasped behind his head. I absolutely detest effort from my past life, so in this life, I intend to succeed by doing nothing. Don't hinder me, or I might just abandon Yamato. You little rascal, how dare you threaten me? Kaido ground his teeth in anger. If you truly wrong Yamato, I swear I'll chop off your genitals, fry them, and feed them to dogs. Then I'll perform surgery to turn you into a woman and send you to the brothel. Ling Feng rolled his eyes. That I was merely joking to lighten the mood. Kaido, why so serious? Humph, you jest with me, but I can only tolerate so much. Yamato is my daughter, and if you dare upset her, you'll come to understand that what you see now is merely my gentler side. When I unleash my darkness, prepare for an evil smile. Ling Feng chose to sidestep this unpleasant topic and said to Kaido, all right, Kaido, I apologize. Who the hell apologizes while lying on the ground? Kaido retorted, should I kneel for you? Did I say to kneel? Kaido was left speechless. Can't you at least adjust your attitude a bit? I have worked tirelessly to bring you to Chaos Island and now to Thunder Island. Was it for my own sake? No, it was to make you stronger. Do you honestly believe your current strength is sufficient? If a single member from my crew who has consumed a synthetic fruit faced you, they would easily crush you. Or do you think your ability to resurrect infinitely means you no longer need to grow stronger? Young one, this sea is treacherous. Do not mistake my kindness for a belief that all pirates are benevolent. Even I ask any pirate about my name, and watch how their brows furrow, their faces sweat, and their bodies tremble. This is a world where the strong devour the weak. Our goal is not to change this world, but to rise to the top of the food chain. That we must consume others, while ensuring no one consumes us. Do you understand? Kaido gazed at Ling Feng, frustration etched on his face. He genuinely viewed Ling Feng as a son and was nurturing him as an heir. Yet, time and again, Ling Feng disappointed him. Even during the chaos on Chaos Island, Was it not through Kaido's influence that the pirates turned on each other? Did he truly believe he could command respect on his own? In this world of predators, perhaps Lingfeng could not yet empathize, for he had only recently become the vice-captain of the beasts and had yet to face the harsh realities of society. Here they come, Kaido whispered, then discreetly distanced himself from Lingfeng. What coming? Lingfeng inquired, puzzled, only to find himself confronted by a massive elephant, its body crackling with electricity. Roar. The elephant appeared before Lingfeng, raising its front hooves and preparing to stomp down upon him. The immense force crushed Lingfeng into a pulp, leaving a substantial crater in the ground, with spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward from the center. System. Host has died. Host has been resurrected. Host's strength has increased. Roar. The elephant, having prepared to leave, was astonished to see Lingfeng resurrected from the mess it had made. But did it care? Not in the least. That it prepared to stomp once more. The thunder elephant raised its hooves again, preparing to crush Lingfeng with renewed fury. Lingfeng gazed up at the descending hooves, feeling as though the sky itself were collapsing upon him. The elephant towered at least 10 meters high, adorned with crackling electricity, resembling a divine beast from the depths of hell. Really? One stomp wasn't enough. You need a second? Lingfeng fumed. Feeling insulted, he tightened his fists and charged at the elephant's foot. Crack. His arm was crushed, and once again, he was reduced to a pulp. Lingfeng? Resurrected once more. Determined not to engage the elephant head-on, Lingfeng understood that humanity's advantage lay in its intellect. He swiftly maneuvered behind the elephant, reaching for its tail. At that moment, a lion charged in, sinking its teeth into Lingfeng's upper body. With a crunch, Lingfeng was bitten in half, his upper half devoured by the lion, blood staining the lion's mane crimson. Resurrected once again. Lingfeng realized this was not a fair confrontation. Observing the multitude of beasts eyeing him hungrily, he pondered his options. In the end, he resolved, bah, a true man does not resort to schemes. He charges forward. After all, I won't die, so why fear? Time to transform. In the next moment, Lingfeng transformed into a colossal Triceratops. With a fierce determination, he began to dig into the earth, creating a massive pit. Just as he was poised to charge at the ferocious beast before him, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the Triceratops directly. It twitched once before collapsing to the ground. System. Host has been struck by lightning and has died. Host has been revived. Host's strength has increased. Host's lightning resistance has improved. The Triceratops rose once more from the ground, shaking off the dust. Lingfeng was enraged and let out a roar towards the sky. Then, another bolt of lightning struck. System. Host has been struck by lightning and has died. Host has been revived. Host's strength has increased. Host's lightning resistance has improved. Lingfeng, for heaven's sake, can I not enjoy myself? I merely let out a roar. Is that not allowed? Boom. It seemed the lightning was triggered by sound. As soon as Lingfeng finished his curse, another bolt descended. He was struck down yet again. System. Host has been struck by lightning and has died. Host has been revived. Host's strength has increased. Host's lightning resistance has improved. This marked the countless times Lingfeng had met his end by lightning. Yet with each increase in his resistance, a single bolt was no longer sufficient to vanquish him. Now it required several strikes. Damn the heavens. I will not share the earth with you. While other protagonists often cursed the heavens for no reason, Lingfeng felt justified in his grievances. He had never provoked the heavens. Yet it had struck him down over a dozen times. Who else should be condemned if not the heavens? By the way, Kaido, I seem to have noticed something peculiar. Why do those beasts not attack you? Suddenly, Lingfeng glanced in Kaido's direction. Since earlier, he had been incessantly harassed and assaulted by the beasts, yet Kaido stood merely dozens of meters away, untouched by any ferocious creature. What on earth? Did the beasts find him easier to bully? Because they are not foolish, Kaido replied. Lingfeng, clarify yourself. The beasts instinctively avoid danger. They know what kind of existence can be provoked, and what cannot. I am simply an existence they cannot provoke, Kaido explained further. Lingfeng understood. Well, how could I forget? Kaido is, after all, the strongest creature. Though those beasts regarded him as formidable, in their eyes, Kaido was undoubtedly a far more terrifying entity. Grey Wolf devours Happy Goat. Tom hunts Jerry. Su Xian captures White Snake. When have you ever heard of a little monster defeating Ultraman? To the beasts, Kaido represented an overwhelming power. Humph, a bunch of spineless cowards. Lingfeng gritted his teeth and charged at a lion with a vicious thrust. He held a grudge. This lion bore the bloodstains from when it had previously taken a chunk out of his body, most likely the very beast before him. The largest, thickest, and most formidable horn on the Triceratops's head plunged into the lion's belly with immense force. Blood erupted forth, staining the Triceratops's head crimson. Furthermore, with the lion crackling with lightning, Ling Feng felt a jolt of electricity coursing through him upon contact. Yet Ling Feng did not waver, transformed into a Triceratops. He moved all four legs and charged relentlessly at the Thunder Lion. The Thunder Lion howled in agony. Roar. Despite its insides being exposed, the Thunder Lion refused to yield, clawing desperately at the Triceratops's back, as if imploring Ling Feng to release its head. But Ling Feng was resolute in his quest for vengeance. Even as the Thunder Lion's strikes pained him, he steadfastly pressed forward. It hurts. Suddenly, Ling Feng felt excruciating pain in his left hind leg, as if something ferocious had bitten down on it. Indeed, upon turning his head, he discovered it was a crocodile. The creature was no taller than the calf of his transformed Triceratops, yet dared to bite him. Ling Feng had to admit, this crocodile possessed remarkable courage. Thus, may your bravery lead you straight to hell. Ling Feng lifted his left hind leg and brutally stomped down on the crocodile's back. The force of his stomp nearly popped the crocodile's eyes out, causing it to release Ling Feng's bloodied leg. Just as Ling Feng prepared to deliver another blow to eliminate the crocodile, a massive elephant charged from afar, colliding directly with his waist. Boom! Like a cannonball, the several-ton weight of the Triceratops was propelled through the air, crashing to the ground and sliding for dozens of meters before coming to a halt. The impact shifted his internal organs, and he opened his mouth to spew a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Then, a horde of beasts surged forth, each taking a bite out of Ling Feng, ultimately leading to his demise. The scene was so gruesome that even Kaido had to cover his eyes. It was truly horrific. System. Host has died. Host has been revived. Host experienced a brutal death, devoured by beasts. In the depths of immense suffering, the devil fruit awakened automatically, greatly enhancing his strength and defense, granting the new skill. Human beast form. System analysis. In human beast form, the host can deliver a punch capable of striking down the King of the Near Sea. Defensively, he can shatter the King of the Near Sea's teeth. King of the Near Sea. What did you say? I've bitten off the arms of an emperor before. Can you really break my teeth? Is this what human beast form entails? Revived. Ling Feng immediately transitioned into this form. Upon transformation, he noticed he appeared almost indistinguishable from an ordinary human. Standing on two legs, his hands and feet resembled those of a human, albeit his once fair skin was now a shade darker, and his physique had grown larger, by comparing with the beasts. He estimated his height to be around 5 to 6 meters now. Well, this way, he and Yamato would no longer seem like chopsticks in a barrel. However, upon reaching up to touch his head, he discovered 3 horns protruding from it. This simply would not do. What if one day, while sleeping beside Yamato, he accidentally turned over and poked her with a horn? Roar. The beasts, witnessing Ling Feng's sudden transformation, appeared bewildered. It seemed they were all wondering, who is this? The delectable Triceratops has turned into a bipedal creature. Never mind pondering that too deeply. Let us first eliminate these wild beasts. Ling Feng cracked his neck, producing a series of pops. Then he shouted at Kaido. Kaido, lend me your wolf fang club. Kaido, who had been seated against a large rock, sipping from a wine gourd, tossed the club to Ling Feng. Catch it well. Kid, rest assured, I will catch it splendidly. Bang! In the next moment, the wolf fang club struck Ling Feng's head, shattering it and spilling red and white gore everywhere. Ling Feng? Damn it. You did that on purpose, didn't you? The revived Ling Feng cursed at Kaido. However, Kaido did not respond, merely tilting his head back to pour more wine into his mouth. Faced with the approaching beasts, Ling Feng had no time to dwell on Kaido's antics. He picked up the wolf fang club from the ground and swung it at the first wolf charging toward him. Bang! The tremendous force collided with the wolf's head, leaving it bloodied and battered, its several-ton body soaring through the air like a meteor before crashing into a small hill, creating a deep crater. Within the crater, the wolf lay with its head tilted and tongue lolling, utterly defeated. Upon witnessing this, the other beasts were not deterred. Rather, they bared their fangs and became even more ferocious. Some beasts rushed towards the fallen wolf's carcass, tearing into it piece by piece. Come on, today I either want to be killed by you, or to kill you. Ling Feng beckoned to the beast with a finger. Roar. With a mighty roar, hundreds of beasts lunged towards Ling Feng. In the next moment, his arms and thighs were clamped down by the beast's jaws. The immense pain contorted Ling Feng's face into a terrifying grimace. Faced with the ferocious beast's bite, Ling Feng crouched low, then leaped upward with a surge of melancholy strength. crashing down heavily to mercilessly crush a lion that had sunk its fangs into his shoulder. The tremendous impact shattered the lion's teeth. The beast roared in agony as Ling Feng delivered a powerful punch to its head. Distorting its face, he followed up with another blow, smashing the lion's visage into a pulp. However, at that moment, his other arm was bitten off by a wolf, blood spraying from the severed limb and splattering the wolf's face. Ling Feng pivoted, throwing a punch directly into the wolf's jaws, exclaiming, "You wish to feast on me? Then I shall serve myself to you." With that, his hand plunged deep into the one-eyed wolf's throat, grasping its heart and ripping it out. A heartless being cannot survive, and neither can a wolf without its heart. Observing the lifeless wolf before him, Ling Feng delivered a swift kick to its side, sending the carcass flying through the air, where it was swiftly devoured by other predators. Just as he prepared to continue his slaughter, a sharp pain pierced his chest. Ling Feng glanced down to see a scaled claw protruding from where his heart should be. Struggling to turn his head, he discovered it was an alligator. The creature stood upright, its claws embedded in his back and emerging from his chest. "Bastard!" Ling Feng spat blood, mustering his last ounce of strength to swing his spiked club at the alligator, sending it flying away. Yet, he could no longer hold on and succumb to darkness. As Ling Feng lay on the ground, the beast surged forward, ready to feast upon him. But in an instant, he resurrected, gripping the spiked club tightly. Centering himself on his legs, he spun the weapon round and round, repeatedly, mercilessly. Every beast that approached him was sent sprawling away. Just as he intended to pursue his advantage, dozens of lightning bolts appeared to be drawn from the heavens, converging into a massive column of lightning with a diameter of several meters, crashing down towards him. The colossal bolt illuminated the dark night sky, transforming the ground around Ling Feng into a realm of daylight for a fleeting moment. The blinding radiance left the beasts unable to open their eyes. When the lightning struck, it enveloped Ling Feng entirely, only dissipating after a considerable duration. As the electric storm subsided, Ling Feng exhaled a plume of white smoke before collapsing straight down. System: Host has been struck dead by lightning. Host has been resurrected. Host's lightning resistance has increased by 100% due to repeated deaths by lightning. Host has awakened the skill, Thunderstrike. Thunderstrike, a show-off skill that allows the host to call down lightning upon shouting "Thunder come," targeting anything within the host's line of sight. Ling Feng was revived. Upon hearing the system's announcement, he decided to test it out. Thunder come, with a thunderous roar, a bolt of lightning struck a thunderous giant elephant before him. Yet, instead of being harmed, the creature seemed invigorated and charged at Ling Feng. Ling Feng, undeterred, charged back. This colossal elephant had trampled him numerous times. He could not let it escape. "Thunder come," Ling Feng bellowed as he charged forward, raising his spiked club high. The metallic weapon attracted countless bolts of lightning, converging around it in an awe-inspiring spectacle. Gripping the club with both hands, he shouted, "Thunderous 8 trigrams." In that instant, hundreds of lightning bolts concentrated upon the spiked club, allowing Ling Feng to unleash an attack far exceeding the visual effects of the thunderous 8 trigrams of the beast King Kaido. With every ounce of strength, he swung the club at the giant elephant. The spike struck its head, leaving a bloody gash, while the amassed lightning scorched the thunderous beast, though it had adapted to its environment and was somewhat resistant to lightning. The overwhelming power of hundreds of converging bolts was beyond its capacity to withstand. The tantalizing aroma of cooked flesh wafted through the air, causing Ling Feng to swallow involuntarily. He reached out, tearing off an ear from the elephant and chewing on it. Quite delightful. In the distance, the beast King Kaido turned his attention to Ling Feng's exclamation of "Thunderous 8 trigrams," initially expecting it to be a mere boast, only to be astonished that Ling Feng had genuinely conjured such a phenomenon. From a distance, it appeared as though he merely had a strand of lightning coiling around his club, yet in reality, he had summoned a column of lightning. The blinding electric light even obscured Kaido's view of Ling Feng at the center of the tempest. Although the power of Ling Feng's attack could not compare to his own, its destructive potential was certainly not to be underestimated, for it was the power of lightning. "Now, it is your turn," Ling Feng exclaimed, one hand clutching the elephant's ear while the other gripped the spiked club, gesturing to the surrounding beasts, drawing a circle with the club to include them all. The beasts seemed to comprehend Ling Feng's provocation, roaring in response. Although the giant elephant had fallen, they showed no signs of fear. Despite its massive size, it was a herbivore, incapable of competing with this pack of carnivorous predators. The fierce tiger charged forward first. Ling Feng swung his club, but the tiger easily dodged, appearing behind him to deliver a powerful blow to his back, shattering his spine. In an instant, the tiger sank its teeth into Ling Feng's head, gnawing voraciously. Revived once more, Ling Feng was incensed. He had grown stronger, yet here he was, being toyed with by a mere tiger. Furthermore, he noticed that the other beasts remained stationary after the tiger's attack. What was happening? Was this tiger the leader of the pack? Now that the leader had made a move, the others could only watch. Ling Feng and the tiger locked eyes, and suddenly the tiger beckoned with its paw. As if to say, "Come on, fight me, human." Ling Feng thought, "This tiger is surprisingly clever. Too bad I've already got Shabi. Otherwise, I would have made you my steed." Sighing, he mused about how rare it was to find a loyal man like himself. One who did not abandon old affections for new. Should I choose Yamato or Xiaozi? Oh, I must not forget about Boa Hancock, and the mermaid Princess Shirahoshi, Princess Vivi of Alabasta, and Princess Rebecca of Punk Hazard. And it seems the Navy's Tashiji is also quite appealing. Since I have Tashiji, perhaps I should add Tina as well, and I certainly cannot overlook Peach Rabbit. System. Host, you truly are a rare gem of a man. Not one to forsake old flames. Do you truly desire them all? Ling Feng. Thank you for the compliment. System. Was I even complimenting you? You truly have no sense of modesty. Ignoring the system, Ling Feng focused on the tiger that had dared to challenge him. You audacious tiger, how dare you provoke me? Today, I shall sever your head, use it as a pot, brew soup with your tail, distill your bones into wine, and feed your flesh to my dogs, before the fight. He delivered a fierce proclamation to unsettle his opponent, a display of cunning. System. Puffed. If you can't win, then you can't win. Don't act clever. If you could have dispatched that little tiger in an instant, would you still be spouting so much? Ling Feng retorted, you think just because I cannot defeat it, I cannot be clever. When I can win, I use force. When I cannot, I use reason, regardless of the outcome. I remain undefeated. Surely that is wisdom. The emotionless system could never comprehend such nuances. System. Host. Have some dignity. It's thanks to your shameless nature that I'm ridiculed during matchmaking events. When asked what my host does, I have to reply that he is a pirate. I was scorned by someone who bluntly remarked, "Huh. Are you unaware that the system host I went on a blind date with yesterday is the wealthiest individual in the urban world? And do you not know that the system host I met the day before yesterday was a monarch in the historical realm? Furthermore, are you oblivious to the fact that the system host I went on a date with 3 days ago was the mastermind behind the resurgence of spiritual energy? And did you forget that 4 days ago, I was matched with the great emperor of the fantasy world? Your host is merely a pirate. Who gave you the audacity to even think of dating me? If other systems were to discover that I, a person of worth, had ever considered a match with a system as pitiful as yours, my value would plummet. Get lost. Just get out of my sight. You see how wronged I am. Their hosts are all so impressive, yet I am stuck with someone as worthless as you, and you dare to call me a broken system. Do you even deserve to say that? Not in the slightest. Ling Feng. All right. I had no idea you had endured so much injustice. However, as men, we must ultimately bear it all. Besides, we are merely in the initial stages of our venture. The pirates are just a transition. Those systems that look down on you are merely losing out. Do not be disheartened. Once I become the sovereign of the world, I promise you will have a culinary goddess system in one hand and an emotional system goddess in the other. Feasting in your arms and sleeping in your bed, while also charming others. The system, with a look of lewdness, asked, "Really?" Ling Feng replied, "Indeed." The system continued, "What if you were deceiving me?" Ling Feng assured, "I would never deceive you." The system then demanded, "Promise me that if you do deceive me, you shall remain a lifelong bachelor." Ling Feng, "Apologies. The signal is poor. I must hang up now. We shall converse later." The system exclaimed, "Are you kidding me? Who are you even talking to? And what do you mean the signal is bad? Worthless host, ruining my system. And you cannot even make a promise that I was foolish to believe you." Roar, a fierce tiger lunged at Ling Feng. Although it could not comprehend his words, the contemptuous expression on Ling Feng's face made it clear that he was not uttering kind words. As the king of Beast Island, how could it tolerate the dignity of the king of all beasts being trampled by a mere biped? Observing the tiger's advance, Ling Feng recognized the formidable nature of his opponent and steeled himself. Yet, it proved futile. The tiger's speed was breathtaking, akin to a gust of wind, vanishing before Ling Feng's eyes in an instant. When Ling Feng caught sight of the tiger again, it was already upon him. With a swift strike, the tiger's claw pierced through his heart. As the claw withdrew, it came away with a bloodied still beating heart. A woo. In this manner, the tiger swallowed the heart before casting a mocking glance at Ling Feng, as if to taunt, "Little brat, are you not furious? If you are discontent, come and catch me. If you do, then I shall grant you your desires." Ling Feng, feeling the sting of defeat, collapsed, only to rise anew. The tiger, perplexed by how a mere biped could die and resurrect repeatedly, dismissed it, recognizing that a weak biped remained just that, a weak biped. In response to Ling Feng's revival, the tiger turned, its tail whipping like a lash towards him. Ling Feng stood frozen, his body cleaved in two by the strike. The tiger's tail was sharper than any steel. Ling Feng knew that, with the strength of his flesh, even a common man wielding a steel blade could not leave a mark on him. The disparity in power was too vast. Ling Feng revived once more, his gaze towards the tiger shifting. Initially, he believed that, despite the tiger being the king of Beast Island, its strength could not be overwhelmingly superior to other ferocious beasts. However, he soon realized his error. In terms of both power and speed, this creature far surpassed the others. It was not even on the same level. If the other beasts were of the 5th Emperor level, this tiger was at the 4th Emperor level. It is widely recognized that a single strike from a 4th Emperor can easily dispatch a 5th. What should I do? Ling Feng fell into contemplation. He could not defeat it in combat. So perhaps he could engage in verbal sparring. Though the tiger appeared quite intelligent, it likely could not comprehend his words. Ling Feng pondered if he would have to resort to using his looks to entice it, given that it seemed to be a female tiger. Roar. Yet, the tiger did not afford Ling Feng much time for contemplation. It charged once more. This time, the tiger's strength seemed diminished. It struck Ling Feng's chest with a paw, not killing him but sending him flying in midair. Ling Feng curiously touched his chest. Although several ribs were fractured, he was alive. What was happening? Had his defenses strengthened? Ling Feng found it odd, as based on the tiger's earlier display of power, he should have been pulverized. However, when his gaze inadvertently met the tiger's, he noticed it observing him with a mocking, almost human-like expression. In that moment, Ling Feng understood. Indeed, his strength increased upon resurrection, but not instantaneously. The reason that Pa had not claimed his life was that the tiger had withheld its full force. That wretched creature wanted to toy with him. Simply killing him no longer sufficed for that perverse female tiger. What a disgrace, to be viewed as a mere plaything by a beast. He was destined to dominate this world. Beast, prepare to meet your end. Ling Feng landed, seizing a spiked club, and charged at the tiger. The ground beneath him buckled under his furious strides, creating numerous craters. He sprinted with speed and leaped 3 feet high, gripping the club with both hands, preparing to smash the tiger's skull. However, just as he was about to descend with the blow, a whip, no, the tiger's tail, lashed out from behind, ensnaring him and pinning him in midair. The tiger then tightened its tail, causing a sharp pain in Ling Feng's waist, robbing him of strength, and the club clattered to the ground with a resounding thud. Subsequently, the tiger drew him closer, raising its paw. Ling Feng anticipated a lethal swipe, yet the reality diverged from his expectations. Instead, the tiger lifted a single claw and slowly prodded it into Ling Feng's chest. Ling Feng's chest felt as soft as tofu, yielding effortlessly to the tiger's claw, which pierced through his once-iron defense as if it were mere paper. With a sickening squelch, Ling Feng felt as though his heart were being impaled. The tiger seemed to find amusement in this torment, continuously retracting and thrusting its claw, creating a rhythmic puncturing sound that echoed in Ling Feng's ears. He was on the brink of despair. Damn, this wretched tiger was subjecting him to a human-style torture. Looking down, he saw his body riddled with wounds. Blood gushed from his injuries like a fountain, pooling beneath him to form a small puddle. Wait. Suddenly, Ling Feng realized that in his beast form, he was vulnerable. If he simply reverted to his human form, he could escape the tiger's grasp. How could he have forgotten such a simple strategy? In the next moment, he dispelled his transformation. Instantly, he slipped free from the tiger's tail. With a swift motion, Ling Feng vanished from sight. The tiger's eyes widened in bewilderment. Where had that biped gone? Just moments ago, it had been firmly ensnared by its tail. The tiger flicked its tail again, expecting to feel the presence of its captive, but found nothing. Only emptiness. Ling Feng descended from the air. He swiftly regained his human form, snatching up the fallen spiked club. Before the tiger could react, he swung the club directly at its head. I shall strike you. In an effort to amplify the dramatic flair, Ling Feng accompanied his swing with a fierce shout. The wolf fang club struck the left cheek of the ferocious tiger with precision. Ling Feng had anticipated that this blow would at least leave the tiger bloodied and bruised. if not utterly incapacitated. However, he was sorely mistaken. Under the force of his strike, the tiger merely wrinkled its skin, seemingly unfazed. How could it be that his attack had failed to breach its defenses? Ling Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. This was a full-force strike. The tiger slowly turned its head, locking eyes with Ling Feng before revealing its sharp fangs. Although it was unclear how Ling Feng had managed to escape the control of its tail, it mattered little. What was significant was that this bipedal creature appeared pathetically weak. With a swift motion, the tiger raised its paw and lunged at Ling Feng. In an instant, Ling Feng was torn apart by the tiger's claws. An hour later, the system announced, "Host has perished. Host has been revived. After 100 deaths, the host's strength has been significantly enhanced." The system's assessment read, "At this moment, the host can be deemed the Overlord of the East Sea." Overlord of the East Sea. If the host can return to the East Sea now with such power, displaying bravado will be effortless. Taking the highest bounty dragon as an example, the host could grasp its shark head like a basketball, exerting force enough to crush it. Ling Feng was revived once more. Hearing the system's voice left him in disbelief. Had he truly died 100 times? Why did it feel so surreal? Nevertheless, the ability to crush the dragon's shark head made him wonder if he could do the same to the tiger before him. "You foul beast, let us continue. Today, only one of us shall survive. Either you perish, or I shall prevail." Ling Feng bellowed as he charged at the tiger. He cast aside the wolf Feng Club. What need had a true man for weapons? The essence of masculinity lay in the raw power of one's fists. "Die, you wretch!" Ling Feng leaped high, delivering a punch squarely to the tiger's face, sending it flying to in midair. The tiger spat out blood. Visibly astonished, how is this possible? How could this bipedal creature have grown so formidable? As the tiger landed, it roared at Ling Feng, then dropped to all fours and charged forward with lightning speed. It was determined to show that its earlier defeat had merely been a fluke. Ling Feng met the charge head-on. Their fists and claws collided with a resounding impact. Boom! The ground beneath them crumbled under the force of their clash, sending debris flying in all directions. After the tumultuous encounter, both combatants took a step back. Roar! The tiger let out a ferocious roar, seemingly unable to accept that this once helpless biped was now able to stand its ground. What a mockery! The tiger sank its teeth into Ling Feng's shoulder, its sharp fangs sinking deep into his flesh, as if it aimed to tear away half of his shoulder. Yet Ling Feng would not allow this beast to triumph so easily. Ignoring the pain of the bite, he placed one hand on the tiger's head and forcefully pressed downwards, exerting such strength that the tiger's front legs buckled, its skull crashing into the ground with a thunderous thud. The overwhelming agony forced the tiger to relinquish its grip. Ling Feng then rolled over and seized the tiger's tail, spinning in place like a whirlwind. With the momentum of a top, he twirled faster and faster, the tiger's tail firmly in his grasp. At the critical point of speed, Ling Feng released his hold. The tiger, freed from his grip, shot away like an arrow, colliding violently with the distant hillside, creating a massive crater several meters deep and wide. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, Ling Feng heard applause from afar. Turning, he saw Kaido clapping for him. Ling Feng smiled and waved back, saying, "Haha, no need to praise me. This is merely what I ought to do. Just a wild beast." After all, with a little effort, it was a simple matter. Don't let my earlier struggles fool you. I was merely playing around. Look at me now, taking it seriously and effortlessly dispatching it. Kaido raised an eyebrow. "Are you really that oblivious? You think I was applauding you? Do you believe your current strength warrants such accolades? You have no idea how powerful the beasts on this island are. Initially, they were just a pack of ordinary creatures, easily dispatched by any common person with a gun. But then, one fateful day, dark clouds loomed over the island, and from that day forth, thunder rained down daily, transforming these beasts into formidable adversaries, albeit with limits. So, defeating a single tiger is hardly a feat to boast about. In the beast pirates, such a creature would merely serve as a lowly mount." While Kaido's words seemed dismissive, Ling Feng's performance had genuinely surprised him. After all, when he first brought Ling Feng along, his combat prowess was nearly negligible, akin to that of a civilian. Yet now, after just one night, he had already managed to take down a beast with a bounty of several million. Such rapid growth in strength was unprecedented, even for Kaido himself. His disparagement of Ling Feng was an attempt to keep him grounded, lest he become too proud and complacent, a common pitfall for those who grow strong too quickly. Ling Feng, however, felt a surge of anger at Kaido's words. Channeling his fury into a relentless desire for vengeance, he charged into the throng of beasts, embarking on a merciless slaughter. Each swing of his club felled a foe, None able to withstand his onslaught. As the remaining beasts witnessed their leader's defeat, they lost all will to fight and fled in terror. Yet escape was futile. They were utterly outmatched in speed. After all, this was a small island in the vast ocean. Where could they possibly run? You foul elephant! You think you can trample me repeatedly without consequence? Ling Feng confronted a thunderous giant elephant, striking it down with a single blow that shattered its skull, splattering blood across Ling Feng's face. He wiped it off casually with his clothing and continued his rampage. Let this be a lesson. Kaido, you dare criticize me? You shall pay for your insolence. One day, I will strike you down with such force that you will regret ever underestimating me, Ling Feng boasted, reveling in his newfound strength as he imagined the beast before him as Kaido himself. In his mind, he was not merely battling feral creatures, but was exacting his revenge upon Kaido. However, in an unexpected turn, Ling Feng felt a sudden, powerful blow to his backside that sent him crashing into the ground. Pulling his head from the earth, he glared at Kaido. What the hell was that for? Kaido's expression twitched. And you dare ask? Were you not just hurling insults at me? Do you really think I wouldn't hear you? Ling Feng chuckled awkwardly. Ah, you noticed, huh? Kaido rolled his eyes. You were shouting so loudly that even a deaf person would have heard you. Come on, I was just stating facts. Is honesty now a crime? Ling Feng countered, his spirit unyielding. Though this moment is yours, the future is mine. I will surely surpass you. And when that day comes, striking you down will be a mere formality. Is that so? You little rascal think of nothing but growing stronger to take me on. Do you? Well then, I suppose I ought to take advantage of your current weakness and teach you a lesson before you become too powerful. Kaido glared at Ling Feng with a menacing expression. Ling Feng, what the hell, gazed at Kaido, who approached him with a fierce demeanor, cracking his knuckles. Ling Feng felt as if he had misspoken. No, the words were not incorrect. It was merely that he should not have voiced his thoughts in Kaido's presence. After all, in front of Kaido, he was no different from the ferocious beasts that had been tormented by him. Hey, don't come any closer. If you do, I'll scream for help. As Kaido's massive figure loomed closer, Ling Feng retreated while attempting to threaten him. Even though he now stood at a height of 5 or 6 meters, he still felt dwarfed in comparison to Kaido. Scream for help? Ha ha ha. Go ahead. I would love to see who would come to your rescue. Kaido replied with a wicked grin. Moreover, the louder you shout, the more excited I become. But rest assured, I can guarantee that even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to save you. Ling Feng thought, why does the atmosphere feel so off? Kaido, I was merely jesting. Scream for help. I'm a man of iron will. Why would I call for assistance? If it comes to blows, let us fight. Who is afraid? Behold my beloved iron fist. Ling Feng took the initiative, throwing a punch at Kaido's chest. Kaido remained unscathed, while Ling Feng's own arm fractured under the impact of his tremendous strength, with a crack. The bone of his forearm protruded grotesquely from the flesh, a gruesome sight that would surely fail any scrutiny. Damn, his defense is invincible. Though aware of Kaido's formidable defenses, Ling Feng had not anticipated that his own punch would leave him injured instead. Indeed, the effects of force are reciprocal. Little brat, continue, show off your strength to me, Kaido said with evident delight. Though Ling Feng had struck him, he had only managed to injure himself, appearing rather pathetic, however, from that punch. Kaido sensed Ling Feng's considerable progress. He mused that his training methods were indeed effective. Only through combat could one rapidly grow stronger, especially for someone like Ling Feng, who could resurrect. He could endure the most brutal and fierce battles without fear of death. Others could not train like Ling Feng. After all, aside from him, everyone only had one life that a single misstep could lead to demise. Unlike Ling Feng, who had the opportunity to come back once, twice, or thrice. Thus, it seemed imperative to plan a visit to the Navy headquarters. Kaido thought to himself. Currently, Ling Feng was merely battling beasts, but in reality, human opponents were often far more dangerous. While Ling Feng's strength had indeed increased through his fights with beasts, his combat experience remained lacking. Beasts typically charged head-on, lacking the cunning to ambush. They bore no weapons and did not coordinate with one another. The combat style of beasts was limited, primarily involving pouncing, clawing, and tail-whipping. Far too predictable, they were nothing like humans. Who could be devious? Of course, for Ling Feng, ambushes posed little concern, as he could not die. Regardless, a trip to the Navy headquarters was a necessity. After all, during their previous excursion to Chaos Island, Ling Feng had dispatched those pirates with mere words. If Kaido took him to another pirate-infested island, Ling Feng might pull off another stunt, causing the pirates to annihilate each other. Thus, he opted for the Navy headquarters. Kaido was skeptical that Ling Feng's verbal prowess could incite the Navy to turn on each other. Kaido, die! Ling Feng shouted, fists clenched, launching himself into the air as he unleashed a flurry of punches toward Kaido. In the air, one could see dozens of fist shadows. Bang, bang, bang. Ling Feng was determined that Kaido's chest was drenched in crimson. But it was not Kaido's blood, it was Ling Feng's own. Though it appeared as if Ling Feng was striking Kaido, it seemed more like he was inflicting self-harm. Ling Feng was infuriated. It's a matter of pride. Observing Ling Feng's desperate punches, Kaido sought to provoke him further. Is this the extent of your punching power? Are you merely tickling me? No. Tickling would at least elicit some sensation, yet I feel nothing at all. Are you truly exerting yourself? With such feeble strength, do you believe you are worthy of Yamato? Does it not embarrass you that a man must let a woman take the lead in bed? How shameful! With such pitiful strength, don't you dare claim to be my vice-captain. I would be embarrassed. In a bid to spur Ling Feng's growth, Kaido even mocked his own daughter, showcasing the lengths he would go. However, the right methods must be employed to foster strength. It is akin to setting sail towards the Grand Line, which lies to the south, yet you head west. The harder you strive, the further you drift from your destination. For Ling Feng, only through death could he find a shortcut to strength. As for training, perhaps it might be beneficial, but the effort required would undoubtedly outweigh the results. Therefore, death seemed the better option. Yet, he could not seek death himself, as voluntary demise would not enhance his power, nor could he allow others to kill him. Thus, Ling Feng resolved to turn Kaido's own tactics against him. Kaido was employing provocation against him, so he would do the same. Kaido, have you grown so old that you lack the strength to fight back? Are you merely standing there to take the hits? I must say, you make an excellent punching bag, and I find it quite enjoyable. Ha ha! Ling Feng laughed boisterously, then sent a punch directly toward Kaido's face. With a single blow, Kaido's face distorted slightly. Bang! Ling Feng's abdomen collided with Kaido's foot, sending him hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he flew through the air. He could feel his bones and organs shattering within him. System, host has died. Host has been revived. Host strength has been enhanced. System blessing. May the host continue to strive and soon reach 1,000 deaths. Allowing this system to marry a beautiful and wealthy partner and ascend to the pinnacle of the system. Go forth, host, and embrace death. You can do it. Ling Feng thought, what the hell does this blessing have to do with me? I toil for you to reach your pinnacle. You must be dreaming. System, host, it isn't as you think. If I ascend to the pinnacle, does it not mean that you have also reached your peak? Our fates are entwined, and our bond should be closer than that with Yamato. Wouldn't you agree? Ling Feng, can you manifest into a beautiful girl? System, host, it's already dawn. Please stop daydreaming. This system is male. A staunch heterosexual. No matter how hard you try, you cannot bend me. Cut it out. A system that can't transform into a beautiful girl isn't worth having, Ling Feng retorted. The system fell silent for a moment before replying. All right, I can indeed manifest. A beautiful girl is no problem. My form can change at will. However, I cannot become a flesh and blood being. Rather, I can only transform into a mechanical beauty forged from steel, if you are unafraid of potential complications. Stop, stop, stop. Ling Feng quickly interrupted the system. Though with my current physique that may not be feasible, in the future, I could likely manage, but there is no need for that. You remain a system, and don't morph into a mechanical beauty. Otherwise, this book would have to be retitled The Story of Me and My Robot Girlfriend. Little brat, what are you waiting for? Come and fight me. Kaido observed Ling Feng, who stood motionless after reviving, lost in thought. He reminded him, today, if you can make me step back even a single pace, I will personally deliver Yamato to your room tomorrow. Ling Feng? Truly, this man is like a biological father. Ling Feng resolved that he must never learn from Kaido. If he were to have a daughter with Yamato in the future, he would ensure to protect her fiercely, preventing any lecherous old men from having a chance. All I need is for you to take a step back. And you shall personally escort Yamato to my chamber. Ling Feng inquired of Kaido, his anticipation palpable. Engaging in a brawl that is as visceral as this, how could it possibly compare to the thrill of facing Yamato? Naturally, I never speak falsehoods, Kaido assured. Yet, there was something oddly familiar about Kaido's words that, oh, I see. I once uttered such sentiments myself. Well, that settles it. After all, a man like him, whose tongue is often entangled in lies, must be a rarity in this world, especially with a visage like his. He certainly does not appear to be one prone to frequent deception. Thus, I am here. Ling Feng shrugged his shoulders, loosening his body to reach his peak state, and then shouted, "Thunder come!" Dozens of lightning bolts struck down upon him from the heavens. The arcs of electricity coursed around him, making Ling Feng appear as though he were a deity commanding the very storms. A figure both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Enveloped in thunder, Ling Feng materialized behind Kaido as he leaped into the air, delivering a kick aimed at the back of Kaido's head. Without so much as turning around, Kaido extended his hand, seizing Ling Feng's ankle with a speed that was almost imperceptible, and forcefully slammed him into the ground. Bang! 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 Kaido gripped Ling Feng, repeatedly smashing him into the earth. In mere moments, Ling Feng's entire body was obliterated, leaving only a leg still clutched in Kaido's grasp. Pathetically weak, truly pitiful, Kaido remarked as he discarded Ling Feng's leg. "You, boy, are far too feeble in both strength and physique. Such a diminutive man cannot hope to survive upon these seas. Of course, you could rely on your status as my son-in-law to act with impunity. But as a man, is it truly acceptable to live off the fruits of another's labor? What is wrong with living off someone else's success?" The resurrected Ling Feng replied, patting his backside with a grin. "I am a man who can thrive on my looks. Why must you insist that I earn my keep through merit? Although it is said that men conquer the world while women conquer men. What if the one standing atop the world is a woman? If I were to conquer her, would that not be tantamount to conquering the world? Ugh, how dare you utter such shameless words?" Kaido glowered at Ling Feng, initially believing that after such a brutal confrontation, Ling Feng would comprehend that this world is one governed by the law of the jungle, where only the strong prevail. Yet, upon hearing Ling Feng's words, he wondered if the boy had lost his mind. How could one even contemplate conquering the world through the subjugation of women? Do you even deserve such aspirations? A robust figure like mine, capable of enduring for 10 days and nights, has never been granted such an opportunity, and you think you can? Just because you possess a handsome face? What good is that? A true man relies on that which can be both pliable and rigid. Long and short, why am I unable to voice this? A tree without bark is doomed to perish. A man without shame is invincible. Do you understand? Is it truly my fault that I can thrive on my looks? I see nothing but jealousy in your eyes. Ling Feng felt no shame in his preference for a life of ease. After all, appetites vary among individuals. Some can only consume the hard fare, while others are naturally suited for the softer sustenance. Like him, he is well suited for the latter. It is a pity that fate has not afforded him such an opportunity, had he not appeared in the Sky Island, but instead in the Flower Kingdom. He might have already wed Emu and ascended to the pinnacle of piracy. Kaido, you wretched brat, if I do not slay you 100 times today, I shall no longer bear the name Beast. Kaido snarled, lunging at Ling Feng. He pressed Ling Feng's head down forcefully against the ground. Ling Feng's skull shattered like a watermelon. "I assent Beast your title. When did it become your surname?" the revived Ling Feng queried. Perplexed. "Do you live by the sea? Why do you concern yourself with such trivialities?" Kaido pressed Ling Feng's head down once more, slamming it into the ground with brutal force. Bang! His head exploded once more. "I curse your daughter," the resurrected Ling Feng shouted. "Is it so pleasurable to press my head down? Have you not heard that one must not touch a woman's backside, nor a man's skull? Who said that? I was unaware such a saying existed." Kaido replied, bewildered. "I said it. What of it?" Ling Feng proclaimed, puffing out his chest defiantly. Bang! Kaido delivered a punch directly to Ling Feng's face, distorting his handsome features and sending blood gushing from his nostrils. "What now? How dare you speak so boldly? Today, I shall specifically strike your face and subsequently capture the moment. In the future, should you ever boast of your looks before me, I shall present to you the visage I have marred, allowing you to witness the true peril of piracy." J. Ling Feng covered his face, having lost several teeth, and his words became unintelligible. With a swift punch, Kaido ended Ling Feng once more. As he beheld the resurrected Ling Feng, Kaido inquired, "What did you just say?" "I said, one should not strike a person in the face." "Kaido, you have truly provoked my ire today. Initially, I merely wished to converse with you as your son-in-law, yet you responded with disdain. Therefore, I shall lay my cards on the table. All my previous displays of weakness were mere acts. Now, allow me to reveal my true strength." "Ah!" Ling Feng roared, his muscles swelling dramatically, tearing through his clothing. The sheer aesthetic of his muscular form was laid bare before Kaido. "Let my small cosmos explode. I am destined to become the Pirate King. In the future, I shall also be the Hokage. I am the king of summoning. Without a doubt, there is but one truth, for we are fairy tale." In that moment, Ling Feng felt as though he had channeled countless protagonists from the world of anime. Is Kaido truly so insignificant? Do you believe I could summon Conan and have him scour your home, leaving you in utter ruin, Kaido? What on earth is this child babbling about? However, Kaido's gaze shifted slightly. As for a fleeting instant, he sensed Ling Feng had transformed into an even more terrifying monster than himself. But how could that be? He is the strongest creature. How could there exist an entity more fearsome than he? It must be an illusion. No, it is not an illusion. Perish, beast Kaido. Boom. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Feng had already appeared before Kaido, his fist mere inches away. Kaido, caught off guard, failed to notice how Ling Feng had materialized before him. In that split second, Ling Feng seemed to teleport, his fist poised to strike his face, mere inches apart. Any notion of defense had become impossible. Yet, Kaido had no intention of defending himself. After all, why would he need to adopt a defensive posture against someone as trivial as Ling Feng? But in the next moment, Kaido was taken aback. He felt an overwhelming force surge from his cheek. Half of his face was knocked askew, blood erupting from between his teeth, the searing pain rendering him nearly incapacitated. How many years had it been? How long since he had experienced such a painful blow? How is this possible? This child, how could he possess such strength? Kaido was incredulous. Bang! Ling Feng's fist connected with Kaido's face, sending him hurtling through the air. Kaido's body soared like a cannonball, his feet leaving the ground as though he were a fishing rod being cast away. Boom! After being propelled hundreds of meters, Kaido crashed into the mountainside. The small hill, several dozen meters high, could not withstand such immense force. Crumbling under the impact, Beast Kaido was buried beneath the rubble. Is this truly my power? Ling Feng gazed at the distant figure of Beast Kaido, now entombed in debris, then turned to inspect his own fist. He had merely been boasting moments ago. How could he have unleashed such a devastating blow? Could it be that I possess a hidden ability, the power to turn my bluster into reality? System, all right, system, I was only jesting. I am well aware it is you who has aided me. Ling Feng chuckled softly and addressed the system. But how did you accomplish this? And if you possess such power, why not simply grant it to me directly? Why must I endure the cycle of death repeatedly? Is it merely for amusement? System, do you think I can bestow upon you this invincible strength so casually? It is a result of the 10 deaths you have sacrificed, which have augmented your physical prowess, allowing for such a powerful strike. That all there is to it. Have I perished 10 times for just this one blow? Damn it, you wretched system. Although I enjoy showing off, do you take me for a fool? 10 deaths for a single formidable attack? That hardly seems worth it. System, truly not worth it? Did you not feel exhilarated when you struck Kaido earlier? Yes, but what comes after that exhilaration? Ling Feng was speechless. He desired to bask in glory perpetually, yet you only allow me a fleeting moment of triumph before plunging me into the depths of despair. Correct. System, and what are the depths? You can rise from ashes, reborn. Very well, I shall not argue further. However, if 10 sacrifices grant you the strength to shatter Kaido, what if I were to sacrifice 100 times? Would you not obliterate Kaido with a single punch? Ling Feng inquired. System, you may put that to the test. Ling Feng, forget it. After all, Kaido is currently my ally. If I were to defeat him, how could I continue to bask in his reputation? In the distance, amidst the ruins, Kaido slowly sat up, the debris that had once weighed him down cascading off his form. As he propped himself up, his mind was still somewhat dazed. He reached out, vigorously rubbing his head, seemingly trying to recall how he had been sent flying by Ling Feng's punch. He touched the spot on his face where Ling Feng had struck him. Hiss, it stung. Kaido inhaled sharply, then spat out a mouthful of blood, crimson and thick. A broken tooth accompanied the evidence of that devastating blow. Rising from the ground, Kaido approached Ling Feng, his gaze laden with complexity. Kid, was that punch truly your genuine power? Over the years, I have occasionally read tales of those who feign weakness to surprise the strong. Yet, I never anticipated that I would encounter such a scenario in reality. Indeed, life is more fantastical than fiction. Don't be astonished. It's merely a basic maneuver. Ling Feng waved his hand dismissively. It is well known that I, Ling Feng, am a man of modest demeanor. However, you are excessively arrogant. Pressing my head into the ground. I have never encountered anyone so audacious. I had no choice but to reveal 1% of my strength. Otherwise, that punch would have erased you from existence. Kaido, well, upon hearing you say that you have never met someone so arrogant, I wanted to retort, well, now you have. Yet, considering your strength, though lacking, your verbal prowess is unmatched. Engaging in a war of words with you guarantees my defeat. Therefore, why prolong this futile exchange? As for Ling Feng's claim of revealing only 1% of his power, Kaido merely scoffed. Despite being taken aback by Ling Feng's strength, he recognized that boasting was Ling Feng's forte. So he dismissed it entirely to in this world. There simply did not exist a man capable of obliterating him. Kaido, with a single punch. Kid, you have indeed surprised me greatly. This means I can entrust Yamato to you without worry. Kaido patted Ling Feng on the shoulder, genuinely pleased. Indeed, my discerning eye has not deceived me. As the saying goes, 1,000-mile horse is common, but a Bo Lu is rare. You were truly fortunate to have encountered me. Ha! Ling Feng pondered. What the hell? Is Kaido attempting to take all the credit for himself? My strength has nothing to do with you. Is it not true that without your discovery, I would not be as powerful as I am today? Ling Feng realized that Kaido was becoming increasingly shameless. Perhaps that punch had thickened Kaido's skin even further, quite possibly. Kid, let us engage in a grand battle. Kaido cracked his knuckles, seemingly ready for a genuine clash. Rather than the one-sided beating from before, given the force behind Ling Feng's earlier punch, Kaido believed that Ling Feng deserved his full attention as a worthy opponent. Of course, that was all there was to it. Should that punch have been Ling Feng's full strength, Kaido could still easily overpower him. Ling Feng rolled his eyes. I would be a fool to continue fighting you. That punch cost me 10 deaths, which has diminished my strength compared to before. I need to die 1,000 times to become invincible. Currently, I have died over 100 times, achieving a minor goal. But I do not wish to see my strength revert to what it was before my arrival in this world. Repeatedly perishing had rendered him indifferent to death, as if it had seamlessly woven itself into the fabric of his existence, akin to eating or drinking. Yet even so, he had no desire to be incessantly killed. While death could indeed make him stronger, he had already perished countless times that night, and even the most resilient of spirits grew weary of such an existence. Could it be that dying 100 more times would drastically improve his life? Absolutely not. It was akin to authors who could easily increase their income by writing a few thousand more words each day. Why do they not do so? Because for struggling authors, that paltry sum is significant, while for established ones, it is inconsequential. Given that extra income would not change much, why toil for hours at a computer? Ling Feng shared this sentiment. Possessing the strength of an ordinary man versus that of a calamity-level individual, how much of a difference would it truly make in his life? Not much. He was already the vice captain of the Beast Pirates, residing in Wano. Given his status, who would dare strike against him? If no one dared to act, what relevance did strength hold? It was akin to celestial dragons. Despite being weak, their status alone deterred many from challenging them. Attacking a celestial dragon would provoke the world government, while striking Ling Feng would challenge the Beast Pirates. Thus, since the disparity in strength did not significantly alter Ling Feng's circumstances, he chose a life of ease and indulgence. Though effort yields results, does not exerting oneself to a greater extent lead to greater comfort? To put it plainly, it is due to a higher starting point. If you earn 10,000 at work while receiving 100,000 as pocket money from home, would you sacrifice your comfort for that 10,000? Such attitudes may seem complacent, but ultimately, it is determined by one's starting position. With ample pocket money, one may have little desire to work. Earning too much may lead to a lack of motivation to push oneself further. Ling Feng, being the vice captain of the Beast Pirates, understood this well. Even if he were to enhance his strength, it would not elevate his status. Only by surpassing Kaido could he ascend to a higher echelon. But achieving that would require countless sacrifices, so he chose to go with the flow. Of course, had Ling Feng been a pirate of an ordinary crew, the situation would differ vastly. Ordinary pirate crews constantly face threats from rival pirates, bounty hunters, the navy, and the disdain of common folk. In such circumstances, life would be dire, with constant threats to his existence. Thus, he would have to relentlessly pursue strength to alter his lowly status for a better life. Perhaps this is the essence of pretentiousness. Some toil for a mere 10,000, while others scoff at it. Reader, are you trying to tell us that the protagonist's lack of effort to grow stronger stems from his high starting point? Even without striving, he can lead a life most people envy. Correct. If one can live comfortably without effort, why strive to become the wealthiest? Is that an accurate portrayal of the protagonist's mindset? Reader, that's a falsehood. Reader, what about the truth? Reader, clap, clap, clap. Question, is that applause or a slap in the face? Kid, let us engage in a grand battle, Kaido declared, gazing at Ling Feng, not interested, therefore, confronted with Kaido's demand for battle. Ling Feng tilted his head dismissively and outright refused, exuding an air of indifference reminiscent of someone tossing their hair aside in disdain. However, Kaido, lacking any sense of martial ethics, retaliated immediately with a powerful strike. Proclaiming thunderous 8 trigrams, the blow was so forceful that it obliterated Lingfeng in an instant. Since you refuse to engage, I shall take matters into my own hands, Kaido remarked, observing Lingfeng's revival. Lingfeng, feeling exasperated, thought to himself, forget it. I can't even be bothered to curse him out. I'll deal with him later. Come at me then, he resolved, recalling how he had previously lost 10 lives at Kaido's hands, and now he intended to reclaim that lost dignity. With that, Lingfeng charged forward. As he threw a punch towards Kaido, Kaido responded in kind. Initially, one would expect a clash of equal strength, but the outcome was quite different. Kaido's fist shattered Lingfeng's arm with a devastating fracture before driving straight into his chest, puncturing it cleanly. This created a rather surreal scene. Lingfeng's body hung limply from Kaido's arm, a gaping wound where his chest once was, reminiscent of a piece of cured meat dangling on a windowsill to dry. Are you toying with me, little brat? Kaido shook his arm, causing Lingfeng's lifeless form to tumble to the ground. As Kaido gazed down at Lingfeng's body, rage coursed through him, leaving him feeling as if he were chilled to the bone on a sweltering summer day. Can we not have a proper fight? Is this your idea of a joke? He fumed. You can't pretend to be weak after having sent me flying with a single punch before. How amusing. Indeed. Or do you have some peculiar penchant for self-humiliation? Kaido shook his head, baffled by Lingfeng's mindset. With such formidable strength at his disposal, why would he choose to feign weakness and rely on mere words? Surely, this must provide him with a sense of accomplishment. Upon reflection, it seemed plausible that if one were a mere marine and dared to chastise Whitebeard, the sense of achievement would be monumental. Conversely, if one were a celestial dragon reprimanding Whitebeard, it would be a different story altogether. They considered themselves divine, the descendants of creation itself. What was Whitebeard to them? Not worthy of sharing the same air. Who was toying with you? Lingfeng retorted as he rose from the ground, brushing off his backside with irritation. That last hit was merely a surge of adrenaline. I activated my latent potential. All right, you think I was concealing my strength. Don't be ridiculous. I, Lingfeng, am no braggart within the beast pirates. Who among them could possibly match me? Kaido, taken aback, exclaimed. What, you little brat? Are you actually boasting? You dare to claim that everyone in the crew could overpower you, and yet you speak so defiantly, and why shouldn't I take pride in my weaknesses? Lingfeng replied, puffing out his chest defiantly. Who set the rules that I cannot be proud of my shortcomings? The celestial dragons are weak. No, weaker than I, but they revel in their pride. So what is wrong with me feeling a bit of pride? You cannot compare yourself to the celestial dragons. They are nothing but filth. Kaido gritted his teeth. Ha. Those wretched beings are precisely what everyone dreams of becoming. Lingfeng pointed at Kaido. Everyone despises the celestial dragons, yet yearns for their power. They embody the pinnacle of worldly authority, and those with ambition wish to usurp them. Do you wish to do the same? Kaido inquired, his gaze fixed on Lingfeng with anticipation. Having reached the pinnacle of being a Yonko, he would find solace in knowing his son could rule the world. What? You claim Lingfeng is not my son? Nonsense. A son-in-law is as good as a son, at least half of one. What of it? I dream of having Sengoku kneel before me, begging for my leadership in the Navy. Does that hold any weight? Lingfeng rolled his eyes, responding, Kaido, young one, you must remain grounded, understand, do not take things for granted. Can you achieve whatever you desire simply by wishing for it? Effort does not guarantee success, but a lack of it certainly leads to comfort. Life requires one to go with the flow. What is meant for me will come, and what is not cannot be forced. Then why don't you answer my question, you little brat? Kaido exclaimed, kicking Lingfeng. This kid was adept at dodging the topic. Simply answer me. Do you wish to become the ruler of the world? Must you lecture me? I've defeated more pirates than you've ever encountered. Who are you to lecture me? If I were one for reason, I would have turned myself into the Navy by now instead of indulging in this banter with you. Kaido's frustration mounted with each word. He charged forward, unleashing a flurry of blows upon Lingfeng, thoroughly venting his wrath. After ensuring Lingfeng had perished 10 times over, he finally felt relieved that it was one thing for a daughter to be his source of worry. It was quite another for a son-in-law to cause him strife. If only he had heeded the wisdom of Big Mom and produced more offspring. Yet he thought, no, there is nothing to regret. It is not too late. With his robust physique, having a few children was hardly a daunting task. At this moment, Kaido pondered whether he should consider raising a few little ones, but then he thought better of it. At his age, how much time would he have to nurture them? As long as he remained strong enough to hold his position as a Yonko, he could stave off the onslaught of new pirates for a couple of decades. However, once his physical condition began to decline, Would he not be torn apart by the incoming tide of new pirates? There would hardly be time to cultivate successors. Thus, apart from nurturing Lingfeng, he had no other options. Damn it, Kaido, do you not know the rule of hit the body, not the face? Lingfeng complained, covering his face, which had suffered countless blows. If you're so displeased, come and hit me, then. Kaido made a face in response. Lingfeng was exasperated. Having spent so much time with Kaido, he had grown increasingly childish and petulant, making faces. How juvenile. Lingfeng cast Kaido a disdainful glance before returning the gesture. One could only say that a man's happiness is often as immature as this, even for the notorious Kaido of the beasts, though he typically exuded an air of authority and dominance. That was merely a fade for outsiders. After all, a Yonko must not reveal any hint of indecisiveness or weakness. As the saying goes, when one occupies a high position, they are often bound by the responsibilities of others. One must consider not only oneself, but also those countless individuals who follow. But enough of that. What truly mattered was that Kaido had challenged Lingfeng to strike him. Lingfeng thought to himself, I have never encountered such a ridiculous request in my life. How could he possibly refuse? Kaido, I'm coming for you, he declared as he lunged forward, executing a flying kick to Kaido's face, unleashing a torrent of punches upon the Beast King. You struck my face earlier, pretended to be superior, and now you dare to invite me to hit you. I shall grant you your wish. Bang, bang, bang. Lingfeng unleashed a left hook, followed by a right hook, an uppercut, and a downward strike, mercilessly assaulting Kaido's face in retaliation for the earlier humiliation. As Kaido bore the brunt of Lingfeng's blows, he recognized that even if he were to be reduced to a pulp, he would simply resurrect without a trace of scarring. Even if Kaido were to kill him, it would only serve to augment his power. Yet Lingfeng was determined to retaliate. Have you not eaten today? Hit me harder, Kaido roared, his mouth frothing in fury. Are you serious? Have you not eaten either? Hit harder, Kaido bellowed once more, his frustration palpable. The scene appeared as though Kaido was using his face to absorb Lingfeng's punches rather than the other way around. You want me to hit harder? I have never heard such a submissive request in my life, but very well, Lingfeng retorted, increasing the force behind his strikes. Yet, Kaido merely took a single step back. Lingfeng, you have truly disappointed me. Kaido looked at Lingfeng with a face full of disappointment. The disparity in strength compared to the power Lingfeng displayed when he sent him flying with a single punch was utterly staggering. Could it be that the previous force was merely a result of this brat's potential being explosively unleashed? Was there no replicability to speak of, or was this fellow, despite being exposed, still intent on maintaining his disguise? Speaking of which, he recalled a novel he had read before. The protagonist was a cunning character, evidently powerful, yet he always held back, only exerting 1% of his strength when faced with enemies. He reserved his full might for potential threats, such as the enemy's brothers or fathers, who might seek revenge. Only by concealing his true abilities could he eliminate those who came for vengeance. As long as the adversaries remained unaware of his actual strength and trump cards, they would not dispatch anyone significantly stronger than what he had revealed. Thus, no matter how many waves of foes came, they would ultimately be crushed by the protagonist's prowess. Could it be that this brat harbored such intentions? On the surface, he appeared pitifully weak, unable even to defeat a mere marine. In such circumstances, if the Navy were to send someone to capture him, it would likely only take a low-ranking officer. However, after they dispatched an officer, Lingfeng revealed his strength and dispatched the officer. The Navy, witnessing this, sent a lieutenant, only to have him eliminated as well. Then came the commander. This wave after wave of experience being given away directly elevated Lingfeng's original strength from that of a Navy brigadier to that of an admiral. By the time the Navy realized and sent an admiral, it would already be too late. After imagining all of this, Kaido cursed Lingfeng for being a shameless brat. How could he have been so naive before? Silently accumulating his strength only to astonish everyone. Alas, he lamented, he had been too young and impulsive back then. Brat, you were truly remarkable, Kaido said, gazing at Lingfeng, who was riding on his back. Lingfeng. What nonsense is this? I am simply riding this majestic dragon and delivering some righteous punishment. How is that insidious? Brat, increase your strength. I can take it. Kaido continued, no need to conceal anything. I know you are strong. Just playing it safe, but there's only the two of us here. I regard you as my son. Do you think I would betray you? Lingfeng, you see me as your son. That sounds rather unsettling. Doesn't it? Who the hell is hiding anything? This is truly my full strength. Lingfeng gritted his teeth and delivered a punch to Kaido's face, using every ounce of strength he could muster. Yet, what could he do if it didn't break through Kaido's defenses? He felt utterly desperate. Brat, stop the act. I refuse to believe someone can suddenly transform from a weakling into a fierce tiger. So even if that previous punch was indeed a result of your explosive power, it certainly indicates that your strength is beyond this, Kaido asserted. Otherwise, even with an explosive burst, it would be impossible to send me flying. It seemed Kaido was convinced that Ling Feng was merely putting on a show. If the punch that had sent him flying was worth 2 billion berries, then Ling Feng's current punch was worth merely a few million berries. The gap was astronomical. Sigh, dealing with someone whose thoughts are so distorted is truly beyond explanation. Ling Feng felt helpless. What benefit did hiding his strength bring him? None at all, since there was no advantage. Why conceal it? Although he was aware of Kaido's expectant demeanor, he was still not a true dragon, merely a Triceratops. What do you mean by distorted thoughts? Kaido asked, puzzled. It means I may seem weak, yet you imagine me to be strong. Yes, that's it, Ling Feng replied, then dismounted from Kaido, now straddling the back of a man. Had Kaido not forced him into this fight, he would have to be insane to choose to ride him instead of Yamato. Speaking of Yamato, his golden rod was already yearning with impatience. Previously, due to the size difference, he could do nothing. But now, in his beastly form, he could certainly take a step into the depths. Brat, tell me the truth. Is this truly your full strength? Kaido frowned, feeling somewhat disappointed. It was akin to discovering your son scored 700 on his finals, believing that to be his true capability, only for him to reveal. No, that was me cheating. My real strength hovers around 100. This was like thinking one was marrying a beauty only to find upon lifting the veil that it was a frightful sight. Who could endure that? A golden lotus would have been preferable. At least it could provide medicine when one fell ill. Indeed, this is my true strength, Ling Feng declared proudly, chest out and head held high. Hearing Ling Feng's words, Kaido covered his face. In such circumstances, could you not at least display a hint of shame? Why should I be ashamed? I am honest. I am proud, Ling Feng continued, standing tall. Kaido, unwilling to engage further, transformed into an azure dragon, grasped Ling Feng, and flung him onto his back, soaring back toward Wano. An hour later, the two returned to Wano, each heading to their respective homes. Upon arriving at his doorstep, Ling Feng noticed Shabi sitting there. Just as he prepared to commend the loyalty of his companion, he caught sight of Shabi's bruised and battered visage, seemingly having been ruthlessly beaten. Instantly, Ling Feng's anger flared. What audacity! Even my dog dares to be harmed. Shabi, tell me, who bullied you while I was away? Today, I will make them understand that only I can mistreat my dog. No one else has that right. Shabi? At first, upon hearing Ling Feng's words, he felt a surge of emotion, thinking Ling Feng was about to avenge him. But then, was that really the case? Although Ling Feng's words hinted at retribution, something felt off. Regardless, it mattered little. With his master back, Shabi, like a lost soul finding a beacon, lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Ling Feng's legs, and began to cry loudly. Big boss, you have finally returned. Do you have any idea how I fared these past few days? You must help me. That drought disaster Jack has been challenging me at every turn, beating me black and blue. This is one thing, as I am but a dog and can endure a beating. But even as a dog, one must consider the owner. Jack's humiliation of me shows utter disrespect for you. He not only beat me but also verbally insulted you, claiming you were unworthy of being the first mate of the beast pirates. Merely a gigolo. His words were unbearable, so I shall spare you the details. He has gone too far. In order to uphold your honor, I fought valiantly against him for 3 days and nights. Yet I still lost half a move. Ling Feng? He fought for 3 days and nights and ultimately lost half a move. Are you sure? To Ling Feng, Shabi seemed to belong to the lower echelons of the beast pirates. The sort that fell under the empowerer category. How could he possibly endure 3 days and nights against drought disaster Jack? If he were that formidable, he should at least be a flying 6. Or at the very least a real fighter, though it seemed the flying 6 were merely 6 of the most capable fighters among the real fighters. Below the empowerer were the laughable fools who had failed to gain powers from consuming artificial devil fruits. In the very bottom tier were those who had yet to consume any devil fruits and were merely waiting. Sigh, Ling Feng found himself speechless regarding the ranks within the beast pirates. It sounded more like a comedic troupe. For goodness sake, you are still pirates. When determining internal ranks, could you not choose a more imposing name? Ling Feng decided that the beast pirates needed reform, starting from the very ranks. With that pleasant resolution in mind, he asked, by the way, Shabi, why are you still here? Ling Feng gazed at Shabi with curiosity and inquired, Shabi, what are you doing here? Shabi replied, Boss, am I not meant to be here? Nonsense. This is my home. Do you not have a doghouse? Must you sit right at my doorstep? Does it look good? Ling Feng retorted with irritation, but you mentioned wanting to take revenge for me earlier. Shabi protested, feeling aggrieved. Had the boss's memory faltered during his brief absence? Revenge? When did I ever say that? Ling Feng shook his head, disappointment evident in his gaze as he addressed Shabi. You pitiful creature, having been defeated. Do you truly expect your master to avenge you? While I could easily exact revenge on your behalf, seeking your master's intervention is simply wrong. You ought to strive to improve yourself through rigorous training, becoming more formidable, and then personally confront Drought Jack. People often say that a dog's mouth cannot produce ivory. Thus, you ought to make me proud and, in due time, bite off Drought Jack's ivory, silencing those who doubt your potential. Remember, Shabi, you are my dog, and I am the apex of all beings in existence. Consequently, you must rise above all creatures. Do you understand? Only then will you be worthy of being my dog. But, boss, I cannot defeat that hulking elephant. Shabi replied awkwardly, glancing at Ling Feng. Ling Feng shot him an incredulous look. Did you not just claim that you battled for 3 days and nights, only to lose a single move? Ahem, I may have slightly exaggerated. Shabi admitted, pinching his thumb and forefinger together to indicate a small gap. Get lost, Ling Feng exclaimed, kicking Shabi. You wretched dog. While you fail to learn my commendable traits, you certainly excel at boasting. That's all thanks to your teachings. Shabi flattered. Ling Feng was at a loss for words. He tossed a book from his possession to Shabi, stating, Fine. I knew you would be useless. Take this manual and train diligently. I assure you that in 3 years, you will make the red dog call you father. With that, Ling Feng brushed past Shabi and entered the house, reflecting on why, despite being of the same species, Shabi was so weak. The system chimed in. Perhaps a dog reflects its master. Don't forget, I am also your master, the system added. After Ling Feng departed, Shabi picked up the manual he had been tossed. The cover bore the inscription Sword Manual. Could this be a legendary swordsmanship manual? Shabi felt a surge of excitement. Although he was not a swordsman, that was inconsequential. He flipped open the manual, only to find the first page contained a single phrase, Forget your beloved. Shabi pondered. What could this mean? Turning to the second page, Sever your infatuated soul. The third page read, Slice the god of love with every stroke. The fourth, Raise your hand to extinguish worldly desires. The fifth, Furiously slash your former lover. The sixth, Do not become a lover. The seventh, Close your heart's door. The final page concluded with, Protect your master. It was summed up with no woman in your heart. Drawing the sword shall come naturally. As Shabi repeatedly perused the manual, he fell into deep contemplation. After a while, he suddenly knelt at Ling Feng's door and proclaimed, Boss, I have realized. It turns out women are the source obstructing my strength. I shall go and eliminate her. With that, Shabi sprang to his feet and dashed towards the flower street. The next day, Ling Feng summoned all members of the Beast Pirates to gather in the hall. As he had an announcement to make, at this moment, Ling Feng had yet to step outside, but the assembly hall was already filled with people. The vice captain has summoned us. Do you know what it's about? I heard he is going to announce that he is actually the captain's son. Nonsense. I have inside information. My friend's brother's wife is the vice captain's maid, and she told me the vice captain is about to officially declare his wedding to young Master Yamato. A wedding with young Master Yamato? Is that a same-sex marriage, fool? Although we refer to him as young Master Yamato, he is actually a girl. Of course, there are too many interests involved to explain further. Those who understand, understand, and those who don't, well, I can't elaborate. Ponder it for yourself. Newcomer, are you serious? Young Master Yamato is a girl? This circle is utterly chaotic. Could you please stop misleading the newcomer? An elder interjected. Unable to tolerate the nonsense. What nonsense about the vice captain marrying young Master Yamato? You must be blind. The vice captain's physique is well known, and so is young Master Yamato's. The disparity between them is too great for marriage to be possible. Furthermore, young Master Yamato belongs to me, the pirate retorted. So, after all that, only the last statement is your true sentiment? Huh? But do you even deserve it? Have you looked in the mirror lately? With that leopard-like face and your tail swaying about. Don't you think just because you stand on 2 legs you are truly human, that a perfect woman like young Master Yamato is far beyond your reach? Oh please, you should be the one looking in the mirror. Covered in scales and resembling a beast. How dare you call yourself human? Do you even have the right to speak? Now, let us not attack each other. We are all beasts after all. Why must we turn against one another? At this moment, the newcomer stepped forward, hoping to quell the anger of the 2 elders. But really, is young Master Yamato that beautiful? Do you all truly admire her? What chance do I stand? Suddenly, the doors of the assembly hall burst open. and a handsome man strode in. Dressed in a black suit and white cape, sunglasses perched on his nose, and a cigar in his mouth, he made his way towards the podium. As he walked, everyone parted to create a path for him, leaving a 1-meter-wide corridor in the densely packed hall. Ling Feng moved slowly, exuding an air of grandeur, while not a single pirate dared to utter a word. All eyes fixated upon him. Approaching the podium, he removed his sunglasses and tossed them to Shabi, who trailed behind. Without the barrier of the shades, Ling Feng's charisma was even more striking that he reached the podium, took his place at Kaido's former throne, and cast a sharp gaze over the assembly of pirates. He proclaimed, "Thank you all for your hard work." The pirates collectively responded. For a moment, they were at a loss for how to reply. Eventually, under some unspoken impulse, they united in a chorus, "We serve the vice-captain, as is proper." "Excellent. You are all outstanding." Ling Feng gestured expansively. "The achievements of the Beast Pirates today are greatly attributed to your efforts. I hope that as we journey forward, we can continue to work together, forge ahead, selflessly contribute, and witness my ascension to the throne of the Sea King. At that time, you will all share in the glory." Thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. Amidst the clamor, someone quietly inquired, "What does it mean to share in the glory?" "Fool, I've urged you to study, yet you have neglected your studies. And now, what do you know about the achievements of the dragons?" The onlookers reproached the questioner. "What nonsense are you spouting? Am I not seeking answers, or are you merely here to criticize me?" The questioner gritted his teeth, ready to take action had it not been for Ling Feng's watchful presence. "Do you still doubt my intelligence, you fool? If I had known, I would have answered you long ago." The questioner retorted, "And how dare you call me a fool when you yourself are equally ignorant?" "Of course, when I sought answers from others, they too called me a fool. Now that we are both in the dark, does it not seem reasonable for me to label you a fool as well?" One of the bystanders scoffed. "Fine. I admit my foolishness for even contemplating asking you a question. If I ever seek your counsel again, I might as well marry a pig." "Silence, all of you. Silence." Ling Feng clapped his hands. Addressing the murmuring pirates below, "I ask you, do you know why I have summoned you here today?" The pirates exchanged glances, none daring to answer, fearing that a wrong response might lead to dire consequences. "Very well, ignorance is not a crime. Today, I have gathered you to rectify the misconceptions the world holds about you. Look at yourselves. What a sight you are, with faces resembling beasts and appearances that evoke terror. This disgrace severely hampers the diplomatic efforts of our 100 Beasts pirate crew. You could frighten the life out of anyone. Therefore, change is imperative." Ling Feng proclaimed loudly. "Of course, I understand that you do not wish to look this way. It is a consequence of the artificial devil fruits you consume, and your appearances cannot be altered. However, you can transform yourselves in other ways, such as donning a stylish suit. Indeed, though you may be beasts, you must not abandon all dignity. Even as beasts, you ought to appear respectable. Henceforth, all members of the 100 Beast pirate crew will don suits." "What? Wear suits?" Ling Feng's decree sparked a flurry of discussions among the pirates. When did the pirate crew become so strict about attire? Yet, I must say, those suits do look sharp. The pirates gazed enviously at Ling Feng's face and his sleek black suit, fantasizing that if they too wore suits, they might possess even a fraction of his charm. Nay, even a mere 1% would suffice. It is known that due to their beastly appearances, finding a partner has proven difficult for the 100 Beast pirate crew, often resorting to seeking companionship in brothels. However, despite their pirate status and unappealing looks, they still yearn for a clean and respectable partner. After all, one can play and revel, but a spouse is essential. Thus, Ling Feng's proposition found almost unanimous acceptance among the pirates. After all, who could refuse the chance to become more handsome? Excellent. Since there are no objections regarding attire, I shall now announce a reform of the rank system within the 100 Beasts pirate crew. No one voiced dissent, and Ling Feng felt a surge of satisfaction as he continued. The internal hierarchy of our crew is currently defined as waiters, jokers, givers, true fighters, flying six, big shots, and governors. I find this classification utterly ludicrous. Therefore, I have decided that from today onwards, we shall abolish this hierarchy. From now on, ranks will be designated as cavalry, knights, barons, viscounts, earls, marquises, and dukes. The lowest rank of waiters will correspond to the cavalry. The second rank of jokers will correspond to knights. Givers will correspond to barons. True fighters will correspond to viscounts. Flying six will correspond to earls. Big shots will correspond to marquises. Kaido will correspond to dukes. And I, Ling Feng, am your sole king, unifying all men of the 100 Beast army. Indeed, from this day forth, the 100 Beast pirate crew shall no longer bear that name. You will become the guard corps of Wano. Pirate is ultimately an unflattering term, and thus, you must abandon that identity from today onward. Henceforth, you are no longer pirates but the regular army of Wano, soldiers who will aid me in expanding our territory. Ling Feng tirelessly indoctrinated the pirates below him, who, despite their sobriety, felt a sense of intoxication. What is this? Are we not pirates? How did we suddenly transform into soldiers? Will we still be able to sail the seas and plunder resources? Ling Feng. At that moment, the drought calamity Jack stepped forward. Among the 3 calamities of the 100 Beasts pirate crew, only Jack had arrived. The other 2 either refused to acknowledge Ling Feng or were otherwise occupied. However, this mattered little. Ling Feng noted everything in his mind. Preparing to settle scores later, Jack, how dare you utter my name? Ling Feng glared at drought calamity Jack, his formidable conqueror's haki radiating pressure that weighed heavily on Jack. The crimson aura enveloped him, conjuring visions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Then, what should I call you? Jack retreated a step, feeling an inexplicable shift in Ling Feng's demeanor. Previously, he had met Ling Feng's gaze and felt immense pressure, but now, he felt as though he faced a reaper emerging from a mountain of corpses. With Ling Feng towering above like a god, surrounded by a sea of bodies, blood cascading down like a waterfall. In summary, it was profoundly terrifying. Jack, a seasoned individual, could not comprehend why he felt such fear every time he encountered Ling Feng. This was not in line with his character. After today, he intended to set sail and bolster his courage. In the future, whether he encountered a Yonko ship or an admiral's vessel, he would approach without hesitation. One's bravery could only grow through life and death experiences. A new king of the seas was about to be born. What do you think you should call me? Ling Feng narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Jack dangerously. Although he could not defeat Jack, Jack was unaware of this fact. Thus, he had to maintain the faade, ensuring it was flawless, as so many pirates were watching. If he could not assert dominance over Jack, how could he command authority in the future? Vice Captain. Jack gritted his teeth, ultimately uttering the humiliating title. I wish to inquire, Vice Captain, have your so-called reforms received the captain's approval? You previously stated that we should all wear suits, which I can tolerate, as changing attire is not a grave matter. However, your proposal to alter our internal hierarchy is rather serious. But the most outrageous part is that you want us to forsake our pirate identities and become the 100 Beasts Corps of Wano? Does that not seem inappropriate? Facing Jack's challenge, Ling Feng smiled. What is inappropriate about it? Do you truly intend to remain pirates for all eternity? What glory is there in being a pirate? The Pirate King has long since perished, leaving behind only his remnants. Aside from Shanks, who has risen to become a Yonko, are not the others leading lives of obscurity. Even the crew of the Pirate King has met such a fate. Are you certain you wish to persist in this path? Humph, Vice Captain, you are merely diminishing your own stature while elevating others. The Pirate King, Roger, is dead, and nearly all of the Roger pirates have vanished. Does that necessarily imply that the 100 Beasts pirate crew must follow suit? History has shown that new waves push aside the old. The old are washed ashore. Perhaps 20 years ago belonged to Roger's era. But now, times have changed. Why can't our 100 Beasts pirate crew unify the new world and become a dominant force like the Rocks pirates, establishing boundaries with the world government at the Red Line and the Calm Belt? Sharing the new world amongst ourselves. TSK, 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 Jack. You truly. Ling Feng incessantly pointed at Jack, exasperated. What can I say about you? Your perspective is so limited. Why must we be confined to a division of power with the world government? The new world occupies only a fraction of the entire world. Can you not harbor greater ambitions? 800 years have passed. The tides of fortune have shifted. The celestial dragons have occupied their lofty positions for 8 centuries. It is high time for them to descend. Therefore, listen carefully, Jack. What I desire is not mere division and governance, but a complete usurpation. Do you understand? Ling Feng declared with imposing authority. However, to achieve such a replacement, what kind of identity must we assume? Are we to be pirates? If that were the case, could the common folk of the seas ever acknowledge us? Although victors and vanquished may not determine the outcome by their acceptance, possessing a commendable reputation is undeniably beneficial. Thus, our first step must be to cleanse our image. We are not a band of pirates. We are the legitimate army of Wano country, embodying not the will of pirates, but the resolve of a nation. Yet, the people of the seas all know that we belong to the Beast Pirates. Can we truly wash away such an identity at will? Jack the Drought retorted. Where do you get off with all this chatter? I said we can cleanse our reputation, and if you disagree, then keep it to yourself. Ling Feng said dismissively. Regardless, the matter had been decided. You could choose to disobey, But that would mean exiting the Beast Legion. A mere calamity among the three, and I could easily find someone to replace you with a mere excursion to the sea. Do you believe otherwise? Jack gritted his teeth, realizing that Ling Feng was clearly targeting him. The audacity to expel him from the beast pirates, such treachery was beyond even the most savage of beasts, and to think Ling Feng could simply find a replacement? After all, he was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. Was he so easily replaceable? Vice Captain, allow me to pose one final question. Jack inquired. If we become the Beast Legion, then who shall serve as the general of Wano country? Is it the captain or you? The recent news of Ling Feng's elimination of Orochi had spread rapidly. Currently, Wano country was in a state of disarray, lacking any ruler, while Orochi's reign was also unstable. The present situation was even more chaotic, as no one had emerged to claim his authority. Although Ling Feng had slain Orochi, he departed shortly thereafter, taken by Kaido for training, leaving no directives behind. The remaining members of the Beast's pirates were at a loss, choosing to wait for their leader's return rather than act rashly and risk incurring Ling Feng's wrath. After all, it was Ling Feng who had taken action. Who could say what his intentions were? If they took measures that contradicted his thoughts, would they not offend him? Thus, it seemed wiser to let things unfold naturally until Kaido and Ling Feng returned. A general? No. In the future, Wano will have only a king. Not a general, Ling Feng asserted. As for who will be king, neither I nor Kaido, but Yamato. Yamato shall be the king of Wano. See how reasonable that sounds. Jack the Drought mused. This indeed seems quite sensible. After all, this is Wano country, and with a name like Wano, it is only fitting that the king bears the name Yamato. However, why Yamato? Surely Kaido is not yet at the age where he must retreat into the shadows. Even if Kaido steps back, what about you? And if not you, what of me, Jack the Drought? After all, Yamato is merely a girl who has never left Wano. Can she truly bear the weight of kingship? Vice Captain, is this a decision made by the captain? Jack asked. Indeed, it is a decision made jointly by Kaido and myself. This statement was, of course, a ruse to placate Jack. The idea of reform had come to him only the previous night. There had been no time to discuss it with Kaido. However, that was of little consequence. He believed Kaido would endorse his decision, as it would not harm Kaido's interests. After all, at the level of the 4 emperors, everyone possessed the power to establish nations. The challenge lay in necessity and gaining acceptance. Pirates are, after all, pirates, and transitioning from a life of piracy to becoming a king and a king's army is no simple feat, while he had previously perceived pirates as less than vile, merely following the protagonist's journey through battles and saving princesses. Focusing primarily on the main cast, with little depiction of the other pirates' heinous acts, it was a different reality now. The common folks' disdain for pirates was palpable, with many wishing for their swift demise. However, that was not of utmost importance. If this is indeed your and the captain's decision, why does the captain not announce it himself and instead leave it to you? Jack grew agitated. Was the captain preparing to hand over power? Was he intending to transfer the entire Beast Legion to Ling Feng? Why else would such a momentous decision be left to him? The transformation from pirates to a legitimate military force was a monumental affair. Are you questioning my words? Do you think I am deceiving you and everyone else? This is solely my decision, with no consultation with Kaido. Jack, are you contemplating rebellion? How dare you question the decisions of Kaido and me? Ling Feng said, his eyes widening as he glared at Jack. Have you forgotten the founding principles of the Beast Pirates? Loyalty, loyalty, and loyalty, unconditional obedience to the orders of superiors. Jack, when did the Beast Pirates adopt such principles? As a prominent figure, why was he unaware? Seeing your bewilderment reveals how little you heed the rules of the pirate crew. You have even forgotten the very foundation of the Beast's Pirates. Truly, you are something else. If you disregard the tenets of the Beast Pirates at such a young age, will you rise in rebellion in 10 years? Ling Feng said, piercingly as expected, at Ling Feng's words. All the pirates' gazes converged upon Jack. They genuinely believed Jack might be plotting rebellion. Jack found himself at a loss for words. Was he not being unfairly accused? He had been fiercely loyal to the Beast Pirates and to Kaido. How had Ling Feng twisted this into ambition and insurrection? At times, a person's words can be the sharpest of blades. Jack, unable to withstand the pressure, lowered his head. Vice Captain, I was wrong. I should not have questioned your words. I am at fault. With that, Jack struck himself several times, leaving red marks on his face, seemingly attempting to demonstrate his genuine contrition. He should not have engaged in a verbal spar with Ling Feng. He could not win, since you acknowledge your mistake. I shall forgive you, Ling Feng declared, displaying his magnanimity. Now, does anyone have any questions regarding the announcements I have made? If you have inquiries, now is the time to voice them. However, Should you remain silent and later whisper amongst yourselves? Do not blame me for being ruthless. Vice Captain, I have a question. A pirate raised his hand. Speak, Ling Feng urged. You mentioned transforming us into the legitimate army of Wano, but we are pirates, accustomed to a life of pillage and arson. How do we conduct ourselves as a regular army? We truly do not comprehend, the inquiring pirate said timidly. Ling Feng, isn't this simpler than being pirates? You sail out to seize resources while facing life-threatening battles. Yet, as the king's army in Wano, your duties would mainly involve training and patrolling. How simple is that? Even a child could manage such tasks. Are you incapable? The questioning pirate felt a tinge of shame at Ling Feng's words. If it were merely training and patrolling, it did seem like a more favorable existence than their current lives. However, but Vice Captain, if we do not venture out to seize resources, how will we earn any money? Another pirate chimed in the outside world, they could indulge in free meals and seize weapons at will. Yet, in Wano, they would have to adhere to certain rules. At the very least, they must pay for their purchases. Otherwise, they would have long since collapsed all the restaurants in Wano through their gluttony. Since you will be the king's army, the king will naturally allocate military funds for you. You need not concern yourselves with such matters. As long as you follow my lead diligently, wealth shall not elude you. There will be ample opportunities. All right, that shall conclude today's meeting. Ling Feng rose from his seat, unwilling to answer any more questions. If it weren't for his affection for Yamato, he wouldn't have bothered with the affairs of the pirate crew. After all, he was living comfortably, enjoying good food and entertainment. The troubles of the pirate crew had little to do with him. However, he contemplated the future. When he was alone, it was of no concern to him. But what about later? What if he and Yamato had children? Surely, he wouldn't want to raise them to be pirates. Would he? Indeed, he had even thought of names for his future children. If it were a boy, he would be named Ling Yu. If a girl, she would be called Ling Xue. Therefore, his desire to turn over a new leaf was also a consideration for the future. Engaging in piracy could serve to accumulate initial capital. As the saying goes, almost every accumulation of initial capital is bloody. Yet, it was clear that the beast pirates had long since moved past the stage of accumulating initial capital. Given this, it was time to use that accumulated capital to cleanse oneself. Of course, this process would not be easy, but man proposes, and heaven disposes. He had done what he needed to do. As for how far he could go, he would follow destiny. System. Host, at this moment, I believe you should shout, my fate is determined by me, not by heaven. That would be much more impactful. Tisich, I might as well say, if heaven obstructs me, I shall tear apart the heavens. If the earth blocks me, I shall trample the earth. If the sea rises against me, I shall split the sea. Isn't that even more impressive? Shaking his head, Ling Feng left the conference hall. Once he departed, the hall erupted into chaos. After all, what Ling Feng had announced was nothing short of earth-shattering for the beast's pirates, which had been established for over 2 or 3 decades. Today, they were to abandon their identity as pirates and become the king's army. How should one view this? It had its pros and cons. As pirates, they merely lingered on Onigashima. Yet, as the king's army, their influence would extend across all of Wano, wouldn't it? Naturally, the matter of power had little to do with the common soldiers. One would at least need to be a baron to step into the ranks of power. And the calamities likely corresponded to the status of a daimyo. As for Kaido, there might not be any significant change. While Orochi was alive, he was the guardian king. Orochi died, but with Yamato ascending the throne, he would likely still be the guardian king. Outside the hall, Xiaozi followed closely behind Ling Feng, her heart a riot of emotions. As the former princess of Wano, her dreams had once included the fanciful notion of becoming a general of Wano in her youth. After all, she had quite the rebellious spirit. Kicking Peachbeard had been a basic operation for her. However, due to Kaido and Orochi's influence, she hadn't even been able to become a general. She had no choice but to hide her identity and survive as a courtesan in the Flower District. Then there was Yamato, with a good father and a good man, needing to do nothing. She simply became a queen. This world is so unfair. Clearly, I arrived first. I am also his woman. Why does he always think of Yamato? What is so special about her? She is so tall that even a kiss would require a stool. In all seriousness, the other party probably feels nothing at all. Who has the more fulfilling experience here? Or is it because she is a courtesan that Ling Feng thinks she is unclean? Indeed, up until now, Ling Feng had never even touched her. He had essentially treated her like a maidservant. She had originally planned to seduce Ling Feng, but with him uninterested, she hadn't even had the chance to whisper sweet nothings. Am I truly so lacking in charm? Xiaozi cradled her face, beginning to feel insecure. There's a saying that goes, if you say you can, If you say you can't, you can't. Humans are social creatures, easily influenced by their surroundings. Yet, I am clearly a courtesan, the most beautiful woman in Wano. Why? Why doesn't Ling Feng have any feelings for her? Moreover, if he truly felt nothing, why did he take her home in the first place? Did he do it just for fun? Regardless, at this moment, Xiaozi made up her mind. Since Ling Feng is not proactive, then she would take the initiative. It said that a woman pursuing a man is like a veil. She firmly believed that if she actively seduced him, Ling Feng would surely fall for her. Who would deny a hungry wolf its meal? The ratings on QQ reading were rather dismal, nearly plummeting below 6 points. Which lovely reader could help boost the score? Reader. Today's authors seem to have forgotten to thoughtfully plot the story, establish character settings, and update frequently, spending all their time trying to buy us off with benefits. They think we are the type to be swayed by mere incentives. Xiaozi, what are you thinking? They had already arrived home, yet Ling Feng noticed that Xiaozi seemed lost in thought, as if her mind were wandering elsewhere. She didn't seem to understand the importance of sharing. Xiaozi clasped her hands between her thighs, tugging at her skirt, her fingers spinning in circles, appearing somewhat flustered. Although she had decided to seduce him, when the moment arrived, she felt a wave of anxiety. What if her attempts at seduction failed and she was instead seen as a shameless woman? Master, if hypothetically there was a beautiful girl who tempted you, what would you do? Xiaozi nervously asked Ling Feng. A beautiful girl tempting me? Ling Feng pondered. Well, that would depend on how beautiful she is. My standards are quite high. For instance, someone as beautiful as me. Xiaozi blushed, twirling around to showcase her graceful figure before Ling Feng. Someone like you. Are you really that beautiful? Ling Feng countered. Apologies, it's not that I think you're unattractive. It is just that I'm somewhat face-blind, and I can't really tell if you're beautiful or not. Xiaozi. Alright, let us set aside the beauty discussion. What if that girl came from a good family? Xiaozi asked. Tell me what kind of family. Ling Feng settled onto the sofa and patted his thigh, inviting Xiaozi to sit. Without hesitation, Xiaozi walked over and perched herself on Ling Feng's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, tilting her chin up as she blew softly against his neck. That girl is a princess. What do you think about such a family? A princess. That just a normal family. Ling Feng looked at Xiaozi in confusion. Xiaozi, are you a celestial dragon? A princess is just a normal family to you? Fine, let us not discuss beauty or family. Let us talk about wealth. That girl is incredibly rich, Xiaozi declared earnestly. Ling Feng scoffed. Whether she has money or not is of no concern to me. I'm not interested in money. I've never touched it. Xiaozi, can we still have a pleasant conversation? By the way, how much money does she have? Ling Feng inquired. Weren't you just saying you weren't interested in money? Xiaozi questioned. While I'm not interested in money, I'm interested in spending it. Ling Feng replied with a grin. Xiaozi's lips twitched. Then she said, if you could marry her, she could bring a dowry of 10 billion berries. 10 billion berries. Ling Feng rolled his eyes. I thought it was a substantial amount. Just 10 small goals. Who do you think I am? Believe it or not, I could easily catch a few fishmen at Fishman Island and auction them off for dozens of billions. But Fishman Island is Whitebeard's territory. If you target Fishman Island, it would be tantamount to declaring war on Whitebeard, Xiaozi remarked. Whitebeard, the world's strongest man? Facing him as an opponent would be acceptable. Ling Feng displayed a dismissive demeanor, causing Xiaozi's heart to race, her coat slipping off her shoulders due to the fluttering of her heart, revealing her fair skin. Ling Feng swallowed hard. Then, feigning indifference, he reached out to pull Xiaozi's coat back over her shoulders, placing his hand on her thigh as he said, Xiaozi, in the future, you shouldn't wear such revealing clothing. It is not appropriate. There are far too many perverts in this world. You might not believe me, but I followed a girl dressed provocatively last night. Xiaozi? She had never encountered anyone who openly claimed to be a pervert before. Although Ling Feng's remark seemed like a self-deprecating joke intended to dissuade her from wearing sexy clothes, it felt decidedly off to her. Understood. From now on, I shall only dress before you. Xiaozi smiled at Ling Feng and said, My lord, I feel that I have gained a bit of weight lately. Ling Feng silently raised an eyebrow in confusion, and so, hearing that exercise could aid in weight loss, Xiaozi hoped her lord could assist her. Embarrassed, she lowered her head, believing she had been quite clear, and that Ling Feng could not possibly misunderstand her intentions. Yet, to her surprise, Ling Feng truly did not grasp it. How am I supposed to help you with your exercise? Should I hold your feet while you do sit-ups? Xiaozi was at a loss for words. Was Ling Feng genuinely oblivious or merely pretending to be innocent? My lord, the weather is rather warm, and I have just sweated profusely. I wish to take a bath, but I cannot reach my back. Might I trouble you to help me scrub it? Xiaozi continued to hint delicately at Ling Feng. After all, as a young lady, she could not outright say, Ling Feng, come, face me directly. That would be quite shameless, wouldn't it? Helping others brings joy, and I am capable of that. Ling Feng nodded. Then, my lord, I shall prepare the hot water. Xiaozi rose from Ling Feng's lap, and whether by accident or design, she suddenly twisted her ankle and fell towards him. In a moment of panic, she embraced Ling Feng's head, pressing it firmly against her bosom. Just to steady herself, after regaining her balance, Xiaozi quickly released Ling Feng's head and apologized. I am so sorry. My lord, it was not intentional. I lost my footing. No harm done. I, as your lord, hold no grudges against the small. Ling Feng replied, rubbing his face from top to bottom, pondering. This facial cleanser smells different from what I usually use. It actually has a milky fragrance. It seems I shall need to switch cleansers. When I become the king of the world, I will surely boast to reporters that the greatest mistake of my life was joining the Beast Pirates. My happiest moments were spent drinking the northwestern winds on Sky Island. My lord, I have prepared the bathwater. At the bathroom door, a fair, long leg suddenly extended out, playfully beckoning towards Ling Feng, as if to say, come, indulge. We have ample time. Come, let us frolic. We have plenty of time. I am coming. Ling Feng stood from the sofa, shedding his clothes as he walked. By the time he entered the bathroom, he had reverted to his natural state. My lord, is this comfortable? Xiaozi knelt before Ling Feng, her delicate hands massaging his shoulders with a gentle yet firm touch. The white bubbles enveloped Xiaozi perfectly, rendering her figure somewhat indistinct. However, this veil of obscurity, akin to a mosaic, meant little to Ling Feng. He had already transcended to a realm where his heart perceived no boundaries, naturally seeing everything in high definition. In comparison, it was not quite as exquisite as the dragon services I once experienced in the heavenly realms. Ling Feng smiled. Heavenly realms? Dragon services? For some reason, a vivid image sprang to Xiaozi's mind. Amidst the sea of clouds, there existed a serene pond. Ling Feng, with half his body submerged, supported himself on the edge of the pond, while Kaido, transformed into a dragon, squatted before him, covered in bubbles. However, she could not dwell on that thought any longer. The scene was too beautiful. An hour later, the two finally finished bathing. On the bed, Xiaozi looked at Ling Feng with a pitiful expression. My lord, please have mercy on me. Ling Feng nodded. I understand. A fierce battle commenced. The following day, Ling Feng still felt his legs weak when Kaido summoned him. You coward, what nonsense did you spout yesterday? Kaido glared at Ling Feng, who lay on the sofa, with irritation. You wish to reform the pirate crew, and yet did not consult me. And you want Yamato to be king. Did I agree to that? Why must you agree? Ling Feng reclined on the sofa, exuding calmness in the face of Kaido's interrogation. Everything I do is for the greater good. If you do not praise me, that is one thing. But to drag me here first thing in the morning to scold me, such actions will surely dishearten me. If your criticism drives me to join the Navy, you will regret it. Bah! A pirate for a day is a pirate for life. You think you could join the Navy? If they would accept you, I would chop off my head and use it as a pot to cook your meals. Kaido retorted, moreover, I am not criticizing you. I merely wish to inform you that in the future, when making such significant decisions, could you please consult me first? After all, I am the captain of the Beast Pirates. And then what? Ling Feng rolled his eyes. You brought me here at dawn just to criticize me over your precious face. Do you have any idea what an intense battle I endured last night? My body is still sore. And as captain, you do not show concern for your first mate, yet you scold me? If it weren't for Yamato, I would have revolted long ago. Revolt? Kaido slapped Ling Feng, sending him crashing into the ground, leaving an enormous handprint on the surface. Endured an intense battle? You were busy playing with my daughter and another woman. I have yet to settle that score with you, and you dare bring it up? Tell me, have you grown arrogant, or have I become too weak to wield my club? Kaido grumbled under his breath. How pure am I? After marrying Yamato's mother, I have never taken another wife. Yet this brat dares to flirt with Yamato and even pursue other women? Have some decency. How do you know this? The resurrected Ling Feng scratched his head, awkwardly glancing at Kaido. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and pointed at Kaido, cursing, Damn you, old man, did you watch it live? Watch what? Kaido slapped him again. Look at your pale face, trembling legs, and weak body. I, as a man, can easily deduce that you have overindulged. So what? Even if I were to play with other women, what of it? A true man stands tall. Having multiple wives is perfectly normal, is it not? Ling Feng stood firm, refusing to back down. Besides, this world does not dictate monogamy. Just for that remark, if it weren't for Yamato's affection for you, I would have killed you already. Kaido replied, annoyed. Ling Feng fell silent, as if Kaido had never tried to kill him before. If I recall correctly, you have at least done so 7 or 8 times. Just wait. One day, I will make you pay for that. By the way, do you know who the woman you brought back is? Kaido questioned Ling Feng. Of course I know who she is. Ling Feng shook his head, looking at Kaido with exasperation. Well then, tell me, who is she? Kaido sneered. Xiaozi, the courtesan of Wano, the most beautiful woman in Wano. Is there a problem? Ling Feng retorted. Who asked you for such widely known information? Kaido glared at Ling Feng. Apart from her well-known identity, what else do you know? Ling Feng fell silent. Wait, could it be that Kaido knows Xiaozi's true identity? Ling Feng thought. So what if you do? What is it you wish to convey? Ling Feng asked Kaido. That woman goes by the name Xiaozi, which is merely her stage name. Her real name is Kazuki Hiyori. The previous shogun of Wano also bore the Kazuki surname. Do you understand my point now? Kaido stated indifferently. Oh, I see. You and Orochi conspired to seize the country, and now you fear retaliation from the other side. Ling Feng feigned ignorance. Kaido, you're well into your 50s. Is this the extent of your courage? Do not think that just because she is a deposed princess, or even a Navy spy, that I lack the strength to handle it. Haha, I just worry you might be fooled by her. Kaido let out a cold laugh. Are you not aware? A beautiful woman is a source of calamity. Women will only hinder your progress. Young one, if you wish to become the master of this world, you must first learn to control your desires. Once you ascend to the throne as the king of the world, what kind of woman could you not have? A mere courtesan. Does she truly deserve you? With such a status, would you have the audacity to bring her to gatherings in the future? You are meddling far too much. Ling Feng, growing impatient, retorted. This is my own affair, one I can manage without your reminders. If one day I truly lose the chance to become the king of the world because of Xiaozi, then that would only prove that I, Ling Feng, am a failure. It has nothing to do with Xiaozi. I detest men who blame their failures on women. When they are indulging with a woman, why do they not speak of calamity then? Ha! Aren't you afraid that while you are reveling, that woman might plunge a dagger into your heart from behind? Kaido chuckled coldly. I have a mortal enmity with that woman. Do you think she follows you out of affection? She merely seeks to seduce you, using you as a dagger aimed at me. Does a courtesan understand love? Ha! As if I understand it any better. Ling Feng scoffed. I am simply drawn to her physical allure. Even if Xiaozi were to stab me one day while I am in ecstasy, I would not mind, for I have lost count of how many times I have pierced her before. Her single stab would hardly be a loss for me. Kaido interjected. Is this what they call a love-struck fool? Willing to be stabbed and still claim to be content. Truly, there is no hope for you. Young one, what will it take for you to abandon that woman? Kaido's intention to keep Xiaozi around was merely to capture her along with Momonosuke and the others when they congregated. Now, however, he was taken aback that she had ensnared her own son-in-law. Regret filled him. Had he known, he would have dealt with the matter upon discovery. Now, he found himself in a bind. Whether to act or not was a dilemma. Acting might lead to a rift with Ling Feng, while remaining passive would pose a risk, given that she was the daughter of Kazuki Oden, even if he no longer cared about past grievances. Would she let go of her desire for vengeance? Impossible. Ling Feng resolutely rejected. Kaido, we are both men. Should we fear a girl who is as harmless as a butterfly, even if Xiaozi wished to kill you? Do you think she could strike you down if you stood before her? It is simply not possible, is it? Given that we face a woman who cannot harm you, why must we eliminate her? Furthermore, she is the daughter of Kazuki Oden, which could be advantageous for our future rule over Wano, would it not? Kaido remained silent for a moment before saying, very well, if you have made up your mind, I shall not interfere. His concern was solely that Ling Feng would become infatuated with beauty. Indeed, a mere Xiaozi was not something he regarded with much significance, even if she constantly sought to kill him. What could she do without power? Merely thinking about it was futile. However, Kaido was curious. How did you come to know Xiaozi's true identity? Kaido looked at Ling Feng with intrigue. It was known that Wano had remained isolated, meaning information rarely escaped. Xiaozi's identity was something that dated back 20 years. At that time, Ling Feng was likely just born. How did he know the truth about her? I read a manga called One Piece. It stated so. Ling Feng replied honestly. Kaido rolled his eyes. Just keep making things up. If you don't wish to speak, that's fine. But claiming to know from a manga, young one, let us get serious. How do you intend to rightfully place Yamato on the throne of Wano? Kaido inquired, observing Ling Feng. Isn't that simple? First, we need to build momentum, elevating Yamato's reputation so that the common people of Wano recognize her as a paragon of virtue. If Yamato becomes the queen of Wano, it would be beneficial for the nation and its people. Under Orochi's rule, the people of Wano have suffered greatly. I believe that if we treat them better than Orochi did, they will be grateful. As the saying goes, it doesn't matter whether I am good or bad. As long as someone is worse than me, others will see me as a good person. Firstly, we must completely distinguish the beast pirates from Orochi's regime. Attributing all the blame for the past 20 years of tyranny solely to Orochi, we need to make it clear that the suffering of the citizens was entirely Orochi's doing, and we were unaware. Secondly, we will proclaim the good deeds of the beast pirates for Wano, such as, in this pirate-infested new world, the beast pirates have safeguarded Wano's borders, preventing any pirates from landing and harming its citizens, while also combating the bandit forces within Wano. Thirdly, we will significantly reduce the citizens' taxes and open up the entire country. In summary, we will shift all the negative attention onto Orochi while highlighting our contributions and ensuring the citizens benefit from our rule. I am confident that with this three-pronged approach, the beast pirate's reputation can be easily restored, Ling Feng declared with conviction. Kaido, however, remained skeptical. Can things truly proceed as smoothly as you suggest? Moreover, you intend to open the nation? That diverges greatly from my strategy. Throughout the Kozuki family's reign, and even during Orochi's, Wano remained closed off, slowly accumulating strength. As I know that the beast pirates currently lack the power to confront any of the four emperors directly. Thus, I have always focused on quietly building strength, aiming to astound the New World unexpectedly. But alas, even after 2 decades of silent development in Wano, I have only become one of the 4 emperors of the New World. If I endure, perhaps I could outlast Whitebeard. But what then? After all, Shanks is only in his 30s. In terms of age, if he can outlast Whitebeard, he could certainly outlast me. Not to mention, the seas are ever-changing, with new talents emerging to overshadow us 4 emperors at any moment. Who knows what prodigies may rise to dethrone us? Are you saying I cannot open the nation? Ling Feng countered. For a nation to become strong, it must first open its borders. This not only attracts talent but also fosters economic growth. I have stated that the beast pirates will become Wano's beast core. As we transition to a royal army, we can no longer engage in the plundering we once did. If we cannot steal, we must find other means to generate wealth. Developing the economy is essential. I am a pirate. Let me rob. And I excel at it. But you want me to develop the economy? I have not studied economics. What do I understand of it? Besides, the entire Beast Pirates crew is comprised of roughnecks. They excel in combat. But ask them to conduct business. Not only do they lack the skills, but their brutish appearances would frighten off potential customers. How could we possibly sell anything? In summary, Kaido found Ling Feng's decision highly dubious. To him, strength was everything. With absolute power, nothing would be beyond reach. Who said one must resort to trade? Ling Feng rolled his eyes. What we need to do is simply make money. For instance, in this new world, where pirates abound, we could form a guard corps to protect merchant fleets. These fleets would pay us, and merchants conducting business in Wano would owe us taxes. In fact, we could simply sell our national flag. Any vessel that displays our flag would receive the protection of Wano. Should anyone dare to harm those ships, it would be tantamount to declaring war on us in Wano. This way, we could profit even while reclining. After all, I believe even the smaller pirates would hesitate to face the risk of offending us by attacking ships displaying our flag. Kaido, the times have changed. There are now countless businesses that yield profit far faster than robbery. So why should we still resort to theft? Is it to prove that we are indeed villains? In fact, we could easily seize Fishman Island and levy an island fee from every vessel traversing from the first half of the Grand Line to the New World. Or vice versa. Fishman Island is too weak to collect such dues, but we certainly can. Imagine, charging a ship 18 million. Wouldn't we be counting money until our hands cramp? And should anyone dare refuse payment? We could simply detain their vessel. Surely, a ship could fetch at least 18 million, right? In any case, whether it be through taxation, charging island fees, or selling flags, these are all immensely profitable ventures, far surpassing our current endeavors. Kaido found himself momentarily speechless. This young one is truly cunning. Charging 18 million just to pass through an island. In this day and age, how much does a large knife cost? How much for a devil fruit? Surely, if we collect fees from just 10 or 8 ships, we'd be set. Indeed, the speed of profit here is even swifter than through robbery. However, currently, Fishman Island flies the Whitebeard flag. How can we charge island fees? Kaido turned to Ling Feng and inquired. TCH, Whitebeard? Just a corpse in a grave. If you don't believe me, I bet you that Whitebeard won't survive this year, Ling Feng declared with conviction. The Straw Hat Brat has already set sail. The war on the top is merely a matter of months. By then, not only Whitebeard but the entire Whitebeard pirates could be effortlessly eradicated. What makes you so certain? Kaido frowned. Although that old man seemed increasingly frail these past 2 years. Hooked up to and 4 drip daily. Surely he wouldn't perish this year. Could it be that this young one possesses some clandestine information unbeknownst to him? Yet, he has associates within the Whitebeard pirates. And no recent news has reached him. That's none of your concern. Just know that Whitebeard is destined to die this year. Afterwards, we can seamlessly take over Fishman Island. Ling Feng responded impatiently. That's settled then. If there's nothing else, I'm going back to sleep. I only managed to rest at 4 in the morning last night. And you dragged me here first thing in the morning to ask me this and that. What a bother. With that, Ling Feng stood up and prepared to leave. Kid. Just as Ling Feng was about to depart, Kaido spoke again. Regardless of whether your claims hold truth, this year I will take control of Fishman Island. I am the strongest creature in the world. What of Whitebeard? His era has long passed. One more thing, in the next few days, prepare yourself. We will stir up some trouble at the Marine headquarters. Upon finishing, Kaido waved his hand, signaling Ling Feng to leave. Hearing Kaido's intention to head to the Marine headquarters, Ling Feng said nothing, for this had already been agreed upon. Kaido wished for him to grow stronger through combat. And the Marine headquarters served as a testing ground. Ling Feng had no objections. A few encounters with death at the Marine headquarters wouldn't be so bad, although he was quite satisfied with his own strength. The readers were not, and he had no choice but to align with public sentiment. My lord, you have returned. At Ling Feng's home, Xiaozi had already prepared breakfast, eagerly awaiting his return. Aren't you tired? Ling Feng asked curiously. Observing Xiaozi, who had risen early to cook despite the previous night's battle, even though he had been the one exerting himself, Xiaozi merely lay in bed, enjoying herself. I'm quite tired. Xiaozi smiled and replied. You were truly strong last night. I almost thought I would perish from the intensity. Was it a blissful demise? Ling Feng beckoned Xiaozi over, who then turned and sat on his lap, playfully punching his chest. My lord, you're so bad. You're a big bad guy. Ha ha ha. So, do you like my wickedness? Ling Feng pulled Xiaozi tightly into his embrace and pressed a fervent kiss on her cheek, leaving a strawberry mark. Humph, bad guy. I'm ignoring you now. Xiaozi pouted, feigning annoyance. She stretched slightly, attempting to escape from Ling Feng's embrace, only to find it impossible. Suddenly, Xiaozi's tone shifted to a more serious note, as if she wished to confess something. What's wrong? Ling Feng turned her to face him and asked. If I were a wicked woman, would you still like me? Xiaozi gazed at Ling Feng, her voice tinged with apprehension. What a peculiar question. Ling Feng chuckled. I like women. I never concern myself with whether they are good or bad, for they could never be worse than I am. Ugh, that's not fair, my lord. I'm being serious, and you're just joking. Xiaozi pouted in dissatisfaction. But I am serious. Ling Feng's playful demeanor vanished, giving way to a more solemn expression. He tilted his head and gazed at the ceiling with a melancholic tone. At the very least, I am certain I am far more wicked. Who knows how many lives will be claimed by my hands in the days to come? He yearned for a mundane life. However, the position of the Beast Pirates vice captain afforded him no such tranquility. Being at the top does not exempt one from worries. Everyone aspires to reach such heights. A moment of carelessness could lead to a downfall. He had already boarded Kaido's pirate ship, entangled with him. If he did nothing, in 2 years, when the Straw Hat Brat arrived, he might truly find himself in a dire predicament. Although the Straw Hat seldom kills bosses, the Marines are his allies, after he defeats a boss. The Marines would inevitably follow to pick up the spoils, sending the vanquished boss to impel down. He certainly did not wish to spend his life in that place, after hearing Ling Feng's words. Xiaozi fell silent for a moment before continuing. My lord, the truth is, my true identity is, Xiaozi prepared to confess, but Ling Feng suddenly covered her mouth. Xiaozi looked at him in confusion. Ling Feng shook his head. What you were before is of no importance. Just know that you are my woman now, understand? With that, he disregarded his meal, lifting Xiaozi into the bedroom. My lord. No, I haven't had breakfast yet, Xiaozi protested, looking at Ling Feng with a shy expression as he tossed her onto the bed. It doesn't matter. We can eat afterwards, Ling Feng declared as he leaned over. But my lord, I meant that if you eat first, you'll have more strength. Ling Feng. All right, then let us eat first. There was no rush. And he picked Xiaozi up again, returning to the dining room. Now, my lord, open your mouth. Xiaozi held a bowl of porridge in one hand and a spoon in the other, scooping a spoonful and bringing it to Ling Feng's lips. As if feeding a baby, even making an sound to encourage him. Ling Feng? This is rather childish. I SMT it. How old am I to be treated like a child? Ling Feng opened his mouth, and Xiaozi placed the spoon at his lips. Slowly pouring the porridge as Ling Feng savored the sweet porridge. He smiled at Xiaozi. This is sweet. Is this the taste of love? Xiaozi replied. Well, it might be sweet because I added sugar. Ling Feng, you lack romance. Do you think I wouldn't know it was sugar? It's so sweet I could get a cavity. What a headache. After finishing breakfast, Ling Feng felt no inclination for a second helping, even if Xiaozi lay naked on the dining table. He wouldn't budge, for she lacked any sense of life's pleasures. In the afternoon, Ling Feng sought out Yamato, who was busy training in a grove. However, upon seeing Ling Feng approach, Yamato immediately and discreetly concealed the spiked bat behind her back. Not wishing for Ling Feng to perceive her as a violent girl. In the past, Yamato had always presented herself as a man. Yet, following their encounter a few days prior, she had begun to don feminine attire. Clothes could be changed, but a gentle disposition was not easily cultivated. Ling Feng, you've arrived, Yamato exclaimed, releasing her grip, causing the spiked bat to fall to the ground, and then she rushed towards Ling Feng. As she reached him, she leapt, wrapping her legs around his waist, and leaned down to plant a kiss on his cheek. 5 stars. After kissing Ling Feng, Yamato beamed at him and said, I've heard you wish for me to become the king of Wano? But I have no desire to be a king. It holds no allure for me. Then what do you aspire to be? Ling Feng inquired as he embraced Yamato and sat her upon a large stone. Smiling as he asked, I wish to be the king's woman. Yamato pondered for a moment before responding with a grin. The king's woman, you say? Ling Feng licked his lips and chuckled. Then who do you believe would be suitable to take the throne? Humph, you rascal, pretending to ask when you already know the answer. Yamato shot him a playful glare. But what if I also do not wish to be king? Ling Feng feigned a look of grievance. Being a king would mean endless responsibilities. How could I enjoy the present ease and joy? Perhaps my father could take the role instead. Yamato suggested thoughtfully. However, if you truly wish for me to be the king, I shall heed your wishes. With that, Yamato lowered her head, resting her face against Ling Feng's chest. Feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat close to her ear, a blush crept onto her cheeks. A devoted wife follows her husband. Though they were not yet wed, she was willing to do anything for Ling Feng. Now that you've said that, what am I to do? Ling Feng shrugged. If you genuinely do not wish to take the throne, then let Kaido assume it. Or we could support a puppet. Ultimately, who sits atop the throne is not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is that Wano must remain under our control. Previously, Ling Feng had considered supporting a puppet, and the identity of the former princess, Xiaozi, seemed quite fitting for such a role. After all, it was no simple task for a pirate crew to cleanse their reputation. They could support a puppet and gradually shift the narrative. Yet, he also contemplated his relationship with Yamato. If he were to suggest Xiaozi as king, what if trouble arose at home? If the two were evenly matched, it would not matter, but Yamato would utterly dominate Xiaozi. The next day, Ling Feng was set to accompany Kaido in a chaotic assault on the Navy headquarters. Though he was reluctant, he found himself faced with only two choices. One was to refuse and be forcibly taken by Kaido, only to be thrown from the sky. Would the Navy listen to his claims of being a good citizen? The second option was to join Kaido, engage in a brawl, get captured, and then escape. While he hadn't yet put pen to paper, the script was already forming in his mind. It all felt rather foolish. To storm into someone else's territory for a fight, or to be beaten and then escape? What was the purpose of it? Was it truly necessary? Ling Feng struggled to comprehend Kaido's thought process. Or perhaps Kaido was akin to him. Only through death would he grow stronger, while Kaido thrived on danger. Thus, he continuously sought peril. Before departing, Ling Feng and Yamato were sharing a bittersweet farewell. Yamato clung to Ling Feng's arm, her expression filled with concern as she implored, Ling Feng, can you not go? What if you were captured by the Navy? I've heard they employ the 10 cruelest tortures that can render a person unrecognizable. What are you thinking? Who do you believe I am? The Navy headquarters is but a walk in the park for me. I can come and go as I please. The Navy wants to capture me and torture me? Nonsense. Even if all 3 admirals came at me, it would merely be a 50-50 chance, with so many outsiders watching. Ling Feng naturally had to project an aura of dominance, though he suspected that if he ventured alone to the Navy headquarters, he'd likely not return. But he was going with Kaido, who was accustomed to being captured and had escaped from the Navy headquarters numerous times. There was no reason to believe this time would be any different. Thus, he felt secure. However, one could never be too careful. Yamato was still worried. What if the Navy employs underhanded tactics against you? Using poison, hallucinogens, or seduction? I've heard the Navy's 36 stratagems are all treacherous. If they cannot best you, they may resort to vile means. Please, can you not go? Yamato, you're being unreasonable. When I stormed the Navy headquarters before, you didn't express a word of concern, but now that Ling Feng is going with me, you worry about him being captured, and this time we are going together. Shouldn't you be concerned about me instead? Kaido was furious. How could the daughter he had nurtured treat him this way? He had taken care of her for over 20 years, yet this little brat had only fed her a few times of milk. It was said that daughters are the lovers of their previous lives. Why was that not applicable to him? Kaido sighed. Yet, Yamato ignored Kaido's words and continued to hold onto Ling Feng's arm, stating, if you must go, then please take me with you. Yamato was resolute. An extra person would provide an advantage, wouldn't he? Ling Feng was speechless. What advantage? Did she truly believe they were going to conquer the Navy headquarters? They were merely going to deliver themselves. How could he possibly take her along? No, she should stay at home and wait for him. This was a man's battle, and she, as a girl, could simply cheer from home. Did she not know that he despised violent girls? Ling Feng placed his hands on Yamato's shoulders, speaking earnestly. Rest assured, I promise I will return safely with Kaido. Kaido? The little brat. Are you even speaking coherently? You think you can bring me back safely? Are you taking my script? It should be me bringing you back safely. That is thick skin. As long as you return safely, that's all that matters. After all, he had been captured by the Navy twice. So Ling Feng, if you encounter danger or dire situations, you must choose to flee. Do not act impulsively. Just let your father cover for you. He can take it. Yamato gazed at Ling Feng with affectionate concern. Kaido was on the verge of a breakdown. Listen to this. Is this what a daughter should say? What does it mean that he has thick skin and doesn't he care? What does it mean that if he cannot defeat Ling Feng, he should run while he stays behind? He must have wronged 100 or so maidens in his past life. Otherwise, heaven would not have arranged for him to have such a daughter to exact revenge. All right, I'll listen to you. If I cannot win, I will certainly run. Though he said this, how could he escape from the Navy headquarters? Did the Navy agree to let him go? Furthermore, he couldn't fly. How could he escape from an island in the sea? Was he supposed to swim back from the first half of the Grand Line to the New World? Even Rayleigh couldn't pull off such a feat. Please don't be reckless. I know you are powerful enough to rival the 3 admirals, but the Navy headquarters is the strongest military force on these seas, and there are more than just 3 admirals. Therefore, if you are surrounded and cannot win, it is not disgraceful to strategically retreat. Yamato feared that Ling Feng's pride was too strong. Even if he could not win and was captured, he would be unwilling to flee and abandon his dignity. Thus, she felt it necessary to caution him in advance. Failure is not terrifying. After all, his father was called the strongest creature in the world. Yet, wasn't it true that he had been impulsively challenging various factions? Ultimately being captured over a dozen times. He must not emulate such foolishness. Kaido, damn it. There are hundreds of people surrounding me to send me off, and you're here tearing down my stage? Do I not care about my face? If it were not for Yamato being his daughter, he would have slapped her long ago. This was simply too much. Rest assured, I will return safely. Ling Feng cradled Yamato's face in his hands, gazing deeply into her eyes. When we return, we shall marry. Will you take my hand in marriage? Yamato was momentarily taken aback. Faced with Ling Feng's sudden proposal, she found herself at a loss. Just then, amidst the gathering of pirates bidding farewell, someone shouted, "Marry him! Marry him! Marry him!" This initial cry sparked a chorus of voices, resulting in the entire assembly of pirates echoing, "Marry him!" It was a blatant act of moral coercion. However, Yamato was more than willing to be ensnared. "Yes, I accept your proposal." Tears of excitement filled Yamato's eyes as she bit her lip and nodded vigorously. The exhilaration within her overflowed at that moment. "Kiss her! Kiss her! Kiss her!" The pirates, witnessing the scene, erupted into a raucous cheer once more. Ling Feng, observing Yamato, shrugged and remarked, "You see, the will of the people." Yamato did not respond, but her actions conveyed her sentiments. With a smile, she closed her eyes, slowly tilting her head up, ready to offer Ling Feng her first kiss. However, Ling Feng's words unexpectedly dampened the fervent atmosphere. He inquired, "Why do girls always close their eyes when they kiss?" The pirates gasped. "What?" Kaido, surprised, echoed. "What?" Yamato, fuming, thought, "With whom else have you kissed?" Her anger did not stem from the fact that Ling Feng had kissed other girls, after all. It was only natural for someone as handsome and exceptional as he to have had previous relationships. Rather, she was incensed that, in such a romantic setting, Ling Feng would utter such a thoughtless comment right after proposing. Ahem. "Well, Yamato, let me explain. It's not what you think. You know I enjoy reading manga. And I've seen many instances where the female lead closes her eyes during a kiss. I was just curious and asked. I certainly don't have any experience in that regard." "I swear," Ling Feng chided himself internally, realizing he had been foolish to speak so carelessly at such a critical moment. Fortunately, Yamato chose to believe his words and did not hold it against him. Nonetheless, his remark had shattered the romantic ambience they had created, resulting in the moment not continuing. "Well, I shall take my leave." Ling Feng waved goodbye to Yamato. "I will be waiting for your return to marry me." Yamato replied gently, but internally she thought, Umph. I will settle the score when you return. After all, there are so many outsiders watching. I must give Ling Feng some face. After bidding farewell, Ling Feng prepared to leave with Kaido. Just then, someone dashed forward. It was none other than his loyal subordinate, Sabo. Sabo rushed over, throwing himself to the ground, clutching Ling Feng's leg and exclaiming, "Boss, don't go. The Navy headquarters is far too dangerous. If you must leave, then please take me with you. Ever since the first day I followed you, I vowed never to let you face danger alone. If we must die, let us die together. If only one can perish, I would choose to die before you." Initially, Sabo had not intended to act so dramatically. Yet, upon witnessing Yamato's intervention, he felt inspired. As Ling Feng's most devoted follower, it would be remiss of him not to express his loyalty when Ling Feng was about to confront the Navy headquarters. Thus, he threw himself forward, clasping Ling Feng's calf with fervor, his expression radiating unwavering loyalty. As if to say, "Boss, if you don't take me along, I will throw myself in front of you." Ling Feng, seeing this, nodded. "All right, then we shall go together." Sabo thought, "Wait a minute, this script isn't right. Shouldn't he be deeply moved and gently refuse my goodwill?" He had merely intended to display his loyalty, to show Ling Feng he was the most devoted of followers, not genuinely planning to accompany him to the Navy headquarters. With his meager abilities, venturing to the Navy headquarters by day would likely result in him becoming a feast for the evening. Yet, Ling Feng was deviating from the expected script. Why was it that when Yamato expressed a desire to accompany him, he refused, but when I did, he agreed without hesitation? This was too much. Furious, Sabo thought, "Boss, perhaps I should stay behind. After all, I'm rather weak. If I go, I will surely become a burden to you, although it has been my lifelong wish to serve you devotedly. I must consider who will serve you tea and attend to your needs if I perish. Who will ride for you?" Sabo earnestly stated. "Get lost, you coward. All you do is flatter." Ling Feng kicked Sabo aside, sending him flying. "You think you can emulate Yamato? Gender is fate. Looks are a gift. When it comes to concern, can the responses from a beautiful woman and an ugly one truly be the same? And who would serve as my steed? Do you think I cannot find another? There's a sea king at Fishman Island. Riding a sea king is far more appealing than riding you. A mere dog. Kaido, let us go." Ling Feng had lost interest in continuing this farewell scene. It was better to leave early and return early. Perhaps he could still make it in time for dinner at the Navy cafeteria. Roar! Kaido bellowed, transforming into a blue dragon. Ling Feng leaped onto the dragon's back. The dragon soared into the sky, rising like the wind. In the air, the system suddenly chimed in. "Host, did you just set a flag to get married upon your return?" Ling Feng was taken aback, wondering what this was about. Had the system caught a virus? Mind your own business. I'm asking you if you're all right, and you're questioning me. Don't you know that those who set flags and dramas often never return? Ling Feng rolled his eyes, then enlightened me. "Why don't they come back? Idiot. It's because they die outside." Ling Feng scoffed. "Oh, you dare call me an idiot? You're aware those people died outside." "Huh. So tell me, is it possible for me to die out there? Why wouldn't it be?" The system paused. Indeed, Ling Feng could resurrect. Even if he perished outside, he would still come back to life. All right, he had been the foolish one. With a smug grin, Ling Feng taunted, "Go on, continue. Finish your thought." The system retorted, a petty person reveling in his small triumphs. "I'm out." Time passed, and at last, Ling Feng and Kaido appeared above the Navy headquarters in Marineford. Looking down from the heights, I can't see anything. Kid, are you jumping down yourself? Or do you want me to help you?" The dragon turned to Ling Feng. "What is going on? Aren't you coming down with me?" Ling Feng questioned. "Of course not. You're the one assaulting the Navy headquarters, not me. Why would I jump down?" Kaido looked at Ling Feng with a hint of exasperation. Ling Feng was even more perplexed. He had thought he was accompanying Kaido, yet it seemed Kaido had the same notion. Reflecting on it, it made sense. Kaido wanted him to experience battle and grow. Thus, Kaido's reluctance to descend did not seem to matter. However, he was still dissatisfied. While he fought valiantly below, or rather, was beaten mercilessly by the Navy, Kaido lounged on the clouds, watching the spectacle unfold. It was quite unbalanced. "Kaido, this isn't right. How can this be? In the world, how can a vice captain fight below while the captain watches from above? This is bound to dishearten the vice captain. You know, if he becomes disheartened, who knows when he might backstab the captain. Am I right?" Regardless, Ling Feng was determined to drag Kaido down with him. How could he be the only one to suffer? That simply wasn't fair. "Have you finished?" Kaido glared at Ling Feng with wide dragon eyes, fixating on him. "Damn it, I've entrusted my daughter to you, and you're still thinking of betraying me? Are you even human? Besides, my not going down with you doesn't mean I'm slacking off. I am leaving you a way out. If you go down alone and get captured, I can still rescue you. But if we both go down and get captured, who will come to your aid? Ling Feng, Kaido, you two are undermining each other's morale before the battle has even begun. You're already contemplating being captured? Have you already plotted your escape route and method in your mind? Kaido, one must not be so complacent in life. This is the realm of the ocean. We must embrace the waves. Thus, do not dwell on the possibility of capture. Instead, ponder what we would do if, by mere chance, we were to seize the very headquarters of the Navy. Do you understand? In life, one must harbor dreams. Ling Feng seemed to transform into a master, imparting wisdom to Kaido. Yet, Kaido merely shot him a glance. Chuckling, since your aspirations are so grand, why not dream even bigger? For instance, after your descent, what if the old man Sengoku were to be utterly captivated by your striking appearance, begging you to become the new admiral, leading the Navy to overthrow the tyrannical rule of the celestial dragons? In response, Ling Feng scoffed disdainfully. Do you think I haven't entertained such thoughts? I am indeed a man who could thrive on looks alone. But you insist that I rely on talent. If Sengoku were a woman, give me a single evening, and I would charm her into submission. Do you believe me? With boundless stamina, I could seduce half the world. Kaido was left speechless. This kid certainly had audacity. However, he could not deny Ling Feng's undeniable handsomeness. After all, how else could his daughter have been so instantly captivated? Although Yamato was not solely focused on appearances, it is a truth universally acknowledged that no girl exists who remains entirely indifferent to looks. Being handsome always confers an advantage. Enough of your banter. Let us descend and engage in battle. Kaido instructed Ling Feng, with your current strength, the Navy headquarters will pose a considerable challenge. Remember, my urging you to fight is not mere torment. It is a means to aid you, with my protection. You could lounge about like a lazy fish without consequence. Yet, I too shall age one day. You cannot rely on me indefinitely. If, in a decade or two, you still possess your current capabilities, how will you safeguard your woman, your children, your nation? Do you wish for a day to come when a band of pirates storms Wano, seizing your wife, bullying your children, occupying your country, squandering your wealth, while you can do nothing but watch helplessly? In the end, they would cast you into a cauldron of oil to fry you to a perfect medium, then feed you to the dogs. Ling Feng trembled at those words, fear gripping him. Kaido's statement pierced his heart like an ice pick on a scorching summer day. Indeed, this is no peaceful world. The number of pirates is staggering. At present, sheltered in the isolation of Wano, he felt little of this reality. Yet, should Kaido's scenario materialize, it would be a fate worse than death. Kaido, I am leaving. Taking a deep breath, Ling Feng gazed down at the vast sea, then leapt into the abyss below. He must grow stronger. He aspired to be the man who seizes others' wives, bullies their children, and occupies their lands, not the one who is robbed of his own. Thus, I shall rise to become the apex predator of the food chain. Navy headquarters, here I come. With a leap from the back of the Azure Dragon, Ling Feng's hands pressed firmly against his thighs, his body forming a straight line as he sliced through the air. Plummeting from a height of 10,000 meters towards the Navy headquarters, he embodied an unwavering determination, resolute that failure was not an option. As he pierced through the clouds, a mist arose around him. Ling Feng kept his eyes open, and gradually, an island materialized before him, followed by a colossal castle-like structure. At last, he beheld the word justice emblazoned on the castle's facade, flashing before his eyes. Finally, with a thunderous crash, Ling Feng landed face-first onto the concrete of the Navy headquarters plaza, creating a vast cylindrical pit. As he emerged from the crater, he found himself surrounded by a throng of Navy personnel, each craning their necks, eager to discern what had plummeted from the sky. What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a handsome man before? Ling Feng climbed out of the pit, adjusted his suit, and retrieved a pair of sunglasses from his pocket. With a flourish, he declared, is this truly how the Navy operates, lounging about in broad daylight instead of patrolling? If I were your superior, I'd have you all dismissed for such slackness. Following this, he produced a cigar from his pocket, placing it between his lips. By the way, does anyone have a light? I'm afraid I left my lighter at home. What a bother. I have a light. One of the sailors, seemingly awed by Ling Feng's presence, produced a lighter and ignited his cigar. Thanks, brother. You're quite remarkable. When I become admiral, one of the 3 admiral positions will be yours. Ling Feng patted the sailor who had provided him the flame. He was a promising young man. In this day and age, those who understand the art of flattery tend to fare quite well. Step aside, make way. What are you all doing gathered here? Suddenly, an officer of seemingly higher rank approached, chastising the cluster of sailors. Are you all conspiring to mutiny? Do you wish to be dismissed from service? There are plenty of people eager to take your place. Colonel Mark, it's not that we are slacking. Someone just fell from the sky. One sailor explained to the approaching Colonel Mark. Someone fell from the sky. Are you mocking my intelligence? Do you think humans can fly? Mark retorted. The sailor shook his head. Mark then slapped the sailor across the face. If humans cannot fly, then how can you claim someone fell from the sky? Did you inflate your tail so much that it ascended to the heavens? The moonwalk technique of the Navy 6 allows one to walk in the air, muttered the slapped sailor, feeling wronged. Smack. Another slap landed, and Mark, after striking, pointed at the sailor and shouted, You know that is one of the Navy 6 techniques. So you mean to tell me that you witnessed a Navy officer using the moonwalk technique, but they somehow lost their strength and fell from the sky, which you happened to see? Use your brain. This is the Navy headquarters. Even a general cannot use the moonwalk without reason. Now tell me, who was using the moonwalk and fell from the sky? The sailor, chastised by Mark, lowered his head. Too afraid to speak, he feared that if he protested further, another slap would follow. Damn this oppressive authority. Humph. When I eventually become a Navy colonel, I shall ensure to discipline the new recruits just as he did. Ultimately, the Dragon Slayer becomes the very dragon he sought to defeat. Make way. Clear the path. Ling Feng thought he might suffocate amidst the throng of sailors. The majority were male sailors. Had they been female sailors? Well, that would depend on their looks. Trouble brewing. Ling Feng pushed through the crowd to the sailor who had just been slapped, shaking his head in consolation. Don't be disheartened, if you find it hard to make it in the Navy. Come to Wano, mention my name, and I shall at least grant you the title of Baron. Moreover, do not be overly cautious in life. A sailor who does not aspire to be admiral is not a worthy sailor. If you get slapped, strike back. Hesitation leads nowhere. Though he is a Navy colonel and holds a higher rank, so what? His position is merely the result of a few decades of service. Give yourself 2 or 3 decades, and you may very well surpass him. No, within 2 or 3 decades, you will undoubtedly be stronger. A colonel who can only discipline his subordinates? Utterly worthless. If he had the gall, let him challenge Kaido. In the sky, Kaido lay atop a cloud, napping. Suddenly, he sneezed, awakening with a rub of his nose, muttering, Damn, which scoundrel is cursing me behind my back? I shall not let them go unpunished. After grumbling for a moment, Kaido looked down and noticed that Ling Feng had yet to engage in battle, furrowing his brow. Could it be that this kid can charm the Navy into submission merely with his words? Shaking his head, Kaido returned to his slumber. Is it true? Do you truly believe that in 2 or 3 decades, I could become a Navy admiral? The battered Marine grasped Ling Feng's arm with both hands, feeling as though he had encountered a kindred spirit. Indeed, it was not that he lacked capability. Rather, those in higher positions envied his talent and potential, seeking to suppress him. Otherwise, with his military achievements, he would have long ascended to the rank of Navy corporal. Instead of remaining a mere private, especially that scoundrel, Colonel Mark, who, lacking in merit, had relied on his father's high-ranking position within the world government to attain the rank of Navy colonel at the age of 50. Only to spend his days undermining promising young talent. It was utterly despicable. Ling Feng declared, I swear to you, your future status will not be inferior to Mark's. I have every confidence that you could one day rise to the rank of admiral. Your ears must be capable of distorting words, right? Yes, young man, I believe in you. As long as you are willing to strive, a place among the 3 admirals of the Navy shall undoubtedly be yours. Ling Feng patted the Marine's shoulder, speaking with unwavering conviction. After all, there are no taxes on lies. Of course, if you were to shout at that scoundrel Mark right now, proclaiming 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, do not underestimate the youth. I would think that the position of Navy Marshal might not be beyond your reach. Ling Feng smiled, knowing that he currently bore the identity of a pirate. He believed that if he were a member of the Navy now, this Marine would surely become his devoted follower. Ah, a kindred spirit. I knew it. I knew I could do it. I am destined to become an admiral. Before joining the Navy, I held this belief, convinced of my own capabilities. However, the Navy is rife with envious and petty individuals, those who occupy positions without merit and cling to their status, obstructing the rise of newcomers. The moment a newcomer shows even a hint of potential, they are swiftly suppressed by those in power or deliberately sent to capture formidable pirates, essentially leading them to their demise, or relegated to positions far from the center of power, devoid of any prospects for advancement. Initially, I had given up hope, but now, hearing your words, I have finally rediscovered myself. I vow I shall not relent. Even if the sky is shrouded in darkness, I believe I can tear through it. Even if the world offers no warmth, I can provide warmth for myself. Even if the path ahead is fraught with humiliation and bullying, I can bear the weight of pressure and advance with righteous fury. The Navy exists to uphold order upon the seas and to safeguard justice, not to be a playground for those who lust for power and act with impunity. Alexander of Macedon regarded Mark with a cold gaze. Speaking each word with deliberate clarity, Mark, feeling the weight of Alexander's stare, swallowed hard, as though confronted by an admiral of the Navy himself. How could this be? This fellow was merely a common marine. Yet possessed such a piercing gaze. Gritting his teeth, Mark glared at Alexander, seething with rage. You scoundrel, do you even comprehend what you're saying? How dare you accuse me of suppressing newcomers, of being envious and idle? Abusing my authority as a Navy colonel, Alexander, what are you trying to accomplish? How dare you, a mere private, slander me, a Navy colonel? You can expect to face a military tribunal for this. Someone, seize him. Mark commanded the other Marines. His voice dripping with disdain. A lowly private dared to defy him. However, at Mark's command, silence reigned. The Marines stood rigidly, their eyes wide, staring at Mark, none heeding his orders to apprehend Alexander. This clearly illustrated just how unpopular Mark was. It was also possible that they were all inspired by Alexander's words. This was the Navy, where mere strength alone would not guarantee promotion. To ascend, one needed military accomplishments, as well as available positions within the hierarchy. There were only 3 admirals, which meant that as long as the 3 held their posts, even those possessing the strength and merit to be an admiral could only remain in the position of vice admiral, waiting for an admiral to retire to fill the vacancy. This was the advantage of being a pirate. As long as you were strong enough, you could directly challenge an emperor and, upon defeating them, claim their title. If you were to vanquish all the emperors, you would become the pirate king. Furthermore, beyond strength and military accomplishments, one must also navigate the intricacies of human relationships. After all, even if one's strength and achievements were up to par, if many believed you unfit to become an admiral, their voices could sway higher-ups, preventing your promotion. Those in power must weigh their decisions carefully. This is the nature of the bureaucratic world, fraught with complexities. For the likes of Alexander and the other lowly Marines, the evaluation of a superior could very well determine the course of their lives. Rebellion. You insolent fools, seeing the crowd of Marines indifferent to his commands. Mark's fury ignited. Since you refuse to act, I shall take matters into my own hands. But you will all pay for defying military orders. Once I deal with this Alexander, none of you will escape unscathed. Smack. Ling Feng stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap, sending Mark spinning 360 degrees before collapsing to the ground. What a pitiful display, blabbering without a shred of self-awareness, with hundreds of Marines present. Not a single one heeded your commands, and you fail to reflect upon your own shortcomings, and you think you can escape unscathed. This is the naval headquarters. You, a mere Navy colonel, think yourself so formidable? If you were so powerful, why not ascend to the heavens and stand alongside the celestial dragons? Ling Feng detested those who abused their power to bully the weak. They were even more contemptible than the celestial dragons. At least the celestial dragons stood at the pinnacle of power, their arrogance somewhat justified. After all, no one surpassed them in might. But you, a Navy colonel, are worth nothing. You dare to insult the celestial dragons? Your demise is imminent, absolutely inevitable. Not even Whitebeard could save you. Mark clutched his swollen face with one hand, pointing accusingly at Ling Feng with the other, cursing him vehemently. Whitebeard, could you refrain from dragging me into this? Response: I cannot. Who made you famous? If I were to mention any random name, would the readers even know who they are? What of it? If you have the audacity, come and behead me. Then present my head to the celestial dragons for their promotion and wealth. Ling Feng scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Mark, a Navy colonel who couldn't even dodge a slap from him. Surely, that position must have cost a pretty penny. Wait, who the hell are you? Suddenly, Mark paused, realizing that they were in the plaza of the naval headquarters, where everyone was a member of the Navy. Ling Feng, dressed in a suit and sporting sunglasses, appeared utterly out of place. Who am I? Can't you guess from my flamboyant attire? Ling Feng showcased his bright yellow suit. Originally black, he had chosen yellow to stand out. As the entire beast pirates donned black suits, wearing black would render him indistinguishable, which clashed with his flamboyant personality. He had considered red, but found pink too effeminate, ultimately settling on yellow. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Mark scrutinized him from head to toe, suddenly feeling a pang of dread. Damn, that flashy yellow suit and those stark black sunglasses. Wasn't that the typical attire of Admiral Kizaru? Could this young man possibly be related to Admiral Kizaru? Nevertheless, even if he were connected to Admiral Kizaru, it did not justify such an affront to the celestial dragons. However, considering the celestial dragons remained distant, Mark pondered that if he offended Admiral Kizaru's kin, his career as a Navy colonel would surely come to an end. Sigh, Better to endure. Ah, my dear brother, I see you possess striking features and great charisma. If you were to join the Navy, you would undoubtedly have the makings of an admiral. Mark, scrambling to his feet, approached Ling Feng with a grin, attempting to drape an arm around his shoulders, thinking, after all, they were both handsome men. What enmity could there possibly be? Even if there was, considering Ling Feng might be the offspring of Admiral Kizaru, it had to be a misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding. Let us give it a try. How about this afternoon? Readers, I seem to hear the author suggesting that I am handsome. The qualities of an admiral. Who do you look down upon? Ling Feng swiftly shrugged off Mark's arm, casting a cold smile in his direction. If I were to join the Navy, the position of Navy Marshal would be well within my grasp. As for you, a mere Navy Colonel, you do not even qualify to be my sycophant. Mark, what the hell? Is this not excessively arrogant? Even if you are the son of Admiral Kizaru, such audacity is unwarranted. Your father is merely an admiral, and yet you look down upon them. Were it not for your prior humiliation of the celestial dragons, I might have mistaken you for one of them, for who else would dare to be so brazen? As for your claim of being a sycophant, Mark does not refute it, given the chance. He would certainly engage in flattery. It is, after all, more healthful. Of course, flattery sounds rather unseemly. They typically refer to such behavior as buttering up. How can one serve in the Navy without understanding the art of flattery? If you do not curry favor, how can your superiors ascertain that you are aligned with them? If you are not in sync with your superior, will they ever consider promoting you? And about your accomplishments? As a subordinate, any merit you achieve is merely a reflection of your superior's triumphs. After all, if your superior does not take you along, and you lack the opportunity to lead a team, how can you ever achieve merit? Ultimately, if you wish to ascend the ranks, the most effective method is not through achievements, but rather through the demise of your superiors. Once they are all gone, you will naturally rise through the ranks, will you not? But let us not digress. After all, Ling Feng is not a member of the Navy. By the way, my young friend, may I boldly inquire if you share any familial ties with Admiral Kizaru? Mark looked at Ling Feng, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, and asked if he were perhaps the Admiral's son. Smack. Ling Feng delivered a resounding slap to Mark's face, leaving him utterly bewildered. Why did you strike me? Have I uttered something inappropriate? You scoundrel, are you attempting to humiliate me? Who would dare claim kinship with that repulsive old man? With my striking good looks, if that ancient fellow possessed even a fraction of my charm, he would be sitting in the position of Fleet Admiral by now. Ling Feng asserted confidently, for the Navy must also maintain a sense of dignity. What right does an unattractive individual have to represent the Navy? A handsome Fleet Admiral undoubtedly garners greater affection from the populace. Conversely, if someone with a villainous visage were to assume the role of Fleet Admiral, the common folk would surely think, if such a person can become Fleet Admiral, how commendable can the Navy be? One's worldview often aligns with one's appearance, and this is not mere rhetoric. Thus, even within the Navy, physical attractiveness holds significance. Mark, what? His eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Ling Feng. This fellow had already insulted the celestial dragons, which was somewhat forgivable as they could not hear him. Yet now, he dares to declare that the Fleet Admiral resembles an unattractive old man right at Navy headquarters. Is he truly fearless, or does he possess some unfathomable backing? Mark found himself in a quandary. If Ling Feng lacked any substantial connections, he could easily seize the opportunity to curry favor with Admiral Kizaru or even the celestial dragons. However, would a man without connections dare speak so insolently? What if he retaliated, only for Mark to discover that Ling Feng had a formidable background? Would he not be courting his own misfortune? Marines in the front, what are you all doing huddled together? Is there no patrolling to be done in broad daylight? At that moment, Admiral Kizaru approached from a distance, observing the gathered Marines with a critical eye. He had intended to set sail for a mission, only to stumble upon a group of Marines shirking their duties. This is outrageous. You might be forgiven for slacking off at night, but in the light of day? Do you not realize that the Fleet Admiral can see everything happening in the square from his office window? You are idling right beneath the Fleet Admiral's nose. Such audacity is astounding. Mark, upon seeing Admiral Kizaru, rushed over, wearing a sycophantic grin, and said, Admiral Kizaru, I must report that someone has said you are unattractive. Upon hearing Mark's words, Kizaru's already unhandsome face scrunched up even further, and he asked, which fool is blind enough to say that? My visage has captivated countless maidens. Even now, despite my advancing age, numerous female Marines still knock on my door each night, enamored by my charm. How dare someone claim I am ugly? If they are blind, they ought to donate their eyes to those in need. It was him, Mark exclaimed, pointing at Ling Feng. Faced with Mark's accusation, Ling Feng did not deny it but stepped forward boldly. Indeed, it was I who spoke. And do you have any objections, Kizaru? How is it that when someone claims you are unattractive, you do not take issue with it? How can you even ask if I have an objection? Of course, I have an objection. But before Kizaru could finish, Ling Feng interrupted. Admiral Kizaru, one must possess self-awareness. Being unattractive is not a flaw. The true flaw lies in knowing you are unattractive, yet making excuses. Claiming to have captivated countless maidens and that female marines knock on your door nightly due to your charm. Is it truly because of your looks that they come to your door? No, they are drawn by your status as an admiral. If you were merely an ordinary farmer, do you think any female marine would glance your way? This is akin to an essay boasting about one's father being the district chief. It is not a display of literary skill, but rather a matter of lineage. Kid, have we met before? Kizaru scrutinized Ling Feng's handsome face, feeling a sense of familiarity. Surely, he had seen him somewhere before. By the way, is your attire a result of being my fan? Noticing that Ling Feng was dressed similarly to him, Kizaru thought that with a righteous cape, he could easily be mistaken for a younger version of himself. Think again. I have no time to fawn over an old man like you when I could be admiring the pirate empress. Ling Feng rolled his eyes, for indeed, those who are unattractive often possess such fanciful thoughts. Ah, the pirate empress. While she may be beautiful, she is ultimately a pirate. I, on the other hand, am an admiral. Supporting me is politically correct. Supporting a pirate is a sign of distorted values. Little brat. Are you certain you wish to choose the pirate empress as your idol? Kizaru squinted his eyes, and although Ling Feng could not see it due to the sunglasses he wore, it was of little significance. The narrowing of Kizaru's eyes indicated he was on the verge of anger. Should Ling Feng say something amiss, Kizaru would undoubtedly retaliate with a swift kick and not allow him the chance to respond. In a dark alley, two men were furtively meeting, ever watchful of their surroundings. Fearful of being followed, as though they were engaged in some illicit transaction. After a while, one of the men spoke. Do you have the goods? Yes, I have brought them. The other man nodded, slowly unveiling a corner of his trench coat to reveal a hint of the item within. Then he quickly covered it again, preventing the buyer from getting a better look. Though the brief glimpse did not reveal the full item, the buyer caught sight of a word that read recommendation. Indeed, it was the legendary recommendation ticket. It is said that by gathering 81 recommendation tickets, one can summon a small dark room, confining their favored author within. For the author to escape, they must write at least 10,000 words daily. Otherwise, they will remain trapped in darkness, forever ensnared. This is the coveted artifact sought by all urging for updates. And you? Have you brought the money? The seller, concealing his coat, eyed the buyer with caution, fearing an outright robbery. After all, this recommendation ticket is immensely precious. While it may not be worth a fortune, it is certainly priceless. This single ticket was obtained after several life-threatening encounters, seized from another's grasp. All to sell it and return home to build a house, marry several wives, and live a leisurely life. This ticket dictated his future. What do you think this is? The buyer produced a black leather case from behind and opened it, revealing rows of gleaming gold coins, each arranged meticulously within. Even the endless night could not obscure their brilliance. Upon seeing this, the seller nearly drooled. Yet, he maintained composure and said, "We had agreed on 2 cases. What is this? 2 cases. Brother, you are being too greedy. While recommendation tickets are indeed rare, I have already offered my utmost sincerity. This amount of gold is sufficient to purchase a villa in the most luxurious district of the capital, allowing you to marry 3 to 5 beautiful wives and live a life of indulgence. Do not be too avaricious," the buyer pleaded earnestly. Were it not for the rarity of the recommendation ticket, he would not be so verbose. Very well, then let us exchange goods for gold." The vendor pondered for a moment before conceding. The two exchanged money for goods in a swift transaction. After receiving the payment, the seller hastily departed. Subsequently, the alley echoed with the buyer's frenzied roars. "You scoundrel! How dare you deceive me?" The buyer glared at the recommendation ticket in his hand, tearing it apart in a fit of rage. "Fake, all fake. Ha ha ha. A recommendation ticket? Nonsense. It never existed. Ha ha ha." In the distance, the vendor kissed the gold coins in his hand, contemplating. Tsk. Another one has gone mad over a recommendation ticket. You support political correctness? Ling Feng chuckled, shaking his head. Not necessarily. After all, I am now considered a citizen of Wano, and Wano has not joined the world government. So the political correctness of the world government may not apply to me. Moreover, the pirate empress is not merely a pirate. She is also the ruler of the land of women. What could I gain from supporting her? If I were to support her, who knows, she might be so moved that she would bring the entire land of women as a dowry to marry me, Kizaru remarked. What? At such a young age? You are so shameless. Who taught you this? Bringing the entire land of women as a dowry for you. Are you still dreaming? With Boa Hancock's personality, if you dared to say such a thing in her presence, would she not turn you into stone with a mere slap, and then, with a kick, shatter your stone form into pieces? Wait, did you just say you were from Wano? Suddenly, a light seemed to flicker in Kizaru's mind. Ah, I thought he looked somewhat familiar. Just a couple of days ago, Sangoku mentioned that a new vice captain had emerged in the Beast Pirates, and I saw a photo. Indeed, that photo bore an uncanny resemblance to the man before me. You were the vice captain of the Beast Pirates. What was your name again? Kizaru scratched his head, realizing he had forgotten Ling Feng's name. However, it was no great matter. After all, Sangoku had merely mentioned it casually. Making it hard to remember, observing Kizaru's struggle to recall his name, Ling Feng's lips twitched. Cursed old man, are you doing this on purpose? My name consists of only 2 characters, and you can forget it? Perhaps it's time for you to retire and enjoy your twilight years. By the way, I'm planning to establish a retirement home in Wano. If you're willing, you can sign up today and move in tomorrow. As for the fees, let us calculate it based on your number of interventions. You simply have to assist me 3 times a month, and that will cover your retirement home expenses. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Kizaru chuckled lightly. Little brat, you truly have a knack for calculating. But I am an admiral of the Navy. 3 interventions from an admiral can only cover a month's worth of retirement fees? Is your retirement home situated in Mary Geos, exclusively serving the celestial dragons? Did you not hear me? I just said I plan to establish a retirement home in Wano, and yet you claim my retirement home is in Mary Geos. Kizaru, senility is a disease. It must be treated. Ling Feng earnestly advised, feigning concern for Kizaru's well-being. Kizaru shook his head, diverting the conversation. Little brat, as the vice captain of the Beast Pirates, why are you here at the Navy headquarters? Did Kaido come as well? At this point, Kizaru glanced at the sky, noticing that Kaido was nowhere in sight, concealed behind the clouds. What? Is the Navy headquarters a forbidden place? Why can't I come? I came here regardless. What can you do about it? Ling Feng boldly declared. Little brat, you are dangerously toying with death. Do you think because I appear gentle and affable, my temper is equally mild? Kizaru smirked, observing Ling Feng with amusement. Or do you believe that the Navy is easy to deal with? Be honest, what brings you to the Navy headquarters? Kaido has previously assaulted the Navy headquarters and ended up being the only Yonko ever captured by the Navy. Are you here to prove you are stronger than Kaido? You think you can come and go as you please? While he was caught, Kizaru tilted his head, curiously regarding the young man before him. Bored at the Navy headquarters, encountering an intriguing young individual, Kizaru found himself speaking more than usual. However, that was fine. His persona was not that of a cold, aloof figure. Are you eager to know why I am at the Navy headquarters? Ling Feng raised an eyebrow at Kizaru, teasingly. Quit wasting time and just tell me. Kizaru snapped irritably. Then you must beg me. If you beg me, I shall disclose it. Ling Feng continued to provoke Kizaru, who had come to the Navy headquarters seeking death. Yet, despite having lingered there for so long, not a single sailor had dared to lay a hand on him. Indeed, this was the advantage of good looks. Handsome men are seldom regarded as villains. If an unattractive individual were to inexplicably appear at the Navy headquarters, they would have been subdued long ago. The righteous Navy would not entertain any explanations. Little brat, do you truly wish to die? Kizaru had never encountered someone so audacious, a pirate daring to provoke an admiral. Truly, the seas had grown vast, accommodating all manner of pirates. Now, there were even pirates bold enough to challenge admirals? If this continues for a few months, will there soon be pirates who dare to openly assault the celestial dragons? Lawlessness has truly reached unprecedented heights. Yes, I wish to die, but do you think you can kill me? Ling Feng smirked, pointing at Kizaru and boldly declaring. Cursed old man, today, I, Ling Feng, shall state this unequivocally. In my eyes, every Navy officer present is trash, every single one. I stand here. If you have the capability, then come and kill me, to cleanse the insult I have cast upon you. If you cannot kill me, it proves I speak the truth. You're all trash. Having spoken, Ling Feng adjusted his suit, lit a cigar, took a puff, and exhaled several smoke rings, exuding an air of invincibility. His words compelled even Kizaru, who often held back, to contemplate taking serious action. Damn it, you expect me to just stand here and let you kill me? Even Kaido wouldn't dare be so arrogant. Since you seek death, I shall grant your wish. Kizaru, with his hands in his pockets, appeared before Ling Feng. However, Despite his intention to strike, the formality must be observed. Kizaru lowered his head and inquired, "Little brat, have you ever been kicked at light speed?" Bang. No sooner had he spoken than Kizaru's foot was already in front of Lingfeng. Lingfeng had no time to react. In the instant Kizaru kicked, his hands remained in his pockets, indicating a casual demeanor. The moment he was struck, Lingfeng was propelled like a cannonball, soaring through the air like a meteor. He arched gracefully before crashing into the sea with a resounding splash. System. Host's neck has been broken. The host is dead. The host has been resurrected. The host's strength has been enhanced. Please continue to strive for improvement. System notification. The Navy headquarters is a rare instance. I hope the host treasures it, the very least. You must elevate your strength to the level of an admiral while here, as your system. Your frailty makes my role exceedingly difficult. In the system realm, I am akin to those protagonists in fantasy novels, having awakened a martial spirit, the host, but only the lowest tier, level 1. I am on the verge of being labeled a useless system. If you do not help me regain some dignity, I might just end up shouting, 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank, and then rise again according to the standards of a useless protagonist. Ugh. Lingfeng emerged from the sea, spitting out a mouthful of seawater. He gasped for breath, nearly drowning. Kizaru, you can take pride in this. Although I have perished at the hands of countless others, you were the first to nearly cause my demise with a single strike. To repay you, I shall personally erect a tombstone in your honor. After grumbling, Lingfeng swam toward the Navy headquarters. Little brat, you are unscathed? As he gazed upon Lingfeng, who stood before him drenched yet unscathed, Huang Yuan chuckled. It seems you are not merely a pretty face after all. Huang Yuan had initially assumed that at Lingfeng's age, his strength would be rather limited. That last kick, though not delivered with his full force, would typically leave any pirate with a bounty below 500 million lying lifeless. Yet, Lingfeng remained unharmed, which somewhat took him by surprise. Of course, I'm not just handsome, I am quite capable as well. However, since you are not a beauty, I shall refrain from showcasing that particular talent. Lingfeng retorted, looking at Huang Yuan. Come on, continue. Was that last kick due to hunger? If so, you can call me daddy, and I might generously allow you to rest in my embrace and feed you. Lingfeng unleashed a torrent of mockery towards Huang Yuan. Nevertheless, Huang Yuan remained unfazed. As a naval officer, he was accustomed to the foul-mouthed insults hurled at him by pirates. If he were to become enraged by a few taunts, what kind of Navy officer would he be? Typically, Huang Yuan responded to insults with force. You little brat, all you can do is flap your gums, Huang Yuan declared, reappearing before Lingfeng and delivering a kick to his chest. In an instant, Lingfeng's torso caved in from the impact, sending him crashing backward, his body dragging along the ground and carving a path several hundred meters long. System. Host has died. Host is revived. Host's power has been enhanced. Rising from the ground, Lingfeng dusted off his chest and reappeared before Huang Yuan. Old man, are you playing house with me? Is this the might of an admiral? Pfft, even my dog has more strength than you. Huang Yuan frowned, sensing something amiss. From that last kick, he had distinctly felt the ribs in Lingfeng's chest snap, and under normal circumstances, Lingfeng should have perished. Yet, here he stood, not only alive but seemingly uninjured, as if his ribs had never been broken at all. Could this fellow possess a regenerative ability? Bring me a sword, Huang Yuan commanded, extending his hand toward Mark. Mark promptly offered his sword, eager to please. Admiral Huang Yuan, here you go. Go for it, I have faith in you. Dealing with a mere vice-captain of the beast should be a piece of cake for you. Huang Yuan, are you mocking me? Huang Yuan glared at Mark. Mark was taken aback, unsure of where he had gone wrong. Huang Yuan explained, you claim I can finish him off with a single kick. Yet I have already delivered two, and the brat remains unscathed. Are you not mocking me? Mark. Damn, I flattered him in the wrong way. Admiral Huang Yuan, please let me explain that I absolutely did not mean to insult you. I merely, oh, just shut up. Huang Yuan interrupted, lazily kicking him away. Gripping his military blade, he hurled it at Lingfeng like a javelin. The blade aimed straight for his heart. Lingfeng could have chosen to evade. Yet he did not. Thud. The long blade pierced through Lingfeng's chest, emerging from his back, blood gushing forth incessantly. Lingfeng made no attempt to resist or dodge, leaving Huang Yuan dumbfounded. If he had failed to react to the previous two kicks, he certainly had the opportunity to evade this strike. Why did he not? Lingfeng looked down at the long blade embedded in his heart, chuckling softly. So this is the sensation of being stabbed. Huh, surprisingly pleasant. Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily, grasping the hilt of the blade with his right hand, and slowly began to pull it out. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh was enough to send shivers down one's spine. As the blade was fully extracted from Ling Feng's chest, blood erupted from the wound, the force reminiscent of a shaken soda bottle being uncapped, explosive and voluminous. "Here you go," Ling Feng exclaimed, mimicking Huang Yuan's earlier stance, and forcefully tossed the blade back. However, unlike Huang Yuan's throw that had impaled him, Ling Feng's blade merely passed through Huang Yuan's body before losing momentum and falling to the ground at that moment. Ling Feng recalled, "Ah, you are a Logia-type user. Physical attacks are ineffective against you. You little freak. Are you insane?" Huang Yuan observed Ling Feng's chest, still bleeding profusely, while Ling Feng wore a grin, as if it were not he who had been stabbed. Huang Yuan found the sight utterly bizarre. "Do you not feel any pain?" "Pain?" Ling Feng laughed heartily. "Compared to the countless beasts gnawing at me on some savage island, this injury hardly qualifies as pain." Ling Feng's laughter echoed. "Pain is relative. Once you have experienced greater suffering, such trivial pain ceases to exist. Even if you cannot feel pain, do you realize that if you continue to bleed like this, you will soon perish?" Huang Yuan felt as though he was losing his mind. What on earth was this brat doing at the naval headquarters? Was he merely there to court death? No need to wait. "I shall die for you right now," Ling Feng declared, and with that, he collapsed face first onto the concrete, lifeless. Huang Yuan. "What is this kid? A comedian?" His observation hockey revealed that Ling Feng had truly lost all vital signs. "Admiral Huang Yuan, he appears to be genuinely dead." A naval soldier approached Ling Feng, placing a hand on his neck, only to find no pulse, and reported to Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan buried his face in his hands, thinking to himself, "If Kaido were here, I would demand an explanation from him. What kind of lunatic did you recruit? Coming here to serve themselves up for the Navy to kill? How desperate can one be?" "Ugh, take the body away," Huang Yuan gestured to the sailors, feeling utterly cursed. Just moments ago, Sengoku had convened a meeting with the three admirals, suggesting that Ling Feng might be a formidable pirate supernova, potentially succeeding Kaido and becoming another emperor-level threat on the seas, bringing immense losses to the Navy. In retrospect, it was truly laughable. Given Ling Feng's displayed strength, he was inferior to any random pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Weakness aside, the real issue was his lack of wit. He had thrown a knife at him, and rather than dodging, Ling Feng had chosen to take it head-on, as if he were Kaido, believing that the blade could not pierce his defenses. His intellect certainly matched his looks. Had God opened the door to his beauty while closing the window to his intelligence? "All right, Admiral Huang Yuan." The sailor stood ready to remove Ling Feng's corpse. But just then, Ling Feng suddenly opened his eyes, pushing away the sailor who had come to carry him off, and shouted, "What do you mean take me away? I'm not dead yet." The sailor, startled by Ling Feng's sudden movement, fell back onto the ground, shouting, "Ah, he has come back to life. Someone help, he has come back to life. Come back to life? I already told you I'm not dead." Ling Feng kicked the shouting sailor in the head, knocking him out cold. In an instant, silence enveloped the scene. Aside from the unconscious sailor, the remaining crew members stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that Ling Feng had risen from the dead. "Look at his chest. The wound from the knife has vanished," one sailor exclaimed, pointing at Ling Feng's chest. Huang Yuan, who had intended to head home for some rest, was taken aback by the sailor's cry about a resurrection. Turning around, he was met with the sight of Ling Feng, vibrant and full of life, kicking a sailor in the head and knocking him out. Huang Yuan, the sudden stillness in the air was the most dreadful thing of all. He turned to face Ling Feng's chest once more. There, where one would expect to find a wound inflicted by his blade, there remains not even a trace of injury on the body, nor a single tear in the clothing. What is this? Even if you possess the extraordinary ability of accelerated regeneration, can wounds truly heal while garments remain unscathed? If only Ling Feng were aware of Huang Yuan's intentions. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of curses. "How dare you, a natural type, speak of clothing restoration to me? Is it not true that your elemental transformation encompasses your attire as well? If you can transform with your clothes, why then can I not restore them alongside myself? Is it permissible for the Navy to set fire while the pirates are forbidden to kindle a light? Kapu, what is your perspective?" At this moment, not far away, atop the Navy Justice Building, within the office of the Admiral, Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Navy hero Kapu stand by the window, observing the commotion unfolding in the square below, since the uproar caused by Ling Feng moments ago. They have been discreetly watching from their vantage point. "What else could I do but stand here and watch, just as you are?" Kapu replied, casting an exasperated glance at Sengoku. "Sengoku, you old rascal, do you take delight in toying with me? I am asking you, what do you think of that young rascal named Ling Feng? Did you not previously express a desire to cultivate him as your successor? Now, he stands before you. How much does he resemble your former self? As I have stated before, I hold this young lad in high regard. He imparts upon me a sense of someone capable of calming the tumultuous seas, Kapu remarked, his tone unusually earnest. If we can enlist this boy into the Navy, within 3 years, we could herald the end of the great pirate era. Mark my words, not even the resurrection of Roger would thwart us. Kapu's gaze remained fixed on Ling Feng in the square as he spoke with conviction to Sengoku. Huh? You believe that granting that lad 3 years would suffice to conclude the great pirate era? Sengoku chuckled at Kapu's proclamation. I must ask, why does this sentiment sound so familiar? It seems just 3 years ago. You made a similar claim regarding your grandson, Ace. You asserted that once he joined the Navy, you would, in 3 years, assume your position and emerge as the new hero of the Navy. Is that not so? Now, 3 years have passed. Kapu, where is that so-called new hero of the Navy? Kapu, Sengoku, must you resort to such pettiness? Why dredge up old wounds? Who could have foreseen that Ace, that young rascal, would forsake the Navy to pursue a life as a pirate? Had I been present when he slipped away to sea, I would have dragged him back to the Navy, regardless of his resistance. Moreover, have I erred? Ace is now the captain of the 2nd Division under Whitebeard, a notorious pirate in the New World. Had he joined the Navy and received my training rather than squander his life among the Whitebeard pirates, his achievements would undoubtedly have surpassed what he has accomplished. Kapu's pride was palpable, inciting a desire within Sengoku to deliver a well-deserved reprimand to the old man. Your grandson has become a pirate, a notorious one at that, with a bounty of 500 million. As a Navy hero, you ought to be heartbroken, yet here you stand, brimming with pride before me, the Fleet Admiral. Do you not possess a shred of humanity? Thus, Sengoku, my judgment remains unerring. Just as I believed Ace could succeed me as the new hero of the Navy 3 years ago, I now hold the same conviction regarding this young rascal, Ling Feng. He is the savior of the Navy, destined to bring order to the Grand Line, Kapu asserted with unwavering certainty. What? You question why I do not mention the 4 Cs? Huh? If we can quell the Grand Line, the 4 Cs would be but a trivial matter to pacify. Kapu, your words ring a bell. Sengoku smirked coldly. Was it not merely a few months ago that you proclaimed your grandson, a lad named Luffy, now 16 years of age, was to be recommended for the Navy? At that time, you assured me that he would surpass Ace, becoming an unparalleled force capable of challenging the 4 emperors within 3 years. And now, pray tell, what is your grandson presently engaged in? Sengoku glared at Kapu, his teeth clenched, the spittle from his words splattering Kapu's face. Yet Kapu merely wiped the saliva from his visage, responding, Sengoku, can you truly blame me? I personally sailed back to the East Blue to retrieve that boy for the Navy, only for him to set sail and become a pirate the very day before my arrival in Windmill Village. Curse that red-haired scoundrel. Had it not been for his influence, Luffy would have undoubtedly joined the Navy, training under me to become the mightiest Marine, rather than the so-called pirate he has become. Incessantly declaring his ambition to be the Pirate King. He speaks of the Pirate King as the freest man upon the seas. Did Roger feel free when I relentlessly pursued him? How can one who has never even encountered the Pirate King dare claim such a thing? I cannot fathom who has brainwashed him. If I ever discover who it is, they shall feel the wrath of my iron fist. Kapu's frustration was palpable as he lamented the fate of his grandsons, both of whom he had sought to guide toward a path within the Navy, only to have them rebel against his wishes and embark upon a life of piracy. The thought of it nearly drove the 70-year-old to the brink of despair. Indeed, Kapu, is this your vision? The 2 young rascals you believed would revolutionize the Navy have both forsaken their path to become pirates, one with a bounty of 500 million, renowned in the New World, while the other is already the highest bounty pirate in the East Blue, soon to make his way to the Grand Line. And now, you have the audacity to introduce yet another who has become a pirate, claiming he will sweep the seas clean for the Navy and quell the pirate era. The irony is that while the 2 you spoke of were once mere unknowns, this latest individual holds the position of vice captain within the Beast Pirates. If given 3 years to join the Navy, should he harbor any rebellious spirit, it is likely that in 3 years, the Navy would bear his name instead. Sengoku shook his head, resolute in his refusal to allow Ling Feng to join the Navy or become Kapu's successor. Even to lead the Navy in the future, such a precedent was unacceptable. How could a former pirate ever be allowed to don the Navy's colors? The Navy could not permit such a stain. Moreover, if this information were to leak, how would the world perceive the Navy? They would think, if a former pirate can shed his past and join the Navy, what prevents anyone from doing the same? Could such a Navy truly provide them with a sense of security? Sengoku, this time is different, Kapu insisted. Ling Feng is not like Ace or Luffy, while I indeed sought to mold them into the strongest Marines. From a young age, they were already inclined towards piracy, thus, their eventual departure was entirely predictable. However, I believe Ling Feng does not share that same ambition. I suspect he has been coerced into piracy by Kaido, having had little choice in the matter. But now, he possesses the agency to choose a noble path, the Navy. Do not inquire as to how I know Ling Feng was pressured by Kaido. It is merely instinct. Kapu interjected, cutting off any chance for Sengoku to counter. Sengoku, instinct, nonsense. As the fleet admiral, one would expect him to exhibit a certain level of composure. Yet Sengoku could not suppress his exasperation. Are you willing to gamble the future of the Navy on your instincts? Recent intelligence indicates that this young rascal is on the verge of marrying Kaido's daughter. Do you truly believe he would betray his fiancée and father-in-law? And why not? Kapu retorted, if my grandson can betray me to become a pirate, why could he not similarly forsake his fiancée and father-in-law? Sengoku, I assure you, I genuinely believe that boy possesses the potential to make a sacrifice for a greater good. If we were to sway him, perhaps we wouldn't even need to intervene ourselves. He might very well bind Kaido and his daughter on his own. All you do is speculate, speculate, speculate. The atmosphere was charged with tension as Sengoku pointed an accusing finger at Carp. His voice laced with fury. I do not care for your opinions. I assert my own. I firmly believe that we must not allow that little brat to join the Navy, or we shall inevitably regret it in the future. As the fleet admiral, I possess the final say in Navy matters, and I will categorically refuse to permit that boy's induction into our ranks. Carp, with a mocking smile, retorted, Oh, fleet admiral, such grandiose authority you wield. Has your elevation to fleet admiral truly inflated your ego? Am I now forbidden from voicing my opinions? Is the Navy solely under your dominion? With such arrogance, should I be expected to kneel and pay my respects to you? Sengoku seethed. When did I ever demand such deference from you? Carp, this old fool truly needs to cease with his unfounded assumptions. Reflecting on their shared past, he recalled how they had entered the Navy around the same time, eventually becoming the most competent of partners. In battle, they had relied on one another, supporting each other to reach their current heights. They had ascended from the lowest ranks of seamen to vice admirals. Yet Carp had repeatedly declined promotion to admiral for reasons unknown. Otherwise, the position of fleet admiral might well have been his. Carp's temperament was ill-suited for such high office, despite his capabilities and accolades. Carp, cease your nonsensical ramblings. When have I ever flaunted my authority? Sengoku ground his teeth. On 2 previous occasions, I acquiesced to your viewpoints. Yet your grandson has chosen a path of piracy. This is the 3rd time. Can you not heed my counsel? Regardless of your beliefs, that boy possesses the strength to sweep through the new world on behalf of the Navy. However, the undeniable fact remains that he is currently a pirate. The Navy has never sought to recruit pirates. For centuries, I cannot allow this rule to be broken under my watch. Even if you merely have a hunch, it is absolutely unacceptable to recruit him. Sengoku spoke with resolute conviction. I will not permit the honor of the Navy to be sullied in such a manner. Carp, incredulous, exclaimed, What kind of reasoning is this, Sengoku? Are we truly to consider the recruitment of a former pirate as a stain on the Navy's honor? Moreover, our intelligence suggests that the boy has not committed any heinous acts. Can you not grant someone a chance for redemption? As the saying goes, a prodigal son returning is worth more than gold. That boy is scarcely in his 20s. Is it not natural for someone of his age to err? Surely you cannot claim that you have never made mistakes throughout your life? Carp continued. Besides, the 7 warlords of the sea are pirates. Yet they have been embraced by the world government. If the world government can recruit pirates, why can we not do the same? He took a deep breath. If you truly object to the boy's piratical identity or fear the repercussions of such a revelation, we could simply declare that he is an undercover agent of the Navy, who infiltrated the Beast Pirates prior to his enlistment. He has always been working for us, and his joining the Beast Pirates was merely a guise. Sengoku, taken aback, found it hard to recognize Carp. This man, capable of such audacious thoughts, seemed to possess an acute understanding of power dynamics. Yet, he could not deny that Carp's argument held considerable merit. Indeed, the authority rested with them. They dictated the narrative. The common folk received their information solely from the news they released. In terms of power, while the celestial dragons held a lofty status, they resided primarily in Mariwa, rarely descending to the world below and possessing limited time to exert their influence. The Navy, on the other hand, was the true sovereign of the seas, maintaining order amidst the chaos. To speak heretically, in the vast ocean, Sengoku's words would carry more weight than those of most celestial dragons. After all, the entire navy fell under his jurisdiction. Should the celestial dragons wish to issue commands to the navy, they would have to go through him. It was akin to ancient armies, where soldiers, though fed by the emperor, would often side with their immediate superiors in rebellion against the distant ruler. Karp's stubbornness was legendary. Once he had made up his mind, not even 100 oxen could sway him. If Karp desired to see Lingfeng join the navy as his successor, it was clear that he intended to take action rather than merely entertain the notion. Currently, he was likely observing Lingfeng carefully, hoping for his agreement. Despite the shift in their ranks, Sengoku as fleet admiral and Karp as vice admiral, their camaraderie endured. Sengoku would never adopt a superior's demeanor in addressing Karp, nor had Karp ever treated him with such formality. "Karp, this is the final time I will say this," Sengoku declared, raising a finger and gritting his teeth, "that I grant you one last opportunity to recruit that boy. However, what if he is unwilling to join the navy?" This question lingered, as their previous discussions had assumed Lingfeng's willingness to enlist. Yet, they had never sought his opinion. What if he, like Karp's two other grandsons, chose the life of a pirate over a promising future? Freedom or captivity? He could not say. But surely being pursued by the navy was no pleasant experience. The chapter seemed brief, and he wondered who would support him. Would they refuse? Surely not. Karp believed that if he proposed Lingfeng's induction, the boy would be eternally grateful. As for rejection, that was simply inconceivable. Why should he refuse? Karp mused, recalling his earlier assertions about his grandsons, which had proven false. Sengoku shot Karp a skeptical glance. "This is different. Ace and Luffy have always aspired to be pirates. By the time I sought to intervene, it was far too late," Karp explained. "How can you be certain that this boy, Lingfeng, has not harbored the same dreams of piracy since childhood?" Sengoku countered. "Intuition. My instinct tells me that this boy has spent more time fantasizing about women than about becoming a pirate," Karp replied earnestly. Sengoku was at a loss for words. "Must you incessantly invoke your intuition? It is beyond tiresome. Why not fabricate a tale that your observation haki grants you the ability to perceive a person's innermost thoughts?" Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to Lingfeng, who defiantly addressed Kizaru. "Old man Kizaru, come on. Keep attacking me. I've stated it before. Today, I stand right here, inviting you to try and kill me. If you succeed, I shall acknowledge you as my father. If you fail, it merely confirms my assertion that you are all worthless. I have given you ample time to prove your abilities, yet you still cannot touch me. What good are you, then? How can you maintain order at sea when you cannot even defeat a single pirate like me? Is the world government merely paying you to sit in an office, sipping tea and reading the news, collecting your paycheck at the end of the month?" His derisive words ignited indignation among the sailors present. The majority were ordinary seamen who toiled under the sun and stars, patrolling the Navy headquarters day and night, far removed from the luxurious existence Lingfeng described. In the event of an unforeseen mission, the peril of executing such tasks at sea is indeed daunting. One might embark on a journey and never return. Yet, the words of Lingfeng suggest a certain nonchalance regarding their work. Is he jesting? Can it truly be that those at the bottom rungs of the ladder can merely sit in an office, sipping tea and perusing newspapers, all while drawing a substantial salary? The gaze of the sailors converged upon Kizaru. "Kizaru, what are you all staring at me for? Do you genuinely believe that I spend my days languidly in an office, drinking tea and reading the news, only to collect a hefty paycheck at month's end? Surely, you can't be serious. Surely no one believes that being an admiral is such a simple affair. Don't be naive. I nearly mentioned your name. You know whether I'm referring to you or not." "Don't you?" Lingfeng rolled his eyes at Kizaru. "You little rascal, are you here to sow discord among our navy?" Kizaru sensed the envious, resentful glances of the sailors directed at him. It seemed they were silently questioning why they had to toil under grueling conditions, without a day off, possibly facing death on any mission, without even the honor of a martyr's medal. They worked tirelessly for meager pay, while Kizaru lounged in an office, doing nothing, earning a salary equivalent to their annual income, plus bonuses far exceeding that. Was this utterly unjust? They demanded fairness. Otherwise, they would simply resign. What on earth are you all thinking? My current position is the result of my own relentless effort. Kizaru addressed the sailors. If you apply yourselves, in 20 years, you too could become an admiral, enjoying the privilege of an office job with a generous salary. So, do not envy me. My present is merely a reflection of your potential future. Hearing Kizaru's words, the sailors felt a surge of determination. Indeed, Admiral Kizaru had not attained his rank overnight. Like them, he had started as a lowly seaman. If he could ascend from the ranks, why couldn't they? With renewed vigor, they resolved to strive harder, declaring, "Admiral, we shall become one too." Ling Feng, witnessing this enthusiasm, felt compelled to douse their fervor with a splash of cold reality, reminding them that effort does not always yield results. Kizaru, your words may deceive these newcomers, but do you truly believe them yourself? Ling Feng smirked, addressing the sailors. Do not let that old man fool you. True, he did rise from a common sailor, but did you know that when he joined the Navy, he was already hailed as a monster? And what about you? You are mere amateurs. Can you even compare yourselves to him? Some achievements are predetermined before one even joins the Navy if you lack potential prior to enlistment. You shall never possess it in the future, he continued. Furthermore, another recruit who joined alongside Kizaru was also regarded as a monster. His name was Sakazuki, codenamed Akainu. Now one of the 3 admirals. Do you understand now? Hard work. It's futile. In this world dominated by devil fruits, possessing a good one can dictate your fate. A lifetime of hard work cannot compare to someone consuming a single fruit. So why bother? Just resign, return home, marry, and live a good life. Struggling in the Navy leads to naught. Of course, if you have nowhere else to go, come to Wano. I can arrange things there. While I cannot promise you wives, I can allocate housing. With a home, who needs a wife? Ling Feng proclaimed. So resign. In the Navy, your future is bleak. Join me in pioneering Wano. Ling Feng's words ignited a spark among the sailors. Indeed, this world is profoundly unreasonable. They could toil endlessly, yet it seemed futile compared to someone consuming a devil fruit. Look at the 3 admirals of the Navy. They are all users of devil fruits. Observe the 4 emperors of the New World. Only one is not a devil fruit user. Look at the 7 warlords of the sea. They are all wielders of devil fruits. This world harbors an inherent bias against those without such powers. Kizaru was nearing a breaking point. This little rascal was indeed here to incite rebellion among the sailors. No, he could not allow this to continue. If this persisted, by morning, the offices of Sengoku would be inundated with resignation letters. Do not heed this nonsense. Obey my orders. Together, let us take down this troublemaker. The one who brings me Ling Feng's head shall be promoted 3 ranks and rewarded with 10 million. What nonsense about devil fruits determining everything. Didn't Vice Admiral Garp achieve greatness without a devil fruit? You should aspire to be like Vice Admiral Garp. Today, you take pride in the Navy. One day, the Navy shall take pride in you. Kizaru was growing anxious. Were it not for his limited authority, he would have offered even greater incentives. He could not allow Ling Feng's tongue to keep lashing out. Each word from Ling Feng was a dagger, piercing deeply. A promotion, a 10 million reward. As the saying goes, generous rewards attract reckless men. If you don't act recklessly, I shall. Kizaru's declaration reignited the sailors' passion, for Kizaru had conveyed that effort could indeed yield results. If they eliminated Ling Feng, they could ascend 3 ranks and claim 10 million. Under normal circumstances, such accolades would require immense effort and time to achieve. Yet now, it was simply a matter of eliminating one person. Though Ling Feng held the position of first mate in the Beast Pirates, a rank of considerable significance, typically, they wouldn't stand a chance against even a random pirate with a synthetic devil fruit. Yet, Ling Feng appeared less formidable, instilling a sense of false hope. Especially under the weight of such enticing prospects, some would lose all rationality. Particularly Mark. The prospect of a 3-rank promotion sent him into a frenzy. He was already a colonel. A 3-rank leap could elevate him to brigadier general, major general, or even rear admiral. If he could eliminate Ling Feng, he would become a pillar of the Navy, one of the 16 vice admirals. He would be stepping into the realm of absolute power. His beady eyes sparkled greedily, akin to a wolf spotting a beautiful maiden, ready to pounce and devour. Step aside. This little rascal is mine. No one can claim him, Mark bellowed, snatching the sword from a fellow sailor. What? You wonder why Mark didn't draw his own sword but instead took another S. Clearly, you haven't been paying attention. Mark had previously surrendered his sword to Kizaru, who had then used it to stab Ling Feng, only for Ling Feng to retrieve it and throw it back at Kizaru, where it passed through him, landing far away in the ground that he was too lazy to retrieve it. Why shouldn't I challenge you? Indeed, Admiral Kizaru had stated that anyone could take a shot. It should be a fair competition. The sailors rallied around Mark, emboldened by Kizaru's presence, convinced that Mark dared to be so brazen in front of an admiral. Why should we tolerate this? If we must serve under such a tyrant, we may as well revolt, one sailor muttered through gritted teeth. Smack. Kizaru stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap to Mark's face, sending him spinning 360 degrees before crashing to the ground. You scoundrel! Who gave you the audacity to act so arrogantly before me? Though they may be mere sailors now, they are the future of the Navy. Who granted you the authority to reprimand them? Your orders are military commands. If your commands are military orders, then what is mine? The yellow ape was infuriated as he gazed at Mark, who lay on the ground with his face covered. He approached and viciously stomped down once more, lamenting that the Navy was plagued by too many worthless individuals like him, who only dared to wield their blades against their own. This was precisely why the pirates of the seas grew increasingly audacious. If you had the audacity to confront the Whitebeard pirates with such arrogance, I might have respected you as a man, but what a farce this is. Admiral Kizaru, I'm not usually like this. I admit I was wrong earlier. However, it was not a matter of abusing my power. I genuinely wished to fight for the Navy. That kid is the first mate of the beasts, if we send in these ordinary sailors. Wouldn't it be akin to sending them to their doom? I have no desire for a promotion or a hefty bounty. I simply do not want my brothers to suffer unnecessary sacrifices. Mark pleaded, his face concealed. Looking at Kizaru with earnestness, he appeared as if he had been wronged. Kizaru, observing Mark's seemingly sincere demeanor, began to doubt whether he had misjudged the man. Yet, such doubts were fleeting. He quickly reassured himself that Mark was merely acting. After all, he was far too familiar with the art of performance, being the yellow ape and all. Admiral Kizaru, you truly have misjudged me. I am not acting. These sailors are my brothers in life and death. How could I stand idly by and watch them perish at the hands of a notorious pirate? Thus, I had no choice but to adopt a strong demeanor. Even risking my own reputation to ensure their safety. If death must come, then let it come to me first. For the Navy, I would rather die with honor, Mark shouted passionately, as if he was truly willing to sacrifice his life for the Navy. Ling Feng, almost moved to tears, felt compelled to extend his neck, inviting Mark to deliver a fatal blow. Really? Kizaru, observing Mark's fervent display, felt a tinge of skepticism. If this was indeed an act, then Mark was an exceptionally skilled performer, truly a seasoned actor. Perhaps even his equal. Since you wish to die for the Navy, then I shall oblige you. Ling Feng suddenly interjected, appearing before Mark. With a thunderous roar, he declared, "Thunderstrike." Boom. A resounding crash echoed as lightning made its dramatic entrance. Ling Feng raised his right hand, and a bolt of lightning coalesced into a sphere, which he then thrust forcefully against Mark's chest, declaring, "Die, great divine thunder." The lightning sphere collided violently with Mark's chest, instantly creating a massive gaping wound, hollowing out his abdomen. Mark's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his exploded midsection. He extended his hand, pointing at Ling Feng, seemingly wishing to utter some final words. But alas, he perished before he could voice them. Thud. His body fell stiffly to the ground, his eyes wide open, forever gazing into the void, an image that perfectly encapsulated Mark's final moments. Although Mark had died, it seemed to have little impact among the sailors. This clearly indicated that Mark was not well regarded among the Navy. Of course, this was also due to the absence of Mark's comrades at the scene. Had they been present, surely someone would have pretended to kneel before Mark, weeping. "Oh, Captain Mark, your death is so tragic, but fret not. Though you have departed, I shall take care of your wife." What the hell just happened? Is it thundering? Is it raining? Do I need to collect my laundry? The sudden thunderclap jolted Kaido from his slumber on the clouds, startling him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he realized it was none other than Ling Feng causing the ruckus. Fuming with rage, Kaido ground his teeth. That damn brat dared to wake him from his sleep. After he finishes with the Navy headquarters, I shall ensure my shoe delivers a firm kiss to his backside, teaching him a lesson about disturbing my slumber. After cursing, Kaido glanced down at the unfolding situation below. He was taken aback. Had he truly awakened from a deep slumber only to find that this brat had not yet engaged in battle? Or had he just begun? Only one sailor had perished. How utterly pathetic. If it were him, a single breath would have obliterated half the Navy headquarters. Sigh, brat, you are far from my level. Having praised himself sufficiently, Kaido resumed his slumber. If he didn't need to numb himself with sleep, he feared he wouldn't be able to resist diving down. At that point, it wouldn't just be Ling Feng's fight, but his own battle against Sengoku. If matters escalated to that extent, why had he even brought Ling Feng to the Navy headquarters? To watch a play? Kizaru, observing Mark's lifeless form, found himself at a loss for words. While he had little affection for Mark, he was still a Navy captain, and this was the Navy headquarters. As an admiral, it was utterly disgraceful to have allowed Mark to be so brutally slain by Ling Feng right before his eyes. He was left with no face, none at all. If this were to spread, would he still have any dignity left? Brat, I am furious. Kizaru glared at Ling Feng. And so, Ling Feng, toying with the lightning sphere, squinted and grinned at Kizaru, dismissing the admiral with ease. Anything that could not kill him only served to make him stronger. He welcomed Kizaru's anger, wishing for him to unleash his might repeatedly, fostering his demise 1,000 times, only to erase the Navy headquarters from existence with a simple gesture. Humph! Kizaru exhaled deeply, stating earnestly, "Brat, no one can save you today. You claim you can resurrect? Then let me see just how many times you can come back to life." Laser. Bio. Kizaru extended a finger toward Ling Feng's forehead, a yellow cross of light flickering at his fingertip. "Die, brat." A beam of yellow light instantaneously pierced through Ling Feng's brow. Ling Feng remained wide-eyed, seemingly unperturbed. After a moment, blood began to spurt from his forehead, and his body fell rigidly to the ground. System. Host has been headshot. Host is deceased. Host is resurrected. Host's strength has been enhanced. In no time. Ling Feng stood up, addressing Kizaru with a smile. "Continue. Do not stop. This is exhilarating." "As you wish, brat." Kizaru aimed his finger at Ling Feng, continuously firing lasers. Beams of light penetrated Ling Feng's form, his head, chest, abdomen, arms, and thighs. Under Kizaru's relentless assault, Ling Feng's body became riddled with wounds. He was determined to see just how many times this brat could resurrect. He refused to believe that anyone could endlessly come back to life. With each of Kizaru's strikes, Ling Feng was pushed back. The lasers struck him like bullets, faster and more potent, creating countless craters upon his body, blood staining the ground crimson. Thud. Ling Feng could no longer endure. Collapsing face first onto the ground, Kizaru ceased his onslaught, yet his gaze remained fixed on Ling Feng's battered body. As expected, Ling Feng rose once more. Dusting off his suit, he chuckled at Kizaru. "Old man, your attacks, while formidable, mean little if you cannot kill me. What does it matter if you can destroy the world? If I could annihilate the world, would I need to kill you? Without a world, how would you survive? By feasting on excrement in an infinite loop?" Kizaru rolled his eyes, adding, "Moreover, it's not that I cannot kill you. I simply cannot do so at this moment. So, brat, is this your confidence in barging into the Navy headquarters? Your ability to resurrect is indeed troublesome." Kizaru felt a sense of helplessness. This brat, seemingly ordinary and lacking in strength, could defy death. Truly infuriating, were it not for Sengoku and Garp observing from the window. He might have been tempted to flee. After all, it wasn't the first time he had slacked off, but now, with Sengoku and Garp watching, it would be too shameful to do nothing. Such vulgarity. Could this be the language of an admiral? Ling Feng nearly retched upon hearing Kizaru's remark about feasting on excrement in an endless cycle. "Also, don't slack off. Keep killing me, until you've killed me 1,000 times. You are but an ugly monkey." Ling Feng continued to provoke Kizaru. However, Kizaru truly had no desire to engage further. The futility of his efforts weighed heavily upon him. "You all go ahead. The conditions I previously promised still stand," he declared to the nearby Marines. Yet, the soldiers exchanged hesitant glances, none daring to step forward. The earlier display of Ling Feng's prowess, when he effortlessly dispatched Mark, had left them in a state of trepidation. Although Mark lacked the strength of a Navy colonel, he was still superior to these ordinary Marines. If Mark could be taken down in a single move, what hope did they have of facing Ling Feng without courting death? Initially, Kizaru's promise had ignited their enthusiasm, urging them to rush forth and eliminate Ling Feng. Yet, that was before Ling Feng revealed his true strength. The world had changed far too rapidly. Swish. At that moment of indecision among the majority of the Marines, one soldier drew his blade. "Ling Feng, while I appreciate your earlier words of encouragement, you are a thief, and I am a soldier. We are ultimately not of the same ilk. Therefore, do not hold it against me when I claim your head today, as the beginning of my ascent to the pinnacle of naval power." With that, Alexander drew his saber, discarding its sheath, and with his right hand wielding the sword, he charged towards Ling Feng, sparks flying as the blade scraped against the ground. Symbolizing Alexander's unwavering determination, "Ling Feng, prepare to meet your end." Ling Feng chuckled, having discerned ambition within Alexander's gaze. The declaration of his desire to become a naval admiral was not mere bravado. "Let me see if your strength can match your ambition." Alexander, merely shouting that he intended to become a naval admiral? Who couldn't do that? Ling Feng bellowed, transforming into a colossal 5-meter-tall giant, exuding an overwhelming presence. With a single punch, he unleashed a powerful blow against the incoming Alexander. Ling Feng's transformation caught Alexander off guard, and he was struck squarely, sent hurtling backward. He spun through the air, completing a full 720 degrees before crashing to the ground. The sheer force of the impact continued to propel him backward, and it was only by driving his sword into the ground with all his might that he managed to halt his retreat, leaving deep gouges in the earth. Is that all you've got, Alexander? Ling Feng taunted after sending him flying. With such feeble power, who granted you the confidence to believe you could become an admiral? Surely, you don't think that my brief encouragement has inflated your self-worth. True strength requires no such support. Do you understand? Only the weak rely on external validation to soothe their fragile egos. Hence, Alexander, you shall never become a naval admiral. No, I shall. Without a doubt. Alexander gritted his teeth. His grip on the saber tightening, veins bulged in his arms. This was why he had joined the Navy. He had vowed to change the Navy's cowardly image and eradicate piracy from the seas. And to achieve that, becoming an admiral was essential. No one could stand in his way. Ha! If you refuse to heed my words, then allow me to awaken you. Ling Feng scoffed, charging forward. With each step, the ground buckled beneath him. An instant later, he stood before Alexander, an imposing figure casting a shadow like a mountain. Looking up at the towering giant, Alexander felt like an insignificant insect, easily crushed beneath a single hand. No, I cannot think like that. I am to become a naval admiral, Alexander reminded himself, steeling his resolve. You are the strongest. No one can obstruct your path. This opponent is merely a stepping stone on your journey to becoming an admiral. With renewed determination, he stood tall and fixed his gaze upon Ling Feng. The best way to confront fear is to face it directly and conquer it. Come at me. I shall not cower. I represent justice, and I will erase you. With both hands gripping his sword, Alexander faced Ling Feng. Ha! Erase me in the name of justice. Ling Feng roared with laughter. What Kizaru cannot accomplish, you believe you can. Why not? I am enough. I know you aspire to be a naval admiral. Must you repeat that incessantly? Ling Feng interrupted, thinking to himself, you are not the protagonist here, and this is certainly not a naval epic. What purpose does your loud proclamation serve? Merely to demonstrate your vocal prowess. Humph, can I not repeat my ambition? Alexander retorted coldly, dismissing Ling Feng's taunts that a true man should engage in genuine combat rather than mere verbal sparring. Ling Feng, I am coming for you. Ling Feng rolled his eyes. Go ahead, but do not announce your intentions as if we are in a tournament. We are playing a deadly game where only one of us will survive. However, as a courtesy for your warning, I shall allow you to strike first. Consider it a lesson in humility that he stood firm, confident that even if he remained stationary, Alexander could not inflict even a scratch upon him. The chasm between their strengths was as vast as the distance between the New World and the first half of the Grand Line, separated by the entirety of the Red Line. How dare you underestimate me? Alexander shouted, anger surging through him. They were both young men, each concerned with their pride. Ling Feng's arrogance felt like a deep humiliation to Alexander, and he could not endure it. With a fierce battle cry, Alexander charged at Ling Feng, leaping high into the air, his saber raised above his head, aiming to cleave down upon Ling Feng's shoulder with all his might, intent on bisecting him with a single stroke. Ling Feng, adhering to their earlier agreement, did not evade or resist, standing still as Alexander's blade descended upon his shoulder. Yet, the fantasy was far from reality. Alexander's strike failed to even breach Ling Feng's skin. The blade scraped against Ling Feng's shoulder, generating sparks, but the flesh beneath felt more resilient than steel. How can this be so strong? Alexander pondered, disbelief clouding his thoughts. How is it that a mere admiral's attack could easily pierce my body? Yet I cannot so much as scratch him. Hearing Alexander's incredulity, Ling Feng chuckled. Little one, do you really think you can compare yourself to me, let alone to a naval admiral? Gritting his teeth, Alexander retorted. Why not? You were defeated by an admiral. I too have fallen before one. What difference could there be between us? Ling Feng mused. Little one, keep talking. Why not mention that as long as the celestial dragon king still lives, so too do you, which somehow makes you equivalent to him. Humph, such folly. Do not call me little one. You hardly appear older than I. Alexander huffed, preparing to launch a second attack, but before he could move, a fist the size of a sandbag descended upon him. Ling Feng's punch struck Alexander squarely in the face, driving him violently into the ground. The immense force of the blow caused the earth to crack and collapse beneath them, leaving Alexander bloodied and battered, gasping for breath in the crater. Is anyone still out there? Ling Feng mused, noticing the dwindling number of votes day by day. His motivation for writing waning, he wondered if his trial run had failed. If so, having dealt with Alexander, he shook the blood from his hands and turned to Kizaru, smiling as he said, Kizaru, if your new recruits are of this caliber, I fear for the future of the Navy. Thus, if you do not agree to my previous proposal, will you retire directly to the nursing home I manage? I can assure you, the conditions here will undoubtedly surpass those of the Navy headquarters. You can guarantee nothing, Huang Yuan retorted irritably. Alas, it seems I must take matters into my own hands. Huang Yuan shook his head, gesturing to draw his Tenzoku cloud sword. After all, Ling Feng has the ability to resurrect even after being pierced through. He is curious to see if Ling Feng can revive after being dismembered. Tenzoku cloud. However, before Huang Yuan could utter the word sword, a voice interrupted. Apologies, Admiral Huang Yuan, for disturbing you. May I ask if you could hand him over to me for handling? Turning around, Huang Yuan discovered that Alexander had somehow crawled out of the pit. Though his face was smeared with blood and appeared quite gruesome, the confidence and determination etched on his visage stirred Huang Yuan's emotions. Yet, your body. Huang Yuan expressed some concern. Despite Alexander's lack of strength, achieving this level is already remarkable. Such a character, unyielding in the face of oppression, is truly rare. Such individuals deserve to be valued. Huang Yuan had already resolved that once he dealt with Ling Feng, he would summon Alexander to his side for personal training. Perhaps the position of Fleet Admiral is beyond reach, but attaining the rank of Admiral is certainly feasible. I'm fine, Alexander declared, wiping the blood from his face and casually smearing it on his clothing. He flashed a smile at Huang Yuan, asserting, I am destined to be the man who becomes Fleet Admiral. How could I fall here? What qualifications does a mere pirate, with no bounty to his name, have to defeat someone with the potential of an admiral? In that case, I shall leave him to you. Although Huang Yuan was unsure of the source of Alexander's confidence, he decided to observe further. Of course, if Alexander proves inadequate, experiencing some setbacks in his youth may serve him well, ensuring he does not become overly arrogant. Constantly declaring his aspirations to become Fleet Admiral without the requisite strength will inevitably lead to suppression within the Navy. It would be beneficial for this young brat to undergo some refinement. However, those who truly ascend the path to greatness often rise through repeated trials and tribulations, unless one possesses a fortunate lineage or becomes a serendipitous beneficiary. Life is seldom smooth sailing. Are you truly prepared to continue fighting me? Ling Feng questioned Alexander, noting the blood still trickling from his forehead. Oh, you wish for death. Ling Feng, do not be overly arrogant. This is the Navy headquarters, Alexander retorted defiantly. And do you truly believe my strength is limited to what you've seen? The injuries I sustained were merely a result of my reluctance to win unfairly. You struck me once, and I returned the favor. Thus we are even. TSK, how audacious. Ling Feng chuckled. Very well then, let us continue. He beckoned Alexander with a finger. Underestimating others can lead to one's downfall. With a powerful stomp, Alexander vanished, only to reappear before Ling Feng in an instant. His military knife aimed at Ling Feng's eyes. If his shoulder was too tough to cut, he would strike at the weakest point. The eyes. He was determined to see if Ling Feng's entire body was truly impervious to blades. Naive, as if I would let you evade in midair, watching Alexander leap into the air to attack him. Ling Feng shook his head and threw a punch. He had already envisioned Alexander being sent flying, blood spilling in the air. However, events unfolded unexpectedly. 6 styles, paper drawing, Alexander whispered, and in the next moment, his body seemed to transform into a thin sheet of paper. Before Ling Feng's fist could reach him, he was blown away by the force of the punch. Ling Feng. This fellow knows the Navy's 6 styles. Ling Feng was equally astonished. After all, Alexander was merely a common third-class soldier at Navy headquarters, likely having undergone only a few months of training. Could it be that this individual had mastered one of the 6 styles? Paper drawing, in such a short time, impossible. If he were truly that talented, the Navy would not relegate him to a patrolman. Such logic defies reason. Talents are typically groomed with utmost care. After evading Ling Feng's attack, Alexander appeared behind him, unleashing a flurry of over a dozen strikes. Clang, clang, clang. The blades clashed against Ling Feng's back. Not only did they fail to injure him, but even his clothing remained unscathed. After all, this attire was crafted from special materials, rendering it impervious to blades and bullets. Damn it. Is this really futile? Alexander glanced at Ling Feng's unharmed back, then at his own military knife. Ling Feng's back was entirely intact. While his own weapon had become dull, it was no surprise. An ordinary soldier's standard-issue knife could not compete with a renowned blade's strength and resilience. You managed to evade my attacks and land a series of strikes. That alone is enough to make you proud. Despite being merely a third-class soldier, Ling Feng turned around and threw a punch. This time, Alexander chose not to evade but instead clenched his fists tightly. Crossing his arms in a shape before his chest, preparing to take Ling Feng's punch head-on. A true man, when faced with battle, should confront it directly rather than retreat. Only the weak hide from the strong. He, Alexander, was destined to become fleet admiral, rising through sheer strength rather than relying on tricks and strategies. What difference would it make to defeat Ling Feng otherwise? Come on, Ling Feng, I will take your punch. Alexander shouted passionately. I will prove that my ambition to become fleet admiral is not mere words, but a commitment to give everything I have. If I cannot defeat you today, then let me perish here. In that moment, Alexander embraced a resolve akin to a death wish. If he could not tread upon Ling Feng's fallen form to achieve success, then let Ling Feng step upon his as he ascends to greatness. Ready to bestow a formidable nickname upon the protagonist, I seek everyone's opinion. Should it be the undying king, or perhaps the immortal monarch? Reader, are you some kind of parrot? Besides, you've already made your decision. Is that truly seeking everyone's opinion? Are you the representative of the readers? Or perhaps the Dragon King? After all, the Triceratops fruit. Heh, if you can continue, then show me what you've got, Alexander. Ling Feng sneered. He would not go easy on his opponent simply due to their determination. Weakness in an enemy is cruelty to oneself. If Alexander were truly a genius, he would be eliminated before he had a chance to rise. Otherwise, the future Alexander would undoubtedly become a formidable rival. After all, they were destined to walk the same path, albeit at opposite extremes. 6 styles. Iron block. As Ling Feng's fist approached, Alexander gritted his teeth and shouted. The moment he uttered iron block, his body seemed to transform into steel. In the next instant, Ling Feng's fist struck. Bang! The tremendous force coursed through Alexander's arm. Standing at 5 meters tall, Ling Feng's punch could easily overpower half of Alexander's frame. To the outside observer, it seemed they were not even in the same league. Yet, there was no trace of fear in Alexander's gaze, only exhilaration. He was not a genius. The 6 styles were not learned at Navy headquarters, but were taught to him by his now-defunct former Navy father. His current achievements stemmed from 20 years of unwavering training that he understood that without innate talent, he had to work 5, 10, or even several times harder than others. And today was the moment to validate his years of effort. For prior to today, he had never truly engaged in combat. Come on, I will not lose. As Alexander felt Ling Feng's fist pressing against his arm, the immense force threatened to launch him away. Yet, he rooted his legs firmly to the ground, steadfastly resisting any backward movement. Ling Feng was taken aback. The moment Alexander shouted iron block, he was already astonished. What in the world? Is this guy really a third-class soldier? Or is he the legendary protagonist who has quietly endured in the Navy headquarters for 10 years, only to emerge and dominate Whitebeard? Or perhaps the protagonist of the signing-in narrative, having spent a decade at Navy headquarters, is now being beseeched by Sengoku to emerge from his retreat. After all, how could one hope to stand on equal footing with him otherwise? Propel me forth, Ling Feng bellowed, forcefully stamping his foot down. Shattering the ground beneath him, his body poised to meet Alexander at eye level. This powerful stride not only augmented the force behind his fist, but aimed to send Alexander flying with a devastating blow. Under such might, even a colossal boulder would be reduced to rubble. However, it is well known that in the world of pirates, fists can obliterate stones, shatter steel, and pierce bullets, yet they could never crush a human body. Akainu would vehemently disagree. With a resounding crash, an even greater force descended. Alexander gritted his teeth, strained his neck, and, with a fierce expression, roared, "Iron block, hold your ground." As Alexander shouted, the earth beneath his feet crumbled, causing his shins to sink deep into the ground, perfectly absorbing Ling Feng's strike. After a moment, Ling Feng withdrew his power-drained fist, gazing at Alexander, and remarked, "Alexander, you are quite impressive to have withstood my ordinary punch. As long as you remain alive, there shall surely be a place for you on the vast seas." Nearby, Kizaru rolled his eyes at the audacity of the young man. This brat truly has delusions of grandeur. Does he think he is the next Whitebeard? Just because he blocked a single punch, he believes he can traverse the seas. Does he view himself too highly, or the sea too lightly? I require no validation from you. I, too, shall sail the seas in the future, Alexander declared, shedding his iron block state, glancing at Ling Feng with a cold snort before bending down to retrieve the military sword he had previously discarded. Gripping it with both hands, he assumed a stance to face Ling Feng. You fool, do you not learn from experience? Did I not endure a barrage of your strikes, leaving me unscathed while your blade dulled? Ling Feng chuckled, observing Alexander with amusement. For being an admiral requires not only brute strength, but intellect as well. Do you not know that the current admiral is dubbed the strategist? No need for your words. I comprehend fully. Alexander waved his sword, declaring, now that I have drawn my blade, I am confident in my ability to slay you. Ha ha ha. Ling Feng scoffed mercilessly. Just you. Do you truly believe that merely blocking my ordinary punch has elevated your status? At that moment, Ling Feng's demeanor mirrored that of a villain. Wait a moment, is he not the villain now? Oh, well then, laugh as much as you wish, for once I sever your arm, we shall see how you continue to smile. Ling Feng, are you prepared? Next, I shall cleave your right arm. Alexander seemed to issue a death warrant to Ling Feng. Ha, if you can, then come at me. Ling Feng sneered, underestimating the Na'vi youth, and now, I shall demonstrate that my previous punch was merely a jest. Following that, I intend to obliterate your skull with a single blow. In the spirit of reciprocity, since Alexander has declared his intent to sever his hand, Ling Feng would retaliate in kind. With that, he unleashed his full strength once more. In response to Ling Feng's initial assault, Alexander took a deep breath and murmured, secret technique. One segment explode. Bang, bang, bang. As the word explode left his lips, Alexander's arms ballooned instantly. It was as though the slender arms of a petite girl had transformed into the thick thighs of a muscular man. Creating a stark contrast with Alexander's somewhat diminutive stature, the sheer weight of his arms seemed to outweigh the rest of his body combined, even when compared to Ling Feng's arms. The difference was negligible. Ling Feng, I am coming for you. Utilizing his secret technique, Alexander saw his arm strength multiply exponentially. The overwhelming force, coupled with the military sword in his grasp, rendered it almost weightless. Ling Feng's fist hurtled toward him. Alexander effortlessly evaded with the paper drawing technique, then gripped his sword with both hands, delivering a fierce strike to Ling Feng's palm. Subsequently, he dashed forward, the military sword slicing through Ling Feng's entire arm, all the way to the shoulder, before executing a vicious upward slash. Choose the protagonist's next devil fruit. Option 1. Zoan type, mythical creature, human fruit, demon form. Option 2. Logia type, cloud fruit. Readers, this is too small. Author, your vision is limited. We want them all. Readers, go for it. Poochie. In the next instant, a colossal arm was hurled high into the air, tracing a perfect arc before landing before Kizaru. Kizaru gazed in shock at Ling Feng's severed arm. Could it truly be that such a newcomer exists within Navy headquarters? The concealment is astounding. Not only does he wield the 6 styles of the Navy, but he also possesses this strength-enhancing secret technique. In that moment, Alexander's status in Kizaru's eyes rose significantly. Initially, he had merely admired Alexander's character. Yet now, Alexander had proven himself not only unyielding against tyranny, but also a force capable of eradicating evil. Such a sailor must be nurtured. Who else in the Navy deserves cultivation? In the distance, at the Justice Building, within the Admiral's office, by the window. Garp, what do you think of that young lad, compared to the Ling Feng you favor? I believe he is far more suitable for you. Why not cultivate him instead? Originally, Sengoku had even prepared for Garp to train Ling Feng. However, Alexander's unexpected rise prompted Sengoku to reconsider. After all, Ling Feng is ultimately a pirate, whereas Alexander is one of their own. If there were no one within their ranks, seeking an outsider would be acceptable. But now that they have someone, why look elsewhere? No, 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 Garp protested vehemently. Indeed, that rookie named Alexander is quite impressive. However, my instincts tell me that only Ling Feng can lead the Navy to greatness. Therefore, I shall not change my mind. You stubborn old man, why must you be so obstinate? Sengoku was at a loss for words. What exactly do you see in that brat? His demeanor is so brash. Should he become a Navy leader, he would undoubtedly clash with the Celestial Dragons, not to mention that he currently cannot even defeat Alexander. This rookie, aside from his peculiar ability to revive, what makes him worthy of the Navy's future? By the way, have you figured out why he can come back to life? Sengoku furrowed his brow. It should not be an ability of a devil fruit. After all, that lad was once kicked into the sea by Kizaru and still swam back. But if it is not a devil fruit ability, then what power allows a person to die and resurrect multiple times? If you ask me, who should I ask? Garp shot Sengoku a glance. Very well, let us continue watching. I believe that young man's strength cannot possibly be limited to this. Protect him all you wish. Sengoku rolled his eyes, inwardly thinking. You treat him like a grandson, yet he may not even regard you as anything more than a stranger. Ling Feng clutched his bloodied, severed arm. Unable to believe his predicament. Has my arm truly been severed in such a manner? If it had been Kizaru who struck me down, it would be one thing. But to be felled by a mere rookie? Physically, it may be inconsequential, but psychologically it is unbearable. Ling Feng, with my next strike, I shall sever your head. Alexander, wielding his bloodied sword, pointed its edge at Ling Feng's neck. Before Ling Feng could respond, Alexander surged forward once more. Shave, in an instant. Alexander appeared behind Ling Feng, his military sword slicing toward Ling Feng's throat. A plot twist awaits in the next chapter. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh echoed. In an instant, Ling Feng's head was severed from his body. Soaring high into the air. In that moment of death, Ling Feng felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Damn it. While I did come to the Navy headquarters seeking my end, to be slain by a rookie sailor? How utterly humiliating. Is this not supposed to be a power fantasy? Author, do you not fear that readers will send you death threats for this cruel treatment of the protagonist? System, alas, host, you are truly pathetic. To be killed by a mere rookie sailor. This system can no longer bear to watch. Due to your incompetence, the system is undergoing an automatic upgrade. System updating now. System upgrade complete. System version 2.0. Host, I can only assist you up to this point. If you cannot rise to greatness, I shall be compelled to abandon you at that moment. Do not blame me for having toyed with your body before discarding you. Introduction to System version 2.0. In comparison to the previous version 1.0, the host now requires 1,000 deaths to attain invincibility. However, now the host only needs to die 100 times to achieve invincibility. Thus, the count of the host's deaths will be reset to 0. Nevertheless, the host's strength will not be diminished. Instead, it will increase alongside the system's upgrades. System evaluation. The host's current strength is equivalent to that of the pirate supernovas. Note, this assessment reflects only the power conferred by the system and does not account for the strength the host has cultivated through training. Of course, the host possesses little strength to begin with, so it can be disregarded. Additionally, this does not include the power of the devil fruit. The trihorn fruit is utterly useless. Besides allowing the host to grow larger, what other purpose does it serve? It is indeed more useless than the host. Ling Feng, upon resurrection, felt a surge of discontent upon hearing the system's remarks. Being able to grow larger and more formidable, is that not useful? System, your expectations are excessively high. Moreover, why drag me into your criticisms of the devil fruit? What do you mean by saying it is more useless than I am? Am I truly so ineffectual? Dear readers, please adjudicate the devil fruit. What manner of nonsense is this? Criticize the host if you must, but why involve me? Did we not establish that there are no worthless devil fruits, only worthless individuals? Why am I deemed the useless one? In ancient times, I was a figure of supremacy, you know. The trihorn fruit sensed the malevolence of the world and began to awaken autonomously. Ling Feng? The system's upgrade is one matter. But why does the devil fruit also feel the need to join in? Do you think me so ineffectual that you wish to elevate yourself and strengthen me? Damn, I merely desire to rely on my own abilities. Why must you all pressure me into using external aids? How will I be able to assert in the future that my achievements are solely the result of my own efforts? System, as long as the host is unabashed, what words cannot be spoken? Ling Feng paused. You have a point. System, you actually concurred. With your level of shamelessness, if you do not succeed, who will? Ling Feng pondered. Zheng Qinggong, System, are you attempting to engage in banter with me? Is this the power of the supernovas? It feels, rather, as if there is little difference. Ling Feng clenched his fist, not feeling any significant increase in strength compared to before. Could it be that the system is deceiving him? Come again. Ling Feng beckoned to Alexander. Alexander merely frowned, unfazed, as he was already aware that Ling Feng could resurrect, although Ling Feng had not lost his head previously. That is inconsequential. Sarah, Alexander murmured, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he was already behind Ling Feng, seemingly intent on repeating his previous maneuver. However, this time Ling Feng was different. The moment Alexander materialized behind him, Ling Feng pivoted, extended his hand, and seized Alexander's head, forcefully pressing it into the ground. Boom! The tremendous force sent Alexander's head crashing into the earth, embedding it deep, creating a state reminiscent of an inverted onion. How could this happen? In the distance, Kizaru was leisurely sipping tea, seated on a stool brought by the Marines, prepared to watch Alexander mercilessly dominate Ling Feng. Yet, this unexpected turn of events left him astounded. Just moments ago, Ling Feng had been at a disadvantage, but now he had completely reversed the situation, overpowering Alexander. Was this a joke, or had Ling Feng been concealing his true strength all along? This power is utterly exhilarating. After overpowering Alexander, Ling Feng erupted into laughter. Indeed, the strength of a supernova is entirely different from his previous power. How infuriating! Come again. Alexander exerted effort to extricate his head from the concrete ground. Seemingly unable to accept that he had been crushed by Ling Feng, gritting his teeth, he charged forward in fury, swinging his sword down upon Ling Feng with ferocity in response to Alexander's strike. Ling Feng met it with a decisive punch. Crack! Boom! The collision of fist and blade should have resulted in Ling Feng's hand being severed, yet in reality, he shattered Alexander's military knife with a single blow. After breaking the knife, his fist continued forward, striking Alexander squarely in the face. Even with Alexander's use of iron, Ling Feng's blow sent him flying, leaving him battered and bloodied on the ground, skidding several meters before coming to a halt at Kizaru's feet. Kizaru looked down at the fallen Alexander, sighed, and reassured him, "Do not be disheartened. Your performance has been commendable. Allow me to handle things from here." As he spoke, Kizaru prepared to rise from his seat. "No, Admiral Kizaru, please grant me another chance." Alexander gritted his teeth as he implored Kizaru. "Are you certain you can still fight?" Kizaru frowned, surveying Alexander's battered state. His body was covered in wounds, and his marine uniform was torn, resembling a vagrant who had slept under a bridge. "Yes, I am certain I can still fight." Alexander struggled to rise from the ground. Secret technique. Stage 1. Full body explosion. Boom, 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 boom. With Alexander's roar, his body began to swell. His muscles bulged, layer upon layer. Unlike before, when only his arms would explode with power, now Alexander appeared almost unrecognizable, resembling a walking mass of muscle, aptly described as a muscle monster. Ling Feng. "This is my strongest form. I hope you do not disappoint me." With muscles erupting, Alexander advanced, each step creating a crater in the ground. The once diminutive figure stood nearly 3 meters tall after the muscular explosion. Fear not. I never let anyone down." Ling Feng charged forward. Simultaneously, Alexander sprinted as well. Their collision was as swift as cannon fire. The distance of 100 meters was traversed in the blink of an eye. Boom! The two collided with tremendous force, generating a powerful shockwave that swept across the landscape, sending debris flying. The ground beneath them caved in, forming a crater with a diameter of several meters. Spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. The clash concluded with Alexander retreating 3 steps. Ling Feng's punch landed squarely on Alexander's face, distorting it. Alexander retaliated with a kick to Ling Feng's shoulder, causing him to stagger back a step. But that was all. "If this is your ultimate strength, then let it all come to an end." "Raijin!" Ling Feng roared, and a thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking him directly in that instant. Ling Feng resembled the thunderous beast of Raijin Island, his body enveloped in surging currents of electricity, each attack infused with the might of thunder. "Perish, Alexander!" Thunder roar fist. Ling Feng concentrated the lightning coursing through him into his fist and unleashed a devastating blow to Alexander's chest. Boom! The immense force, coupled with the powerful current, rendered Alexander completely paralyzed, sending him flying as he coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground, convulsing, with visible arcs of electricity still crackling around him. Lying on the ground, Alexander struggled to rise, but ultimately, his head drooped, and he lost consciousness. Witnessing this scene, Ling Feng smiled, thinking, "Kid, you have indeed exceeded my expectations. However, if you die, our pact will be nullified. Should you survive, you shall be one of my 7 deadly sins." The sin of envy. Indeed, the reason this character named Alexander has garnered so much attention is that Ling Feng had set his sights on him long ago. Then, a clandestine transaction ensued between them. He aided Alexander in gaining the attention of a significant figure within the Navy, leading Alexander to become one of the 7 deadly sins under his command. Hence, the earlier battle, where he was utterly overwhelmed by Alexander. transpired. Nevertheless, Alexander's prowess indeed exceeded his expectations. This, however, proved advantageous for him. The stronger Alexander became, the higher he could ascend, and consequently, the greater the rewards he could reap as a man destined to become the king of the world. It is only natural for him to embed his own influence within various factions. Attempting to incite rebellion among the naval hierarchy seemed implausible, and Alexander's emergence was precisely what Ling Feng sought to gradually dismantle from the ground up. As long as Alexander ascended to a prominent position in the future, the navy would inevitably fall under his dominion. The most formidable fortresses often begin to crumble from within, a rather disheartening piece of news. The initial attempt at promotion was merely a trial run, yet it still resulted in a trial run. Alas, why bother? Huang Yuan approached Alexander, bending down to lift him into his arms. Even though Alexander had once again faced defeat, he had no opportunity to cast blame. For a new recruit in the Navy to achieve such a feat was already remarkable. Did one not witness the earlier spectacle with Mark as a Navy colonel? He was utterly obliterated by Ling Feng with a single punch. In comparison, Mark was nothing but insignificant beside Alexander. Bring him. After lifting Alexander, Huang Yuan called out to the distant sailors. Yes, Admiral Huang Yuan. Immediately, sailors hurried forward. Take him down and ensure he receives proper treatment. I hope that when I next see him, he will be as unscathed as before. Huang Yuan handed Alexander over to the approaching sailors. Rest assured, we will fulfill the mission. The sailors saluted Huang Yuan before carrying Alexander away. Simultaneously, a multitude of sailors gazed enviously at Alexander. Even though he presently appeared quite wretched, they understood that from this day forth, Alexander would no longer belong to their world. Although they were all merely ordinary new recruits in the Navy, Alexander's performance today had already caught the attention of the highest echelons of the Navy. Therefore, while the future of Alexander could not be guaranteed by the admirals, the rank of rear admiral was certainly within reach. Once he ascended to that level, he would belong to the upper echelons of the Navy. Everyone was filled with envy, yet there was nothing they could do about it. After all, they lacked such strength. Sigh. Just the day before, they had been boasting and drinking, discussing which female naval officer possessed the best figure, who was the most beautiful, and could rightfully claim the title of Navy Flower, yet unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, everything had changed. In the future, they would still rely on alcohol for their boasting. However, Alexander, it seemed, would have the opportunity to savor the taste of the Navy Flower. Envy, jealousy, hatred. Alas, it was not meant for me. Sengoku, did you see that? I told you. Ling Feng is undoubtedly the future of the Navy. The strength he has displayed thus far is commendable, is it not? Karp looked at Sengoku, pride evident in his demeanor, as if relishing in his ability to recognize a hero, akin to discovering a steed of exceptional quality. Heh, is this strength truly commendable? Sengoku scoffed. At my age, I was already capable of subduing pirates with bounties of 1 billion, and he, displaying a bounty of merely 100 million is already impressive. Karp shook his head. Sengoku, do not speak nonsense. This strength is hardly unworthy of a bounty of 100 million. What he has showcased is undoubtedly superior to last year's supernovas. Sengoku turned away. Choosing not to continue the argument with Karp, Amaterasu, Huang Yuan conjured a long, radiant sword in his hand. Boy, wouldn't it have been better if you had surrendered willingly? Why must you compel me to take action once more? Huang Yuan gazed up at Ling Feng, feeling somewhat displeased by the posture. After all, standing at over 3 meters tall, he was accustomed to looking down upon others. Now, however, he found himself at the mercy of Ling Feng's gaze. Intolerable. Huang Yuan soared into the sky. Ah, this is much more comfortable, he continued. Although you won't perish, do you not feel any pain with each of my strikes? Ling Feng rolled his eyes. Were it not for his inability to fly, he would have soared into the skies instantly to stand shoulder to shoulder with Huang Yuan, continuing to look down on him, as if he relished being looked down upon by Huang Yuan. It was decided. He must acquire a flying devil fruit. Otherwise, facing flying foes would be too much of a disadvantage. Heh, whether I feel pain or not is none of your concern. Mind your own business. Ling Feng reverted from his beastly form. Standing 5 meters tall made him an easy target. What? Are you going to surrender? Huang Yuan inquired, bemused, upon witnessing Ling Feng return to his normal state. Damn it, are you a chatterbox? Are we fighting or not? If not, I have a family waiting for me at home. Huang Yuan exclaimed, bewildered. You little brat, since you are so eager to find your demise, I shall accommodate your desires. In the next moment, Huang Yuan dove from the sky towards Ling Feng. Ling Feng stood firm, merely extending his hand into his bosom to retrieve a dagger measuring a mere 10 centimeters. Huang Yuan wielded a sword. If he did not arm himself, it would be an unfair disadvantage. Haha, you little brat, do you think that dagger is sufficient to battle me? Huang Yuan guffawed. Especially since you lack even the basic haki. Even if I stood still for you to strike, could you even land a blow? Huang Yuan shook his head, swinging the Amaterasu down, poised to cleave Ling Feng in two from above. Shave. Ling Feng utilized the Navy's 6 styles. Swiftly vanishing from his original position, when he reappeared, he was already behind Huang Yuan. With a swift motion, he plunged the tiny dagger into Huang Yuan's lower back. Huang Yuan was momentarily stunned by Ling Feng's sudden maneuver. How had this little brat learned the 6 styles of the Navy? Who had taught him? Could it be that he merely observed Alexander's technique during their earlier battle and mastered it? Thud. However, the true shock came afterward. Ling Feng's 10-centimeter dagger had pierced through Huang Yuan's lower back. How is that possible? Huang Yuan's eyes widened as he took a step forward, allowing the dagger to slide from his back before his body transformed into countless specks of light. Disappearing from sight, when he reappeared, he was already several meters away from Ling Feng. He reached back to touch his lower back, feeling the dampness, and upon inspecting his hand, he discovered it stained with his own blood. That dagger. Huang Yuan had initially presumed Ling Feng was devoid of haki, and even with the unexpected evasion of his attack, it would not harm him. Yet, it seemed he had underestimated the situation. Regarding that dagger, Ling Feng smiled as he waved it in front of Huang Yuan, saying, "Did you forget that I am the vice captain of the Beast's Pirates? The land of Wano, governed by Kaido, is renowned for producing sea stone. Thus, it is only reasonable for me to possess a dagger forged from sea stone, is it not?" Huang Yuan's lips twitched. He had forgotten that detail. Indeed, the land of Wano was abundant in sea stone. And as the vice captain of the beasts, it was entirely plausible for Ling Feng to wield a dagger crafted from it. No wonder he had felt something was amiss with the dagger earlier. But he could not quite place it. It became clear that the dagger was forged entirely from sea stone, unlike ordinary daggers with separate blades and handles. All right, your identity justifies the sea stone dagger. However, why do you possess one of the 6 styles of the Navy? Shave. Huang Yuan glanced at his bleeding wound, which would heal within minutes due to his extraordinary constitution, so he paid it little mind. Upon noticing the remarks about his name, Ling Feng asked, "Is my name not good? Why do I possess the Navy's 6 styles?" Shave. He shrugged, stating, "Isn't it obvious? I am a genius." Huang Yuan retorted, "And so, are you a fool? I just said I am a genius, since I am a genius. It is only reasonable for me to learn the 6 styles after witnessing that fellow named Alexander use them just once, right?" Ling Feng remarked with a sense of entitlement. If that straw hat kid can learn it after just one look, surely I can too." The pride was palpable. Kizaru, on the other hand, thought to himself, "Damn it, though I believe Ling Feng is spouting nonsense, there is something undeniably reasonable about his claims. The 6 forms of the Navy, a secret technique developed over a century, transcends the limits of the human body, and is never shared with outsiders. For the majority of the Navy, it is inconceivable to teach it effectively. After all, this is a technique that surpasses physical limitations. How many individuals can truly transcend those limits? Of course, since the inception of the 6 forms, there have been geniuses in the Navy who could learn it after a single glance. However, those capable of doing so now are not members of the Navy, but rather pirates, leaving Kizaru feeling a sense of misplaced expectations. Alas, such a talented youth, yet he has turned to piracy. Suddenly, Kizaru noticed something amiss. His wound was still bleeding. How could this be? Normally, such a minor injury would have healed by now. No, perhaps this is the norm. Ling Feng suddenly flashed a strange smile at Kizaru. "I may have applied a bit of medicine on my dagger. But fret not, it's not poison, merely a blood-activating remedy to at worst. It will cause the wound to bleed continuously, but it won't be fatal." Kizaru retorted, "Who the hell told you that a continuously bleeding wound won't kill someone?" "Ugh, I regret not dodging earlier," he lamented, realizing that his arrogance had led him to believe Ling Feng, lacking haki, could not harm him. But this unscrupulous brat had used a dagger forged from sea prism stone. Damn it, the effects of sea prism stone are even more formidable than haki. Haki can merely restrain a Logia user, but sea prism stone can nullify their powers entirely. When the dagger pierced his lower back, Kizaru found himself unable to elementalize. He could only take a step forward to dislodge the dagger before he could use his abilities. "Old man Kizaru, shall we pause for a moment? You can tend to your wound, and then we can continue." Ling Feng proposed, "Rest assured, as an advocate of respecting elders, I will not take advantage of you. Once you've bandaged your injury, we can resume our fair duel." In that moment, Ling Feng exhibited the qualities of a perfect gentleman, nearly moved by his own character as a pirate. He was unwilling to take advantage of the Navy despite being injured, elevating the very notion of piracy. System. Host, you must be joking about your noble character. Had you not launched a sneak attack and applied medicine to your dagger, that old man would not have been wounded, nor would he be bleeding. System. How do you speak? Who says sneak attacks are forbidden in battle? And did I truly sneak attack? It was Kizaru's own arrogance that led him to underestimate me, believing my strikes could never land. Because he looked down on me, he failed to evade and got injured. Is that my fault for sneaking? Ling Feng grumbled. System. All right, I'll let your stabbing go, but what about the medicine on the dagger? What's wrong with using medicine? If I can't defeat you, can I not resort to drugs? Ling Feng defended himself with conviction. System. Is it acceptable to use drugs just because you can't win? Is this still considered human? Enough. I want to engage with you any further. Earlier, I was at the bar with the goddess System, and I slipped a tiny bit of sleeping medicine into her drink. She should be fast asleep by now, and I need to hurry and book a room. The System then vanished. Afterward, Ling Feng's lips twitched uncontrollably. What had he just heard? That scoundrel of a System questioned his humanity for using drugs. Yet it had the audacity to. Damn it. If you possess such an effective sleeping potion, why not share it with me, your host? Don't you know the readers are eagerly awaiting my escapades? Reader, don't speak nonsense. We are not like that. Do not compare our noble selves to you. Kizaru scoffed. Fair duel. With a brat like you. Do you think you're worthy? I was merely toying with you. Did you truly believe you could harm me? Someone, bring me a warm cup of wine that I shall drink it upon my return. Sir Kizaru, shouldn't we wait until you conclude the battle? Otherwise, the wine might cool, that a sailor suggested. Cool my ass. Just give me 3 minutes with this brat. And I could kill him 100 times. Kizaru snapped, irritated by Ling Feng, knowing that after dealing with him, he could drown his sorrows in drink. Damn it. After 30 years in the Navy, today he was actually pecked in the eye by a mere goose. He had faced injuries before, but never had he felt so humiliated. He could not rest easy until he had vanquished Ling Feng 100 times over. Very well, Kizaru, I shall prepare it at once. The sailor replied before going to warm the wine. As for whether a Navy officer could drink while on duty, nonsense. Rules are set for the subordinates. A Navy admiral could drink on duty. And who would dare say otherwise if he were to engage in indiscretions with female sailors in his office? Brat, are you ready to face your punishment? Kizaru turned back, his gaze icy and profound, filled with murderous intent. Ling Feng dared to retort, if I'm not ready, will you refrain from attacking me? However, Kizaru offered no chance for rebuttal, launching his assault. No, it was a kick, as Kizaru vanished from sight. Ling Feng barely registered the motion before he felt a violent pain in his abdomen. His body curled like a shrimp, hurtling away into the distance, crashing into a cannon platform and collapsing it entirely. At that moment, Ling Feng seemed to hear a voice whispering in his ear, Brat, this is the true shave. What you learned before was but a superficial imitation. You dare flaunt your skills before me? Ling Feng thought, you, a user of the flash fruit, using shave instead of your powers to show off before me? Apologies, but your display only merits a 60. The remaining 9,940 points. Yuri not worthy. Ling Feng rose from the rubble. Had it been his prior strength, that kick could have pierced his chest or even led to his demise. After all, Kizaru had unleashed his full might in that strike. The power he wielded now was incomparable to the casual kicks he had delivered to supernovas in Sabaody Archipelago. Yet here he stood, defiantly addressing Kizaru. TSK, is this the full might of a Navy admiral? Kizaru, you must be getting old. I'm not even injured. I don't feel pain at all. Are you angry? However, as soon as he spoke, blood spewed from his mouth. All right, perhaps he was not entirely unscathed. Several ribs had fractured and pierced his internal organs, and Ling Feng was merely forcing himself to maintain his bravado. Didn't you claim you were unscathed? Did you not belittle the might of my full strike? Why then are you spitting blood? Kizaru sneered, expecting his kick to have pierced Ling Feng's chest, only to discover that this brat was indeed stronger than he had anticipated. But that was as far as it went. He was a Navy admiral, the pinnacle of power under the world government. It was commendable for a mere child to earn his acknowledgement, but to think they could engage in an evenly matched battle? Perhaps after another 20 years of training. Humph, as if I were the only one bleeding here. Ling Feng's gaze shifted to Kizaru's lower back, where blood was indeed seeping from the wound. The earlier full-force kick had widened the injury, originally a mere dagger wound, now torn further apart by Kizaru's kick. Upon hearing Ling Feng's remark, Kizaru glanced down and confirmed his lower back was indeed bleeding, staining his suit crimson. But what could he do? As a Navy admiral, would he retreat now to allow a medic to bandage his wound? Nonsense. He could not afford to lose face. However, the bleeding wound also made Kizaru realize he could no longer rely on kicks, or he would truly be harming himself more than his opponent. The crux of the matter was, while Ling Feng could resurrect, his own injuries were all too real. You chatter too much, brat. The yellow ape gritted his teeth and soared into the sky. Preparing to unleash his ultimate move, he crossed his arms before his chest and murmured, Hakushaku Kongoed, in an instant. Countless luminous orbs gathered in front of him, then shot towards Ling Feng with incredible speed. Each tiny light contained a force more powerful than that of a cannonball. Shave. Ling Feng attempted to escape using the technique, but just as he was about to flee, he suddenly found his body unresponsive. Immobilized. Indeed, had that last attack inflicted such severe damage? Ling Feng chuckled as he gazed at the myriad of light points hurtling towards him. Since evasion was futile, he decided to embrace the onslaught, spreading his arms wide and exposing his entire being to the barrage of light. In the next moment, he was enveloped by the assault of Hakushaku Kongo. The explosions resounded violently, each point of light striking Ling Feng, igniting a fierce detonation. An overwhelming number of light points erupted simultaneously, causing the entire Navy headquarters to tremble as if shaken by an earthquake. Within a 50-meter radius of Ling Feng, the ground was mercilessly torn away. The ferocity of the explosions rendered Ling Feng utterly obliterated. Would this little imp, reduced to fragments, ever come back to life? The yellow ape remarked coolly as he observed the epicenter of the explosion. System. Host has perished. Host has been resurrected. Host's power has been enhanced. According to the law of no injury with smoke, once the dust from the explosion settled, Ling Feng stood unscathed in the crater, continuing to flaunt his bravado as he looked at the yellow ape and said, No way, old man Kizaru. I merely poked you in the waist, thinking that would be the extent of your masculine prowess, yet your grand move didn't even tear my clothes. Isn't that rather pathetic? Kid, you're just spouting nonsense. Your clothes remained intact. You were clearly obliterated and resurrected. What are you pretending for? The yellow ape was utterly dismayed. Even though he could easily crush Ling Feng, the fact that he could not kill him was exceedingly troublesome. Previously, it was acceptable as he had merely pierced Ling Feng's body and severed his head, and the ability to resurrect was manageable. But now, even after being annihilated in a violent explosion, Ling Feng could still come back to life. Was this fellow truly immortal? The yellow ape felt weary and reluctant to continue the battle. Of course, he would never admit to having been wounded in the kidneys, fearing it might affect certain functions. And he needed to find a doctor for treatment quickly. Kizaru, be careful. This is the Navy headquarters, not the Beast Pirates Ghost Island. Not recklessly unleash your ultimate moves, understand? Are you trying to demolish the Navy headquarters? From the window of the Admiral's office, Sengoku could not help but curse at the yellow ape below, exclaiming how this fellow had no idea of the value of resources until he had to manage them himself.